Hello and welcome to the end of the 7th year of pausing every frame and the beginning of the 8th year of doing the very same. How's everybody doing? Yeah, we're not late, we're early.
Right. 1 minute early? 2
Yeah,
minutes early?
staggeringly
It's
early.
early.
Not
It's a
only
little special gift for all of our fans.
An extra
Yes, a
minute
little
of content.
anniversary treat.
enjoy it while it lasts. People are always so shocked about the fact that I've got the prep thing up. I think I do this once per year just for the anniversary. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
So everyone knows what's happening. But yes, you are joined, humble viewer, by what are now the 4 hosts of EFAP for the first anniversary together as a team. Will all 4 of us make it? Who can say? Who will know?
Well,
What
better.
adventures ahead? But yes.
There's no way to quantify it, but who do you think is going to be the most tired? Like I said,
Oh,
I don't know
you?
that there's any way to measure it correctly.
I think I'm actually quite competitive this year for that.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
Yeah. I'm
I'm going with
gonna.
a safe bet. I'm saying Fringy.
All right, fair enough.
Wow.
We will have to
Alright.
figure this out with science in our last hour. Who is the most tiredest? That's going to be very important. I'll have to do a poll.
We'll use our tired vibes measuring devices.
Yes.
We can do
Better.
YPM,
Like
yawns per minute.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I like that one. But then you have to count on everybody actually measuring theirs or not lying about how many yawns they've had. You know?
Yeah, kind of lying.
I've heard that yawns are contagious. Like if you see other people yawn, it will like subconsciously you will want to yawn.
I think
they've
I've
taken
heard
like
that
groups
too.
of people.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to
You'd have
see
to
how
be
it
a really
goes.
low and despicable person to lie about how many yawns you've taken, though. Like, of all the lies
I was
going to
say, this
tell, that would
podcast is
just be
above
shit.
that sort of thing, so we shouldn't have any
I would
problem.
say so as well. Yeah.
That'll be
I
disgusting.
have timed strategically tiredness. So, like, I'm tired now because I woke up like 5 minutes ago. And then hopefully that means I'll be minimally tired at the end. But I have to be minimally tired at the end because I have a stag do on Monday. And then after Monday, I have to go to an unrelated wedding on Wednesday. I'm just not going to sleep this entire week. So I've tried to stack it up.
You have designated recharge times.
Unrelated.
It's going to be totally fine. All good. But yes, for anybody who doesn't know, this is EFAP's anniversary stream. It lasts 24 hours, which technically for us is about 26 to 7, actually. But for you guys, it's around about 24. With the addition...
For them, they can leave whenever they want.
Yeah, they can go to sleep, too. How is that fair? I don't remember how these rules got made, but they're ridiculous. That's what I think. You will get your doctor-mandated Batwoman breaks in between 3 streams that will be anywhere from about an hour to 12, you know? You just don't know how it's going to go, because all kinds of crazy shit can happen.
A Batwoman a year keeps the...
2 Batwomans a year, that's right, 2.
Exactly. And I will say, it was quite funny looking at the comments on the prior year's one, because and this is more meaningful for Fringy and Rags and Metal, because I'm sure he's out there listening right now. If you remember, Luke's just been shot and he's gone to heaven.
Oh yeah, that's right. In his ooh yeah. Did they see what happened in heaven? Because I remember that.
Well, so the next episode that's coming out is what happens in heaven.
Oh yes, this is look. If you're looking for something to look forward to, consider that we haven't watched this show in 6 years at this point, but we remember this particular scene and this particular story beat because of how hilarious it is. You will look. I know I'm biased, but you need to stick around and watch this.
You must. It's gonna be worthwhile. So yeah, you can check that in the breaks that are coming. They're on the way. But, you know, before we perhaps grab some things to cover and have some guests come in, isn't that crazy? 7 years of doing this?
It is actually
pausing every
It is
frame?
actually really crazy.
That's like not a short amount of time.
No, it's kind of an insanely long amount of time.
Yeah, think about, I mean, what movies we were covering at the time, what shows. Think about how old we were and how young we were, and just all the stuff that's changed over the years. Think of like, oh, who was the president and what were the world events that were happening.
Yep.
Oh man, we're getting into yelling at Cloud Age.
Truly, we have paused excessively, I would say, but perhaps not even enough. The world needs more pausing.
Maybe not enough. You need time to pause and reflect and sort of reminisce, you know, on the video that you're watching at the present moment and then complaining about it.
Yeah, that's all very necessary.
Good for the soul.
Yeah, picked up so many wonderful friends along the way, and perhaps now is the time to begin adding them in. To see what happens,
file them in.
You know? Because we got plenty of excitement, as I've mentioned, all kinds of surprises. A lot of people speculating on what we might cover. There's nothing that could be expected. There's nothing, no teasing, no promises. Who knows what it'll be?
Promises,
but
promises.
I will say we do tend to start with someone in particular. I'm not saying that we will this year. Who would expect something like that? That'd be ridiculous, all right? To cover something.
No, madness.
We ain't fans of that here. We like to surprise everybody.
We're big fans of internal inconsistency.
Hell
The less
yeah!
it takes, better it is. God damn it, because it surprised the shit out of you, and that's good.
We embrace tradition.
Being surprised is good. Startled is good. It's good. Yeah, being startled. That's what.
If anything, modern horror movies has taught me that being startled constantly is definitely positive.
Yeah, that's right.
I will say there is a survey that you can access in the description. It should be updated properly for this year. If you give some time to fill it in as per your preference, and this goes for everybody in the cast as well, we will check that out in part 3 and have a little look back at the year for the funsies. And
please do fill it out. I'm legitimately interested to see what you guys have to think of a lot of stuff.
I just want to personally advocate. There's a meme choice section, and for those who don't watch the super chats, may be confused by the "fuck it, we ball" reference, and I'm just saying that should be an extremely high scorer for those who don't know. And
that was something special for sure.
It really was, and I'm just going to provide a link here for everybody to jump right in at the preference, of course. I might just show the context for it, because I'm pretty sure I would have sent this to Fringy, because it's legendary. But the reason I would have sent it...
starting this off by bullying me. Okay.
What do you mean?
No, that's fine. It's all right.
Many people have ranked this as one of your most legendary moments. That's a compliment, isn't it? I think so.
Sure.
To say otherwise would be a lie.
Metal measures his lifetime as a series of legendary moments.
Exactly. And in and among the memes is a celebration of you beating like one of the hardest Mario levels on Sunshine, just like that. So you should be proud of yourself.
I'm big proud.
And we're big proud of you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
100%. Who are we missing? We should be 10 people in here. Whoever's not here, oh, there he is, that fucker.
Sorry, Mauler, I was making a poo.
No, not you. You made it.
Oh, I hope you had a lovely poo.
Yeah, proud of you. All right, you guys ready? Because I want to.
All of our children are here.
Hang on. Let's watch together as being a bit of a.
I beat a game. I pooed.
We're kind of making them all the time. It's when we expel them that we have to dedicate like alone time for it.
Yeah, that's what you get credit for, really.
That is kind of
cool.
Like
you're building. It's like an ability that's on cooldown. Yeah.
We can turn almost anything into poo.
It's like the ultimate building up, you know? It's like, oh, there it is. And then it takes a while to recharge, but then it comes back eventually, you know?
I think we talked about this before, but if there was an alien species who has like absolutely no connection in any way to that kind of process, and they're like, you put things in your mouth and everything, all of it just turns into a brown sludge.
Like sticky brown, yeah.
It smells horrible.
Sometimes it's ickier and browner than others, but
just like that's horrifying. You're like, no, it's not. Just poo.
Your species creates this smell once or twice a day. Jesus.
Already talking about the poo.
And your species is proud of them sometimes. You're like, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Like that's really,
what kind of a man is ashamed of his poo?
This sounds like jealousy to me. I don't know.
What kind of yellow-bellied coward? Oh no.
I don't know. I mean, I've had a few shameful poos in my time. You know, when it's just, you know, it's building to something fantastic, and then you just get disappointed.
Did you hear about that woman who was delayed a flight because she shit in the plane's bathroom, and it was like considered a biohazard? Did you hear about this?
I remember that.
No.
I just like that.
I wonder what she ate. Jeez.
The beginning of the 7th anniversary is like, hey, we prompted a discussion on poop news. You know, it's just natural. Harry Potter poop dimensions.
This week in
come
poo
up.
News. In poos.
Poos, yeah. Anyway,
the problem with that portmanteau of that is just like pews. But,
pews. So the context here is this is Simpsons Hit and Run, and as you can see, there's a timer in the top left. Metal's got to get to the nuclear power plant, which For those who know, is a little bit far away from like the location, but at the same time, it's enough to reach it. You got this, Mel. If the car you're driving isn't close to destruction, and if it is, that's going to cost you. So for those who don't know, you got to avoid hitting stuff, because if you hit stuff, your car's going to break, and then you will lose the mission. So that is his
The
challenge.
game's called Hit and Run.
I know, it's crazy. You can hit and run, but you can't hit too much and run. Well, I guess you run less or run more. You'll be on your legs then. Anyway, here's how it turned out. Oh, you're gonna blow yourself up.
Sir.
Don't crash. Metal. Oh.
Oh my gosh, Metal.
See, the smoke has gone black now. When it's gray, you're okay-ish.
Oh,
but when it's black, you're like, oh shit. You're like one hit away from death.
No.
But okay.
Fuck it, we ball.
Hey, made it out.
I didn't even know what that was.
It did look very ramp-like. It looks very ramp-like.
But it is a ramp.
Even the ramp was like, nah.
Nah.
It's so epic that he says, fuck it, we bowl, and then the game just says no. Like,
No.
I love it so much.
Okay.
Also, excellent choice from Joe Danger for the music here.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we ball.
Is that Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah. It's like, that might be the best driver I've ever seen.
We bowl,
I
eh?
didn't even know what that
He
was.
gets into a fucking ship after it too. It's perfect.
Yeah.
So, like I said, when choosing your memes, keep that one in mind. All right, I think that's a top tier one.
That's pretty
That's a good one. That's a good meme.
That is a funny meme.
Realize now
I did
too.
in fact not bald that day. That's true, yeah.
Yeah, but like that one's not your fault, really. That was the game conspiring against you.
I wonder if you
Yeah.
always get just a little bit of damage going up there, but because I was
Oh
so
yeah, I think you do.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. the
Because
fact
that's
that it's
happened to me
not-
before, which is really deceptive, but it's hilarious, of course.
It's funny in this instance. Yeah.
I'm sure it's pissed off speedrunners here and there, but you know what?
Yeah. Oh, you got to drive more carefully. God.
Exactly. But yes, looks like we've got a full cast, so we're gonna have to boot people out at certain points to rotate, as is tradition.
I thought you were going to start booting out people now. It's like,
Yeah.
well, all right,
Like-
time for rotation.
I mean, technically, I
Every time somebody needs to go, we need to get the Australian flag and the Simpsons put up on screen. Oh
Unless-
wow, does nobody get that?
I'm the only one who's probably
Yeah.
going to be able to, and I was
No.
typing something. I'm so sorry.
I
13
mean,
minutes
or
into the
we-
stream.
in the canon of the Simpsons, the Australian flag is an ass with a boot kicking it.
Yeah.
It's one of the country's proudest traditions.
I was like, I do remember the Australia episode, but I didn't quite catch that joke. But once you said it, it came back.
We've talked
Well,
before
could
about
play
how
the
Pirates
that's
of,
got to have been
play the Pirates of the
immense,
Caribbean music.
immense
right?
fan service
When
for you,
they were-
right, Fringy? When you would have seen that episode.
I feel like I saw somewhere that Matt Groening kind of apologized for the episode, and it's one of those cases of, dude, we all love it. It really is a particularly fun episode for an Australian. I mean, God, the ending's perfect. The koala clutching onto the helicopter with the sinister music.
Yeah.
He's gonna go to America and
Invasive,
destroy the
right?
ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, similarly,
a
I've never
copy.
met a Canadian who didn't like the South Park movie and blame Canada. It's funny.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good memes.
I would say so.
It might be the catchiest song related to Canada ever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're Canadian and you're offended by that, you're a pussy. Get out of here. It's funny.
You know what?
Yeah,
Canada's
Canadians.
kind of a catchy Canadian song. That's like a
Well,
fun
Dev, you're
little-
Canadian. You can tell people about how you feel as the.
I mean, we're all
representative of
pussies though,
Canadians.
so
You sure?
we are just a race of pussies up here. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
about the
maybe-
going in the woods thing and all the.
Mhm.
Yeah, I lost a limb and I'm still in the army. I don't know about all of
Yeah,
us.
speak for yourself.
You're
it's-
exceptional, okay?
Considering it was Fringy who referenced Simpsons, which I'm sure shocked everybody, I think now is going to be the time. So, I once said to you months ago, Fringy, that I had extremely bad news that was going to piss you off, and then I said to you, I might save it for the anniversary, actually.
I remember this. Yeah, I do.
And
Now I'm nervous.
it's something I actually showed on Real BBC, so some people in chat are going to know about this. And it's going to take you not much time at all to understand exactly where I'm going with it, unfortunately. But yeah, don't know if anyone's heard of a show called The Simpsons. It was out a while ago. It doesn't exist anymore. Nope, nobody watches anything called that anymore.
Wait, they made a
unfortunately.
show based around that driving game Metal played?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's one of the
dude.
best video game adaptations.
They
really.
saw that clip and was like, man, this is funny shit. We should make a
Wow.
show out of that.
Maybe
Yeah.
show about this.
The
Yeah.
show
people.
was quite liked by many different people, and originally released, let's just call it in the olden times. And so, back in the day, because chat are not going to know about this, all of you guys in the cast aren't going to know about this, TVs were born square. It was later that they were stretched into widescreen by a horrifying magical process that appeared later in the 2000s, you see. So
It's devil's work, quite frankly.
everyone had to watch things square, and it actually made your eyes square. It took a while for that phenomenon to die down.
Like a goat.
Yeah, it was really cool,
Right.
but also terrifying. Now, there's a moment in a particular episode that I know Fringy is fond of called Who Shot Mr. Burns? I'm gonna
Yeah.
throw it up on
one of the
screen
classics.
here.
Classic.
Ignore
That was an
the
event.
fuckery with the. I haven't got the thing right yet for the cast. All right, I'll sort it out. I swear. But gotta be careful here, just for copyright. There's a moment where Mr. Burns says, "And who here has the guts to stop me?" regarding his plan for Springfield. And we have this shot here, as you can see through the copyright, where it spans across everybody, and look at them all. See how they turn away? Because none of them truly have the courage to bring down this evil villain. Except one character who continues to look at him. Who's that? Who is it, Fringy? Who's the one that doesn't look
The
away?
killer.
I think it's Maggie Simpson.
Maggie Simpson, who also turns out is the one that actually shoots him. Spoiler. Sorry about that.
Whoa.
Luckily,
Yeah,
I've seen
30
those
years
and you
ago,
showed me.
It's only been 30 years since it came out.
I
so,
think one
Oh
of the
my
best,
God, I'm old.
best
Well, that
episodes.
doesn't mean you go running down the street yelling "Rosebud's the sled" just because it happened a long time ago.
I
That
have
episode probably
to.
got so many.
I had no
That
choice.
episode probably got.
there comes a point when you're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
It probably got so many little kids into murder mysteries.
Also, I
that had never
do-
seen one before.
Run down the street saying Rosebud all the time. Do you not do that? I fucking.
Well, and also remember, even though it's like, well, but it was an accident. Maggie did it. It was an accident. Remember, at the end, it's like, oh no, she didn't.
Was it an
Yeah.
accident? Mm.
I don't know about
She
that.
knows. She knows what's up. So, I had some family visiting, and we were wondering what to put on, and the old Disney Plus was available, and so I was just scanning through, being like, what is on these days? Yeah, you
Oh,
got
no.
it. You've got it. So, I was like, oh yeah, Simpsons' whole library is on here. So I was just scanning through, and I was like, well, Who Shot Mr. Burns? I consider that to be a top 10, if not top 5. It would be an easy suggestion for the best episode of Simpsons of all time. And we
Two-parter.
were watching it, and I noticed something horrifying. You're all going to get this as soon as I do, but I have to give this context. The Simpsons on Disney Plus isn't in 4:3. It is stretched into widescreen, and
Oh.
there are ways to execute this. Not many that are going to be acceptable.
Stretched.
But one of the problems you'll notice instantly if ever you guys spend any time watching any of it is that all of the drawing and the lines around all the characters are blurred. They're like weirdly doubled up. It's like you sort of like drunk vision a little bit. It screws with the lettering. It makes characters look fucking weird. And it's because they have quite literally stretched the two sides so everything looks fucking fat and weird. Sometimes. But
Oh,
then
like-
other times...
Oh, wow.
they will simply zoom in to 4:3 until it fits widescreen.
So it's not even consistent?
No,
The method
it
they
is very
use?
inconsistent. Some episodes look better than others. But I put on Who Shot Mr. Burns. Discovered something. This is the shot where it passes by
Unbelievable.
Maggie.
That's like
Yeah.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
just-
It's not even
it's like-
censorship. It's just incompetence. Like you're a
That-
fucking moron if you
it
missed
really like
It-
is there seriously this contingent of viewers who find it impossible to watch things in 4:3 when that
Yeah,
was
that's
the
what
way
I was
they
gonna
were
say.
originally made? Like, what the fuck?
Oh my
It's just
god,
the way
they
it works.
they screwed up the interlacing. That's why that you ever seen those like early gameplay videos
Ghosting.
where people didn't know how to use Sony Vegas or Sony Movie
To be
Studio,
fair,
and you get that kind of
I didn't get
Yep.
a screenshot from.
you mean yesterday? Yeah. I've seen plenty of those videos where people don't know their editing software. Yeah.
I
That's
took this
wild.
with my phone, so there's a good chance that could be the cause of that. But go
Oh,
from my
yeah.
own. I've seen a handful of episodes on this fucking disgusting service, and they've destroyed.
Obviously, the one that went around a whole bunch was the Duff beer
Buffy
joke,
stuff,
where
right?
all three. No, it was there was a joke where they're touring the Duff brewery. And they have like 3 different types of Duff beer, but you see
all
up
the
on the
same.
ceiling that
Yeah.
they're all from the same pipe and it splits at the end.
Yes.
But because they did this bullshit, you couldn't see that, so it kills the joke. The joke doesn't work.
There's probably so many examples of this if you got those two then.
I'm still on Fringy's point. Like, is there any person who fires up an older show, sees that it's like black barred into 4:3 ratio, and is just like, oh no, can't watch this?
God forbid a black and white
Like,
movie.
But the thing, well, yeah, but those people do exist.
It's
People who don't
insane.
watch
Yeah.
films in
Do
black
they
and
though?
white.
Like that?
Yeah, but
like,
those
I feel
are-
like
those
I've
are
never heard
actually-
anyone complain
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, but
Yes,
those
those
people
people
are
exist.
contemptible vermin.
Yeah, like
But
a
no, I mean-
lot of people I don't think are going to necessarily understand even what aspect ratio is. They're going to see it with black lines on the side and be like, "What's wrong with my TV?"
Oh,
But can you not
maybe,
start
yeah.
a campaign and say like it's the director's vision, all right? So that means that it has to look weird and shit because or not shit in this case because it's what the director wanted. Like other directors benefit from that when they change aspect ratios. Just say it's it's the Matt Groening's vision. It has to be in
Yeah,
4:3. You don't need to understand why that is the case.
You don't need
It's
to
old now,
understand.
so we don't care. Because it's old, we don't care.
There's like
about,
this
the
old
intention of
alchemy,
the
you know,
vision.
like why you couldn't possibly get it, but hopefully you just trust us that it needs to be this way.
That's really annoying. That's really annoying.
I was pretty
particularly given
shocked,
how
dude, because I was like,
difficult-
"Holy fuck!" I was waiting to point it out to my sister when we were watching it, and then I was like, "I can't even point it out because they fucking
This-
ruined it."
This is like the visual equivalent of like blanking out every 7th word in some comedy or show. This is just the visual equivalent of that. Just get rid of content. Just don't show stuff. Just leave gaps.
I assumed as well.
That's
awful.
damages
Well,
the product.
Very cynically,
Honestly,
it's the widescreen then matches across the entire series, so you can pick any random episode, and you're not going to be like, "Oh, old one, ew, 4:3, oh my god." Which, by the way, I don't know why this is, and anyone who's seen any of these episodes would know. All of the TV shots are in 4:3, so whenever they watch Itchy and Scratchy, the intro for the Simpsons, that's in 4:3 every time.
how weird.
Yeah, but
Huh.
that's supposed to be.
Well,
a
yeah, I guess they were like,
in
"Well, it's going to be weird if we
universe,
stretch
I
the
guess.
TV." It's just like, oh.
Let's stretch the whole show. Fuck them.
No, exactly.
You would think though that even if you can't possibly accept the black bars at the side of the screen, wouldn't just stretching things out and making everyone 20% fatter be better than like losing content by doing weird pan and scan stuff?
That looks weird. I used to do that with gameplay footage when I first started, and everybody complained about it. So I would assume for humans it'd look even weirder.
So the conclusion
Yeah, I
to
think it
that
does.
is, if you don't want to watch it with black bars, then too bad. You miss out. Fuck off. You
Yeah.
don't get to watch the best show of all time.
You might have already
So-
mentioned this, Mahler, but did you see the what they did with Buffy when they did
Oh,
that?
well,
yeah,
They-
Yeah,
got
so
me too.
That's what
Buffy's-
I've heard. I remember the news for that. Yeah.
Buffy's notorious. It has like several different major issues, but this is actually one of them. They've done the same thing on many parts of the episodes. Where they'll zoom into 4:3 to create widescreen. It'll cut out like all kinds of different important details. But then sometimes they'll just blow it out so that they'll let you see more of the frame that you were never supposed to, and you can see fucking crewmen and shit. One of the most embarrassing.
the-
like-
Yeah, that's the
Open
thing. 'cause-
mat. Yeah.
Well, because Buffy, I think, was shot in 16:9 aspect ratio, but framed for 4:3.
yeah, it was
so-
created to be watched in
Yeah.
4:3. So
Yeah, but the problem is,
Exactly,
like,
so-
a lot
For
of
the
people-
television.
I think a lot
When
of
Mark
people
said
have-
Buffy got shot, I was like, oh god, he just spoiled
No, no,
something.
no.
Like, no, no, it's just like...
No, actually, no. Careful there, but
The same thing happened with Star Trek TNG. Because on my most recent watch through of that, has been maybe a year or two ago, I watched it through again, and I don't I think it was like the Blu-ray version, the latest Blu-ray version. You could see a whole bunch of stuff off to the sides that you couldn't see originally.
Like the sets.
I've heard that
Yeah,
that's a
lights
very.
and- yeah.
kind of
I've heard that's a very
situation.
good remaster, though. Is it or?
It's a pretty good remaster, yeah, but you can
Yeah.
definitely see like boom mics and lights and stuff.
Oh, that's
I
amazing.
remember
they-
the original series remaster. I remember being really good. I think that came out on Blu-ray like 15 years ago, but I remember
Something
being
like that,
pretty
yeah,
impressed with it.
They redid a bunch of the exterior shots of the ship, so they weren't just like 1970s
Yeah,
models.
yeah.
Like, they did it pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, just like when you're shooting something like that, there's always something just outside of frame. You know, whether you had boom mics or lighting or whatever. Like, I remember our Red Letter Media did a whole thing about how many in HD, how many like black pieces of paper are stuck on screens and stuff you can see in the background because it was shot
Yeah,
during
yeah.
the 90s or whatever, and
yep.
they wouldn't be in frame on TV. But
Viewpoints and
yeah,
Well, I will say, I've said
cue
before,
markers.
seeing parts of like different Buffy episodes with the remaster, it is kind of wild. 'Cause it's like, holy shit, I can read the posters on the walls in the background now. Like, it's like that wasn't
Yeah.
possible before. So it's like there's new content technically, which would have been fine. They could have remastered it to make it cleaner, but then also done the correct color grading, made sure that they followed all of the intent of the artist, but you cut it properly. But no, we can't be doing that. It's going to take too long. It would be a disaster.
Actually, gotta wonder if that's a decent use case for AI changing old
Ew.
things. If you do have to do that, well, but the thing is, if you're doing things like the Buffy situation where it's framed for 4:3 and then you
And leave it
decide
framed
it must be
4:3.
16:9,
Yeah, let's
can
let
do
fucking
things like-
Grok do it.
Well,
Oh,
no,
no,
but what I mean, I guess I'll get to the end of that though. Just things like removing mic stands that are visible, like that. I think that wouldn't be a terrible thing if they.
Yeah.
I think
if
I'd
they
rather see a
must
mic
do it
stand than know it's
16:9.
AI. Actually, I'd
I-
rather
yeah.
see the
Well,
mic stand.
I'd say like the big problem that I have with it is just I don't want to encourage in any like it should just be 4:3. If it was made for that, if it was made to look that way, it should remain that way. Like I don't.
Yeah.
This feels like it's almost as if they think it's like video games in terms of the technology, though. Even then, you can make a case for video games like trying to retain a certain style.
Mhm.
A lot of remasters and remakes can change the style in ways that are detrimental to the art. But it's
Silent
like, oh, but it's
Hill
better
2
graphics
HD
now.
edition being the
Better
big one.
graphics.
Yep.
The Silent Hill 2 HD edition, they just removed all the fog. It's like, wait, hold on. That's actually a pretty important part of that.
There are definitely
We fixed
challenges when
it.
you remaster. One really interesting video is if you watch the behind the scenes of when they remastered Blade Runner for Blu-ray, they ran into all sorts of things like certain shots which were completely fine in the original cut. You could now see, center frame the badly casted stunt person instead of the actress who was supposed to be playing the one, and it looks just really distracting. So they actually had to bring the original actress back and reshoot some things and like put her face onto it because otherwise that shot was kind of ruined.
I thought you were gonna say they brought the old actress back and made her do the stunts herself.
Get the
That'd
fuck
been
in
funny,
there.
but
She's an old lady. Oh my god!
You're contractually obligated. Go.
At
And
least
I
I'm
think
not
wasn't able
getting
to do
shot,
this
right?
in the 80s. Never mind now.
yeah, I mean to be
Oh,
fair,
I've
she
been
was still.
practicing.
It was the one of the replicants. I forget her name, but she was actually still pretty good, like for despite being 20 years old or whatever. But that actually worked, and they managed to save that shot, which would have otherwise been pretty embarrassing. But then on the other hand, you have now that somebody brought up AI, I just had to point out that they
I
basically
apologize.
did that for Wizard of Oz, where they. Did you hear about where they remastered "quote unquote" Wizard of Oz for the Sphere
I've
in
seen
Las
this, yeah.
Vegas?
Oh yeah, I
was
saw that
amazing.
going around a bunch.
The memes for this are so good.
Where they
They
basically
have
just
not seen
generated
any of that, no.
they just cut out the actors and then generated the background again, and
Yeah.
it just looks like complete garbage.
Well,
I don't approve. I will say
Yeah.
I went and saw a play of the Wizard of Oz, just some little bitty old, kind of some charming little play of the Wizard of Oz. It was just cute, and it's a fun
Good.
little story.
It's
fun
a
little
bit
movie.
It's a bit like Snow White, where maybe
know
it's not the greatest thing now, but the fact that it was made when it was made is insane. Like the
Oh yeah,
As a techno-
1939, I believe.
yeah, as a technical production is absolutely just incredible. Like nothing like it had been done before.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of color movies at that time, so like it's pretty mind blowing to imagine what they pulled off with Wizard of Oz when they did.
And how cool was it that they used it as a reveal? Like
Mhm.
that
Yeah,
was
to open up
probably-
the door, to have the music, your Munchkin Land. That's one of those things where you like if you could go back, it's like 2001, The Wizard of Oz, movies like this where you could like if you were there. Star Wars is another really good example. To actually be there, to have that mindset, to be used to what you're used to, and then to see that for the first time must have been amazing. I wonder if we'll get. I wonder what the closest equivalent for us would kind of be for that, because we're so used to technology progressing fast and special effects can basically do anything and everything's on the table. It
Jurassic
makes you
Park
wonder if
was
I don't-
a big one.
I don't think
I
you
don't
can
know
really
if this
pull it
should be a
off
hot take.
And
nowadays.
Terminator 2, actually.
Oh,
Seeing
well, I was gonna
Terminator
say-
2 in theaters was crazy. I was 6, and I still like remember that pretty well.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about like revolutionary kinds of things, you know, because we're just in the age of everything can be done visually. You know, with computers and CGI and all that sort of stuff, and we already have such a mountain of stuff that's been done before that we're used to. I wonder if we'll get that kind of experience.
If you forget the fact that nothing really came of it, then would it be fair to say that the 3D technology developed for Avatar?
Yeah.
Avatar
Yeah.
was incredible if you saw it in IMAX at the time, but at
Yeah.
the same time, it isn't quite the same. I'll tell you why, because you got those glasses knowing that you're watching Avatar in 3D. The only thing you could do, and this would be immediately spoiled by the internet, but the only thing you could do is like if you went into a 2D movie just like any other, and then partway through it became full holographic 3D without anything like any glasses or anything like that. If it just came out of the screen, that would be like the equivalent of seeing color for the first time in a movie.
They secretly implemented the Nintendo 3DS technology. Like, no glasses 3D.
Hey,
Yeah.
the 3DS is an amazing. It was an amazing. I love that little
Yeah.
slider. It's got
Yeah.
some.
It's a cool
That's some
system.
legitimately
It's a
cool
cool
stuff.
system, and it had a lot of great games. I mean,
That's all right.
I love my
you know,
3DS.
dude. Like, I'm sorry to say, I know everybody was getting big mad about the Switch 2, and then it ended up selling like fucking 7 million units in
Gangbusters.
like a month.
Most
the
predictable
Nintendo-
thing ever, as far
That
as
was
I'm
supposed to-
concerned.
Yeah, and it's the same
Yeah.
now with people saying, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, they're fucked. No, they're not. They'll
No.
be fine. It wouldn't surprise me if they still sold more than Battlefield 6. Maybe it could be a little bit shaky, but like it's gonna be fine. These sorts of things.
these
the
things
point
are
being,
trends
Nintendo make
that
really
decline
good
over
games,
time.
all right? Nintendo make really good games reliably, which is worth a lot nowadays.
I think Switch
Yep.
2's big problem, though, is going to be its attach rate, because with the price of the games and people being really pissed about the game key card concept, I think there's going to be a lot of people who own a Switch 2 and through its entire lifespan buy like 4 or 5 games tops.
That was
Nah, I don't
actually-
think so.
I've heard that Nintendo's rolling
I
back
feel
the
the
game key
attach
card
rates
thing.
are.
I think the attach rates for Nintendo are like insanely good, reliably
Yeah.
and consistently for the
I think
last
they're
30
the
years.
highest. I think
They're
they're the highest
for
for any
sure.
console.
They are
yeah.
absolutely the
And it-
highest. Like, what other system are you looking at where an exclusive game is owned by like 1 in 2 people who own the system? Never, ever on anything except for maybe like Halo on Xbox, like the original Xbox. And even then,
And
it probably
I
wasn't.
think
Yeah.
games like Mario and probably Zelda, even though Zelda apparently doesn't sell quite as well as I think a lot of people think, but those
it
will do
does. Now it
fine.
sells
But
like 50 million
like
units.
at least in
Now it
Canada now, it's like $110 for a Nintendo Switch 2 game. So I feel like if you're iffy on say Donkey Kong Bonanza, you'd probably be like, maybe not. Maybe it's not
That's
worth like
maybe, but I would-
$120 after
I-
tax.
So I picked up Donkey Kong Bonanza, and it's a good game, but I don't know if it's like $90 good.
Yeah, that's kind of
I'm
what
enjoying
I
my
mean,
time
'cause
with it. Like it's really fun, but I'd wait for a sale if you weren't like a big DK fan.
waiting for a sale of a Nintendo game's can
Yeah,
a good plan.
You've been waiting for
Yeah.
years, yeah.
You're right,
I mean, I really enjoy the Switch 2 though. It is if you didn't get a Switch 2 is actually really good because it's completely backwards compatible. You have a giant library of games to play. I think it's a good purchase if you can get a Switch 1.
I wonder if that's going to hurt it because I think that the new Xbox was kind of hurt by that. Like I got a PS5 and a new Xbox. I barely used the PS5, but the PS5 was a lot more sort of ambitious. They try to kind of separate themselves as a generation. They had like a new controller and everything like that.
No
And-
games.
and-
I was about to say, is that the
Right,
No
big
right.
games, yeah.
We're going to launch a console with no games. Let's see what
Right.
happens.
Well, I mean, I also really like the backwards compatibility on the Xbox. The fact you can just pop in an Xbox 360 game and you get like a remastered
I think the
version.
backwards
Yeah.
compatibility
not
is like
perfect,
a
but,
fucking necessity now. Like you got to be careful if you want to launch a console without it, because people can be like,
That's- Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yep.
Like the Xbox was great, and it was probably the better console of the two because it had perfect compatibility with everything, even back down to the everything online with the original Xbox. But
Well,
the fact
original
that it had
and-
this, what was that?
I was just gonna say the original Xbox and 360 games. It's not all of them. It's like
Most of
a
them.
select amount of them because I think they have to do like licensing deals that give it
Yeah,
like, the
yeah.
ability to run on the modern hardware, which sucks. I think that like it's like, hey, no, this just runs Xbox games. Fuck you. Should be enough.
Well,
but-
yeah, I think the licensing is because they actually had to put in the effort of doing somewhat of a remaster of the games to make it run, which is
Mhm.
more than just it runs off the disc, you know.
It's a little bit, yeah. They have to do some tweaking for sure. Not every game is compatible. Most of them are that I've seen on the Xbox Arcade and online. But my point is that I boot up the Xbox Series X, and it felt like I just booted up the Xbox One again. Like it was basically the same experience. And although you could play newer games at better resolutions and everything like that, it didn't really feel like a new generation. And I'm wondering if the Switch 2 is going to have that problem too, where it doesn't really feel like you're getting anything new.
Well,
It does feel the same, yeah. when playing
on
it.
the wonderful note of gaming, I'm glad that we've moved into this subject. How perfect.
Oh boy, I love games.
We are gonna probably start with a subject in particular. But before I do that, I am gonna boot someone because there's someone else who kind of needs to be here traditionally for these sorts of things and is very much available. So it makes the most sense to kick out literally the worst person here. So Dev, I suppose I can't.
That would be me, yes. Yeah, well, the guy who's coming in is European and I'm Canadian, so I can come back later.
We will
That's not a
grab
big
your
deal.
backup, sir. No
Yes, yes.
problem.
But
But before I go, if you wouldn't mind giving me just another minute, maybe 10 minutes ago you guys were talking about this, and I dug out these pictures because I think it actually really shows off what you're talking about. The most recent remaster to come out that everyone's talking about is the Metal Gear Solid 3, and everyone's comparing these scenes because this is the graveyard scene in the first game, and it has the brown and bloom of the era, but it kind of works for this because of all the light. And then when they remade it or
And the
remastered
tone,
it,
you know.
it looks like that, and it's like that
Oh.
doesn't look nearly as good. It's like, well, you kind of ruined it, didn't you? Because
Like, well,
the graphics are better, but the style of the sky being white, it added something to the scene that is now lost. You know.
I'm not going to get into the whole argument, but surely if you redo every single part of the graphics and redo the music, redo the voices and everything like that, and redo the gameplay in a new engine, it's got to be a remake at this point. So
the
that's-
voices are actually the same. They
Okay.
just
That's just
use.
worse. That's just worse. Yeah, like the,
But yeah.
the original, the first image looks great. It's like a painting. And the second one is like, it's like a real place, kind of, right? It's like,
I mean, the
oh,
bottom one
shit.
kind of looks
Yeah,
AI generated, honestly.
Yeah.
like,
If you hadn't
oh,
told
and
me, I
also
would guess that
the-
it was.
Which I don't advocate.
It's like this sad scene where I think he's saying goodbye to one of the main characters, and there's just more weight in the first image, in my opinion.
it clearly has a tone. You can tell
It's
just
better
by the
art
colors.
direction, yeah.
Yeah.
way better
No,
art direction.
no involvement from the original director either. Kojima said he's actually not even going to play this game.
Well, that's fair.
That's always a great PR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they appreciate
But
it.
anyway, happy anniversary, guys. I'll be back a little bit later.
Thanks.
We'll see
yeah,
you
we'll see you
again.
later.
Doodle pip.
See ya.
Cheerio.
Bye bye.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues like that with remakes where they just kind of lose what was kind of intentionally, desolate or a very
Oh, but it was
intentional
shit
art direction.
graphics, though. It's like, okay. Yeah, all
Dude,
right.
I've
whatever
been
you say.
replaying Metal Gear Solid 3 on stream, like the
As have
PS3
I.
version, or from the HD collection, I should say. But it looks pretty darn good still. And considering they have the Fox engine, which also looks really good, I don't even know why they bothered
Yeah.
with Unreal Engine 5, but, I'm not gonna get too into that.
Metal Gear Solid 5 ran at 60 FPS on a base PS4.
Yeah, it did.
and-
That game ran
Yeah.
really well. That game was fun, but I didn't understand what the fuck was happening in it in terms
Oh,
of
that's
the
just
Yeah,
story.
basically
it's a
every
tricky
Metal Gear
one.
Solid. That's basically
My
Oh,
understanding
no,
is that
5
that's
in
basically just
particular is
Kojima games.
pretty. Metal Gear Solid 5 in particular has a pretty
From my understanding,
dense
it's just,
story.
like,
and
incomplete. Like it is just
Yeah.
incomplete.
More or less.
I like-
That's something. That's just
I liked
something
5 when I
funny.
played it.
There's something funny about Metal Gear Solid. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
mhm,
gameplay's
yeah,
great.
okay, Cold War, I see. Also, there's a guy shooting bees at you. It's like, that's what?
Yeah.
Sign me up, bro.
I'm in.
Cold
I mean,
War spy fiction plus anime bullshit. That's
I played
Metal Gear Solid 3.
Revengeance. I played Revengeance without having actually played any of the other Metal Gear Solid games, and I was just completely
I'm the same, by
Lost,
the way.
like-
That's what I've done.
Oh, you've only played
Stylistically,
Revengeance.
The only
it's
one I've
very
played
different
is
than the
Revengeance.
others.
Revengeance rules.
Yeah,
Of
it's a
nature.
lot of fun.
So, with the arrival of Theo, we can now watch a video game essay. Because that's
let's go.
Yes,
why do you
I
agree
love
to
video
these?
game essays.
I want
And,
to learn more about video
I thought
games.
I'd
It's his
shake it
only
up
joy in life.
this year, and we've
Yeah.
got a Jim Sterling video actually to check out.
Oh,
So,
really?
Oh no!
I thought, because we always start with Mark Brown, so I thought we'd switch it up this particular year. So why not? Because I know everybody has been excited and wants to talk more about everything wrong with everything. So, but what's good is this video is pretty long. I have got some notes on where the conversation actually happens, as opposed to the whinging
I
nonsense.
fucking love that you've started doing this, especially with Jim spelling videos. Like, okay,
Yeah.
so where's the video?
Because Jim
in this
has
video?
these. Yeah, Jim has these long segments
Yes.
where he just typically almost exclusively politically whining, where he essentially wishes death on everyone who votes
I thought it was-
differently to
which is
him.
death on the audience, just generally speaking. I kind of hate
Like,
all
here's
of
the
you.
thing.
You're like, yeah, okay.
Like, Jim Sterling is an extremely foul and hateful person. Like, we laugh when we make fun of him, but unironically, an extremely cruel and hateful person.
This video is called "Are Hardcore Gamers Playing Games Wrong?"
Yes.
Oh ho
Next
ho!
move.
I'm sure the answer is going to be yes. I'm just not going to be convinced.
100%, obviously, and we're all hardcore here. I wouldn't
There's
allow
a
anyone.
picture
Oh.
of Spirit Ashes on the
I'm
screen.
hard
Yes,
right now.
there is. Everyone's excited. So here we go.
Those people who think it's shameful to summon co-op help in Dark Souls and Elden
is.
Ring and the
It changes the
I
experience
mean-
for sure.
As someone who's never
the
even
game,
played
you
Elden
ninny.
Ring, I could say that fundamentally changes the experience. The big thing that's enjoyable about
Co-op
those games,
always does.
yeah,
It
it's
has
Another
to.
guy there
It's one of
helping
the-
you kill the
It
thing.
has to be.
What's one of
And
the
you-
biggest issues people have with like Dead Space 3 when they said, "Oh yeah, it's a
Yeah.
co-op game now, and we're gonna lock content behind it being co-op, and also you just have a buddy with you." It's like, oh, that completely changes the mood just to have someone around. That's how
I
Not
it
that
remember-
is.
hard to get spooked when I'm hanging around with my buddy playing a video game.
Yeah,
like not impossible, just a lot harder.
No one's
Remember
making
Devil
any
May Cry
claims about it
3?
not being fun and a good old option to do with a friend. It's just a very different
Yeah.
experience.
But they usually can't separate that, like in terms of the conversation. I remember in Devil May Cry 3, they let player 2 control the shadow, and it just broke the match. Like it's just not competitive anymore in terms of the demons you're facing. So it applies to so many different games, not just Elden Ring.
That would be actually squaring into a criticism of From, I would say, and I don't know if people here agree on the notion that they just don't design enemies to deal with multiple players. They just
They
don't.
really don't.
They break all the
I-
time. They don't know what
They
they're
barely
doing.
designed them for one person. That's
I mean, it changes the flow of the gameplay like dramatically into the way where it's just
From what I've
embarrassing.
seen of Night Rain, they have been like trying to do that, as in like design the bosses and enemy, or at least the bosses of Night Rain, such that they can handle multiple enemies. And the way they've gone about that is the entire screen is exploding all the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's a
Yes.
way you could do it.
Mm.
But
There's a way.
like, props to them for doing something because they made the co-op game, I guess.
Dude, I haven't looked at Night Rain like at all. I just can't.
I
get
can't
my-
take that game
Wasn't
seriously.
interested.
I cannot take that
like,
game seriously.
Just something that good MMOs and plenty of other games have figured out for ages. If you have big bosses that a lot of people are fighting at once, you have to deal with, well, how does it... it can't just target a single person and alternate, because then it just kills a person. And then it moves on to the next person, and everyone else is completely free to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And it's just, as long as you're not the person it's killing in the moment, then it just doesn't care about you. So you have
Magic is
area of
pretty
effect
strong,
attacks, or you have mechanics where you have to work together.
Monster
phases
Hunter's
and
been
fights.
all over this for years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. WoW
The
figured this
line-
out back in like 2005, 2006.
Mhm.
For
Why
WoW
does Monster
figured
Hunter
this
do it
out
really
before
well? Is that
that.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I would say Monster Hunter smashes From on the front of like co-op defeating of giant creatures.
Those people who won't use certain weapons, certain items, because they think if you use them, you're playing the game wrong, you're not having...
Well, that's a
No,
big
no, it's just
conversation
like-
now.
Yeah,
Very
that's
charitable
yeah.
start.
Yeah.
There are if there is something that is obviously overpowered in a game, I will not use it because it takes away from my satisfaction in knowing that I'm doing well if
Yes.
I'm using an
Yes.
overpowered weapon or an overpowered strategy
Conversation
or
look
what's
like in a
obviously an
multiplayer
exploit.
game. Like in a multiplayer game where one weapon is dominant and then everybody
The,
else
the
uses
weapon that if you
one
use
weapon.
it,
If you're
friends and enemies are like, you're a noob. You're just using the noob
Yep.
thing.
Fuck you.
Hey,
Very
noob
it's like-
tube. Everyone remember noob
Noob
tube?
Yeah,
of
me too.
course. Well, yeah, that's the
It's like-
question then. It's like, well, wait a minute. So, is there anything wrong with a community, like people, one man army on terminal, where they all just like stay up in that middle section and then just start fucking firing with their grenade launchers every single spawn point? Would it be like, well, yeah, that's part of the game, so they're allowed to do that. You can't shame them for playing the game that way. It's like, I don't know
Well,
about that.
no
you
odd
can,
job.
you can actually. And
I
we
can't-
No
did.
odd job
will.
on GoldenEye.
We did with
James Bond all the way
slurs.
back in the day.
Lots and lots of slurs.
We're off to such a bad start because this is already just like so not difficult of an idea to comprehend. Hey, this thing
Yeah.
makes my experience worse. I've tried it and I don't like it, or it seems like something I don't want to use, so I don't use it.
It's probably
Well,
just
this
gonna go.
winning-
Mind-boggling.
It's probably
well,
going to be the way
the-
in this video where it's like, oh, they're just gonna hate you playing for this way and this and that's like, no. If you tell me you played the game with like summons, I would urge you like, hey, try it without and see how experience is then because it's
Mhm.
vastly different.
Yeah,
Like,
I
very,
truly
very
Well,
stand
by
by
an,
it as a
um,
meaningfully different game at that point.
Yeah.
You didn't play, and it's like I didn't play Dark Souls. It's like you didn't play the game I played. All right,
It
You went
goes
through the
back to
content,
like
but-
Super Nintendo. Do you remember GoldenEye? Like no odd job. If you played that?
N64, but yeah.
N64, yeah, N64. Just it's such a simple
game.
concept. If you're having someone whose like head is a foot lower than everyone's else, then he's going to have an advantage, and it
And if-
just scales up depending on what game you're playing. And it's a concept that if you're a gamer, you should just be aware of. Everyone's
the Souls
experienced a
is-
game where there's something you have to kind of work around because it's cheap.
In the Souls
It's
games,
essentially
it's
breeding
just,
this idea. If you want to cultivate this idea of victory at all costs without any sense of honor or sportsmanship, what this does is it is a breeding ground for a culture that accepts cheating as a
Yeah.
viable strategy, like the Chinese gaming culture. That's why the vast majority of like cheats and everything. That's why people have been screaming region lock your shit because we don't want to play with the Chinese because this like their gaming and competitive culture is so different from us. Victory at all costs and cheating is just yet another tool that you can use in the game. You don't want to encourage gamers, even in single player games, to completely abandon this idea of sportsmanship and sort of like competitive honor and the desire to like showcase skill as something that's worthy of, being proud of.
Agreed.
well, and in the
Style-
case of the
style
Souls
points,
games
no
too,
style
it's
points.
just the best bosses in the Souls games. The AI is not really equipped to switch aggro between targets in a way that makes any sense. So you're shorting yourself of the fun experience of actually fighting one of these interesting enemies because you're kind of just breaking its coding and hitting it in the butt while it's attacking your buddy, or your summon. And it's like, well, it's not that you didn't beat the guy, it's that you didn't really have the experience that people actually call these games good for.
A lot of
So-
the joy comes from learning the patterns, getting the movements down, shit
Yeah.
like that.
Well, and
Just
if
have a You just have
That's
a
the
guy
only thing
tanking
there to
everything
do.
for you. You just you just have someone tank it, and then maybe you even play a mage and you just go like pew 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 pew. It's like I beat him, hooray!
and to
It's
somewhat
like all of the joy,
bounce
like-
off Rags has said there as well.
Everything.
It's like you should probably make arguments that don't also apply to cheats. If you say like, well, I prefer to play it my way, or if I want to put in whatever I want to have my kind of fun, it's like, and yet you'd be against cheats, I assume. Why? Because you can use all
Yeah,
those same
because
arguments.
Yeah, and you would just frame it differently in terms of obviously cheating in the multiplayer game,
Well,
is different than cheating in a single player game, but we can still say, "Oh, you cheated. You had to use cheats to beat the game." So you don't get to claim the respect that is due to someone who beats the set of challenges that a
Stolen
video game.
valor, but
You
yes,
haven't earned
if
mean,
they said like,
basically,
well,
yeah.
cheating's different because it's like maybe third-party hacking into the game or something, and you'd be like, well, but like, why is that meaningfully different? And if you say, well, this is not the devs intended, it's like devs update games all the time. Like,
Then you'd be arguing against mods as well. It's like,
That's
oh, we
true.
can't
Devs
mod
can
a
also
game.
have bad intentions.
Well, I
Devs can
think
build bad
eventually
features into their
you
games.
argue yourself all the way back to where the people who criticized you are. Like, you'll get there eventually. You know? But hey, let's see how we get there ourselves.
Having the real experience. Yeah, what if, and pluck the chicken with me on this one, what if they're playing the game wrong?
It's like,
Shut up.
so mad about people saying
playing the game wrong.
you're playing the game wrong. They're now then flipping it back. Like, you're
Whoa.
playing it wrong. Like, whoa.
Oh my God.
It was a
Oh.
clever ruse.
My
That's-
We were the
God.
very
baddies.
The trusty back pocket, no you.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah.
An
Rags-
underrated
Rags-
card, you know?
Rags made a good point about honorable gaming, and that's something that you should just learn in all forms of competition, whether you're playing a sport, playing a game, whether it's tic-tac-toe, anything. Like, it's just something you shouldn't get satisfaction from cheating, and that should be something that's instilled in you culturally, you know?
And yet,
Mike,
people
we-
do.
we-
Yeah. Either you get
so
it or
we-
you don't. Like, yeah.
We just skipped 4 minutes, so I'm assuming the 4 minutes.
The 4
there was
minutes,
just bullshit.
it's the classic of
It's probably whining about Nazis or
they talk for
something.
ages about what they're going to talk about. Like, this video is going to cover this,
Oh,
this,
boy.
this, and it's just like, well, why don't you just say
yes.
those things?
Yes.
You
Completely
could have
useless.
been covering those things instead of telling me that you're going to cover
Paula,
them.
you're not allowed to say this. You're long.
Oh no!
That's
You
pretty
can-
true.
No.
You can do it well, but they never do, man. It's
Dang.
always shit.
I
I mean,
mean,
you kind of already did the thesis statement at the beginning. Is this just kind of what do they call it, like threat modeling, where you're like saying, "Oh, I bet the arguments against this are this, and this," or is it just rambling?
Is there any game, and when I say this I'm including Bloodborne and Elden Ring under the same broad umbrella, as universally beloved yet territorially divided as this long-standing benchmark of is there a game more liable to spark furious debates on not just how it should be enjoyed, but who should get to enjoy it? Most pointedly, is there another game that offers
I mean, what? People said you're not even allowed to enjoy it now. Like,
You
Every
can't
single
buy Dark
person-
Souls.
Every single person can play Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I
just-
guess I'm just have to get more aggressive now. I'm just gonna point at people and tell them, you don't get to play this. Why? It's like, I don't know.
Dark Souls
game
is
is
on like
not-
every,
this game is not
every
very
platform.
This game
Every
is not-
platform that's existed since PS3 and 360, you can play Dark Souls on. So like,
well, and
This
it's
game
become
asks a bit of
hyper
patience
mainstream.
from you.
It's everywhere.
Yes, yeah.
offers such a variety of approaches that has such a vocal segment
right.
of fans arguing it should only be approached one single way.
What is that
One
one
single
I've never
way.
heard. I've never.
No,
I've
I
never
would love
heard this. I've literally never heard this. It can only be done one
desperately
single
need
way.
him to, or them to articulate this. Like, what single way is that?
Let's find out.
That latter point has always been peculiar to me when it came to Dark Souls, and that was before Elden Ring gave players more ways to approach any given in-game situation than most people will ever have time to scratch the surface of. However, you will find no shortage of people online telling
I
you
know.
the correct way to play Elden Ring, or rather, telling you all of the ways
So the only thing that I've heard regarding Elden Ring, essentially, and I don't care about Souls-like games. I don't play them. I just absorb whatever happens via cultural social media diffusion. But all I hear is that summons are gay and lame, and if you use them, it breaks the game and makes it
It's-
super easy. But that's it. That's like
The-
that's all
yeah,
that I know of.
The nuanced position is just, you know, it's really fun to play with friends. It's also kind of fun to, I mean, to give an example, Iron Golem versus, why am I forgetting his name?
Tarkus.
Iron Tarkus, yeah. I always love when doing Dark Souls to summon Iron Tarkus and watch them fight, because it's one of the
Oh,
only
you don't get to
times.
fight the Iron Golem.
And-
you just don't. You're not allowed to.
One of the reasons that's so fun too is the Iron Golem is just not a good boss. He's kind of shit.
No.
But watching two AI go at it while you're just sort of cheering one or the other, that's just fun as fuck. And so
Yeah.
it would be like, so you do it. It's like, well, I mean, do it as much as you want. The point is just you're going to miss out if you never play these bosses. Just you against them. There's a whole set of mechanics that the devs have put into the game that you're never going to see. I don't know why, or engage with, or defeat the challenge of. The equivalent of this is you could take any game ever, but if you just go with like Guitar Hero, and it's like you can summon someone else to just hit notes you miss. Like,
The spirit of
well,
Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's such a simple concept. Like, my God.
and someone would be like, "There's nothing wrong with playing the game like that," and I'd be like, "Not necessarily. I just don't know." I mean, when you say like I beat the game on expert, it's like, well, like, did you
no
know?
fail mode was on.
Yeah, it's you know, and it changes the conversation for a lot of people.
in which you can play Elden Ring incorrectly. To some players, purity of experience is paramount, and to have a...
Is there any good version of this that isn't just aristocratic sort of like gatekeeping? Is it possible that some people really want you to experience how fun it is to defeat the challenge when it's given to you in like a, for lack of a better word, a pure way? Is there nothing valuable there?
Why does it come off so pretentious to them? It's so bizarre.
There seems to be an advocation for like the actual erasure of the concept of gamer cred.
Which
That
is
no, there are no
unacceptable.
the idea that there are no, like, surely Jim would say that there are accomplishments to be proud of in gaming, period. But once you accept that, then we have to get into the discussion of what makes an accomplishment worth being proud of. I don't know, Jim is like a super hyper lefty, so the idea of meritorious valor and accomplishing things and skill is already like he's gonna have a problem with that. But even as far as it pertains to gaming,
a good question in chat. What is the pure way? And it's like I said, it's for lack of a better term. I'm using pure because that's the word that was used to describe whatever this section is. But if someone said, why should I play Dark Souls without summons? Like I said, I would be like, well, there's a way they've designed the enemies that accounts for your like reaction time, the way that you learn what weapons you take into battle, and all of those elements, all those mechanics are not going to be used. You're not going to have to figure things out. You're not going to have to engage with the challenge on a level that is just going to be gone. You'll miss out, and it feels fucking great when you're losing on that front and you start seeing yourself improve gradually, and then you defeat it. Kind of like the experience that everyone always cites for Dark Souls.
Like,
is that more of a criticism of the game rather than the player, though? Because that's kind of what I'm a little bit confused about. Is if the game, could you not just say that it's bad game design to include a weapon that trivializes boss encounters?
Well, I think they're two separate conversations. If someone says to you, well, I was just using it because it was there, and you're like, oh yeah, try it without, and then they go, no, you'd be like, oh, well, okay, I guess you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, there's an option there. And that seems to be what this conversation is. If this video was simply, we should be criticizing the game design for allowing for exploits that make the game trivial, that's a fair conversation as well. But that we've kind of... Jim Sterling hates people. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is about game balance and what devs need to be encouraging softly the players to actually do to try and get the experience they're designing for.
So kind of what you're saying is that Jim Sterling is anti-fun rather than anti-bad game design.
He seems to be pro-fun by his understanding of fun, which is I can do, like, more or less I can do whatever I want to in the game world. It doesn't matter. Like, my first playthrough of Soma, if I want to play Soma, but like I've model swapped every like entity in that game into Shrek, that's like fine. That's just a way you can experience the game.
It's a way to experience it. It's funny you cite Soma. They after enough backlash from people put in the mode where there's no enemies.
Yep.
Which is extremely damaging to what that game is trying to achieve, as far as I'm concerned. So, that's a whole other argument in and of itself. But yeah, like I'm all for a player playing in the way that they find to be most fun. That's great. It's just that this is one of many examples where it feels like you're screwing yourself over. I would be curious how this holds up, because I'm assuming Sterling's on board with the idea that if I watch a playthrough of a full game, just take anyone, like let's just take Super Meat Boy. I watched the whole thing. Have I played it? Like, probably not, right? Most people's standards, I'd say you haven't played Super Meat Boy. It's like, what if I pressed A once per hour while watching the video? Probably not still.
Well,
okay.
You heard about that? Have you heard about that World of Warcraft thing with the single button? Pressing thing, the automatic rotations thing.
Yeah. Well, I was going to get there, right? Like, they just go by degrees. So it's like I have to press it once per 10 minutes, once per minute, and then I have to press it as like QTEs. Then I have to actually platform with Super Meat Boy, but only for 1 minute per 10 minutes. The rest of it's done for me. And it's like, at what point am I playing Super Meat Boy? Versus at what point am I choosing to just make the experience different because I prefer it? Like, as much as you can call everyone else gatekeepers, everyone has a line. I'm just curious where you put yours, and then what principles you actually have behind them that would actually stand up to scrutiny. Because I don't think they will. It's like doing everything in the name of fun. If there was just like a known exploit in any given game where you start it and you just have to spin around in 3 circles and jump, and then it makes you immune to all damage, a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, don't do that. And then you'd be like, well, it's the game's fault it's there. And it's like, no, I mean, yeah, sure, but like, don't do it.
You're an agent.
Yeah, like you
Feel
don't
you're
have
a
to do
thinking
it.
creature. You're not a slave to fate, right?
You see this happen in Microcosm like quite frequently. Like if a game has like pre-order bonuses or whatever the fuck stuff like that. Like Neo is an example of this, where you load into Neo and like I don't know, you pre-ordered it or you got some collector's edition or whatever the fuck. You load in, you have a bunch of items. 90% of players I've seen just look at those and go, "I'm not going to use those." Because they are going to trivialize the early game.
That reminds me of the Resident Evil remake, where you just got more treasures and we weren't even aware.
Right, yeah.
Shotgun and
Yeah.
RE4.
Yeah, shotgun, extremely good. And yeah, I wasn't even aware of getting more treasures around the map. And I don't think you can turn it off unless you deactivate the DLC, I assume, or the pre-order bonus, if that's even a thing you can do. At least I think you can.
And that's so fucking weird that you could sort of like move that out in a way to be like, hey, if you pay extra, you could have an easier mode of difficulty. It's like, I don't, what?
Fucking level skips in WoW drive me insane. I hate that those exist.
What's happened to gaming, man?
Generally, too, the people that would argue against the hardcore gamer idea would also have a problem with things like the chicken hat in Metal Gear Solid 5, where if you have if Snake's wearing a chicken hat, it makes you basically invincible and turns it into like a no-fail mode essentially. But you have to be wearing the chicken hat, and they'll be pissed about that. They'll be like, "Oh God, yeah, no, I don't want to be shamed like that." It's like, okay, well.
Wasn't it Duke Nukem?
Maybe you should be.
Where you got baby mode and you had like a little fire in his mouth.
Oh, that was Wolfenstein, I think.
Wolfenstein, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think there is
like,
there are
don't
some
hurt
people
me,
who are
Daddy,
like, that's
doesn't hurt
wrong,
you.
and you shouldn't shame people for choosing. And it's like, calm down.
Well, shame on
Like
them.
at that point, we have to acknowledge that, like, in a certain way, choosing options like that can be disrespectful to the art in a way that is damaging to it.
Mhm.
If the Souls games were a certain amount more like easy, like if Dark Souls was a certain amount easier, it could very easily affect the game, because that has a huge impact on what the play experience of it is. Has an impact on how the game feels when you are playing it, which can impact how, like, even just like how the world feels in terms of like, how threatening it is and whatnot. If it's trying to put forward this idea that the world is a dangerous and risky place where you've got to be like on guard, but that isn't true, that's the game like failing to deliver on an aesthetic promise to you.
Yeah, it'd be like a survival horror game with infinite ammo or something like that. That would completely disrupt the experience of surviving with limited resources. I always think of it doesn't really represent all gaming, but I always think of speedrunning too. Like if you're doing a speed run of a game, you could either have like no holds barred, where any way you can get to the end screen into the credits is a win. But quite often they put specific criteria in there, like, okay, no bugs, no level skipping, no this, that, or the other thing, because that is the challenge. Like if you're able to use anything in the game, that isn't the same experience as, playing the game from start to finish. My go-to example is Mario 3, where if you know how to, you can skip all of the worlds up until the last world.
Yeah.
Using the warp whistles. Like if you did that, yeah, you got to Bowser and you beat the game, but did you play the game? Not really.
Yeah,
So
that's just a totally different skill. It's a totally different experience.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of wondering, like, how does developers' intent factor into this? Because if they leave a bug in a game because it came out 40 years ago and they couldn't update it or something, versus a game that comes out now and they release it and then it gets like a day one patch, but people then decide not to patch it so that way they can play with the game as it originally shipped, if you see what I mean. Like, does that affect kind of the point that Jim Sterling is trying to make, maybe?
It will, because both challenge runs and developer changes to games are going to come up, so we can just sort of soldier on a little bit, see where it goes.
Your Elden Ring experience is to take a game with so many weapons, so many spells, so many stats, so many builds, and ruthlessly boil it down to a comparative thimbleful of base elements.
That's what it is, actually.
So
all of those things are fundamentally the same thing.
But like, would Jim Sterling agree if there were a weapon that you could pick that one swing of it kills all bosses in the entire game and starts up the credits? I'm assuming you draw the line before that, and so it's like,
oh, come on, that's ridiculous.
Exactly,
that's silly.
And then it'd be like, all right, I'll go a little chill, and then we just scale it until we find the line.
Back down,
Yeah.
You get the people that'll then say, "Yeah, I use that weapon because like I have
have
things to
fun."
do in my life, so I don't have time to play a whole video game and get good at it. I just want to beat all the bosses and see the ending." It's
I've
like,
got 2
okay.
minutes
and
tonight,
then they wonder how
okay?
come my series that I loved is now shit.
Mhm.
The biggest example of this across the whole of the Soulsborne series would have to be co-op. To the purist, you haven't really played a Soulsborne game if you summon other players to
I will
help.
say there's a meaningful difference, I think, between co-op and summoning. As in, summoning an AI to help you versus playing with a friend. There's a very different experience.
Even summoning another random player to help you.
Yeah.
You. At best, you've played it on easy mode. At worst, you've cheated not only the game, but yourself.
I mean, yeah, you can
That
be
part's
dramatic
true.
about it. It's
Yeah,
just
you
that
could make the voice, but it's kind of true.
people just want to. It's genuinely like it feels fucking great to do it, and then someone else does it, but played something completely different. You're like, okay, well, we can't really talk about the experience of defeating any given. Like, you know, if you wipe out Ornstein and Smo in one hit versus, you know, doing it like it took you like fucking half. Let's just say like something ridiculous. Imagine taking 9 hours to not even defeat Orphan of Kos or something like that. I know, an insane example that no. But, you know, finally defeating him, and then someone's like, you fucking loser, I just got, you know, did the thing and it killed it first try. And you're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But did you learn anything about how it worked or what experience they were trying to get out of you and how it's different? And it's like, no, and you're like, okay then, we can't really talk about it, can we?
Yeah, but it sounds like he accepts the premise, but without, like, actually accepting the premise. There's a deference to the label of difficulty mode, which seems to, because like he acknowledges just in that section that there is such a thing as an easy mode, which is easier than a harder mode of the game. But because using co-op or using summons isn't labeled as being easier, therefore it's perfectly acceptable to label it just as hard mode is. Whereas if the game just told you, hey, because you're using summons, we're going to now bump you down to normal, he might not even be making this argument because the game would have done his thinking for him.
Yeah, I mean, like Jim can use a mocking voice for it all he wants, but you are cheating yourself out of the experience that most people will say are the reasons to play these games if you don't at least try to see, okay, what's it like fighting one of these bosses one-on-one? By denying the even attempt, you've cheated yourself out of that experience.
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked he even holds this position. That's why I'm shocked he even holds this position, because this is something that you experience in so many different games. Like this concept is going to come up, and you're going to realize there's some things that just break the mechanics and ruin the fun of the game. And it's just something you think he'd understand as a gamer. You don't need to just.
Yeah. If we're already using my cause thing as an example, I then went on to New Game Plus, got to the boss again, and then beat him first try, and I was like,
probably felt pretty good.
So that felt so fucking good because I battered my face against this fucking boss for 9 hours straight, beat him then go back and just do it on the first try. It was fucking awesome.
Just it's a fair comment, Spoiled, right? So this argument goes both ways. If a player beats them with a method that works and they enjoyed it, and then you come in and spoil their fun. So what I'm working with, and I assume most people are, is that whenever someone says, like, using summons makes it way easier and a completely different experience, it's a person who's done it. As in, they've completed the game without using summons, and then they gave a go at what playing with summons is like. Usually, when we talk about it, we do come from a place of criticism about what it does to the interactions with the enemies. We're familiar with it. We know how summoning works, and we've done it. Point being, you know, it's not like an experience like everyone chose a random experience, and everyone should be able to just enjoy them all equally. We're talking about, as mentioned in the video, there's a lot of Dark Souls aficionados who are like, oh, that element of the game kind of makes it so that you can't have access to this part of the game. Said from the point of view of someone who's played it a bazillion times, sort of thing. So, as opposed to saying you should not ever play it the way that you're enjoying it, it's please, at least once, try playing the game without summons. That's the best version of this argument as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't want to prevent people from using summons, by the way. I do it every once in a while. It's fun. It can be fun.
It's just playing the line, like you said.
The first playthrough I did with summons because I was like, oh, that's a new mechanic. I want to check that out. And then I went through the game. It's like, wow, this was really easy with those summons. And then I played without the summons, like, this is a completely different game, and realized I don't know any of the movesets from any of the enemies.
I think that Sterling is dishonest enough that if I said I used a summon, 2 of them, and they killed the boss and I didn't do anything, Is that chill? So like, yes, that is absolutely valid, fine, and you had fun. And I'd be like, you don't think maybe that I should give a go at playing the boss myself, or I should just watch all the summons do it for me throughout the whole game? Like why are we being this silly?
Well,
you can compartmentalize the experience out really quickly into like, okay, so I summoned 2 guys to kill the boss for me. Okay, I went on YouTube and watched a co-op.
I hired my
playthrough.
friend to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I went on YouTube and I watched a co-op playthrough. I had essentially the same amount of engagement with what was going on. So what's the difference? Have I still like played the game in such a way that I can claim to have played the game?
Well, I think what bothers me the
anything out of
most
it?
is the denial of a difference. Like it's not so much that I'm like pissed if someone decides to play Elden Ring or Bloodborne or whatever with summons. It's just like to say that that is no different than if you that there's no different in the experience you had than if you played it without summons, because summons are part of the game. I'm just like, well, that's just not true. It is
If
different.
you're saying
It's a
that it's
lot
no different,
different.
that's insane. Yeah.
It's
Well,
like,
'cause
no,
it's
you
broadened
beat the
it
game,
out
you beat
to-
the game. Doesn't matter how you do it. And it's like, well,
There's a foundation that's something that we'd all like to advocate for as well. It's like video games are a wonderful place where you can make any of your choices and you all have unique experiences. Like, yes. And it's like, so if I happen to choose something that makes it so I skip to the credits, I've played it just as much as you have. It's like, no. Like,
yeah,
and you're like, what do you mean no? I can do whatever I want. It's like, okay.
It's like, yeah,
That's
you
actually-
can, but like,
That's
it's
making me
not
wonder.
the same thing.
Giving the audience autonomy cuts both ways. You give them the ability to have these experiences that are uniquely personal and whatnot, and you get access to your audience in different ways, but you also give them the ability to fuck around in your art, which can be really bad for it.
And fuck things up for sure.
This is making me wonder, like everything that he and we are talking about is making the game easier by interacting with a mechanic that makes the game worse because it gets easier. But does this all apply if you don't choose to make the game harder? So like for some reason this example comes to mind in Baldur's Gate 3, there is a particular fight where you have a special ability only for that fight, and the fight is tuned for you to have that ability and to use it. It's possible to beat the fight without using it, but it's so much harder to do it that way. So did you play the fight, quote unquote, properly if you use that special ability?
I think you're almost moving into the discussion of challenge runs, right, at least adjacent to. And because I think I understand what you're saying is like, this seems to only come up, it doesn't usually come up for things that make the game harder, does it? People don't say like, hey, you got to play it purely with the things the devs provide you in a overt or explicit way. It's usually if it makes the game extremely easy, which, by the way, there's way more to discuss than Spirit Ashes in Elden Ring. I think that the way a lot of the healing systems work, like DS2's life gems make the game completely trivial. And it's just like, well, but you have to talk to the old lady at the beginning a couple of times to unlock that. It's like, yeah. Dark Souls 1,
no effort at all.
if you get the sort out all of the shit with Pinwheel, like, you get way more health. I still think that's incredibly well balanced by comparison to some of the shit that we have in other From Software stuff. Point being, there are lots of decisions you can make in lots of these games. You can crank up your sword to like the maximum level before you attack any given boss and make them all super easy. But I think Dark Souls community players and stuff, if you do that because you carefully search the whole world, you discovered how the systems work, you upgrade your weapons, and then you attack the bosses, that's mostly like going to be seen as kind of cool that you figured that out and then you defeated the enemies with that information. As opposed to you walking toward the fog wall and it's like, you want help? And then you press A, and then it beats it for you. It's very like,
Boss, yes, no.
And again, I'm not trying to take away from how fun that can be. It's just a different experience. And a lot of people find it dissatisfying to try and discuss how they went through the game. Again, I almost want to move away from Dark Souls sometimes because it's always the example.
I was about
but,
to say, can I add an example that's outside of the realm of Dark Souls? But go ahead.
You know COD 4's opening where you do that training mission and you have to, he's like, go. If someone says to you, it's like, yeah, I fucking nailed that. And you're like, oh, sweet. Like, did you get the veteran rating? It's like, no, I got the casual one, but I still completed it. It's like,
So you completed it. You clearly didn't nail it.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Suggestion is a
Someone be
rating
like,
of how
"Oh,
well you did."
You're better than me because you got the veteran rate. It's like, well, no, but it genuinely plays different if you nail the veteran rate. It's kind of like why I like that sequence so much. It trains you to be faster. It trains you to learn the environment.
You've engaged with more of what the game has to offer. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there a thing in the first Assassin's Creed game where like the final boss, it's supposed to be quite a long fight, drawn out fight with that guy. But if you spam the hidden blade right at the beginning, you can just stab him and he'll die. And basically, you skip the entire final boss battle. You do technically kill him. You still see the resolution of the story. You've done all of that, but you've missed effectively like an entirely designed encounter that the game has put in there for a reason, because there's a little glitch in it which allows you to skip it. Like, you've seen the same story, but you haven't seen everything that the game has to offer you in that situation because you've exploited it and it's skipped.
How does Jim Sterling justify principally the difference of using something that is an exploit or a glitch versus something that's in the game as intended but is blatantly overpowered or essentially easy mode? What's the principal difference between those?
Probably just wouldn't engage and say, well, if it's fun, then it doesn't matter. If that person had fun using the exploit, then that's the same as beating it on the highest difficulty with no summons or whatever.
The difference is that you're not playing by the rules of the game, surely.
Oh, I know that. I'm just I'm saying that I'm willing to bet that's
but I would say why is Jim why does he give a shit about playing about the rules of the game if ultimately there is no sense in honor, no sense of like actual earned accomplishment. It's all basically fair game. I would be curious how he justifies that.
I would like to know. You know how in Call of Duty 4, like depending on Modern Warfare 2 and stuff, depending on how well you do in that course, Captain Price will say different things about how well you did, right? If you did it pretty slowly, it'll be like, not very impressive. And then the better you get, the more complimentary it is. I'm curious if Sterling would say, is it good, neutral, or bad when the game essentially makes a definitive statement on how good it thinks you are at the game? Should it do that? Should Captain Price have an opinion on how well you did? Or is that disparaging or discouraging to players that aren't as good that Captain Price says, you could have done better, Soap. Like, not very
or a game that adjusts or a game like Resident Evil 4 on normal, where it will adjust the difficulty according to how tough of a time that you're having. That's essentially
the game do
like
that?
a
Yeah,
soft
that's right. Should the game come along and say, I see you doing a bit shit, so we can lower the difficulty for you, that would make you feel better.
Even things like Devil May Cry
are doing really well, so let's make it harder.
Yeah.
I like
games
that.
like Devil May Cry 2 are constantly giving you on-screen ratings of how well you're playing, which encourages you to use more varied techniques and get better at it.
Instead of just spamming things.
Yeah.
Offering a lower difficulty is so humiliated.
I just wanted to give like one... Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, sorry. I just want to do a far-fetched example. But like, for example, if you participated in the Tour de France and you're like, oh man, I was in the Tour de France. That was crazy. I had such a great achievement. But you use an e-bike. You'd be like, oh, that's not really the same thing.
There's so many ways to break it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like this is a concept... Or go ahead.
No, but on the other hand, it's like another guy participated. Is like, oh yeah, and right before the race, I broke both my legs to give me that extra challenge. Like, no, you don't have to do that.
That is impressive.
Yeah, when you mention things that are competitive, it just becomes
I did
so
a handstand and ran the whole thing.
I think this is a concept that people who play PvP are generally going to be more open to understanding. I remember specifically in the UFC Undisputed 3 game, if you get hurt while standing up, you can still defend yourself. You can still move your head. You can still clinch up, do certain things. But if you got hurt while you're on the ground, you're pretty much defenseless. And everyone I know who played this game understood that wasn't a satisfying way to win. So you'd basically let the person reset and then finish it in an appropriate way. And it kills the fun because they have absolutely no way to defend themselves. And with PvP players, it's just something that people are open to and understand. But with games like this, it just feels like anytime you talk about, winning in an honorable way, it comes off as pretentious to them. I don't understand the line there.
Actually, speaking of fighting games, one thing I really like about playing Tekken 8 online is if someone's using the simplified control schemes where you can kind of just do more powerful moves with single buttons instead of actually like putting the combos together, it shows you that on the screen. So like that they're using the I forget exactly what it's called, like custom controls or I don't know, like quick mode. And so when you beat someone using just the standard controls, it is almost like a different type of satisfying to be like, yay, you're using the cheater controls and I still beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all you controller players in Apex Legends.
The aim assist and shit.
Oh fuck, it's unreal.
I fucking love that aiming is optional now in shooters.
It is actually absurd. Apex Legends is a game I've played it a shit ton. I've got like 3,000 hours in it, and I've got friends who played it, and we've played it a whole bunch. And holy actual shit, if you play, and this is after like a universal 20% plus nerf to everything. If you are playing on mouse and keyboard, you are at a disadvantage because the aim assist and the help that you get from that game's software is so strong that it's probably the most popular clan tag in Apex Legends is M and K, because people actually want to make it known that either claim to be on mouse and keyboard or they are actually on mouse and keyboard.
It's because
it's like
someone just mentioned in chat, and this is, you just need the game for you to make you understand this position. But if someone says, "Yes, I beat Call of Duty World at War on veteran," you're like, "Oh my god, you did it too? Yeah, it was insane." It's like, "Yeah, I played with grenades off though." Like, no, you didn't beat it on veteran. They're like, "Yeah, I did." It's like, "No, you did. Shut up." Yeah,
there's a level of frustration that World of War on veteran creates that few other games have ever matched, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Call of Duty's not generally
just to be
like,
clear,
hey, this
it's
game's
shit, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Frustration is a word I chose specifically.
I kind of respect for I think it was Devil May Cry had a mode in most of their games called they called it like the easy automatic mode or auto mode, where it would handle all the crazy combos for you. But I believe it was DMC5, which actually would put a little notification on your screen at all times saying auto in the corner. So when you see reviewers and stuff like,
can't do that.
yeah, you see like streamers and reviewers like, the so and so I did all this crazy combos. Like, no, you didn't. You held down the button. But okay, it's fine.
You just press the A button. That's what you
Mash
did.
triangle.
Yeah.
Or triangle.
Either way, you didn't have a real Elden Ring experience because you used a feature that the Elden Ring has. Yeah, way to not play Elden Ring.
So what if it wasn't an intended feature? What if it was a third-party feature? Because all the arguments you've made so far apply still. This is the first time you mentioned
that.
this.
Serious for a second. Like,
that
you
applies
had
to
a
glitches
real
and bugs.
experience, but you had an experience that a lot of people would say there's a strong chance that the experience was lesser than if you had done it yourself. I think, like, I'm willing to stand on business and say, like, is more likely than not that if you beat a boss using summons, you are going to have a lesser experience, for better or for worse, than someone who just did it themselves.
I think it's okay to say you are more than likely, statistically, going to have had less fun. And I know there's like, you can't know that. It's like, I think you can if you broaden it out to, like, if you did test subjects or something, I think you get
like
that result.
If you believe wellness surveys are a thing, then you have to believe that's a thing.
It's purely anecdotal, but the number of people, like, comparatively, I've seen like struggle with a boss and get super emotional and happy when they actually beat it.
Yeah.
You know, they're having a lot of fun with. Versus people, like, the number of times I've seen someone summon for a boss and basically just roll through it stone faced. Like, they don't really. It's at that point that I start to wonder what you're actually getting out of it, which is why I'd be willing to call it a lesser experience. It's become something very cheap in that sense. Like,
I probably wouldn't
what's actually
frame
the
it
reward
as like in terms of the amount of fun that you had, in the sense that the way that the game is quote unquote meant to be played, like not using summons. Like, the frustration is kind of the point, right? You're actually supposed to not have fun through a large part of the learning experience in order to bank up the relief feeling of finally managing to learn everything and then beat it at the end.
Supposed to is
I wouldn't necessarily say
complicated.
you had less fun or more fun, but you're definitely having a different, like, emotional experience one way or the other.
Do you have fun from the challenge, or do you have fun from just completing the game and just saying, it's different thing depending on the person.
Built into what I think Theo was trying to say there was that you can't know for sure, so you wouldn't really want to make the statement, but I'd be willing to bet that you'd have more fun if you hadn't used summons. It's really, and that's just based on experience of watching loads of people play the game. It's part of why it's advocated for. But I just find this super interesting. Like, you're using something that's in the game, retard. It's like, okay, what if it wasn't?
Well, so what if it's a bug or a glitch, an obvious exploit?
Well, yeah.
That's in the
What
game.
if it wasn't in the game? What if it wasn't intended to be in the game? What if it's a third-party thing? What if they added it way later? Should I be using it now, even though it wasn't there in the original base? Yeah, I mean, so
like,
I wouldn't
devs actually fucked up.
I wouldn't want to put a principle on whether or not it was supposed to be in the game, like, because it just feels like that's a bit flimsy in terms of what we should try and advocate for.
And it's not just summoning. You'll find purists.
Oh, and also, like, an example of this would be, like, so in RimWorld, amazing game, everyone should play it. When I beat the game without mods the first time, it was more difficult. but it was very satisfying. Obviously, the first time I'd done it, so it was particularly satisfying. But I have way more fun when I use mods with a game. And when I beat the game with mods, it's easier because I have a lot of different options and stuff like that, and it's just better with mods. But it's easier, but it's more satisfying. It feels better. It's more fun. So you can have both, and they can be different, but they can still be similar.
To not play Elden Ring. And it's not just summoning. You'll find purists scrutinizing every aspect of play to find things that invalidate their idea of authenticity by offending their sense of purity. If you use a weapon the purist deems overpowered, you didn't play Elden Ring.
Yeah, all you people who say, "Oh yeah, I'm good at Battlefield 3," and like, really, how many stars do you have with the M16A3? Okay, that's what I thought, or the AEK. Okay, I got you. Anyway, all right.
Not
Okay,
not
all
to
right,
get
all right.
annoying about this, but really quickly, like on my Shadow of the Erdtree video, the number of comments I've received doing exactly this in reverse, like essentially invalidating my game experience because I didn't choose to use certain things, as opposed to invalidating my game experience because I did choose to use them. I don't understand why that's like necessarily fine, I suppose. Like, if I'm not having fun with Elden Ring, let's say because I'm playing it in a certain way, and someone says you should be using all of these other options that you don't want to use, apparently that's just much more like understandable as a position.
It was funny, when I first ever played Dark Souls on stream, and I killed a Black Knight, and he dropped Black Knight's sword, and I was like, huh, and he, all of chat were like, no! I was like, whoa, what? What's wrong? It was like, is it like a, curse item or something? They're just all just sad faces, because they know how much easier the game gets with that. I was like, okay.
I mean, you can technically play Uncharted with Donut Drake and Infinite Ammo and all that other stuff, and that's built into the game. But I don't think that's what they intended. Naughty Dog intended you to play the game. So
you can turn yourself into a god if you put all the cheats in with Grand Theft Auto, but everybody knows that ruins the fun. There's a million examples of this. I can't believe this is controversial at all.
This is a gray area because it was built into the actual game world. Like it's not labeled as a cheat or a tweak or anything like that. So there is an argument that it is a way to play the game, and if it's built into the game, you can't really argue that it wasn't designed into the game.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that, and nobody's saying you can't have fun with it either. It's just a matter, there's no clip in God mode in Quake, and if you put those on and beat the game, like I beat it on the hardest difficulty, it's like, no, you didn't. And if someone says that's gatekeeping, it's just like, well, I mean, yeah, sure. Like, is this category?
Sometimes gatekeeping is necessary. Like, I'm tired of gatekeeping being like fundamentally a negative thing. Some people don't know what they're talking about, and they need people who have standards to explain it. Like, I don't get this at all. It's so simple.
It's like if you beat Quake with God mode on, like fundamentally, I just don't understand what you're really getting out of it.
That makes portions of the game significantly easier. You didn't play Elden Ring. If you use entire classes of magic deemed invalid, you didn't play Elden Ring. If you
Which classes? Name
again, I'm not saying you didn't play it. It's that you didn't get the experience that people generally will say is the reason to play those games. That's a different thing than saying you did not play the game.
If there's a spell that you can access early game that you can just cast and it insta-gives any enemy at all, well, I mean, don't you agree that maybe it's just you should avoid it if you're gonna? It just makes the game not a game.
It's like if you played.
What the point is.
It's like if you played 500 hours of Minecraft creative mode and you said you're like a pro at Minecraft. It's like, yeah, I mean, you know Minecraft, I guess, but you haven't actually played what people commonly associate with the standard way of playing Minecraft.
Building structures, you don't even know if they're good at that.
Yeah, building something in survival as opposed to creative is just going to be more impressive because you're working with limitations and resources.
Also, this is all framed as it always is with these topics, that when you come around, it's like, hey, maybe you want to try it without the summons because it's a different experience. It's always framed like you're trying to ruin the experience for the other person. It's like, no. I got into this because of the thing I'm telling you to try, and then tell me what you think, because I want you to like this part of the experience as well. Like, imagine you've been on your friend's ass for like years, like try Dark Souls, and then they do Elden Ring and they get the fucking Mimic tier and just bruise for everything, and they come back, it's like, it wasn't even that hard, as you said. It's like, oh, did you use summons? Like, yeah. It's like, okay, try without, and then you know what I mean with the experience that I'm trying to explain to you. It's not like, oh, it's great you had fun, but try it this way, and see what I actually mean with the experience I've been doing since Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. Well, not 2, but you know.
Yeah,
There's
and
nothing
there's
to
a
talk
difference
about if you don't have a
between-
similar experience, and if they just cheat themselves that way. I know exactly what you mean, Meadow. It's frustrating because
Yeah.
you're trying to at least be able to discuss the different things you guys experienced and different, steps that you took to overcome the challenge. But then you realize they just cheated and put on all this bullshit, and it's like, what's the point of even talking to you now? We didn't experience the same thing.
Well,
Yeah,
and I think
one
the
game
difference in the
doesn't equal one experience.
Yes.
the difference in the person responding that too is them saying, "All right, yeah, I'll give it a shot," or saying, "No, I already beat the game." It's like, well,
That's sort of
yes.
the thing is this is again just so like easy because you can like do this thing that humans are quite good at where you talk to another person and you say, hey, I think you might have more fun playing this way, or I got a lot more out of the game playing it in this way, and I think it might be worth your while to give it a try, and then the other person can decide whether or not that is like worth their time. And this is all like a really simple interaction that can happen on a day-to-day basis even.
No.
We don't have to get so upset about it. I
The
don't know.
Mimics tier you did.
For anyone who doesn't know, Mimic Tier is
Mimics
hilarious.
tier. Why did you add an S?
Didn't they update this? They nerfed it?
Yeah, they nerfed it like twice. It's still broken, but they nerfed it like twice.
Yeah, because in the original version, for anybody who didn't play it, it's insanity. The Mimic Tier is so insane. You can
would
sub it, it
actually
just beats
kill
any
everyone
boss.
for you. Yeah. The
It's
only
just
boss
second
that
you.
couldn't kill for you was Melania because she would just use it as a lifesteal
Yeah.
dummy.
Right.
Play Elden Ring. Oh wait, forget just the Mimics tier. I've seen it argued that if you
Why are you
use
adding an
Spirit
S?
Ash's ass,
It's on your screen.
Come on. The person who edited it is
require-
not the same as the person who spoke this.
Reading is hard.
I just want them to do like a AI dub over as the Mimics Tier, which is every time.
didn't play Elden Ring. Spirit Ashes. That was what threw into sharp relief for me just what an extreme position the video game purist has, despite years.
It's a really bad example because everyone agrees, at least in the original iteration, that Mimic Tier kind of fucked everything up. I mean, when I was playing it, I was laughing at how effective it was. It was hilarious. Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, it's the actual meme at this point. So to be like, oh, that apparently changes the experience. Like, yeah. To the point where the
Yeah, 'cause
devs realized they had to do something.
It's
Yeah,
a second
it's laughable.
queue.
The
It
devs
is a
changed
fucking.
it.
It's a
That goes
second
against his
queue
whole
with
point.
way more health. It's just.
Of us all just kind of getting used to people discussing the most pure ways of playing Soulsborne games. That should give you an idea of how long I've been sitting on some of these video subjects as well, considering how soon after Elden Ring came out we had people saying
it's
anyone
this
who
guy.
uses Spirit Ashes
Fat
is
Caitlin.
playing the game wrong and having an invalid time. Actually, that doesn't give you an idea of how long I've been sitting on some of these ideas. I've got subjects I've been meaning to...
Oh, wait, we're not
who's
saying you
they
had
had
an
an invalid
invalid time. Yeah, I mean, without
wanna-
unpacking what the fuck do you
This
mean
is a
by
sniper rifle.
invalid time, but
just different. It's not the same.
you obviously you had an experience that is not
it's
typical
really-
of what either the devs were going for artistically, or
but-
you've had an experience that is not worthy of praise.
Don't you
I
know
believe
that
it is
it's
lesser.
really- No, but it's really easy to argue with the worst versions of every argument that you have to deal with.
Yeah, but if Jim didn't have those, who would
Well, no,
he argue with?
There was one random fucking idiot on YouTube who said something. Oh shit! I'm gonna pick that one and then use it to represent the total.
No, Jim went,
position."
thank
The
God
worst,
someone said it. Yes.
most incompetently phrased, like most aggressive version of the argument. And then it just makes life so easy. It's really easy to argue with the worst version of these arguments.
Yep.
Thank God that one YouTube commenter said something retarded. Oh, thank God, or
Yeah,
else my job would be difficult.
Oh,
A
he
YouTube
even got
commenter
2
would
likes.
never.
2
No.
likes on that one. That's a banger. This is a really popular one. This reflects what
Yeah.
most people think.
Going
Just not your
viral.
numbers.
At least he's consistent because he's treating the argument in the same way as he treats his games. Apparently, it's just like you play the easiest version of the game,
And that's perfectly
possible.
valid.
Ooh.
tackle for about a decade. The Spirit Ash system, where you collect ghostly companions based on monsters and other characters to fight alongside you, is one of Elden Ring's most interesting
And tell me, how many people take issue? I know,
it?
right?
it's interesting.
How many people take issue with you grabbing just some wolves versus the Mimic Tier, I wonder? How many people take issue with you having just a guy with a spear who does a poke every once in a while versus a copy of you with like a significant chunk of health that the boss has difficulty dealing with? Wonder if there's any nuance here at all.
How about a guy you can summon who does % max health damage to the boss and just lops off a portion of its health bar once every few seconds?
And distracts the boss and completely changes the dynamic.
Coolest
That's the
features
big one, if you ask me.
It is. No, it's huge. It's what fucks the bosses up
thing
completely.
I said last time, right? Is that it's massively compounding in that you're dealing damage, they're dealing damage, and you're both gaining more damage windows because the mimic or whatever your summon is attacking with no regard for its own safety, and you're getting
so you
windows
get a
while the
freebie.
boss is attacking it. You're getting
healing
compounding
is
extra,
easier.
like exponential freebies.
By the developer and given a significant level of focus in the game itself. And yet you have some self-styled fans saying that if you use it, you're not really...
Sorry, they're not fans
As opposed to
now?
self-styled. You're not really fans. You're a self-styled
You don't
fan.
play
Fuck you.
Now who's
Go
fucking
away.
gatekeeping?
really playing
you
the
have not
game.
played
I mean,
it,
just speaking for
Toles, let's
myself,
be
but if
honest
I'd
here.
worked on Elden Ring, I'd be bloody offended hearing that. Just like summoning...
What if they changed it?
What?
You're talking about
Would they
like,
not be
oh,
offended by you calling
devs
people
put in-
self-styled fans?
the devs put
Why
shit
should-
in, and then there's fans saying you shouldn't be using it. That's offensive. It's like, what if the devs themselves agree?
Why should that speak to anything? Why would it even matter if the dev was offended?
I don't know.
I need to ask because I'm having trouble understanding this because I haven't played Elden Ring. But how are summons different to, for example, using a heavy attack? Is it just the degree of damage that they do?
It's an extra guy
Aggro,
who can be attacked by the enemies and the bosses, so they're acting as like ablative health in that regard, while also getting in their own damage with no respect for their own safety. So they're worth a lot of damage over time, while also being worth significant damage in that they represent times where the enemy isn't focusing its attention on you, so you can just hit it for free.
Okay, so it's kind of like a perfectly efficient AI version of the player.
Yeah,
that
pretty
helps
much.
you.
Perfectly efficient
It's-
might be a
it's-
bit much, but honestly,
yeah,
even
yeah.
having anything else for the boss to focus on really changes the way those boss
You-
encounters feel.
You get like Theo's saying, like you get to reposition for free, you get to attack for free, you get to heal for free. All of these things completely change the fight.
Sure, yeah. I mean, honestly, this really does just sound like bad game design, and I haven't not played Elden Ring. This just sounds like a badly designed
They really
game.
suck.
That's why I wanted to ask Theo if you have any examples of like really good AI design in other games that work effectively based on the context of the game. Like the only thing that comes to mind for me is like the Necromancer in D2 really works because the skeletons are super weak at first and you have to scale up for them to even be viable.
For
That
like
doesn't break it.
multiplayer? Or like
anything
multiplayer
you could
AI
think of.
companions, or...
Anything you could think of that's relevant to this to counter his point here, because I think he's just with Dark Souls, it just breaks it completely. But what's a game where it actually works?
Well, for things like
Just Monster
Diablo,
Hunter
like,
series, like Fatalis and Monster Hunter World Iceborne, for example, is like very much built with the handling of a bunch of different foes at once, like 4 people at once in mind, and has a bunch of attacks that like account for that, in that you are restricted to a fairly specific area in terms of where you can actually deal damage to it. A lot of its attacks have like very large areas of effect, and it's dangerous at a bunch of different ranges in different ways that mean different classes have to like account for it in different ways. For example, the fireballs are super dangerous to ranged characters because sometimes they can just straight up one-shot you, but the people up close need to be like very careful about like the it like falling on them, hitting them with claw slashes and whatnot, that sort of thing. And it even has certain like attacks that are built with a cooperative mindset in mind. Like it has one move which is a big flamethrower that covers basically the entire stage. But if you have a shield, like it does periodic damage that ticks extremely fast, it'll kill you extremely quickly. But if you're one of the weapon classes that has a shield, you can stand in it blocking it, and you will create a safe area behind you for other allies who don't have a shield. Things like that.
Can we also throw in some praise for
Way better designs.
I guess you could call it an analog for summons, but having the cat with you in Monster Hunter, nowhere near significant enough to turn a full tide of a fight, but programmable, for lack of a better, changeable to either, periodically be able to stun the creature you're fighting, or to be able to just generally apply attacks or some kind of poison, any kind of debuff, buffing you, looking for things to heal you, to support you, to defend you, like, and you choose what you want to focus on, but it's all under a really strong limit. Like, it cannot be the thing that makes you win a fight, other than
Yeah,
like
it's good.
That's really good because
It's just proper balancing for games.
I completely forgot about the cat because I haven't played with a cat in like a really long time, actually. Because the cat is actually like a trade-off as well, which is good because having the cat around makes monster behavior more erratic because sometimes the monster is going to target the cat and not you. And this can make monsters really difficult to predict and understand what they're going to do next, which can be hard when you're trying to play precisely.
Yeah, again, because dodging a front-on attack from a monster is different than dodging it from behind if it's got like a particular animation or whatever. Because the head might go first, the tail comes next, and you need to learn that if you're going to attack it from different angles.
And you have to know where you want to be relative to the monster to have like the best sort of dodges. Because Monster Hunter by default doesn't have a lot of iframes on its rolls. You're not specifically going to be iframing through everything very often. Your defense is much more positional. You want to be out the way of where the monster is like going in the first place rather than dodging through its body.
Really prefer that. Some iframes just feel like I didn't dodge that. You're just cheating.
I knew I knew when Theo said it would have to be caught. So someone said sometimes the monster attacks the cat is good, but sometimes the boss attacks the summon is bad. The boss always attacks the summon consistently. It'll always provide you opportunities. Basically, 50% of the fight will be spent on the summon. Makes it extremely embarrassing.
They're waiting for a gotcha, not listening to the point you made, which is a very clear point.
Because of the relative health pools, because a Monster Hunter monster takes fuckloads longer to kill than any Souls boss, literally any of them.
Well, the cat can get knocked out with one hit, right?
Yeah, and the cat can go down in one hit. The cat doesn't contribute a huge amount of damage of its own, and monsters can swap targets mid-string, which is, if I'm not mistaken, much less the case in
and
Souls games.
We already talked about a single attack on multiple angles. This is not something From Software have taken the time. I'm not saying that no enemies do that. They do. It's just that Monster Hunter, if you play both of them extensively, you'll understand immediately. One developer has taken the time to make sure this is a beneficial cooperative experience versus a single-player experience that you can play cooperatively.
Yes.
Shadow of the Erdtree, they just did a bunch of AoE attacks with particle effects that fill up the entire screen to make it hard to see.
Abstract art.
Well, there's something with, like, the past Souls games. Is Elden Ring the first one that has like summons and co-op in it?
Oh no,
they've been in there since the beginning.
Oh, because I was going to try to be nice to them and say that, well, obviously, if it's the first time they've tried it, they're going to make mistakes, and that's absolutely understandable. But apparently, no.
To be so clear, and I know that there's probably even people in chat who think this is insane, but like when I first finally decided to play Dark Souls on stream on Twitch, a bunch of chat were like, and friends were like, yeah, just don't summon. And, I'd have been like, well, I should be able to play the games I prefer. I was like, no, it's not that. It's just, you're not going to enjoy the experience anywhere near as much if you do it that way. Trust us. Because we know you as a person, or we've had the same thing. It's not meant to be a gatekeeping, purist, angry, blah, blah. It's literally just, we want you to have more fun, and you will.
Yeah.
It's a
I've
positive
been there
thing.
in call with friends in like sort of the reverse situation as well. Like people who don't play so many video games or whatever, or like they're new to the Souls games and they're like really frustrated and having a bad time. I'll still discourage them from summoning, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna fucking block them if they choose to summon Lautrec or whatever. Like, I don't know.
You can do it,
If it's a way to just introduce them to the game, if just by someone who would never play a video game, fuck it, just do what you got to do. But at least explain that line that this isn't the full potential. If you really want to get the most out of this game, remove the summons and learn the game properly. But as long as they understand the line, my issue with this guy is him acting like the line doesn't exist and we're all just assholes for having standards.
I think there's also an element of like, if you're using summons, Jojo, from the get-go, you also don't really learn the game properly. Like, I've got a coworker who hasn't beaten Liza P because he summoned for every boss, and you can't summon on the nameless puppet, who's the final boss. So he's just like, I'm just not nearly good enough to beat this.
Oh yeah, it'll fuck you over.
I'm never going to finish this game.
Same sort of group of people. I've like the people I watch who have like consistently summoned or whatever. You watch them; they don't really have an understanding of how to play a fight, like the basic terms of what it means to play a fight. Like I need to evade an enemy pattern and then find my damage window. They just sort of walk up and start swinging and roll erratically.
Yeah.
That's something I notice in a lot of games. Where the higher in difficulty you go, the more you really have to engage and understand the mechanics of the game. Whether it's an MMO or an action RPG or strategy game, anything like that, you just sort of breeze through on easy or normal modes for the most part. But the moment you start to be like, oh, we're bumping up in difficulty, the hard mode, elite mode, or hardcore, or whatever it is. You have to like legitimately learn how the game works, and you have to be familiar with the mechanics, not just where the enemies are and the experience itself, and be familiar with that and memorize it, but like, what does this statistic actually mean? What does finesse or mobility or cleave, what do these mean? What are these stats on weapons? Or, well, what does this armor number do?
Yeah, and I
And I
think
think if you're a dev,
it goes
well,
both
that's
ways.
why I hate when they hide numbers so often in video games.
Oh,
Fat
fucking hell.
shark.
Yeah, don't get to start all that. But I think it goes both ways. That if you play it on the hardest difficulty, you get to really find out just how good or bad the game is. Because
absolutely.
everything matters.
What was our main
Yeah.
example for a long time? Was it Bioshock Infinite, where the murder of crows was like the most
Oh,
common one in
God.
Fuck.
all
Bioshock Infinite's high difficulty.
I
I
didn't
still
try that.
remember Murder of Crows Plus. There's a benefit you can get where it's something to do with the shock mod or something, that when you headshot a person, they will spread Murder of Crows to the next person.
Chain link.
And
Yeah, something like
a
that.
chain link like electric. So you get those benefits, and I think you can get them before the third of the game is out, and no group of enemies will ever be able to do anything to you. It's just one Murder of
Yes.
Crows, headshot, 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 headshot. Because they all get stunned by Murder of Crows. So you just and it's just pointless then. And you'd be like, well, you can use the other stuff. And it's like, why? I mean, yeah, it's just surprising that they gave me, like, it's one of the base fucking vigors, and I'm already dominating the whole game.
There's a million examples. The fucking bird from Borderlands. I remember that thing gets so powerful you don't even need to shoot your gun. Like there's just always gonna be this always gonna be these little things that just break the game. And like as a gamer, you learn to work around it. That's why I think like just through this conversation, we've probably come up with so many different examples from different types of games. And I just feel like it's almost like he's never had this conversation with someone offline because there's so many things to counter this. He just slapped up this video and just went forward anyway.
But it is the ultimate counter argument to, well, it's in the game, so I should be allowed to use it, and it doesn't invalidate the experience. The way a lot of games release, and it's not just a new phenomenon, though I think it is getting a little bit worse. Like they are basically released by accident and very rarely deliberately, in the sense that you are usually working on these things effectively right up until the studio says, right, time to stop and publish. Like, and the balance issues and balance questions from your, like, you might have a really great mechanical idea that in concept and in principle will change the way that this game will play, especially if it's a sequel. You want to always do that, add new things. But if you have that idea quite late, your balance team, your QA team have got like a month to try and figure out how this interacts with every other system in the game. And oftentimes that just isn't enough time. So loads of games will release with these kinds of things in them. You can't just say because it's in the game, therefore it's a perfectly valid experience, because if the dev team had more time to work on it, they probably would have either removed it or significantly depowered it.
Yeah,
There's loads of brilliant ideas that come out that are just, in principle, they're great, but like the way they actually release their shit.
Oh, yeah, it's been doubly interesting watching that, because I've been a pretty regular player of Valve's Deadlock that is currently in like closed beta right now, and seeing how much it has changed in the year or so that it's been out has been staggering. The difference, like the complete and total reworks to the map, to the item systems, to characters, the fact that they're willing to basically change anything and everything if necessary to make a better game and a better experience has really opened my eyes a lot to how important feedback is, and how devs, they're also figuring it out as they go. They're seeing what works. They're testing these things out in a real gaming
Particularly for
environment to see what
competitive
works
games.
best. Oh yeah, absolutely.
On this point still, though, I just want to be clear, basing it on whatever the developer intended is just a really weird foundation, because why can't I use all the arguments up to this point on there's a really great mod that gives me a weapon that makes the game incredibly fun. It's like a first-person shooter, but it's just a really well-balanced gun that's actually more... You know how we were saying a mod we'd love for the Resident Evil 4 remake would be Red Dot on everything? Because they took it out.
Yes, Red Dot on everything.
And it's
I wonder if that exists now.
It's
It
got
didn't
to, but...
It didn't when we did the EFAP for it.
But like, if someone said, whoa,
yes.
the devs didn't intend that, and it's like, yeah, I know they didn't, the fuckers. Like, they removed it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was for me, I mean, the one thing that keeps me from playing the remake is that the inconsistent staggers and no red dot. It's like, oh, I love so much of this game, but why'd you add RNG to the combat? Why?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I forget who said it, but some developers said this, and I think it's completely true, where game development is ever done, but eventually does stop, where there's like almost an infinite number of things you can tweak and improve and test and work on, but eventually you have to settle at a point, because otherwise the game would run over budget and the studio would go out of business and everything, and the game would never come out. So like, and I've researched enough games to know that even internal testing can be completely shot down by when you release it out into the wild. Like internal testing might show that this is perfectly balanced, everybody does this and that and the other thing, and then as soon as you give it to 10 million people, the game is completely destroyed because they try things.
There's an old adage, I can't remember where I heard it, but it goes essentially that the moment you release something, more hours of testing or data are going to be produced than you could have ever created in like your testing.
No plan survives contact with the enemy.
Pretty much.
Well, and this isn't limited to gaming too. Remember that it was like iPhone 6 or something like that? In their entire development cycle, nobody had ever tried to make a call with the iPhone in their bare hands. It was all done in like a laboratory or whatever. So they didn't realize the antenna would get shorted if you held it in your hand. And,
wow.
And one version of the iPhone was released with that problem. And that's just a perfect example of like, you need to have lots and lots of people try something out before you know what's wrong with it. Yeah.
That seems like such a simple thing to not miss and be like, hey, why don't someone
How do you
pick this
fuck that
up and
up?
make a call while we're testing this ultra expensive R&D device?
It's one of those Pico steer moments, you know.
You don't do general testing quite so often as you will do specific testing on specific systems to get an answer on a specific question. I mean, we'll do this with Judas. So there's a new thing that's been introduced. It will be tested. That system will be tested, and then opinions will be given on that system. But you have also, like every time you then like account for the feedback that players give, and also it's important to bring in testers who actually don't like it very much because you want to try and make them like it more. But you always have to account for the fact that they are doing something in isolation here, that they are missing important pieces of information, or like this will not necessarily answer all your questions about the interaction of one system with another system. It's specific and it's focused and it's localized. Obviously, when the thing releases, it goes to everyone. And there are infinite numbers of unpredictable play styles that the general audience will take that any small subset of focus testers will not. So it's always like you can only ever do your best with these things, and sometimes they will release, and ideally they won't be totally fucking broken. But at least now, I guess, if they are totally fucking broken, you can just patch them. But that does seem to make people a little bit more careless than they used to be.
I recently saw a movie called Blackberry. I recommend everybody check it out if you want to see the story of how Blackberry rose and fell basically.
Great song.
And at the height of them dominating like the market, the iPhone is about to be revealed, and they find out like that it's a screen. It's just a screen. The keyboard shows up. And the creator of BlackBerry in that movie, I don't know if this is accurate to real life necessarily, but just the kind of almost assumed reverse of practicality. He was just like, who the fuck would want a phone without a keyboard? That makes no sense. But it's just fun to watch that sort of thing. And he's like, what we'll do is copy that idea, but we will have the click of the keys behind the touch screen because people will prefer that. And then, of course, like that just didn't make it, and everything crashed, and BlackBerry's out of the competition pretty much now. But it's just so interesting when it's like so intuitive and obvious what people want, and then it turns out it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, I remember one line from the trailer kind of got me. I apologize to the Canadians in the call, but it was something like, what? How'd this happen? I thought you hired the best engineers in the world. I hired the best engineers in Canada. Like...
I think it's
don't apologize. That's a good joke.
Off the back of that, in this context, that a lot of the time people aren't consciously aware of what they want the most. You don't know actually consciously what your best experience with a game is going to be. Like everyone in their life, I believe, will have at least one experience where someone makes them do something they didn't want to do, and then they enjoy it a lot. Everyone's done that before.
Well, it's
like imagine even better graphics. Imagine, a lot of this stuff. Like imagine an argument that will convince you. It's like, oh, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's out there.
Yeah, I mean, Demon's Souls was a great example of that. It did so many things that people didn't like. It's like, oh, well, the more times you die, the game actually gets harder. It's like that's completely going against pretty much anything that was going on. Yeah, conventional wisdom in, what was it, 2009 or something like that. But people, it was completely counterintuitive to what people were kind of going for at the time. But at the same time, people loved it, and that's what was the progenitor of the Souls series. And people loved that idea. It's like, oh, you suck? Well, try harder. The game's now harder now. Good luck. And it's just like it kind of trained you to be better because you would be punished.
Get good.
yeah, you would lose life. You'd lose half your life when you're a hollow or whatever they called it in the first game. And then there was another mechanic which I don't think they ever brought it back, which the world would get darker. Yeah, the world state would actually get darker the more times you die too. So just like
tendency, that's it.
Magic, certain weapons, and so much more. Spirit Ashes are a feature of the game, a part of it, something the game quite literally gives you. With that in
loads of games give you all kinds of things.
I'm not to just be like a little bit annoying here, but like, did anyone not know that they were a part of the game? I personally had no idea. No, like,
did they think it was a mod someone snuck in, or?
But even you can make the same arguments for mods. They are fun. They're player freedom. You should be able to choose the kind of still valid. Blah blah blah. So I don't know why this is being made as a point. This is irrelevant. What if the developer says, "Oops, didn't mean to put that in there. That's actually a dev kit thing. Removed." It's like, well, I mean, I think it's still okay to play with that thing that the dev said shouldn't be in there. There's a different conversation being had at that point.
mind, one has to ask, who's actually playing the game wrong? The player using the tools the game gives them, or the player deliberately...
I would say that, I guess the easiest answer is someone who...
so many times. That specific
I guess someone who cannot beat the game is playing it wrong.
I mean, it gets really complicated. It gets really complicated because sometimes the game that was released isn't the game that the game designer wanted. Actually, like a great example of this is, did anyone ever? I didn't personally, but did anyone ever try the J.E. Sawyer mod for Fallout New Vegas? Basically, Josh Sawyer actually had disagreements with the release tuning for the final game of Fallout New Vegas, and so he actually, after the fact, made a mod. The game director made a mod for his own game, so you could play it.
What are the changes? Do you know off the top of your head?
He made it harder. I could probably ask AI, but yeah, he made it harder. I think he made it a bit more survival focused.
Ask humans on the internet, but
I just want to mention. So someone said you cannot make the same argument for mods. Mods change the game. Elden Ring is balanced around summons. First of all, mods can be balanced around a game. That's just up to the person who 100%. Made it. Secondly,
and a lot of mods let you modify themselves in terms of the difficulty.
Yeah, like even you could edit them. But Elden Ring is not balanced around summons. No From Software game is balanced around summons. I am sorry, that is not true.
I know that. Even like I know that.
People will argue. So the balance is what it is. Like, but then at that point, it's like, so there is no such thing as an unbalanced
game. Yeah. A game can't be imbalanced.
That's what the developer intended.
Well, so tell me, was it
Warfare 2 intended for one-man army, martyrdom, death streaks, and shit like that? Doesn't matter. Like, I don't give a fuck.
When you get a dev changing it, was it balanced before or after they changed it?
Yeah. What happened? How do we account for patches?
Well, all games are balanced. Some are just more balanced than others.
I see. It was always balanced.
Refusing those tools to have a harder time than was designed. What if the guy who refuses to use summon signs and solos every boss is actually the one who's never really played Dark Souls?
Well, okay.
All right.
If you can do that, then you can very easily also beat the game with summons.
There's that, but who the fuck has never, is advocating you shouldn't use summons who's never used one ever? That just doesn't happen. It's like the easiest thing to engage in, and most people know about it, and then they choose not to use it. The idea that they never done it before and hate it, why would they hate it at that point?
The idea of the game being harder than is supposed to be as well has this sense of like obligation to use these tools as well, which is like, I've been saying this on repeat for so long, but like my choices are just as much player freedom as your choices. Like if we are to go with player freedom being a pillar of a game's design, my choices to not use tools are just as valid as your choices to use tools. And we can't use any argument that like either choice should be obligate. It's about what the player wants out of the experience and what the player thinks will lead to a better experience.
This portion then goes into explaining what challenge runs are for 4 minutes. So
I've never heard of this challenge.
I was going to say, not much point.
Sound like a marathon?
Yeah, speed run. any. I just want to kill myself.
Yeah, you'd have to run fast.
But it sounds like not all tools in the game are created equal either. Like there's a difference between playing Elden Ring and not wanting to summon any spirit ashes and playing Elden Ring without dodging. Right? Like, I mean, one, it's like, okay, you're going to have a really tough time if you refuse to hit the dodge button. And maybe the game actually is not designed around that at all. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but you're also sort of throwing your experience into a very, very, very small niche of you have to be very, very good at this game in order to do that successfully. Where
Just pick
it's
up a
not like
great
no
shield.
one. I mean, I guess yeah, that's true. Well, say you decide, okay, I don't want to dodge, I don't want to block, right? Like at that point, you're definitely pigeonholing yourself into something that might actually be unbalanced to the point of it being ridiculous. But it's
Right.
not like no one beats Elden Ring without summoning. Like lots and lots of people are able
yeah.
to do
And-
that. So it's
I've been
not the
rabbiting
same as
most
being like,
people's
well, you're
problems
just
as
not
well, is
using
like
the mechanic in the game.
it is so clearly possible as well. That's like a really
Yeah.
important thing here. Like it's a sort of intuitive, you know it when you see it sense sort of thing. But like every single fight in every single Souls game is so clearly beatable by usage of the roll button and not much else beyond that. Like you never feel like you need another guy. You never feel like, you know, there's something you're missing in that capacity.
Even though this is technically not true, and I'd say even somewhat spiritually not true, if you've beaten the game soloing everything, you've beaten it with summons as well. You're like, what? No, you haven't. It's like, you have.
You very
It's like
well
if you've beaten
can,
the game
though.
on
Yeah.
hard mode, you've beaten the game on easy mode.
Yeah, it's
The
like, no,
part
you
of the
haven't. It's like,
experience you've
mm.
lost is like slapping Morgoth back while he hits someone else.
Yeah.
I think the Souls games are kind of unique in that co-op was always kind of presented as a power-up. You had to consume an item to be able to invite somebody else into your world. So I don't think the game was ever designed or balanced for co-op because it was always kind of considered a extra advantage that you could spend an item to unlock. Whereas
Well, it's like the rocket launcher in Resident Evil 4. Is like it'll basically one-shot kill every boss. However, it costs a decent amount of money, and more importantly, it takes up a lot of inventory space. So yeah, you can get that big one-shot kill, but you are gonna have to pay a price for it.
You guys remember back in the day? They still do it these days, I guess. But you beat a game on the hardest difficulty, and you unlock the achievements for easy, medium, and hard as well. It's like, wait a minute.
You do.
Yeah, I'm okay
and
with
then
that.
the unlimited
I'm
ammo
totally okay with that.
version and the fun
They don't make you go
challenge stuff.
back. It's just logical. Fun.
Well, and now most game trophies don't have difficulty tied ones. It's just you've completed the game on any difficulty is the trophy,
Yeah.
and there's none for higher ones. I was actually pretty happy when I beat Ninja Gaiden 2 Black recently, and it said beat the game on Warrior, and I was like, oh, cool. It actually acknowledged the difficulty I played on.
there was a weird little game that I played with my wife recently called Pocky and Rocky. It was a remaster, and it's a it was kind of funny. It was completely backwards. But what do you think? To unlock co-op, you had to beat the game in solo.
That is bizarre.
It was so weird.
That is actually bizarre.
That's a bit annoying if you bought it for playing as a couple. Like, what the fuck? All right, honey, just watch me dominate this real quick. Give me half an hour.
Well, it reminds me of it's a cool feature, but I guess it's different for every game. But like when a friend, say, wants to play like expert songs on Guitar Hero, and it's like you get a new save, and you got to unlock them all through buying them through the shop or complete the campaign, or you can type in a code that unlocks them all. And it's like, thank fuck for the code, because you don't have to do the entire campaign just to play the songs you want to play.
That's what calls it for.
Yeah,
I forgot my memory card. Oh no, where is it?
Exactly. There's calls for it. Someone asked, why? What is EFAP's thoughts on someone who can beat all of this stuff without the crutches from the game? Can they use it for fun after summons and overpowered builds? 100%. They can use it as much as they want.
Knock yourself
Jesus,
out.
can we? Like, asking for permission.
So
like, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
The main thing advocated for is please give it a shot. Play the game without summons. Just try to do it. It's really satisfying if you can pull it off. If someone says like you shouldn't be forcing me to do this, like nobody's forcing anything.
No one's forcing you, but just don't deny that there's a difference.
Can I play with the summons, please, sir? Please, just a summon.
Like, yes, but just don't try to tell me it's the same. That's all.
Yeah.
Anonymous people on the internet, the funny thing about them is they actually don't have any power over you whatsoever.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen to a word they say.
But nobody has any trouble accepting this idea when it comes to like replaying a game using a different class. Like everybody understands that if you replay a game with a class system, you use a different class, you are playing a different experience of that game. It might be harder, it might be easier, but it's going to be different. You're using different skills. Everyone accepts it in that context. It's basically the same argument. It's just that you are going to be playing a different version of this game that you enjoyed one way. Now go and enjoy it in a new way. You might find you enjoy it more.
Someone else as well. If most people can't beat the game without summons, would that imply the game is balanced, whatever that means, for summons? I don't think we would define balance based on the majority of players' ability to complete. At least, what do you guys think about that? I don't know if that's how it's done.
I think if it was the kind of thing that you'd have to be an elite tier player to beat the game without summons, like 1% of the 1% are able to do it, then yeah, they probably then did design the game around summons more specifically than not.
It's because this reminds me of like League of Legends, where people playing at bronze are going to be like, what's unbalanced? Fucking this guy with his move, and then at the top level play, they'll be like, that guy is literally the lowest powered character in the whole game.
Yeah,
That's a good example.
Well, yeah, generally
everyone's afraid of Garrett when they first started playing, and then you realize the high level elite, like viable champions that you can play.
Oh, that's been
high yellow menace recently. I'll have you know, maybe not recently.
Yeah, Deadlock has been going with that. It's interesting to see like the win rates of different characters as you go up and up and up in difficulty, and how you can have the characters like Lash who are super strong at low, relatively low or mid ranks, but they're not nearly as good at the super high levels.
And people could be really solo queue monsters.
Well, because the reality is that the differences in ranks like this mean that the game played at like the highest rank versus the game played at the lowest rank, fundamentally they are very different because of the way everyone participating engages with it and understands it. Like there are certain things that simply just do not work anymore and are no longer really part of the game for that reason.
The reason League works is because they balance for the high end of the game. They understand what the top level play is, so the people at the bottom, it's not even going to affect them. They don't even understand what the top champions are and what the meta is, right?
And that's the funny thing is League of Legends does balance around the lowest ranks as well, like, or at least they attempt
to. Keep in mind,
because
but they take the top level more seriously for like esports, right?
Well, they try to make it so that every level of play has a good game experience, is the way to put it, right?
Yeah. If you balance, I mean, Overwatch is kind of infamous for having really fucked up in the sense of if you balance things based off of the 0.01% of the most top players, then the 99.9% of everybody else, well, not that you have to keep the pros in mind. You legitimately do. They are the ones who play at the highest level. But at the same time, that is not the majority of people. It's not the most real world scenarios.
And as we mentioned on the topic of balance, if you force a player to solo every boss, and then right at the end you give them a summon for the final boss, versus someone who had a summon for all the bosses, and then you force them to solo the final boss, you're gonna get two polar opposite results. Like,
Liza P. Good, flat out got a buddy of mine to be like, I'm never gonna finish that game because I do not have the skill set necessary to beat that final boss because I've been playing with summons the entire time.
I remember having trouble with some of the last bosses.
Reward for skill should be the purpose of games. I don't understand people who have a different idea about it.
That's why I get so cautious about like encouraging people to open the door to summoning once, because it's like not to get over dramatic about it, but it's kind of a gateway drug in that regard, in that like every time you do it, you are like depriving yourself of a certain amount of willingness to learn or ability to learn. Insofar as like once you get later into the game, you're going to run up against theoretically things that are harder and harder and harder and harder. So if you start making the decision to summon at one point, what's to stop you from continuing to do so as you go? And every time you do, the next decision is going to be easier to make because you're no longer necessarily like with the game in terms of its mastery curve, if you know what I mean.
It's not fundamental skills that you should have gotten along the way because you're too interested in win, rather than understanding how to fucking actually get
going through a school course and getting someone else to do your homework through the entire year, but then you just have to take the final exam, and it's like, okay, I don't know any of this stuff. That was the problem.
You didn't actually learn anything. Like, that's like a different version of what Theo was saying. Of just like the journey should be important. Like, just why we all here probably have bosses from years ago, from childhood, that we remember beating because it took us so long to beat them. All the things we had to overcome, all the little things that we had to master, versus just putting on a fucking, some clone that just does all the work for us. It's just not satisfying whatsoever.
I have an interesting game example. I forgot who mentioned it, but somebody mentioned, like, is there a standard in a game where doing it the easy way or the cheating way is considered the more like applicable, the more standard way than doing it the hard way, the default way? And I immediately thought of, did anyone ever play Contra back in the day? with the Konami code.
I played the hell out of Contra 3, but yeah, Contra I've only played a bit of at friends' houses. But yes, I am aware of the Konami code.
Yeah, the Konami code for Contra. I think it applied to the future games most of the times as well. But you start out, the Konami code would give you 30 lives. Otherwise, you'd only have 3. The game's actually still pretty hard with 30 lives. It sounds like it'd be an easy baby game, but it's actually still fairly hard. But with 3 lives, it's very, very, very hard. And I believe, I don't have any evidence of this, but I believe more people beat it with the Konami code than didn't. Like it was so well known that even back in the day when Nintendo and SNES were still fairly new, everybody knew the Konami code existed.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's just funny. Like I think in that case, the cheat, the easy way was probably to many people the default. Like I think more people beat the game with the Konami code than didn't. So that's just interesting in that regard. Like it's in the game. It is totally like a cheat or an easy mode, kind of like how summons are in Elden Ring, but it probably is to many people the default. So I just thought of that. It was kind of funny to me because I think in that case it probably was to many people the standard way of playing the game.
Older NES games too are a bit interesting in that a lot of the challenge becomes when you die at a boss, you then have to go back and play way more of the game than you traditionally would in a more modern game. Oh, I mean, I've been
beat you already. Fuck.
Speaking of another Ninja Gaiden game I've recently been playing, I've been playing through the original NES one. Act 5 took me so unbelievably long because once you die at the boss of that stage, you get thrown to the very bottom of this mountain that is not particularly easy to get up successfully at all, and you then have to do it every time you die. And I'm still on Act 6. I haven't beaten that one yet, though. It's tough.
Yeah, the original Ninja Gaiden games were extremely difficult, and I thought Ninja Gaiden Black was pretty tough too. I'm like, okay, I finally beat the first boss. This is great. I'm a second boss now. Woo! Quick save, everything like that. I died, and then they brought me back to the beginning of the first level again. I remember that being particularly. I wasn't aware of the save system at the time.
I was able to finish today's Wordle. Thanks, Steph.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no meaningful difference between someone sneering at you for using co-op or picking a weapon they've deemed is too powerful, and a challenge runner sneering at you for leveling up while playing an RPG. Both.
Can I watch the gameplay?
What do you want to do? Define sneering.
But again, just where do you draw your fucking line? Can I just watch a long play and say, yeah, I played the game? You gonna sneer at me?
How can Jim say that anything is too anything? What does it mean to be too strong of a weapon if it doesn't matter if you use it? What's the point of too, the TOO?
If it makes him feel bad, it sounds like.
Well, this is the thing. It feels like a giant competition of where you're allowed to draw the line. But I just feel like this is cowardly because you're not drawing it anywhere. You're just saying like, nah, you can just do whatever you want all the time, no matter what. You're like,
this is just this is an eliminativist position. It's like nobody's allowed to have perspectives on what makes any given game cool or an experience with it like worthwhile or fulfilling.
Why can't I just expand this out to I should be able to watch movies while staring at my phone? That's perfectly valid.
I can hear it.
I can glance over. I have peripheral vision.
The challenge should be your number one priority when you're making a game of any kind. It's not always fun, man.
Challenge is a strong component of like the experience is what you're trying to create, and the challenge can be a strong vehicle toward that.
But look at something like League. If anyone's played League at a high level, anything past gold or plat, you know that you're not having fun most of the time. It's about performance and challenge. It's not always about fun.
Well, it's not necessarily fun. It's engagement.
What League player has fun?
Yes.
You know, it's like
that's the minority of games.
Some people just want to look at sexy fox ladies, okay?
Right.
ARAM was fun. Rank is like you want to rip your eyes out. Fucking
ARAM is not fun.
If you want to talk about an unbalanced game, League of Legends ARAM is just the only reason that exists is so that people like me who don't really play the game anymore can
know
jump
what,
back on after 6 months of being away.
You know what gives away how fucked ARAM is for balance is when you spawn in with like, hey, you're Ziggs, you have 200% lower damage. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Like, well,
you deal 20% less damage. You have minus 20 ability haste. You take 20% more damage. Fuck you.
You're like, what the fuck's going on? It's like, listen, this mode is...
Your character is a terrorist in this mode. Like, you can't be stopped because your job is to stand at range and throw bombs at people. And when there's only one lane, there's nowhere to hide from the bombs.
Misfortune's ult, that stupid piece of shit. I remember the first time trying that in ARAM and I got a pentakill. Literally just trying out the ult. It's just, oh man, it's too cheap.
Well, AP as well, right? Because it scales. Yeah.
Mash E.
Oh, she's bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just kind of funny to think about because it's like I don't know if anyone's entertaining that is balanced, but yes, people still torture themselves.
It is quite fun.
Mode.
Yeah,
but in a game like
I have fun with
I'm
it.
gonna respect. I'm gonna respect someone who plays Vayne, gets into the fucking backline, jukes everybody up, and makes it out alive with a triple kill. More than I'm gonna respect the fucking Misfortune who's sitting in the back just pressing buttons. Fuck you.
If a Vayne knocks out the entire team and like stakes you into a wall, you'll feel so angry, and then a few seconds you'll be like, yeah, you got me.
Yeah. Just accept your fate. If you get pinned by a Vayne, it's just like, all right.
That character's so bullshit into. No, they're not. I'm just mad.
I'm just mad.
Yeah, you can't be mad at a Vayne. It's just you lose. You
absolutely be mad
Move
at
on.
Vayne.
I can be mad at anyone. Okay.
You can get mad at anything under the sun in that game. Don't worry.
Playing a
Yasuo PTSD. Trust me.
Oh, dude. If you look at my match history from the last 2 weeks when we played Fridays, it's all losers. I don't know what's going on.
No.
Yeah.
You'll get it eventually.
We've been matched with only like diamond and platinum players, even though we just do a normal draft pick. It's like, fine, I guess we're not gonna win ever again.
That is when I quit League. I played a bunch of ranked matches with my friend, and we went 19-4, which was like really good for us because we usually get stomped. And I asked him like, did we have any fun during any of this? And they're like,
no.
Well, there was that one match, I think. Maybe there was that one, and we're both just laughing. We're like, what the fuck are we playing this game for?
It is bad if you notably like daily would come into a group chat, everyone's really happy, play 3 games, then everyone's silent. You're like, why do we play this?
That's been happening for us on Fridays. It's like, Jesus. It's like, should we play something else? Maybe it's like, yeah.
Go on.
I quit League. I quit League years ago because I remember I got really into it for a few years. I never played ranked, but one night it was around like 9 or 10 p.m. and we're like, my friend and I were like, okay, we're roommates at the time. We're like, we'll play League until we win. It's like, yeah. Around like 3 to 5 a.m. We're like, okay, we're done.
League games are too long for that sort of oath.
Yeah. When you said the best lesson I learned with League was play to perform. Don't play to win, play to perform. If you play to win, you'll be cheesed. You'll be so upset. But if you play to perform and you do your best, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
When you said I finally quit League, I thought of Luth and Rail when he said, "How nice for you."
How nice for you.
How nice for you.
How nice for you.
Everyone has a quit in League story, like if they were a fucking addict or something. It's like, this is how
Here's
I
the thing. Here's the thing. It's so bad that I remember when I quit League and I never started.
I never played League as much as I did now, and I'm not even playing that much.
If you never got into ranked and the stress of ranked and like watching your LP go up and down and just crying over it, you didn't truly like even that. I can gatekeep that. If you just played ARAM and normal, you didn't truly play League unless you played ranked.
At this point, it doesn't even fucking matter. We've been losing for like 2 weeks straight. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Just give up. It's over.
It's over.
I will say
I'm
that
just gonna search for the nearest tree and just fucking end it all.
Oh no!
I will say it's good to play. I will say it's probably good to play League for like a good amount of time because what will happen is that every new community you go into and people are like, wow, this community is kind of toxic. I'm like, yeah.
No, it's like nothing. It's nothing. League is a sociological experiment more than it is a video game. When I get into other games, it's just like, oh, calm down, you sweet summer children. Like, you guys got nothing.
I was wondering why on the box they said League of Legends by Vault Tech. I was curious what that meant, but I guess not.
Born solo and doing a level 1 run are self-imposed challenges.
Yeah, so is playing a game.
So I just want to like. I have a brief question about the challenge runner thing in terms of the challenge runner sneering. Have any of you ever seen a challenge runner sneer at someone like legitimately, like sarcastically or whatever, for not doing their self-imposed challenge? Because I've been
Never.
racking my brain and I don't think I have ever seen
If
that
anything,
happen even
the
once.
situation
If anything, it's
they're
the opposite.
extremes.
If anything, it's the opposite. They are eager to learn new kinds of challenges for them to do from someone else.
And they will receive
Or-
people saying, "Why
Well,
would you play the game that way? That's
To
stupid."
be fair, that's the point that's being made, is it would be absurd for that to happen, but that is what's happening when you say don't summon. You're imposing your
be
self-imposed challenge on other people.
Would it be absurd though if the person who was summoning was saying to the self-imposed challenge guy, "Yeah, I mean, I beat the game too. I'm awesome at that game. I'm incredible at it. I summon for every boss. The summons are amazing." It's like, well, I mean, you didn't do it the same way I did. It's like, yes, I did. I played the game. It's in the game. I did it. I'm as good as you. Well, I mean, then the self-imposed challenge guy has a right to sneer at that point, I think.
You know,
It's not sneering at you playing the game like that. He's sneering at you being a dick about
I've mentioned this before. It's not quite the same, but I still just can't resist bringing it up. But I think Mel was there for it. But when as a joke, 'cause I was drunk and playing Super Mario Sunshine on stream, I called it a Super Mario Sunshine speedrun, and I had several people from the Super Mario Sunshine speedrunning community in the chat saying you must change the title because you are not speedrunning. And I was like, go fuck yourself. Like, I can call it whatever I want, bitch.
How about you speedrun going to fuck yourself?
There was one of those ridiculous requests ever. It's like, I could just be a guy who started out. Fuck off. Like, you know, I'm having fun. Leave me alone. You cannot claim you're speedrunning. You're not truly doing it. I could beat the game in nearly 4 hours. That is speedrunning, okay? No, not 4 hours. I think that I can't remember what the record is, but I can beat it, you know, faster than metal. So
me, I fucking knew you would say that, you piece of shit.
Yeah, Jesus.
But the speedrunners, they probably have standards for certain things, like in terms of what's.
I know why they were annoyed, but they need to get over themselves. It's just like, this is ridiculous. You can't own the word speedrun. It's like, I can do what I want with it.
I was about to say, I
was about to say,
that face right there.
Yeah, this is Cusco's face on Yzma's bot.
I am now a fan of Jim Sterling. I'm sorry, guys.
He did it.
Speedrun doesn't specify what speed. True.
Just a quick example. Like, I think non-gaming examples are super effective for this as well too, because it just becomes so simple once you have the criteria. The difference between strongman and powerlifting is powerlifters, you're not allowed to use straps, so there's going to be different standards for grip strength. They all understand that. There's no controversy there. But then you also have things like you know, sumo deadlift versus conventional. There could be certain controversies there, depending on how, you know, whether or not people think it's serious if you do it this way or that way. Those are things I can understand. But when you have something as simple as like you have a clone or you don't have a clone, how is it not just objectively easier with this fucker running around killing things for you? Like, it's just a stupid argument. Like, even as I say that now, someone in the chat is saying sumo is cheating. I don't fucking know. I don't lift enough to know the difference.
It's different.
Yeah, the mechanics are different.
It's different.
The mechanics are different, but the guys at the highest level usually say fuck it. But then there's people who shit on them for that. I find that fascinating, is my point. But at least there's a discussion there. With this, there isn't really a discussion. It's just
I believe it was Eddie Hall who said, so Eddie Hall can conventional lift 500 kilos, which was recently beaten by Bjornsson. And he was asked, like, why don't you use sumo lift? And he said that, like, if I was to sumo lift, I couldn't do 400. And this is a guy who at one point was the world record holder. It's a totally different technique because there are guys who can sumo lift 500.
Mechanics are completely different.
Yeah.
Make you do either. It offers co-op or leveling up as tools intended for the player's benefit. To not pick those tools up is to impose a challenge upon yourself. To perform a challenge run. Not to sound too smug, but this is a killer point.
So, just so we like, if we're all clear, it is it would be a self-imposed challenge to choose any particular difficulty, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we're doing that, I'd just be like, this is fucking meaningless to me, because playing a game is a self-imposed challenge. I don't know why we like, you say it like it's some crazy decision.
You can just sit on your couch.
Yeah.
And just be like, I'm sitting on my couch. Haha, look at me.
I'll just watch a film.
Well, like older game modes actually have a specific menu option for cheats. It's like, well, you're choosing not to use God mode, so that's a self-imposed challenge. The game's put it there for your use.
You're not editing your INI files.
Choosing to play on hard mode or even normal mode instead of story mode is a self-imposed challenge. Therefore, you didn't do anything differently than the people who chose story mode.
I don't know if this is
get on with that.
copyrighted.
Yeah,
I'm being
you're
careful.
the comedic timing here is off. This is already too long.
Way too long.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry, there are like sections where there's
my
nothing being
God.
said, so we can skip.
This is
Oh,
like
can we skip
DSP's
it?
original footage.
We're skipping the
It's
good
DSP
point
setup.
part.
No, that comes here. There you go. This is the good point part.
Oh,
because
okay,
nobody
alright.
does, and it's true. The hardcore
Hey, look at
gaming,
that guy.
solo only, limited weapon players are not playing the pure, the real, the one true way to play Elden Ring. They're doing a challenge
No one
run.
is.
They're playing differently.
Yeah, who the fuck are you talking to now? Like the people who...
Yeah.
Now
No
we've
one's
added like a whole
playing
bunch
the
of
one
extra
true
rules
way.
and you've made them super aristocratic like the image, and it's just like, is this not the boring part of the... Why don't we just do the reverse? Someone fucking only presses the A button and completes all games in the universe and says they've played them all. Isn't that stupid? It's like, yeah.
It's a semantics argument only that Jim's making. It's just like, well, what if I just called them challenge runs? Okay. Doesn't change that it's still a different experience.
Every time I play a game,
What
it's a
if I
challenge
made
run.
category argument?
They're playing aberrantly, and anyone claiming otherwise is being pretentious. Not that there's anything wrong with playing differently. I think I've made
Oh, it could just
Well,
be being
all right.
factual.
Oh, interesting. There's
that
nothing wrong with
clear,
playing
but don't be
differently. Okay.
pretentious about it.
You're being pretty pretentious about it.
yeah.
Yeah, you're being like pseudo pretentious, like you think you are, but you're not really, but kind of. You have the veneer of pretentiousness, but without any of the being correct parts.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not allowed
that's
to use
the
that
ul-
word after this video.
That's the ultimate irony I think I find in Sterling's recent content is that Sterling constantly complains about people being elitist and gatekeeping and everything like that, and saying how certain other gamers, not Sterling, but certain other gamers will say that they're the best, when Jim Sterling does the same exact thing. And
Jim Sterling is one of the most exclusionary people that could exist. Anyone who's
Yeah.
to the right of Mao Zedong should not play video games.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just very annoying in that, this video presents, oh, this is the correct way to play, and all the other people who think their way is the correct way of playing are wrong. It's the same, the kettle calling the pot black, or whatever the expression is.
It's just
the
completely
problem-
impossible, right? Because like if we take a fully sincere like Elden Ring playthrough, at some point I am going to opt to use one thing over another, and that could theoretically make me start playing the game wrong because I've made a choice with no necessary knowledge about what is stronger or weaker. Like maybe I choose to use a katana instead of a straight sword or whatever because I don't know that bleed is super strong, or because I want to use
Cheater.
one more. Whatever the fuck, yeah. I guess
Katana's are
I'm
gay,
a-
yeah.
I am a cheater who is like doing the not challenge run, or maybe I choose a weapon class that's like
This is-
weaker and harder to win with.
This is what I was saying about my first run on Dark Souls. As much as the chat would have been like, no, he's got a weapon that makes things easier, they're still going to be more than okay with it being a run because it was all genuinely achieved. It's all kind of like fun. It's a up and down of like just how good or strong the sword is. I still have to learn the mechanics. Which is actually something I meant to bring up earlier. There are ways to make Dark Souls way easier that are way more acceptable to a lot of people. I think, take for example, it's like how many people truly have an
leveling up your
issue.
stats?
Well, so that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's like actually grinding to get more souls to level up. Most people, especially in your first run through, are going to be like, yeah, if you're having trouble, farming to get blood vials in Bloodborne or getting all the life gems in DS2. These are not really things that are going to get you in any trouble. Getting 20 Estus in Dark Souls 1, it's just like, it's fine. The reason summons, I think, fucks with people a lot is because it costs you, like, basically nothing, and it's an extremely huge benefit. It's just like,
Well, yeah,
man.
that's like a core facet of balance is what is the cost for this powerful thing?
Yeah.
Summons, we've touched on this before, but it also changes the way an encounter unfolds in a very fundamental way that being able to heal an extra couple times doesn't.
I think that's the biggest problem, is that you just don't even fight the same enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pretend that you're playing Elden Ring normally by ignoring things like spirit ashes, things put into the
I
game.
think Jim's fucking enormous problem is you can only see this as people being pretentious gatekeeping assholes, as opposed to they're invested in you having an experience they enjoyed.
Would you say it's pretentious if they're like, oh, hey, I see that you're playing Elden Ring there. That's great, and I'm so glad that you're playing it. If I may make a suggestion to improve your experience,
Gatekeeper!
I'm kind of mad about this again because he was earlier like lauding the game for all of its like massive amount of variety in terms of builds and options of things that you can take. But now we've decided that opting not to use some of them for whatever reason is non-standard.
Well, the
My choices
impossible
are
task
just as
of
much
playing them
player
all.
choice as your choices.
That's
I am
right.
allowed to have my choices, and that's player choice, just
Well,
as you
also,
are
if
allowed to
anybody-
use your things, and that's player
if-
choice.
somebody can say that this is the right way to play a game, and that is not necessarily contradictory with it being non-standard. The right way to play a game could be non-standard from that person's point of view.
I have a set of modifiers I play Sifu with now that are very much non-standard. They push the game's difficulty through the roof, but to me, they are the most rewarding way to play the game.
Very humble brag.
Yeah, I mean that's why I only play
and encourage other people to do the same thing, and that doesn't mean like you're some freak degenerate or something doing that.
Yeah,
It's
like
just
some games aren't. Well, I say the vast majority of games are just not fun when they are easy, when they don't have challenge. When I play a game that I've played a lot and I want to get better at, and I want to feel rewarded from doing it, I play on hard difficulties.
What does Sterling think about like when the developers actually just outright state what difficulty you should be playing on? You know, when Bungie says
That's an
heroic is
interesting
like
one.
the canon difficulty.
Gatekeeping.
Like, well, but it's their game and they're the designers and they're allowed to make these choices, and their choices are basically as ordained by God almost, like the way that it's described here.
I feel like
So
if,
they have the
if FromSoft came out and patched Elden Ring and removed summons from the game, I feel like Jim Sterling's response would be, "Well done, bigots! You ruined the game."
You know, interesting note on that.
It would be something like that.
Scholar of the First Sin is considered definitively to be the worst version of the two versions of Dark Souls 2, and yet the developers say that's the definitive one, like the one you should play.
Yeah, what happens there?
I mean, yeah, we get really death of the author-y in a way when we start talking about this stuff, what the true experience is, what the best version of the story. I mean, Random recently made videos about like the director's versions of Alien and Aliens and the difference they make, and which one is the superior or not. So, I mean, the same thing can literally be applied to video games. It's still a work of art made by people.
The Halo on Heroic is the one I can cite is like when the developers said like Heroic is the difficulty that we see as the true Halo experience, where I like playing a lot of the Halo games on Legendary, but I understand that it's like, I'm making it a little harder than it needs to be, but I have fun doing that, so that's okay.
In much the same way
whenever
as
I go and play them, I play
the developer can be considered like a well-educated reader of their own work, essentially. Like, they're likely to have a pretty good idea of what might make for a good experience with their game, but they don't know for sure, and you might disagree with the design principles that they think make their game good. You're very willing to.
The devs don't always understand the meta of their
virtually,
game.
I'd say there is virtually no game that exists where the developers of the game understand it better than anyone else. There is almost certainly, almost 100% of all games that are released to the public, there is someone out there who knows that game in and out, back to front, more than the person who made it. And I would probably say this as well as George R.R. Martin in Game of Thrones, or J.K. Rowling in Harry Potter, or the authors of these works. There's probably someone out there who knows Tolkien's work better than Tolkien would if he was still alive.
There are Tolkien scholars. Like,
super fan for everything.
There's a very funny interview I was made aware of back when I was playing it, but the developers for Star Wars Outlaws, if you guys remember where it's set, there's information about syndicates and the universe of Star Wars, which some people know, some people don't. I'll just mention Ryan Kinnell. He's probably going to know it back to front, unfortunately for him, because of the way everything works. But the developers are asked by an interviewer, hey, so other than the 5 syndicates that we know operate in this era, which other ones are maybe going to be present, or which one of them aren't? And the developers are all like, yeah. Oh, they're gonna, big surprise. Who knows? It's just like, oh shit, I don't want to fuck that up. And it happens all the time. Even during the creation of any given project, there'll be fans who know more. Star Wars is a guarantee, but as Rags just said, like, even some of the most distant, random, indie sort of things, it can only be like people have a lot of time on their hands sometimes, and they get super obsessed with the Wikipedia and interviews and every last piece of information you could possibly have, to the point where George R.R. Martin is not the biggest expert on A Song of Ice and Fire. It's just not true. It's not going to be true
Not
at this
even
point.
close, probably.
Not even close, yeah.
It's actually a plot point I really like from Galaxy Quest is that the knowledge of actually living through, Galaxy Quest as the show and all the actors and all having to learn their lines. They didn't know how to get out of the situation. They had to ring up a super fan, like an obsessed nerd who knew everything about every episode to call him to figure out how they solved the problem, because the people who actually made the original show didn't know it as well as the super fans, basically.
And it's more more true of games than it will be even of, say, like George R.R. Martin and Game of Thrones, because when you're writing a video game or making a video game, a lot of it is compartmentalized knowledge. So you are not, as the writer, going to know a huge amount about what narrative design is necessarily doing. Even just as a writer, like I will be more involved in the writing of one character arc than another character arc. I can tell you a huge amount, therefore, about the bit that I kind of specialized in. But when the game releases to the public, or when like the story comes out to the public, you are going to find a lot of people who either on their own or by pooling their own knowledge will create this huge compendium because they're interested in the entire thing at once. And so of course they'll have a more like authoritative grasp of some things because they have the broader perspective than you do when you're actually creating the thing. You want as much sort of interplay between the creators as you possibly can get, because you want to be as an expert as possible in the entire product that you're making. But the nature of the way these things are made basically precludes that. If everybody tried to be an expert in everything, nothing would ever get done.
That's a really good point, Platoon. I was going to make that as well. Like when we talk about quote unquote the developers saying that heroic is the best difficulty or the canon difficulty in Halo, that's mostly true, but even amongst the developers, that's still designed by committee. There might be one guy saying, "Oh, actually, so and so, the legendary is the best one," or that's actually correct. I tuned it to that or whatever. But not even all whenever you have multiple people working on a project, they're going to have small disagreements. They're going to have small differences in vision. So not unlike necessarily an author writing a book. They even have an editor and a publisher who might make decisions and changes as well. But for the most part, it's like 99% their vision, I would think. But with a game, you have hundreds of people making decisions. So some of these are compromises. They're not all aligned 100%. So that's even a more interesting thing. Maybe the guy who designed the animations for this boss disagreed with how long the animation should be or how many iframes there should be versus the gameplay designer or something like that. So it's a very interesting concept, and there's no one answer as far as what the original vision or what the original game was supposed to play like.
I think people often bring up to Miyazaki apparently plays all the Souls games with summons, and it's like, yeah, well, I mean, the guy that's like designing the world and the story and the lore isn't necessarily the one that's like tuning the boss encounters, though. So like, I don't really think that.
Then it gets even more difficult when you get into that field, because it's one thing to say, well, there's compartmentalization in the way that the story itself is written, so imperfect memory by any one developer of the story. But then when you get into the question of what the canonically correct balance for the game is, I'm not even sure I would know how to begin answering that question. Because what is a canonically correct balance? Like, surely like people's different preferences and thresholds for difficulty are going to scale and vary depending on the user ultimately. And you can say, well, the developer intended the game not to be so difficult that you didn't finish it. Fair enough. I can sort of understand that. But then again, that's the tolerance of the audience, which you can't determine. Is there even such a thing as the canonically correct balanced version of the game?
Theoretically, yes, but I don't think that in practice that would ever make any sense, because, like, to use the example of Halo, you could say, I don't know, it takes 10 bullets from this gun as a perfectly aimed headshot to kill an elite. Okay, now translate that to a balanced video game, especially one with multiple difficulties. Like, I don't see how that works at all. Especially if you're dealing with human enemies, like you Call of Duty or whatever, like, a headshot theoretically is always going to be a kill, because a headshot 99.9% of the time is going to kill its target.
I see what you mean.
It's at least going to ruin their day.
Like a lightsaber should cut through anything in one swish, but loads of games are like, baseball bat time.
Almost every
which
game.
that's down to game balance.
You're right, and that's a problem for developers to solve. That's kind of ludonarrative dissonance, right? You're getting into it sort of.
Gameplay is kind of contradicting the story.
Just on the previous note as well, someone mentioned that J.K. Rowling famously named a background character something Evans, forgetting that was Lily Potter's maiden name, which spawned a lot of theory crafting that she had to debunk. Like, how fucking annoying would that be? Where you're like, oh shit, that's the main. Oh god, what have I done?
Just thought of a name, and I created a lore discrepancy.
The famous one I always love to cite is when the fans on the subreddit of Westworld guessed the ending of season 2, I think it was, and so they had to rewrite it. They felt they had to rewrite it because everyone had guessed it. It's like, what a stupid fucking reason to rewrite it.
Didn't Nintendo have something similar to this?
That's like John saying, "Oh, we're not gonna have Jon Snow fight the Night King because
Too
everyone
obvious.
predicted it." It's like, it's what the fuck? What have we been building up for 8 seasons then? That's just stupid.
Well, we can't have Frodo get to Mount Doom. It's too obvious.
Yeah,
everyone expects that.
Everyone would guess that. And as we know, subversion is the ultimate form of artistic expression, regardless.
But you can't actually kill Bill. Like, come on, people are gonna.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's fucked up.
Just because it's in the fucking title. I mean, come on.
Everyone's gonna see that coming.
Well, Kill Bill, directed by Neil Druckmann.
We'd all watch that.
Things
we thought it would be
You
better.
fucking choke at a chicken bone and die or something. Oh god.
Things put into the game that have had the game balanced around them and are intended for players to use. Don't pretend that choosing to make the game harder for yourself, independent of the way that game was designed, is the pure Elden Ring experience, because it is quite objectively not.
Yeah, but you can't even entertain like an even remotely good faith version of this argument. It's constantly the worst, angry purist man gatekeeping one. It's nothing about the nature of experience.
It is also starting to get into quantifiable territory as well, in the sense that if there is something in the game which, if you use it, basically cuts off a huge amount of the game's content, then coming out of that experience at the end, you have less to say about the game, its design, how it was made, what it was trying to do. You have just engaged with less of it. If you use whatever the developers may have given you, an item which just makes those things unnecessary to go through. So to a degree, yeah, you have experienced a lot less of the game, therefore it could be argued to be a less authentic play of the game. If summoning, for example, just makes boss battles so easy that you never learn about how the bosses work.
I think it's the difference between people conceptualizing game content as just the things you see as opposed to the things you do.
Developers don't put features into games that they don't want you to use.
Yes, they do. This happens countless times.
Glitches, bugs, exploits.
Well,
no,
go further. Deliberate features, and then they go, "Oh fuck, that's interacted wrong with this. I did not mean to do that. Oh god, no, get it out."
I think they would.
Why have patch notes ever? Why would there ever be patch notes to a video game?
It's a stupid point.
It is a stupid point.
I do find that amusing.
Something breaks in DBD every day. Like, get out of here.
What happens when a glitch just becomes part of the meta, like BXR? Then what? What happens when that just becomes like a component of the game that's relevant and important to competitive play?
Care package knifing in Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everyone was using it, and then they took it out. They're like, "Oh," it's like, yeah, because it was ruining it.
The mimic tier multiple.
And also, like,
I guess they agreed to some degree, right?
Let's engage our brains a little bit more. When they put Martyrdom in Call of Duty 4, did they necessarily know how many people would use it? Was that what they wanted? It's like, well, it's in there, so theoretically, if 100% of people have the exact same class loadout, exact same weapons, exact same perks, I mean, that's fine, because we put it in the game, and that's exactly what we wanted. I mean, come on. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. Sometimes you can put something in a game, want it to be used, and then it gets used in a way you didn't want. Then what?
Yeah.
Who's wrong? Are the developers wrong if they say, like, are they in a position to say, no, don't do that. Don't use that anymore. No. We didn't want you to play it that way, so you're not allowed to use that.
When,
like, you wouldn't say that.
This isn't an uncommon experience. Like, just think of the sheer number of games released recently that unless you play that game in the way the devs intended to, the game just doesn't function properly. And that's because, there's the assumption of omnipotence, like by the devs themselves from Sterling. It's like, well, actually, if you knew the number of times the phrase "that was a shit idea, we shouldn't have done that" come up in the development of any game, I don't think you'd be making this point. But then, like, you also have to account for the fact that by nature of working on the game, you're going to be like slightly more similar as a set of people in your gameplay preferences, your story preferences, than the general population is going to be. Like, devs can get these things badly wrong all the time, just because they don't have the proper feedback mechanism to tell them how other people will play the game.
There's also, that was a good example, right, with the care package in Modern Warfare 2 made you faster and leap further with the knife. They eventually balanced that to stop it. Noob Tube being something that they've kept in forever, even if 100% of the, let's say, a particular rank and below players all start their loadout with it, they'll be like, yeah, that's okay. That's just something they do. That's something we put in. What I'm saying is, like, everyone opting to use a thing because of how effective it is can both be like a sign to the developers that they fucked it up, or that everything is running smoothly and that's what they wanted. It's all context dependent. Because someone said, it's like, well, they never took out summons, did they? And it's like, no, but they did take out what Mimic Tier was twice. So
yeah, they nerfed it.
Well, also just like
released,
who gives a shit, really? Like, what if the developers are like, yeah, we wanted it to be that if you spawn, like at this, when you spawn, that you get the fucking grenade launcher and then launch it halfway across the map to try and get kills, like instantly right out of the gate. That's what we wanted. It's like, oh, okay.
All right.
I mean, you can want that all you want, but it's kind of shit, isn't it? And then, of course, some games, what happens if they disagree? What if one game leaves it in and then the sequel takes it out? And it's like, oh, you can't use that for the first 10 seconds of the match.
Yeah.
Then what?
It's an industry executive.
Yeah, if you went back in time, or if you went and told DICE now, go back in time and say, hey, DICE, by the way, I'm from the future. When you make Battlefield 3, like 66% of all weapon stars earned in the entire game are specifically going to be for the M16A3, that one single weapon. Just letting you know that's what the future is going to be. Maybe you should get ahead of that and balance this gun. They would probably say, yeah, we should probably maybe do something about that, Mr. Time Traveler from the future who's showing me the stats.
Objectively,
how does
developers
this argument actually account for, like, when a sequel? Sorry, how does this account for when a sequel? It was said the reason why Halo 3 went back to assault rifle as the starting weapon in Slayer was because in Halo 2, starting with the SMG, it meant that a lot of people would end up just doing dual wielding and not using grenades or melee. And, like, that was just something that emerged as being the case. And so then in the next one, they decided to make it that. What happens, like, what does that mean in terms of speaking to their intentions? Would it be like, well, because this game was released at a time when you couldn't, like, readily patch video games, the initial intention is what the initial intention is the way that it is forever, and therefore the correct way to play the game, and then the sequel changed it so that in that game it's the correct way to play it, even though the developers have admitted that this is a response to a mistake or, like, something that they didn't really see coming. And so, like, this is why it feels like there's such a stupid conversation, really, of, like, defaulting to, well, if that's what the developers wanted, I mean, shit. It's like, yeah, but, like, that's complicated, and also you're allowed to disagree with them.
You can't really.
The developers are fallible humans.
Fundamentally, you can't really know what they wanted or what was intentional or or even what their ideal version of it would look like. And beyond that, who's to say what they say is even relevant to me? Maybe I have completely different, like, priorities in terms of what I think would make a game good, which clearly we do, all of us, in certain cases. I have a very different perspective on what would make a Souls game good to FromSoft at this point.
Into games that they don't want you to use. It's an industry executive's job to waste time and resources on frivolity. A studio is going to put features.
Is that something Todd Howard is known for, wasting time and resources on frivolity? That's not something Todd Howard or Bethesda's known for. They're guilty of many sins, but I don't know that that's.
He's known.
Is it just that? Oh, look, Todd Howard. Laugh at Todd Howard.
I find it unbelievable, but that Bethesda got away with, like, releasing games that were in a really subpar, unpolished state for so fucking long.
Yeah,
and
that's, like, insane.
And then
that was sort of accepted. Like,
they kind of didn't really get away with Starfield, though, right? Like, Starfield didn't do.
But that's their most polished. But that's their most polished
Starfield
game.
was when it broke, essentially, for people.
Mm-hmm.
But for a long time, like 10, 15 years, it was like, oh yeah, Bethesda games, when they launch, they just don't work properly. That's just kind of how it goes.
People just made light of it. It was really, like, peculiar way of, like, all those rascals and their unfinished games.
There is something to be said.
Multi-billion-dollar corporation, yeah,
exactly.
Those cheeky buggers being shit at their job. Now look at them over there.
It is strange to think about, considering that, like, Oblivion is not Oblivion if it works well. there is a specific jankiness to the experience that is necessarily kind of what makes Oblivion what it is. That I wouldn't like. I wouldn't want an Oblivion that worked well in an odd sort of way. Like as odd as that is to sound, there's something about the way that it doesn't function, or its awkwardness, or its cheeky, cobbled together nature, its in quirkiness. That is like that. It is the Elder Scrolls Oblivion experience that kind of makes it better in a weird kind of way.
You can be charmingly janky. Like there's just some things that you learn to appreciate.
There's
Simpsons Hit and Run.
Gollum jank. There's Gollum jank and there's Oblivion jank, and they're just like the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Where you are delighted when Oblivion is weird and janky, but Gollum makes you tear your hair out.
I think there's you kind of like forgive the person who's a little awkward and kind of stumbles a bit more than the really slick guy in the suit who's, you know, cocky and confident. Like there's that aspect, but there's also, I think that games like Oblivion, Skyrim, even some of the Fallout games got away with it because people love Fallout. People love the the world of the Elder Scrolls. They loved crafting their adventures in those worlds, and they forgave the games despite their shortcomings. But people didn't really give a shit about Starfield. And so Starfield was not only, it didn't have that advantage of something that like an IP or a world or something people were invested in. It was something brand new and also kind of jank and underbaked.
Well,
And
a lot of it has to do with
baked
how
in, right? That these are games that are maybe worth playing in 10 years once the modders have made them good. And it's like, well, now we all understand this. Why am I going to go and buy Starfield at launch? Because, like, fuck it. Like, if I'd gone back and done the same thing with, like, even Skyrim, I'm not sure I necessarily would have bought at launch, knowing how much better it would have to get before it became, like, really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, the Robocop games that came out recently, those have, like, a certain charming amount of jank about them. But they don't break the game, the jank. Like, it's not an unfinished product necessarily. But it's like I guess it's Eurojank, right? It's like a European developer, if I remember correctly.
Zero jank?
No, Eurojank.
Eurojank. Well, I know that there's terms for like Slav jank is like a general casual term for
right.
Like, but that's a different thing. I would say as far as the Starfield thing goes, and sort of Bethesda being able to get away with it, one of the aspects of why Starfield doesn't get away with it is because one, the game is apparently quite bad and it's written horribly, which should surprise nobody. However, one of the aspects of Starfield is that Bethesda really fucking stroked themselves off about that game, talking about how grandiose it is and how incredible it is and how, it's so meaningful and thematic and dun-da-da when the story's absolute dog shit. So the way that they look at their own, like when you listen to Todd Howard talk about a lot of the stuff about, especially like Oblivion, like they know that this game is like held together with duct tape and optimism. And it's a specific sort of experience and all that. Like they know they're not laboring under the delusion that it is a super well crafted kind of, like they know. But when they talk about Starfield, the way that they tried to big up that game, it kind of plays into this video we're covering now, where it's how you talk about something that influences people's behavior around it. If you say, yeah, I'm just a little casual gamer and I don't really play Souls-like, and Dark Souls was hard, so I used the easy stuff on it and I was able to beat it. But they don't treat it like it's some big accomplishment. That's totally different from them saying, yeah, that's right, I'm a real gamer. I beat Dark Souls and I beat it on my first try, and then they say how they did it was using all the exploits and the super easy stuff. Both of those two, those two statements will be treated by other people differently, as they should be.
On frivolity, a studio is going to put features in for a reason. It's actually really rather silly to claim that using the tools the game gives you is going against the spirit of the game. Imagine being
break
told
the game, you idiot.
That is not silly.
Nothing
It's obviously silly at all.
Once we divorce from our understanding that the developers get to dictate the best version of the game or what the game should be, we can form our own understandings of what makes any given game good or bad or what's enjoyable about it, and then we can start making decisions about what would be good
Well,
or bad to use. For
anyone remember Hellblade when it came out? Jim
I
Sterling
didn't want to bring it
famously
up.
gave
I
the
do.
game was it a 1 out of 10, a 2 out of 10?
I think it was a 2 out of
Because
10.
A bug happened.
a feature in the game that was working as intended because it was there. It must be working as intended, provided the experience the game was hoping to. And Jim Sterling took great issue with this to the point where, you know, it should be fucking gone from the game. Lo and behold, it was removed because, of course, it was a fucking error. It wasn't supposed to be there. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's just this notion that anything you find in the game and can use is automatically supposed to be a part of the experience. Like, we can be a little more nuanced than that, can we not? Please? Just a little bit?
No.
Another
Only if
example-
it fits my narrative. Fuck you.
Another example of a game I thought was actually pretty good, but had one really big flaw was anyone else play the original Assassin's Creed?
A long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite or a close second of the ones I did play. But halfway through the game, you unlock counterattacks, and counterattacks are insanely overpowered in that game. Like
Well,
you
not
can
in that
basically
game, in like all the Assassin's
pretty
Creed
much,
games,
yeah,
up
pretty
until,
much.
Like Origins, the counter
Was particularly bad though
in
in like the original, because the original, as soon as you've got it, I mean, I've not played it for years and years and years, but like from what I remember, as soon as you've got it, all combat becomes the same experience.
I would say
Yes.
it's worse in 2 because in 2 it's like a one-hit kill basically like 100% of the time no matter what.
Yeah, it might have actually been worse. Not to get on the whole tangent, but
Assassin's
not,
Creed 2 is like one of the easiest games like ever. It's so easy. It's insanely easy. Like if you die in that game, it's kind of a remarkable feat.
Shame because
Yeah.
that game is so amazing in terms of its world and the things you
Oh,
can
yeah.
do.
Oh, it's a great
and
game. I love
yeah.
it, but like its biggest problem is that
Bump up the difficulty,
you
yeah.
can't lose at that game, and it was something they never really fixed, like for the entire series.
I think Brotherhood might have actually made it worse because they introduced the idea of like a chain or whatever they did, where like if you kill enough guys, yeah, and then eventually you can just do one shot. You like counterattack, kill a guy, fight, kill a guy, then like then insta kill. So whereas the original game tried to make it so that fighting 5 guards was actually quite a challenge. Maybe I should run. That was the idea.
Well, yeah,
Eventually,
it's a problem that a lot of stealth games have where they give you a bit too much power and it's like, oh shit, you probably shouldn't do that actually, because an important aspect of stealth is encouraging people to use it. And if like just blasting through and killing everybody is easier, a lot of people are just going to choose that option. When you give people an easy, to which I wonder again what the argument would be like. Oh well, if you advocate that people play a stealth game and actually use the mechanics when they can just go through and blast everybody, like you're being ridiculous and imposing. Like, why would that be the case if that's how the developers designed it? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe they did design it that way, but like maybe it's a lesser experience.
Well, that's one thing I think Metal Gear Solid 5 did very well, where it gives you a lot of flexibility in that you can play it like an action game if you want, but because the meta outside of just in each individual mission is building your army, you really are incentivized to not kill the enemies and instead capture them with the Fulton system so that you can add those resources to your army. So
it's like a risk reward,
yeah. Being sneaky and not just going in and calling in artillery strikes and like using a tank is rewarded by the game itself, not just you played the game properly meta.
But that sounds balanced, unlike like stealth archers in Skyrim, where it just fucks up the entire experience of the game.
We don't want to talk about what balance is in Skyrim.
That you've never played Doom 2 if you've ever used the super shotgun. I mean, I'm sure there's some clown comic out there claiming such gibberish, but they deserve their face laughing uproariously into. Like, you should push your face inside of their head. And
do you even want to entertain why it might have been said about summons more than anything in any game? Why do you think people say it about that more than Doom, more than Quake?
Well, also the super shotgun doesn't trivialize the game either.
No, not at all. It's not even the best gun, really.
Yeah, you actively have to use other weapons in Doom. You can't just use one gun. Doom 2016, you can kind of get away with using the super shotgun for everything once you get it, but you got to be moving really fast in that game and jumping around. Where in the old Doom, it's like that's you're not jumping ever. So getting into shotgun range can pose a challenge at times.
Yeah, it's like real life. You're not jumping ever.
Yeah.
Fill their skull with your own chortles in such a way that mocks not only them, but the very laws of physics they're subject to. It's been normalised by years of the hardcore set dominating the conversation, going on and on about how any player with a problem needs to just get good, which, by the way, if that's your answer when someone does struggle with the game, I'm going to assume you don't know how to play it. But normally...
What?
No,
What?
clearly
I
the
don't know.
other
No,
one doesn't know how to
no,
play
no,
it.
why?
because they
No,
fail all the
sometimes
time.
people need to get good. Like, what the fuck you talking? That's the only advice you can give them. Play.
I know it's a meme
improve,
to
learn.
hell, the
Sometimes-
get good thing, but
it's
sometimes
actually-
that's just
Yeah,
It's
the
an
thing you need to
encouragement,
tell
not a
someone.
taunt.
Yeah,
I've always
it's
said
not-
this.
Some people say it, but it's true.
We want to actually
It's
have this
doesn't.
conversation rather than doing the fucking meme. Sometimes when people are complaining about a game, they are honing in
It is
on
a
a
skill
real
issue.
problem. So,
Well, so this
yeah,
from
but sometimes they're just bad at it.
the guy
Like,
who
that's the
says
reality.
get good while holding all of the achievements and all the completed like he's being a prick. Maybe there's lots of context where he can, but you can't say back to him, well, you can't do the game. Like, no, the point is he's
Yeah,
he's lording over you
well,
that he
that's where-
can.
There's a reason why it's annoying to you. It's because he can back it up essentially.
Yes.
You know,
There's something
it's kind of
he's
the awful
unlocked.
thing when someone's arrogant but like actually
Well,
really good at what they
A
do.
thing regarding the get good thing, just really quickly, is a lot of the time the response is that specifically because it is non-specific. Because telling someone to get good indicates that there is an issue in their execution of whatever it is that they are trying to do, but it doesn't tell them what the problem is. If they are looking for answers, because a lot of the time with Souls games especially, and a lot of games other than them, people don't want to be told exactly what they are doing wrong and how to fix it necessarily. They want to figure it out for themselves, but they might simultaneously be in a position where they don't know exactly what it is that's going wrong. That can be the cause for a lot of frustration. But you're depriving them of something still if you then go and tell them you're dodging that pattern wrong. Here's how you're supposed to dodge through it.
Yeah, well, and it reminds me too. Is like it's just not a worthy response because it doesn't address the person who's against you, and there's plenty of ways to do it. But when me and Metal did the Dark Souls 2 playthrough, like there was a bit of angry criticism from the DS2 fans who still hang around. I love you guys. It's okay, no problem. It's just that, several of them would be like, the problem that, Metal and Muller have when complaining about different elements of the game is just that they're no fucking good at it. And it's like, you can't really pull that card. We're one-shotting like every boss. It's like there's elements maybe where it's just like you gotta do something else. You gotta like address it differently because it just to say the guy who says get good, it's like you're not even good. It's like no, my whole criticism is I beaten it and you haven't. So it's like you can't. It just doesn't work.
Doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Getting good often is a way to respond in a way that matches the energy of the person lodging a complaint, especially as was mentioned, if it is a very broad, nondescript kind of thing, or if it's just understood that someone is complaining about something that is just not actually an issue in any stretch of the imagination.
Is when you actually stop and think about it, it's a ludicrous assertion that you're not meant to summon in a game that features not just an entire online summoning option with multiple reward systems tied to it, but goes...
Well, again, it's the terminology here. You're not supposed to. Well, supposed to references what goal you're trying to get to. If you're trying to beat the game, period, and there's no other caveats to how it's done or time constraints or anything, then yeah, I guess you're supposed to. You're certainly allowed to. It's not that you're not supposed to. But if you're trying to beat the game with the most rewarding experience or in a way that is considered honorable or worthy of laudation at the end, then no, then you're not supposed to do that. It depends on your goal. And I think that Jim's goals in a lot of these arguments, I generously call them arguments, but I think that Jim's goals in a lot of these seem to be either nebulous or shifting or hard to pin down. And I think that's specific. Jim's is kind of infamous for not defining terms, using words loosely, conflating different aspects of gaming. So it's tough to really pin. He's very, very snaky, very slithery.
Out of its way to offer summonable NPCs for those playing offline. IGN shouldn't be publishing articles about how there's no...
No. IGN shouldn't be publishing articles.
IGN shouldn't be publishing articles about many things.
Okay, so
This is a perfect IGN article, just saying.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's no shame in playing Elden Ring fans are divided.
Yeah, no, that's what it says on the screen.
It's not
there.
shame. It's just I would argue it's the same thing.
it's just funny to me, like, oh, fucking IGN, why did you do this and bow down to these fuckers by writing this article, giving legitimacy to their shit arguments? Like,
Why did
holy
IGN
shit.
like has it's like a iDubbbz. They have a humiliation fetish or something. Like they specifically are going out of their way to make sure that they're respected by as few people as possible. They're aiming
They
for,
gave Elden
for
Ring a 10 out of
exclusivity
10.
in their own.
It's particularly funny that this article's headline alone is sort of supporting Jim's point, and he's like, "No, they shouldn't write articles like this." It's like, what would you say if they said
No,
you should be ashamed if you summon Elden Ring?
I assume the point is, like, you shouldn't even feel compelled to write an article to defend the notion that you can do this. This should just be something that we all accept is the case.
But
If
then
it's
why
in the
should you be
game,
compelled to write, like, make a video which says essentially exactly the same
yeah,
thing?
it's kind of funny, isn't it? Yeah.
It's
Well,
the-
no, I had to. I got pushed to the
Sterling
brink.
special, isn't it? Like, yeah, I didn't want to do this and I don't care about this, but here's me talking about it year after year after year.
But I am more
and wanna
well
make this
equipped to
video.
handle this discussion than this random lowly IGN writer.
I mean, it's
I'm-
usually a fair guess, but I'm not convinced it is in
Unironically,
this
scum of the
situation.
earth. Yeah.
shame in playing co-op, because even that gives the shaming too much
Yeah, there you
credibility.
go.
Despite
Yeah,
its
yeah.
position, it still unavoidably feeds the incorrect belief that it's a shameful thing. It's not
What is this
IGN's
video
fault
doing?
because, like I said, the shame
Yeah, but I would be curious if he can. Is it possible to do anything shameful in video games? Like, does he
Never.
think it's even like that's a thing that can even be done? Maybe Jim would draw the line at specifically cheating or hacking in a multiplayer game. But if we stick to the realm of single player game experiences, is there such a thing as a shameful thing to do in a single player game in Jim's
There was a
eyes?
lot of people defending that Battlefield 6 VTuber.
Yeah, because that person
Yeah, but
wasn't
that
cheating.
was because that person was. You know why? Yeah.
Like, oh, but the mini map shows
No,
that they're over
no,
there. Ah,
no.
yes, and the mini map tells
No,
you
they're
exactly.
they're actually not cheating.
Okay.
A lot of the high level, I know this is a meme, AIM community people, but good players uniformly like defend this player. This is like a known quantity amongst higher level shooter players.
Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Are we talking about how with the clip where the guy was aiming like managed to aim at the person like through like an object that was blocking the way?
Yeah.
How does he know that that guy's there in that position at that particular like in that exact spot? Like even if you were looking at the mini map.
I'm afraid I'm not well equipped to have this conversation. I just
Yeah, no,
that people who like
not
people whose
Okay, yeah,
opinion-
all right. Yeah, okay, well, yeah,
people whose
fine. Okay,
opinions-
sure.
I can send you a video that goes through it like frame by frame over all the clips if you want. But like a friend of mine made a video on it, but from like pretty trustworthy sources, from my perspective at least, say there's no cheating happening in those clips.
Okay, maybe I got no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. It looks like okay, we can move on.
I'm fully sympathetic
I brought
with
it
the
up,
idea.
but
It absolutely looks like cheating if you're not familiar with like this sort of gameplay. But these are like, I believe the term for them is target switching players. They basically just like try to clip farm by doing stuff like this.
The silence is deafening.
Oh, I got nothing on that.
like I'm the one who brought it up, but I don't know enough about the specifics to make an argument really. So it did look like cheating to me, but I'm also not like a pro Battlefield player. So what do I know?
I want to get away from this because yeah, I'm not
Like,
equipped enough with the knowledge to like have the conversation. I'll just get you a video that has.
I heard about the controversy, but I did not look into it. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see because a lot of people get accused of cheating that aren't, and a lot of people who skim by and get all these awards that are totally hacking their and
The
cheating
big
and
thing
doing everything.
that I
so.
can say is that when you slow all of the clips down, you notice that the player is misflicking constantly. Like when they're flicking between targets, they are missing and then like readjusting onto target. They are not like snapping straight from target to target to target.
Okay. Could you potentially do a bot that overshoots just to make it look more legit?
You could do things like that, I suppose. It's kind of unlikely, and it takes away credence from the idea that this cheating is so obvious, you know, because
Yeah.
at that point the argument has switched to like the insidious and subtle nature of the hack. But Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna back out of this one real quick. So
It's just
Sorry,
like
Taylor.
I know from like ChatGPT, like people who use ChatGPT and AI sometimes will tell it to make typos to make it look more human. So I'm just
Yeah.
thinking of like, you know, the future, the dead internet theory, like anything could happen. So just thinking about
Shaming has been shamefully normalized, and that's a shame. But no, of course.
You're spending the whole video shaming.
Yeah,
Whatever.
people should. Shame needs to return to our culture. More people should be shamed for their behavior. People have been getting away with way too much shit for too long without getting social pushback.
There's
You can
no
only
shame
shame people for wanting things to be hard, not for wanting things to be easy, apparently.
in playing Elden Ring co-op, and I can tell you, most people who do it aren't ashamed to be playing.
Like, how many fucking people you find in who say, do not use summons or co-op because playing with a friend is just wrong?
Yeah, if you do that, I'm gonna spit in your face.
It's like, come on.
It's probably the people being mocked are probably the people who use all of those things or do co-op and then brag about how good they are because they
Yes,
beat Elden Ring.
exactly.
Those are the
no,
people.
we're not addressing those people in this video, right? They don't exist. The people who are obviously kind of pricks about all of this, they on that side of the argument, they don't
Every
exist.
single person that's doing it the way that's using the mechanics that are present in the game is being very humble and kind and nice about it. They're like, "Oh, I'm little old me just playing Elden Ring, and I had such a fun time using the summons." And then this fucking
I'm just
monster
playing
comes
video.
along like,
Yeah, they descend.
Fucking coward, piece of shit.
I mean, it applies to cancer as well, not just like achievements, but when take for example Shrine of Amana in DS2. If you do that in co-op, which by the way is what H Baba guy said you should do, you shouldn't complete it on your own. I'd be like, yeah, if you did that in co-op, you didn't do it. Like and this was like, why would I want to? It's a terrible level. It's like, sure, you didn't do it though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just pointing out you didn't experience the pain.
The game normally. That's the normal thing to do. It's fun. It's cool. It leads to fun and cool experiences. It
Yes,
can
but what
enhance
if
the
you maybe have
Sure.
more fun with the thing we try to tell you to try?
What's crazy about this is you're now entertaining the idea that all
yeah.
these people have never played a video game with a friend and don't know the benefits of it. It's just like, yeah, that must be your argument. You must not know. You know, friends are
Do you
fun.
not have friends? Are we doing an
It's
H
No
bomber here?
maidens and no
No.
friends, damn.
Yes,
nice to get
Jim
help.
Sterling taking the controversial position that you can play games with your friends for fun. Oh boy.
That's what I'm saying, though, to project that argument so hard is like, do you really think you're even countering anybody on Earth at this point? It's like, don't you know what friends are? You're like, yeah.
and give it in return.
He
which
might
I
not know, actually.
That's
He
fair.
might not understand the concept of friendship.
Yeah, look at how he dresses. Like, come on.
think is
It
a
doesn't
big
like engage on any specific either. Like, it almost assumes that any game that has multiplayer in it is equivalently well balanced for multiplayer, and that is just not true. So, like, yeah, it's always fun to play games with your friends, but like, we were talking about whether using these things diminishes your experience playing this particular game, and if this particular game is not particularly well balanced for multiplayer, then yes, it can diminish your experience of the game. There are other better games to play if you want to play games with friends than it sounds like Elden Ring is.
Yeah, I mean, great example of that. It became famous for multiplayer, but GoldenEye for the 64, they were gonna just make a single player game until the end. They were like, hey, we should probably add some sort of deathmatch mode or whatever. And so I think one guy added it pretty much the entire multiplayer feature himself in about a month or two, right at the end.
Legend. Game-changing decision. That's one of the
Yeah.
most like iconic and influential video games of all time, probably.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, fantastic work, but at the same time, like things like Odd Job happened. It wasn't very polished.
Yes,
So
fucking Odd Job. Oh man, that makes sense.
Yeah,
But then
gotta
we got
love 'em.
Perfect Dark after that. Perfect Dark to
Yeah,
me is
Perfect
still
Dark.
going to be one of my favorite first-person shooters of all time.
Yeah,
It's just
I
one of
I
the
enjoyed.
first games. Yeah, one of the first games to introduce AI bots that had different personalities, like Revenge Sim or Peace Sim or just pacifists. Yeah, there's so many different things that they did.
That's
in that game
probably
that
a
I had this
lot
time.
older than we realize. Because I know Pac-Man had the ghosts of different aggression levels and personalities and stuff like that, right? So that's
It's the first one I remember on the N64, but you're right. There's probably an older example. That's just how these things
It was one of the first times on console where you could add bots to a multiplayer shooter.
Yes.
For sure.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
Unreal
It's
did
so
it.
fun.
Yeah, Unreal did
it's-
on PC first, I believe, but yeah, it was great on. I enjoyed every frame of Perfect Dark, all 10 per
Every
second.
single, yeah, the dragon, the gun, the unique sci-fi guns and everything. Like, yeah, everything about that game is fantastic. But I was just gonna say the personalities of the bots was the coolest thing. Not just that they were bots, that you can change the way they play it. Really cool.
Before we continue, I'm gonna just say I'm so sorry. We're gonna rotate someone out and someone in, but appreciate you popping in, Indigo, and we can obviously get you back if you're available when things come. People always come in loads at the beginning. There's like a dark time during this stream where nobody comes, and it's horrible. So
normally, what happens is I get up in the morning and then it's like 4 people.
Yeah, because everyone's asleep. But appreciate you, dude, and maybe we'll see you again before the stream closes out.
Cool, man. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Bye. Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Who do we get in exchange? Let us find out.
It's always interesting. It's like a mystery.
I hope it's Glorblstein.
What's in the box?
That's not
What's in the fucking
Glorblstein.
box?
Well, if it isn't death bullshit.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
Going to be enjoying more than just your presence on this stream today. Those in chat will be enjoying 2 of your videos edited just for the Moolah channel in the form of Batwoman.
It's exciting.
I honestly miss Batwoman. I really do.
It's legendary. I'm serious. The one that's coming out today, you won't believe it. If you have, obviously the thing is, you may have seen Jay Longbone or Az or different people's coverage of it years ago, but you haven't seen our coverage. Okay, Luke is in heaven for a reason.
That's certainly the fun. Like, I know these are coming out really late, but it kind of feels like a time capsule, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, that's what it's become now. It's an anniversary thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that will there ever be a time, because it happens disturbingly often, where like we will eventually get to the point where we look back and say, well, you know, this modern piece of media, at least in Batwoman, when they did it like this, which is better.
I'm sure it's not the worst show we've ever seen, technically, which is
crazy.
It's certainly up there, though.
Hey, I mean,
just because Arcane season 2 is worse. Arcane season 2 is worse than that one.
The accolade, man. Come on.
Platoon, I had to reference Rings of Power in a positive way when I covered Rebel Moon, so I don't.
This truly is the worst timeline.
Yeah, the scale keeps changing, man. It's insane.
The way you could go lower than Batwoman, it's like, oh my god, what are we doing?
We're in trouble.
God, Ironheart. How's that?
And Ironheart.
Jesus Christ.
Say what you will about Batwoman, but I wish every bad piece of media was as incredibly entertaining.
No, yeah,
as Batwoman season
no
1.
denying
it's
it.
actually like it could be like the gold standard.
Season 1,
entertainingly bad season.
like peak season 1 of Batwoman is some incredibly entertaining TV. It is so fucking funny.
Yeah. And I love how we just missed Ruby Rose to death after she was gone. Like, oh, please come back.
We didn't know what we had.
Who are you?
Didn't know what we had.
Yeah, because they replaced it with like a normal actress, and it sucks. You need. It's like
a normal bad actress instead of.
She's like fine. She can cry on cue. She's like, you know, she's like a 4 out of 10 actress, while Ruby Rose was like 0.5. It was great.
She's like it's the Gal Gadot effect.
Yeah,
basically.
it is. And you know, you want a 10 out of 10, but if you can't get that, you don't want a middle. You want to go the other side. Tommy Wiseau, let's go.
I know. I was literally about to say, if you take Tommy Wiseau out, it's over.
Yeah.
If you're not an 8 to 10, you'd better be a 1.
Yeah.
All right.
Those are the rules.
Part of the entire point. I've got another video coming specifically about that, but to say it now, I fully believe co-op is part of the very heart of the Soulsborne series. I trust From Software enough.
Part of the heart?
Claim.
Whatever.
That's a hell of a
that's
claim.
not true.
But like, it doesn't. I don't think it changes anything about this conversation to even agree or disagree with that. You know what I mean? Like,
It would just make it worse if you think that it's designed around this, and you get this unbalanced piece of garbage.
Well,
It's not going to strengthen your points.
I mean, that conversation is never going to come up in this. That the design, the pure design of these actual creatures can't deal with multiple enemies properly. Like, that's just not going to come up.
No.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I don't know. I was playing the Lies of P DLC, and there's like a character that you can bring into the fight at the very end, and it's like some new crazy animations play when you involve this character, and she like starts shouting some different things you don't normally hear. It's like you can make the argument that she is like the essence of that final fight, but you can play without her. But it's all like when it comes to Elden Ring, I don't agree. Not in the slightest. Not how the enemies act around the other player. So
we've gone
I didn't
over.
even realize you could summon her, but yeah, she's a good character.
We've gone over a lot of games work hard to make it a worthwhile experience, both single and multiplayer. But like, it's been a big criticism I've had from Software for a long time. When you first ever use a summon or play in co-op, you can notice straight away, like, oh, this is a bit different. You know, like this isn't play it the way that I remember.
I was streaming Shadow of the Erdtrium. The chat kind of convinced me to summon Egon in the Bale fight, and he was hilarious. But it also resulted in me no longer having to play that fight again.
Again,
I immediately beat him.
Iron Golem, Iron Tarkus. There's reason to do it, and it's fun, and you can. We've already gone over this. It's totally valid. You're allowed. It's just that if you never try playing against it yourself, you're missing out on something. That's all.
That if they didn't want you to use something, it would not put that thing in a game. Bloodborne is a fantastic example of this. When they wanted to make a game about quick, aggressive combat in which turtling up behind a shield wasn't the way to play, they designed a game accordingly. The rally system...
This is a horrible example, because there's like 2 shields in the entire game. So you can't even use them. Like, one of them you don't even get access to until like the end of the game.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. I remember someone else making arguments like
engendering
this.
passivity and all that.
This is actually specifically bad for him because there is a shield in the game that it seems pretty explicitly designed for you to not use.
Well, that's probably what's going to be referenced, but I think it supports the alternate point.
Lets you recuperate lost health by quickly dealing damage back out, and the slow healing animation of previous games was replaced by a sub-second HP injection. They made use of a firearm to parry attacks, an essential component of combat, and most importantly of all, they took the shields out. Well, not all.
Well, but so how does this support your point? This is like complete. It's like saying they removed the need to like they discourage players from using iframes in rolling for the first time in Call of Duty by not having it. It's like, well, yeah, I guess. What? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's not encouraging. It's like even saying it encouraging is a bit.
Well, there is one shield that's like a broken wooden shield you can pick up in Bloodborne, and I'm pretty sure the description says the engender passivity thing. Nobody uses it because it's fucking useless. And then to be like, see, it's an option, but they're discouraging you. It's like, but
of them, Bloodborne actually gives you an extremely terrible shield as a borderline joke item with a description that
I don't think it's a borderline joke. Just a joke.
Yeah, it's just a straight up
tells you that you're not gonna get away with putting an indomitable slab of iron between you and the enemies and jabbing at the world with a long pointy stick. It does this near the very beginning of the game as well, because the people what made it know what they're doing. You know what FromSoft game doesn't have co-op? Sekiro. See? The devs don't just idly toss entire gameplay.
If Sekiro had co-op.
Yeah,
I mean,
this doesn't.
Yeah, if
and it would be as well implemented as the rest of the fucking From Software games. If it did, it would be really disappointing.
Yeah.
Has he played Sekiro?
Probably, but I'm surprised Theo hasn't blown a gasket with this reference. By the way,
Theo, blow a gasket right now.
Are you dead, or you may have died already?
Ooh, Sekiro.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's
so dead.
Like,
I think maybe is there a reason why a lot of people think Sekiro is the best game they've made?
Mechanics are fucking amazing, top tier, so perfectly designed for one-on-one combat, and it's so funny to be like, this one doesn't have co-op. It's like, yeah, because it would be shit. It would actually be so shit to have another person stabbing the enemy behind them, and then the AI going trying to focus on which person and just getting killed. Be pointless.
Ruin the fucking flow so much. As someone who's never played these games, but I just know how they work. It's like you're setting up a nice pair, you're about to get it, and then the thing just interrupts and steals your kill. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much. And I know like a lot of people, like a lot of FromSoft games that came after, or FromSoft clone types games, started using the perfect parry system after Sekiro. So it's like we're not allowed to really forget about Sekiro anymore. So
yay.
So good.
On a whim, if it's not meant to be part of the experience, it doesn't go in. So
that's just not even true. Loads of things that aren't supposed to be in go in because of mistakes.
There's literally patch notes that remove things from games. They just get rid of them.
Or add things later because they're like, oh, fuck. Imagine you launched a game where your player couldn't put the gun on their back whenever they climb a ladder or jump up something. That would be pretty terrible. And no, you'd be like, no, fool, that's a part of the game. They wouldn't want you to be able to hold on to the gun because in universe, the character's too weak to hold it that long. Okay, that makes sense. And then they change it, and you go, oh.
Ooh.
Imagine if there was like a multiplayer game and it had a whole bunch of maps, and there was one map that everybody thought sucked, but there was no veto system. And then the argument becomes, yeah, the developers intended it so that you had no choice. You have to play this shit map that everybody hates. Everybody hates this map. But it's there's no veto in there, okay? And they knew what they were doing. So it would be ridiculous to suggest that there should be any change made to the game to try and make it better.
Yeah, and here's a question.
Come out after you
first.
Oh, well, it was just games that come out which have like obviously like mainly offline gameplay, but then a strong online competitive element as well. I think are always like the most useful demonstrators, because when it comes to the online competitive version of Smash Brothers as an example, it's a constant real-time stream of data leading to constant adjustments and balance changes, because they designed something which kind of worked for offline play, but then in online play there's got to be a constant dynamism, all these different people, all these different play styles revealing problems that you didn't anticipate. All these changes are being made. So when a game has both, if they need to make frequent changes to online competition rules to better balance the game, kind of refutes the argument that everything that was in the game meant for offline was necessarily as intended.
That's another good point, by the way, like just broadly using the same mechanics for every system in the game, and then you have to balance differently against AI than humans. You have to balance differently against single enemies and groups. Because that's just, this is why balance is complicated. And just to say, like, they released it as is, that is the balance. Like, okay. But then what if they change it? Shut up. It's like, okay.
And it happens all the time. It's like, I don't, like, play trading card games, but aren't there a whole, like, decks of cards, basically, that are banned from online competition in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, not even online. There's a whole ban list. There's ban lists for everything.
What a nightmare.
Time a new Magic Edition comes out, there's like pre-banned cards.
Yeah, and
so then all of these were created, they were all placed in decks, they were all placed in packs and sold, they were intended to be there, and then they released, and it turned out that when they tried to interact with the rest of the game, they fucked everything up, so they had to be removed. It's like, this is not uncommon. I'm surprised he even makes this argument.
But there's the worst example, because sometimes you have something that's fucked up and you can just remove it. But sometimes you have something that's so fucked up that it now fundamentally and permanently damages the game. Like the main example for me would be Dead by Daylight. They released a killer named Skull Merchant that it was so broken that they can keep people hostage for like an hour. And they had to change the way the game worked in terms of kicking gens. So instead of being able to do it permanently, you can only do it 8 times, which pretty much fucks over every other type of killer, because of this one killer that was so poorly designed, and it's just fucked up the game in like so many different ways.
That's such a great example of just how this always works with long-term spaghetti code games, where it's like, new hero, everyone's paid for them, you got to balance according to their abilities, people are enjoying it, and then you do a thing, and it's like, thanks, you just ruined 20 years of development. It's like, oh.
It's so screwed up now.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that with League of Legends, it was something like, because the people that now work at Riot didn't work there when League was originally coded, and now every time they release a champion, they have to go back in and change like Tryndamere E or something.
Yeah.
It's something really meaningless.
Something always breaks.
The game has a long history of like really hilarious bugs like that. Like Viego was most infamous for them when he released, because he has the unique mechanic of being able to possess enemy champions after he kills them, which led to unbelievable amounts of bugs and problems with the game. Like sometimes literally game-breaking problems. You could like a good one was, if I'm not mistaken, like if he killed someone and possessed them, if you could get to the shop while you had like possessed them, you could sell all their items.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. I love that.
There was multiple.
That's creative use of game mechanics right there.
Crash the game. Like
that's so funny.
What a nightmare.
For any spell, weapon, or gimmick you can think of. Sure, mistakes get made, and some items are legitimately OP. Elden Ring patched the mimics for this
wait a second. Whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean some mistakes are made and some items are
Oh no!
What's the point of your video then?
Yeah, that counts as the whole video.
So
what's the point of this, you stupid clown?
Wait, so if I use a legitimately OP weapon, I should be shamed. But if I use a weapon that, by his definition, isn't legitimate, and God forbid we get the difference between those two things, it's fine.
This is some bullshit.
I can't believe YouTube is free.
completely undermine your entire video so casually.
Gimmick you can think of. Sure, mistakes get made and some items are legitimately OP.
I love that word, legitimately OP. I see.
Elden Ring patched the mimics tier for this very reason, because that's what they do when
So they were wrong.
Yeah, what is that?
So they were wrong. The developers were wrong. They fucked up.
Fucking God. What does it mean for the players who demand that they undo that change because they were enjoying the game and they were using features in the game? Oh no, they weren't legitimately playing it. What the fuck,
just
man?
Indulge the hypothetical where what if like FromSoft could just keep developing Elden Ring forever? Like if we just ignore the reality that they're going on to other projects.
We were just referencing League of Legends. That game has it's not recognizable compared to its first build, 10th build, 100th build.
Completely different game.
Yeah.
No way.
Which one's the legitimate game?
Yeah, even as someone who's an experienced player, they know if they're going back to League, there's going to be weeks before they get caught up on everything, you know? Not even going to recognize items or anything. Like, just hope, you know, there's probably going to be 3 lanes. That's the only thing that'll probably still be the same.
Do you see that shit with...
No.
The last time we probably talked about League was Arcane and the Victor skin and stuff. From what I understand, because Mel sent it to me...
Oh, fuck them.
That they've now made it a mastery restricted thing that you can unlock his old skin. Like...
Yeah, there's like, oh yeah, we're doing putting the old one in there as a skin. You can get it if you have Mastery 5 by this date, which was 2 weeks ago.
That's a fucking insult.
Wait, they
I used
time
to play
locked it as
Victor.
well.
His skins are beautiful, and you just have them taken away from you because this stupid fucking show.
I had Creator Victor, probably my favorite skin, and I just can't use it anymore.
The red beam, it was gorgeous.
Yeah,
the laugh,
awesome.
everything.
This is what I mean by
Now he's got these skinny chicken legs, and he looks like an idiot. Like,
well, you come back and you're like, oh, sorry,
show.
There's been a full rehaul for your favorite champions, so it's not even in the game anymore. You're like, oh, cool.
Like, huh? Especially if you didn't see season 2.
So you stole something from me?
I mean, it is absolute insanity because it's normalized. But like, imagine buying a film and they sometimes update chapters in it, and you're like, what the fuck?
What?
It's like,
Who's this guy?
We changed our mind. We want Frodo to kill Boromir. Like, what?
Yeah. And even League, it's like, why is Warwick like a Pokemon now? Like, what the hell happened to him? What happened to the werewolf man? Like, so many little changes that just came out of nowhere and just damaged it. Like, ugh. Fuck season 2 of Arcane, man.
The answer is stop playing League. Listen, some people
No
are
good for the
strong,
world.
some people are weak. They have to return. I haven't returned to League in a while. Though if Arcane Season 2 was good, I probably would have gone back, honestly.
Oh, you'd be shocked when you play ARAM. There's like 3 ARAM maps now.
I think I think I remember you saying, Mahler, something along the lines of like at least I could say thank God this show is bad, so I never want to go to League again. I think you said something along those lines.
Because so many people probably went back to League after season 1 just to learn.
Yeah, season 1 got me back in after about 5 years.
Loads of people got loads of new players in. They probably wanted the same off of season 2.
I wish I would be able to play against them so I win.
Reason, because that's what they do when something goes against the intended spirit of the thing. They make changes so that it doesn't.
What about something that goes against the intended spirit of the thing that they can't change? What about that? What do we do then?
Was the original difficulty of Lies of P the intended part of the game, and then they nerfed it because of audience pressure? So is anybody who's playing
modes, yeah.
Well, no. Before the DLC came out, they nerfed the difficulty of many of the bosses, which upset me.
I want to be.
But
go ahead. Sorry.
Huh? Oh yeah, no. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, did they cave to pressure, or was that their vision to make these bosses the nerf version?
Another good point.
So.
Yeah.
For all the reasons it can, but really listen to this 1 second, because I find it so fascinating as it destroys the rest of the video.
Hey, Elden Ring patched the Mimics tier for this very reason, because that's what they do when something goes against the intended spirit of the thing.
Meaning that if someone was enjoying and playing the game with an older build, they just managed to, turn it off the internet, whatever, then that would be against the spirit of the game. Would that be something that you would shame them for?
They'd be playing the game wrong.
Oh man, I sure do love how that mechanic works before they patched it. To me, that is the true spirit of the game.
Well,
fucking idiot.
What's kind of crazy here is that it seems like, with the language that's being said here, is that shame would be put upon this theoretical person and event. But I wouldn't. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's kind of, if you want to play that, go ahead. But the shame might come in if they said, I've beaten the game on the hardest difficulty with this exploit. It's like, oh no, you haven't.
Because that person is basically all of us. There's an example where we like a certain thing in a game, and then they patch it or they change it, or it's fun and silly, and then they remove it. It's like games are full of this stuff. We've been that person before. Pretty much every gamer has.
Consistently enjoy. It's near Krusty Lou Studios in Lisa's missions in Simpsons Hit and Run. Kicking Milhouse off into a waterfall. It's hilarious. Because he'll automatically climb back up impossibly. He'll just start walking like directly vertically up a cliff. And if someone said like that is not intended, I'd be like, yeah, but it's hilarious and I love doing it. And it's like I'm not going to stop. And if someone said like you're ruining the experience, I'm like, how? Like it's you know. So like there's obviously things to be. That's what I mean about this theoretical person who runs an old build just to mess around with the mimic tier being OP. I'd be like, yeah, sure, go for it. I wouldn't be saying like that is against the intended spirit from the developers. Like, I'm down. This is what I mean about like this is funny how the gatekeeping is now completely traded up. I think this is for much
They were
worse.
never against gatekeeping. Just when people they didn't like did it.
Yeah.
They make changes.
Character on screen. Who is this?
I don't know.
Someone from He-Man?
Reference. He really seems.
He
like
looks really.
He-Man.
He looks really bony.
I assume. I know
I
that
love him.
I know that these cartoons were made on like barely any budget at all, but I do like the look of a lot of these sort of 80s toy associated cartoons like Transformers and
Fringy,
He-Man.
Fringy, were you ever a Space Ghost enjoyer?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you
Space
don't
Ghost
know
Coast to
Space
Coast?
Ghost Coast to Coast?
I am.
I feel like
So,
I've heard
yeah.
the saying coast to coast related to, but I'm not. I'm just.
So,
I'm not familiar with this.
basically, you would probably like it. So, early Adult Swim, they came out with a show called Space Ghost Coast to Coast, where the character Space Ghost, he is essentially he's a talk show host, and they had he's a talk show host. It's a really good show. You should check out episodes and stuff online. They're everywhere.
Okay.
But what they do is they repurposed a whole bunch of like all of the animations and footage from an old cartoon show about Space Ghost in order to actually make the show. And so Space Ghost Coast to Coast became more like famous and popular than the original was. So they have a lot of the characters and the scenarios and the stories of the episodes is just all of the Space Ghost stuff from the original show that they've repurposed in an Adult Swim show to be like this irreverent, essentially sitcom about him being a radio talk show host.
Yeah, this sounds fun. By the way, you can't be like, oh wow, Friggy hasn't heard like Friggy's the guy who watches all the animated TV shows, so if he hasn't heard of Space Ghost, what the fuck?
Space Ghost is not. It's not that well known. It's like talking to people about like Xavier Renegade Angel. Like a lot of people just won't know what that is.
No, now that I'm aware of it, yeah, I mean this is just a new thing for me to potentially watch. Like that's all that is to me. Something new.
I will just give you one of my favorite episodes. I'll just DM it to you right now because I have it saved locally.
Nice.
Carry on while I do that. You don't have to
Venture Brothers is the early Adult Swim one to watch.
That's a show I need to legitimately go through and watch because I've caught some episodes and stuff and I've really liked it.
It is fantastic.
Rest in peace to George Lowe, by the way, who voiced Space Ghost. Good guy, funny guy.
The mimics tier for this very reason, because that's what they do when something goes against the intended spirit of the thing. They make changes so that it doesn't. It's very telling that a number of bosses in Elden Ring look like they were quite pointedly designed to be fought cooperatively. That doesn't strike me as accidental for a developer that...
Explain yourself.
Which one?
That's the point that you guys made strongly this whole time.
Is it because he has 2 feet?
If
Because
you
that's
mean
just
fire
normal.
giant, it's because you're only supposed to hit the 1 foot, so that doesn't even work.
Yeah, you can't even target the other foot. I don't know what he's talking about.
Put a joke shield in Bloodborne and made a combat system in Sekiro that pretty much has to be engaged with in one particular way. Elden Ring practically screams that it intends for players to fight together in the Radahn boss fight, surrounding you with NPC allies by default in a way that feels quite specifically epic.
Yes, but you can definitely fight Radahn without summoning anyone.
Mm-hmm.
There's cover that you can hide behind. It's not like the NPCs have to be targeted by his range attacks before you can get close enough to fight.
The only part of the fight that's even remotely problematic if you approach it that way is the run-up, and that's only because it gets a little bit annoying having to dodge him camping you with the bow. That's
And if you're playing it
about
without some, or actually with the, I'm not sure if with the world like in-game summons you can still use a horse, but like if you're playing co-op, I know you cannot use a horse for that Radon fight, but that like it's balanced out without summoning another player at least by you can use a horse to get to him faster.
It can kind of just be said.
And then
one,
elk, whatever it is.
the visual, not even the correct boss. And secondly, anyone who plays Elden Ring and fights Radon will realize immediately, oh, this is very different, like notably jarringly different than any boss I've fought before in terms of presentation. Like, oh, we've got a huge group of people all heading toward him. It's some kind of event. That's strange for From. They don't usually do that. Like, the idea that's like, see, look at Radon. You're supposed to fight bosses with groups. Like, nice.
the most obviously different thing they've ever made in that capacity specifically.
Also, I'm so damaged by DLC Radon, I didn't even think about that one.
Not Nicholas Consort Radon, the other one.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, it's like a whole lot of the NPCs that are there with you, they're not there because you need them to fight Radon. I mean, yeah, they make it easier, but the thing of it is, they're diegetic to the world. They're all there ready to fight Radon at the beginning, and they're story-wise. Yeah, bringing in a co-op player is not, it's not indicative of the story. So it's like, you don't need the co-op people to actually play the game in terms of fighting Radon. The NPCs are there to, lighten up the story more, so...
surrounding you with NPC allies by default in a way that feels quite specifically epic. As far as using allegedly OP gear or anything else that might cheese the game and make things easier, I would argue that not taking advantage of an advantageous situation is the opposite of enjoying a...
Unless it's, well, but you've described something that you would call a legitimately OP weapon. Those are
also, what about
in the
that
same
spiritual disagreement with the developers point from earlier? Remember that? What about that? What about that? How do we account for that? Yeah, it's in the game, so...
In the game, it's like, okay.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this still. Is this real? Like, this is from the... Why does he have a gun?
Is this video real? This is one of the deleted scenes. This is in the director's cut.
Oh, this was his true vision.
Yeah. He had to cut this part out because of the runtime for theaters, but he really fought for it, Peter Jackson. He had a lot of clout at that point, but
this isn't this kind of looks like the new Kong, not the old.
That's what
Kong.
I was asking. Is this a real?
You have to ask. You unironically have to ask.
They gave one for the next Godzilla Kong movie. So Kong's got the revolver, and Godzilla's got, I don't know, like a Spaz 12 or something.
Well, they gave one of the Kongs the robot hand. They just gave the other one a gun. So they didn't want him to feel left out. He was just a gun.
1v1 on terminal.
Pure Soulsborne experience. Sorry, but these are punishing games that exploit any mistake you make. They take place in merciless worlds where enemies ambush you, traps troll the shit out of you, and mimics exist. At what...
Alright, so cheat. So just install cheats.
Or use things that the developers didn't intend. Why not? The argument you just made applies to all of this, so why are you saying this?
What can't I justify?
That it is true that something like overbalances against all of this, can we not say that it is true that taking options that trivialize all of that harms the game's immersive quality?
Point does the game encourage you to fight fair? I know the microscopic attention span of pop culture has eradicated Game of Thrones from public consciousness, but I warn you, forget its lessons of putting on a before reason.
That's not the attention span that did that. That was something else.
I don't know about that.
Nice try.
I'm sure they wish that in Season 8 people lost their attention spans. That would have made things easier for them.
Season 8 made it that people told me to go watch it finally, to just don't bother. Basically.
Trust me, my eyes were glued to the screen, Jim. It wasn't attention span. Trust me.
It is straight up impressive the way Game of Thrones Season 8 just wiped that show off the map.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh my!
9 years being a cultural juggernaut and a presence on TV. Just
I know.
I mean,
what happened to Valar Morghulis, all men must die, all the quotes, all the little things, like nobody even talks about it or references it anymore. It's just dead.
I mean, I think though the point Jim's making with this is that like Game of Thrones had characters who taught us that winning is winning no matter what, so use whatever dirty trick you have to. But there is a difference between being a person who is in real mortal danger in a fight and being a guy playing a video game that you can
why play a video game at all?
How do you compare trial by combat to a video game?
Well, yeah, well,
like, what are we doing?
Well, diegetically, my character in Dark Souls would use every OP weapon that they possibly could because they don't. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but that does change your experience. You know, like just don't try to keep arguing that it's the same thing and there's no difference.
Different
He's
experience.
just arguing that you should stay
just
in
admit
character.
that that's the case. It's a different experience, and in admitting it's a different experience, you have to concede that a lot of the people that you're arguing against, that is their entire point. It is different. Obviously, in their view, it's less legitimate or less valuable, less meaningful. But that's ultimately what the conversation is about, and you have to concede that's true. If you play a game on easy difficulty, and someone else plays it on like legendary or hardcore or something like that, and you both say, I've played the game, you're describing a different experience. And particularly in a game where there's a meta surrounding it being like a difficult game where completing is an accomplishment, yeah, there's a degree to which people might get guarded about whether or not they want to give you essentially that cred if you go looking for it. But you don't have to go looking for it. You can just play the game and then not go on the internet and talk about it, you know? You can just enjoy it in your own little world.
Yeah, you could just be honest about what you did.
And that's fine. That's okay. It's cool. But then
just
you
like,
can't,
I'm not looking for praise.
You can't go
I'm
into
just
these
saying I did.
spaces and get mad that people have these sort of these views on like what constitutes the true or proper or real experience. People are always going to form those kinds of opinions about a video game. Of course they are. It's interactive for a starter, which means that that's way more likely to occur.
I can't believe I haven't brought this example up when we've mentioned League so many times. But if you've played rank in League, there's a fundamental difference in solo queue and climbing through a rank yourself versus having a partner and actually getting carried by someone who's better at the game than you. Everyone knows the difference. Getting gold by yourself versus someone carrying you. It's just
not even getting carried by someone else in a duo or whatever, just having a duo in general.
Yes.
Because having someone you can communicate vocally with is an enormous game changer. There is a reason that
you'd also have to consider that none of these excuses fucking fly when you get to that level of play. Like, if you're not doing the responsibilities of your role when you're playing ranked on League, you're just going to get banned, removed, or hated. It's like, you know,
it could be your grandma in the bot lane. You'll yell at her, like, bro, why
if someone says, like, I want to play, you know, a wacky type for support, like, I'm going to be fucking, I don't know, I'm going to go support Lux in like, high rank plays. It's like,
I've seen friendships damaged over that shit. Like, legit. What the fuck you mean you're going bar jumble? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, when people choose unconventional stuff, which, by the way, you know, there's examples of people dominating the game with this point of pick. It's like, when you're not choosing safe stuff that's known, people will be like, fuck you, get out of my game. Like,
I'll never forget, I saw Braun go top lane, and all of us cussed him out. Like, what the fuck you doing? Dude went 30-0, and we just were silent. Like, okay, all right. I guess I don't know how to play.
Fine.
He was like, what? I just installed this game, and I thought the big shield dude was cool. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Just so I'm clear, like, you can do unconventional picks. I'm just saying that when you get to rank, a lot of people are not going to tolerate you doing things because it's fun or expressive or blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you're supposed to do things a particular way and you will not be tolerated doing anything else.
They are frustrated because they feel like you are jeopardizing their ability to win in the ranked competitive mode focused around winning.
Yeah.
Like, pretty fair to be upset in that regard.
It's part of the reason people get so heated with road rage is because it's you know, it's extreme. There's consequences to this, where if you just were walking and bumped into a person, wouldn't be a big issue. But when you're playing ranked, it's the same way. You're jeopardizing my experience potentially, and like people will take that personally from the first 5 minutes. Like, if you're throwing the match, because they know they're gonna have 40 minutes of fucking nightmare. You know, you're screwing it up from the very beginning. And League is just one of the worst examples of that, where you have to take the role super seriously or don't even show up.
Herald.
You don't fight with honor.
Be careful showing these clips. I'm just saying. You know?
Where's your watermark?
I want to play the Souls game that actually instills this sort of mindset, by the way, because I don't believe it exists.
No.
Like, no Souls game is in any way
If you
difficult
said-
or like overbearing enough to make me want to be like the rat gamer, eking out whatever advantages I can get.
The
Because you
rat
probably want to have like some
Cherry
kind of
picker.
sandbox
Right
game
game, yeah.
for that. What's this one Might and Magic game called that has like all the physics stuff going on?
Dark Messiah.
Yeah.
Dark Messiah, that
Where
was
you can
fun.
just kick people off of ledges, throw boxes at them. You can do all kinds of crazy shit. That's probably more something where you just use every
Yeah,
dirty
play like
trick, I guess.
Patches. Everyone wants to
Yeah.
be Patches.
I think though that like bringing up cheats is a great example here because it's like, well, if you do whatever it takes to win, does that include just hopping on Nexus and finding an invincibility mod or like one that just makes you one
Hey,
hit
it's
kill
more
everything?
fun.
It's like yeah,
And it
because
can
you're in a
be.
video game where you can alter the rules of reality. Braun in this situation cannot. Therefore, him fighting dirty is completely reasonable.
How do you have fun doing cheats? I just don't understand it. I don't get it. These people are cannibals. Like, it's
I
something
think-
I just can never relate to.
Braun won that fight fair and fucking square, dude. He went up
Oh, I love
against
that.
Also true, yes.
like the guy had
It's one of the
full
best fights
plate
in this show.
shield. He was extremely like skilled, and Braun beat him because he was faster and he got to the gaps in the armor. The idea that it's like that's
Using a dex
dirty,
build.
they're like, fuck off. Nah, he beat him.
Yeah, and that's what I loved about that scene. It's like it's two different philosophies. Like, oh, you don't fight with honor. It's like, oh, he did, and look what happened to him. Like Braun is a smart fighter, and he understands the risk he's taking by not using armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, things like that. You can learn a lot about each characters.
So like
Yeah,
this
but
clip,
Braun wasn't
it doesn't-
also. Braun was not fighting for a fun experience either. Like
Yeah.
that's a pretty
Funny,
key
funny.
difference.
He's smart. This is super
Braun-
pragmatic.
That's sort of the like issue of mindset we're running into here is like Braun explicitly is like fighting to survive. If he loses here, he's dead, which is obviously quite bad for him. Whereas in most video games, hazard to say like virtually all video games, really struggle to instill that sort of sense of fight or flight in you to the point that you are like that invested in your fate because they can't manifest
you'll have
particularly
to-
strong consequences against you when you die.
It's got to be like hardcore
League-
mode, like lose everything, like
League gets
Daisy
pretty
or
close.
hardcore World of Warcraft or.
Or if you
Well,
like
the
super
mo-
far into like any roguelike game and you know if
Yeah.
I fuck up now I have to beat up all the bosses again, I have to get new items.
It's like a time
blah, blah, blah.
investment.
Yeah,
You lose the
exactly.
time that
Well-
you've invested into it. It's probably the closest
Mhm.
thing that a video game can get. Like
I
Uchida Way is
know.
very. It's an
Act 5
accurate
of Ninja
parallel.
Gaiden.
I've never
Hardcore.
actually played it
Legit.
myself, but EVE Online, where people have spent legit like thousands of pounds, dollars, what have you, on ships that they then just lose.
Mhm.
No
Um,
insurance.
Yeah. Not played it myself, not going to.
He did.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
fuck
Oh,
off!
wow,
Wow,
nice
no,
Steve, nice
not the
Steve.
same.
Nice Steve, good job. This is
It's
really
just
funny.
Rajang here.
Yeah, this
Why?
is
This is-
hilarious.
Hell yeah.
This
Yeah.
I'm
No,
now
it
I'm
was
just
funny.
singing the fucking. It's a funny. The banana does have a funny dance. It's a
He
a
does,
funny
it's
sort
fair.
of.
That's
you know.
a class. That's an old.
It is a
yeah, it's
classic.
classic.
My
That's
experience-
that's the point. That's a fucking dated fucking meme, isn't it? Jesus Christ.
That's the joke. It's deep fried.
with the Soulsborne
Yeah, but
series.
I'm allowed to say you suck, McBain, and in this
I can-
case, you know, I'm not going to get shot or anything,
Dude.
so it should be fine.
Throw a grenade.
Do you remember when it's a McBain like thing where he's on some kind of show and he's making fun? I think he's trying to do some form of stand up. It's a
Stand-up
different
comedy,
one than
yeah.
it's a different one than the one Fringy's talking about. And he's talking about someone's clothing and he says he dresses that way because he's a homosexual. And then loads of people in the audience go boo. And then he goes, "Oh yeah, maybe you're all homosexual too." I was like, wow, McBain is a great stand-up.
Bane.
Why did you roll back for that? I didn't want to
I-
see that again.
Yeah, why? How dare you, Muller?
Got to
my
experience
God.
it in its totality.
My experience with the Soulsborne series goes as far back as the original Demon's Souls, which I
Why are you
adored
showing
and
the remake?
raged at in equal measure. My first
Yeah, oh, got him.
Good catch.
Got
yeah,
him.
true.
time playing Demon's Souls had a moment that I consider the most
Was it
instructive
just
I've
like, I
experienced.
couldn't be asked, like, getting the PlayStation 3 footage? This is
Can be
fine.
us playing the
This is good.
actual game.
Well, but you know, they've had in the top right gameplay by all kinds of different sources. You can just get, you know, the source you want from
No,
different.
well, I mean, I guess
It
it's
is-
kind of what Theo was speaking to is Sterling doesn't give a shit whether or not
Yeah.
it's from the original or the remake, even though the
Yeah.
remake is contentious. Not contentious, right? It's just kind of universally considered to be like worse, isn't it?
It is considered very much by people who liked Demon Souls to be a butchery of Demon Souls.
Yeah, I think.
In fairness, it's the only
I
version
get
I've
it.
finished. I got totally what would be the word? Filtered by Demon Souls when I originally played it.
I
played
man,
both
it's
versions because I'm a
I've
true
listened to the
gamer.
soundtrack for both of them, and I will say,
Yeah.
like, the Flame Lurker for the new one, it's like, oh, I feel like you missed the point
Yeah.
with this one.
The whole
I don't know
soundtrack.
about
The soundtrack is the most obvious place for me because, good God, they made such a mess of it. They fed
Well,
it
yeah,
through
the-
the Dark Souls 3 machine.
I really like the music in Dark Souls 3, can't
Mhm.
lie. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
But like Demon Souls music has a vibe that's really like unique, very distinctive.
Experienced across the entire series. That moment was the Flame Lurker and the manner in which I defeated him. The Flame Lurker was considered at the
You need to
time
get him
one of
stuck on the
Demon
one rock
Souls'
and throw
nastiest
stuff at him.
bosses. He was fast as hell, maliciously aggressive, and hit with the force of Optimus Prime's oily ejaculate. In short, the Flame Lurker was a cuck. He was also
He's a cuck?
not particularly smart.
you showing
There was
us
a
you
method of
fight?
beating him that
What did he
involved
say?
standing behind a certain
not particularly
Not
what?
particularly smart.
Smart.
Flame-
Wait a
okay.
minute.
The
Is
boss
he about
not
to say what?
particularly smart. Okay.
Is he going to say
why-
that like I stood on a rock and then he was able to cheese it?
I
Because if
used an
so,
exploit.
It's
Yeah.
Why are we
it's a
not
pretty
seeing-
common it's a pretty common cheese, if I remember correctly. You can get him stuck on like a rock and then you can just chuck shit at him, I think.
Also, I mean, like video production wise, why are we not seeing footage of him fighting that boss?
That's way too
right
much
now?
effort. I don't even know why
That
you
is
would add
actually like pretty funny. Why not show the fight with the Flame Lurker?
You're
if
showing
talking about
not the Flame
Same thing happened with
Lurker in the
Radon.
wrong
Didn't show that
game.
either.
Yeah.
Man, like this is come on. Like, come on.
Smart. There was a method of beating him that involved standing behind a certain part of the environment that caused the Lurker's AI to get stuck in such a way that you could safely wail on the big orange bell end and he couldn't hit you back. After getting my tits
so
roasted
an
a few
exploit,
times,
yeah.
I
Does
absolutely
that exploit
posted
still
up behind
exist
that bit
in
of
the
bonus.
remake? Like, was that exploit in the original and then kept in the remake, or did they remove it in the remake?
I don't remember, to be honest.
I couldn't tell you.
No, if it's in the remake, I don't think it is.
Well, because if it's
So
not
I'm
in the
getting-
remake, then isn't that an expression of the true intent of the developers? Is that they changed it in the remake because they didn't think it should actually be there?
Well, it was remade
I mean,
by
I
a
guess
different studio.
Bluepoint
Oh,
did
okay.
the remake.
So it makes it more complicated at that point, doesn't it? What happens when a different studio forms a
Yeah.
different interpretation of the same game? Then who's correct? And I assume that this is all an anecdote to ramp up to, yeah, I use the exploit and that's okay because I want to win.
It seems like
Yeah,
we're going to.
probably.
I felt great about exploit, like using this exploit, and I just can't really understand the mindset.
Yeah.
No,
I can
I
only
get
just
it.
imagine them like stone faced as they like press R1 over and over and over again until the boss is dead, and then they're like, all right, next
I guess
area.
it could give you some sort of weird malicious glee in that the game that's been causing you so much trouble, you're now sort of breaking it and taking a perverse kind of vengeance against the game because you're not good enough to beat it on its own terms. But it's not the same as there's a difference fundamentally between beating the game and playing the game. Like ideally you play the game to beat it, but if you
Yeah.
aren't particularly bothered by playing the game, then you will beat it via means that don't involve playing it, like exploiting stuff like this.
Seeing the things
What a-
versus doing the things. I'm telling you, it's the fundamental philosophical difference between how some people view the experience of playing a game. If you see all the things, yeah, I've beaten that game. But it's like, yeah, but like, I mean, did you just go to the lowest difficulty mode and use a hack that like you'd just be invincible? Because it's not the same as just playing the actual game.
Yeah, so
And
correct me if
what
I'm wrong, but
happens-
I think Flame Lurker is one of the decent fights in Demon Souls, right? That's like one of the
He's
better
the
ones.
most fightiest fight.
Yeah, because
other than
Demon,
Alone.
Demon Souls bosses are not particularly good. Most of them. So it's actually hilarious to me that Sterling went and cheesed the boss that's actually one of the decent ones.
Well, he claims to have done that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I
We're not
can't see it
seeing
on
it.
screen right now. That would be marvelous.
Well,
if I could see
we
that.
can-
would be
we're
nice.
not
imagine
even
that
seeing.
He's the
Not
kind of
only
person
not
to
seeing
brag
the
about
cheese.
cheesing when he didn't.
We're not only not seeing the cheese code. We're not even seeing the enemy. Like you
Yeah, I
put
know.
a PNG up of
Not
it
even
earlier.
seeing the
it's like-
game.
I'm
Sure
not
it's
even
more
able to
impressive in
see whether
person.
or not it's true that the boss looks like he's unreasonably hard.
and laughed as I rendered the red-hot silly fucker helpless and impotent. And not only do I not regret it, I think it was a peak Demon Souls moment. Like tricking that stupid red knight into falling down that...
Yeah,
Peak
this is
fire,
why
if you will.
gatekeep
fire,
everything.
yes. I guess it can be whatever you want it to be.
Like,
but
you're
I mean,
welcome to it. I
Jesus.
just don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't
You could
get
just
it.
extrapolate that to every single boss in the game. If that happened on every boss, he would be like, well, this was a shit game, surely.
It just strikes me as
I
part
just
of
use
this
cheats to
really
beat the game.
weird like personification people sometimes do with games, where they get really adversarial with the game as if it is like an entity that is wronging them. Like, yeah, the game is a person that is fucking them over, so they have to get back at the game somehow. The game is like programming. It's not real.
Cheesing the AI was like a battlefield moment for Sterling
Yeah.
here.
I was in some
I just
war
don't
with
see
some
how
other
this
guy.
this justifies just flat out using cheats to beat any game, and it's fine. Like,
Yeah.
there's no shame in that. To just actually use cheats to give yourself like God mode, and like, yeah, it's in the game. I could give myself God mode. I beat it. Haha.
I'm just
And
glad
boy,
I
that
don't
was
see
a peak
games.
gamer move.
I'm just glad I don't see games the same way this guy does. That's my biggest takeaway from his video. I'm just like, wow, you're
jeez.
really missing out.
This guy is clearly playing for a different.
Well.
Yeah,
You're
that's a good way to
I'm
describe
here
it.
and I'm here to fucking win on however the fuck I can. Even
There
if
is
that
no
means in a
honor,
way
there is no
that's really
sportsmanship.
lame and bland and dull.
I don't know
and
how
there's
it doesn't.
no, like accomplishment really at all.
I don't know how it doesn't break the fantasy at all either. Well, because like this clearly isn't like an entity that is like unintelligent, and
Not
you're exploiting
supposed to
that
be
fact.
caught on that rock.
There
That's
is
bullshit.
like
know?
it's clear immediately what's happening here is something is like going on that is behaving in a way that is not supposed to be. So like all immersive quality is gone instantly in that moment because you've realized this is a game that is abiding by faulty code. So what's even left there? Because you're not even doing anything mechanical either. You're pressing R1 until it's dead. So I just don't understand the satisfaction to get out of this other than getting
Yeah, it's
back
a very-
at the game that's wronged you. It's a
a
fucking
very-
game, dude.
Yeah, it's a very low IQ Rubian way of sort of engaging with the game as a concept.
The way I looked at it, and continue doing so to this day, is that Souls games use everything at their disposal to punish and humiliate me, so I'm going to do the
Humiliate.
exact
Except getting on a
same.
rock.
there it is. There it
Except
is.
getting on a rock.
Humiliate is
Oh,
an
you-
interesting
I'm
word
sorry,
to
you're
use.
just not cut out for this kind of game. Then, if you think
Yeah.
you're getting humiliated
Yeah,
in
he's
the
taking
game
it-
because
he's
it's doing
taking
the
it
thing
very
it's programmed
personally.
for,
Like,
you
this is
gotta
a-
cheese it.
The game,
Like, you know
This
what?
is a-
I'm
it's a-
sorry, I have to say it, but get good.
the game
Yeah,
is
He's
not
taking it
person.
like it's a personal insult. The game isn't just
This is a
easily
little
allowing him
unhinged,
to
I
win.
gotta say. This
I
is
can't believe you
slightly
used that
unhinged.
word. That's insane.
Death is
How
an
dare this
integral
game be
part of the
difficult?
experience of playing these games. Like dying, learning why you died, and trying to figure out how to not make that mistake again is a lot of the enjoyment of them. It's why people don't want there to be easy modes in these games. You're not getting
Also, I feel like-
humiliated. You're playing the game.
Yeah.
The
Has anyone here ever
iceberg
been
is,
humiliated by a game before? This thought process is crazy.
This feels like the iceberg, it's like what is visible and what's lying below, and it's like this feels like we're getting to peer into what's below. Our hardcore gamers playing games wrong is like this weird bitterness towards these games and the way that you
Yeah.
engage with them.
Why should they be talented? Why should they be happy when they play
Yeah.
games? Why should they succeed when I can't?
The
How
statement
dare
is
they
just,
be better?
isn't
He's just
true,
shit at
by the
games.
way. The game has like so many avenues that it could use to fuck with you that it doesn't. Like the whole series, they could start attacking you in the menu if they wanted to.
I
They
like.
could
I mean, I
start
think the only
permanently taking items out of your inventory. Like there are so many things that they could be doing to you that they do not. Permanently reduce how much Estus you get. I don't know.
I think the only means by which I could be humiliated by playing a video game is if I make a mistake that I feel like, oh my god, I did that,
the
and that's
reason-
why I
Even
failed.
that's
But
kind of
that's
you
not the game.
humiliated yourself.
Exactly.
That's not even the game.
game humiliating me. It's me
Yeah,
being
it
like
doesn't
pissed
work.
at myself for being an idiot.
That's what I mean.
Losing is
closest
one
that they
thing,
have
but
come
if you
to
lose because
being-
your own mistake, that sucks. And I know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean.
But
Yeah,
the closest
and
I can
generally
remember
the-
being humiliated by a game, there was, is it Wave Race on the N64? And
way very
if you're not
sexual.
very good at this game, the commentator will just say, "You're rubbish." It's like, well, fuck you.
Just biting commentary. Calm down.
Actually, I do have examples for that. Wesker and DVD would be like, poor performance indeed, after you just whooped your ass. You're like, ah, shit. You gotta rub it in? Like, so yeah, there's that. But that's just isolated forums. This sounds like him just being
There's
a coping.
slightly subtler shade of Devil May Cry 3 and similar games where if after you die enough times, it's like, hey, you can pick easy mode now, by the way.
Yeah.
God of
Scream
War.
right in your face. Do you want to change to easy mode? You
No,
baby.
it doesn't even ask you if you want to change to it. It's just like, hey, you can pick this now, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it was.
No, that's the thing. They give you a choice. They have it hovered over like no and yes. Like you have to make the choice before.
Yeah,
you
but the choice, the fact they're offering the choice is kind of offensive. It's like when you're struggling with a puzzle and the game says, "Hey, do you want a hint?" It's like fucking.
Have an NPC character that's there after like 30 seconds will go and just spoil it for you. It's like, bro, I almost had it. Like, just fucking. The hand holding in video games is probably one of the biggest problems.
I actually recently found it.
God of War
I found
does
it.
it when you're doing like a jumping puzzle and you fall down all the time, and then it asks, "Do you want to go to easy mode?" It's like that won't help me. It's an insta death fall.
Jump to say though, Ninja Gaiden 3 does it in an interesting way, whereas if you die on a certain boss a few times, it'll just say, "Hey, do you want to get up and fight again?" And then it won't ask you to go to easy mode, but it'll show you the difficulty you're on and like give you the option to go over there and reselect another one. I thought that was a subtle difference between saying, "Hey, do you want to switch to easy mode?" Being like, you're on hard mode right now.
Yeah, in case you haven't forgotten, you're on the big boy mode.
I'd love to know if Sterling has played Rain World, because like that's an actually mean video game. Like one that
That's
is
what I've heard.
like that is a very, very mean video game. There are sometimes circumstances where like you can die and there was pretty much nothing you could ever have done to prevent it.
I've heard that's like argued as being part of the point of that game, right?
I think it is a large part of the charm, but it is also why a lot of people bounce off it, because it's an extremely high friction game. But like that's a game that's actually trying to fuck with you in that sort of way, that trying to be very, very hostile to you and your experience. Dark
Fear
Souls
and Hunger
really
Games.
isn't that.
Fear and Hunger Games as well. They're just
brutally,
disgustingly hard.
I was just thinking about how it's a cool element of Quake that you just don't see in most stuff, but to access easy is a road. Access medium, I think, is like a bumpy road. Hard, you have to jump over a gap that has lava, and then nightmare mode is something you actually have to be relatively proficient at platforming to access. Like, that's cool.
It's hidden.
Like, to access the difficulties is a somewhat little bit of a test of your skill as is.
I think if any of you ever played God Hand on the PS2, I feel like they did a humiliation that actually kind of works. Like if you get hit in the balls, there's like a diegetic crowd that like is laughing at you. Or if you get hit too many times, you level down and you hear the crowd go, "Oh!" Like you're failing the game. But it's all like it's so much better. Like when you start really beating ass, and then the crowd cheers and level up, and you go to die, and then the fucking enemies are kicking the shit out of you and taunting you the whole time.
Cool. I love that game.
I love that game. I want to play it again.
So fucking hard, dude.
You get some fucking
brutal.
Oh man, you kind of wear out your arm with all the mashing you do.
Oh Jesus, that's rough.
Why not break the game when you can? The game won't hesitate to break you. And like I say, it was instructive.
The game will absolutely pull a lot of punches. No. The game is pulling all kinds of punches all the time. It is curated and laid out in such a way as to be beatable.
Yeah.
The game is designed for you to complete it. It's not trying to stop you from beating it.
If anything, there will be hidden things underneath in the code which are actually giving you an unfair advantage in certain situations. I think Bioshock has like the magic hit point. So like there are occasions in Bioshock where an attack that would normally have killed you will leave you with basically 1 HP. And it's just written into the game. It's the magic hit point. It's because they want to give you a chance to escape. The game is actually helping you, whether you recognize it or not. Ideally, you don't, but that's still kind of a skill issue.
Something I find
Alien
funny
Isolation.
Along these lines is XCOM 2. Like XCOM as a series is renowned for the, XCOM rolls 99% and I missed, but in XCOM 2, the game cheats in your favor on every difficulty except the hardest. Every time you miss a shot, you gain a 10% hidden aim on your next shot until you hit. This is the case on every difficulty except the hardest one.
Oh, the things that happened to me on this game when the shot got blocked by a fucking laundry bin. Or you stand in front of an enemy
Good
with a shotgun
craftsmanship.
and then you miss. It's like, really, dude? Come on.
Out of aggro range of enemies and blasting them with madness fire from the eyeballs was one of the most fun things I did in Elden Ring, and you know, that's a point that blows every other one out of the water, isn't it? Are you having...
You're very insecure.
Yeah, extremely insecure.
Are you having...
I mean, Jim strikes me as the kind of person who doesn't play competitive games because of the fear of losing.
Yeah.
Well, that's actual people humiliating him, apparently.
Where the real gamers, their main games are usually competitive games because the replay value is like goes infinite because these people, because of how high level the player base is.
Yeah, it's just this. I guess this attitude is one that I don't know if I've ever had this. Like sometimes, yeah, I get frustrated. Sometimes I get frustrated at games, and usually that's warranted because I have incredibly good taste. But this is just this weird attitude that it's this weird adversarial you versus me. Like games are meant to be won, but in like an unhealthy way of looking at it. Like victory at all costs. There is nothing underneath the surface of winning. There's no sort of principle or core experience or anything. It is literally a binary of winning and losing, and that's
He
all
doesn't
that
understand
matters is ticking that box.
He doesn't understand the benefit of losing because anyone who's ever gotten good at a video game got there by getting their fucking ass whooped a million times until they mastered the mechanics and everything. And that's part of the beauty because you know that not everyone's willing to go through that. So when you say get good, you're just saying like, man, I can't sit here for an hour explain all the fucking different things I went to improve. You got to go through that yourself. So it's not to be insulting. It's just like, yeah, you have to go through that journey.
Well, he frames dying in a Souls game as being humiliated. So, like,
yeah,
that kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yeah,
It's like,
and then
no.
dresses like that. That's true. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of this, not to get like too political, but I think a lot of this is super. Like, it makes like extra sense when you understand the meta of the fact that, like Jim Sterling is like a hyper lefty who abhors the concept of like merit and personal agency and that sort of thing. And once you kind of understand that, that's who he is as a person. You're like, oh, all of these video game they make sense. It all makes sense. This falls in perfectly with sort of that outlook on the world and that outlook on agency.
Kind of wonder how much it's even in practice like believed in, because Jenna keeps pointing out, it's like every last piece of footage we've gotten of Elden Ring has not been co-op.
That's the thing. It just feels like he's just throwing in footage in to get just to get it done.
Just play your well, here, let me check. Maybe it's a thing. Jim Sterling co-op playthrough. Jim Sterling is that which one had co-op? Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Everyone except for Sekiro does.
Let's see.
And oddly enough, it's funny that one's considered the best one. As someone who's never played these games, I find that really interesting.
By a lot of people.
Broadly, Elden Ring is considered the best one by most people.
Don't tell
By
me
orders
that.
of magnitude.
Don't tell me
Elden
that.
Ring is considered like the second coming of Christ.
If I was going to play one, based on what I've heard, if I was going to play one, it'd be Sekiro. That would be the one that I'd play.
I find it like people are already putting it up for Game of the Decade. Like,
can we fucking
It
chill?
sold a
alongside
lot
Baldur's
of
Gate 3.
copies.
Sekiro looks like something unique and
Balatro
fresh
is
and
a better
different.
game.
Elden Ring looked like just the other. I don't know. It just didn't look that
It's
appealing.
Dark Souls 4,
You're on a
but in an
horse.
open
That's kind of
world.
cool. That's about it.
I stand by saying it's the
Yeah,
McDonald's
Sekiro, you
of
have a
Dark Souls.
grappling hook, though.
Yeah.
It's the McDonald's of Dark Souls. I have to agree with you. I
The
really
American
do.
McDonald's.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, man, if you really want to play like a Souls-like game that's the best of them all, I've been smoking Liza P's cock all night, and I'm just going to keep doing it. It's a fantastic fucking game.
We've been smoking it?
It's just user friendly, right?
You said smoking its cock.
You can smoke a cock.
Yeah, you can do
Liza P's
that.
very, very good.
It's extremely good. Anybody who
you
loves...
can like a roast chicken, but I don't know like what.
Yeah. All I'm saying is it's
Roast that cock.
extremely good. It's the best of the best in terms of its Souls-like types of games. If you like these types of games, please play it.
What's the tier below McDonald's, and what does that make Night Rain if Elden
Burger
Ring
King?
is McDonald's?
There isn't. McDonald's is actually the lowest.
Or
Well, no,
Pizza Hut.
McDonald's is
I haven't
okay.
played
Their
so.
coffee is okay, I guess.
And their
They have
fries
I
are
guess
dope. I
kebab
don't
shop.
care.
Yeah,
You think McDonald's fries are dope?
wait, hold on. Is McDonald's having good fries not kind of a universal opinion most people have?
It's all garbage, but
the
come on,
greasy
man.
local kebab place. Yeah,
Good isn't the word
Canadian
that I
McDonald's
use,
fries
but-
is different than what Rex
you
is
know
eating?
what you're here for.
Let's not make any bones about it.
Having fun with the video game you bought, then no matter what you're doing, you aren't playing it wrong. The overall point is to be entertained, and that's true of
No,
all
it
but
isn't.
some
No, it
highly
isn't.
specific games
Yeah.
that have a distinct alternative motive.
Fuck's sake.
So he's saying
Jim.
the point is to be entertained unless that's not the point. Brilliant.
If you buy Monopoly and then you enjoy using the pieces to play chess, then you're playing Monopoly wrong.
No, I had fun.
What if you have fun? Yeah, but
Well,
what if you have fun?
then I'm not
It's
going
like
to
a
take away from your fun,
3-year-old.
but you are playing it wrong.
Well, if you have fun, if you just whip the little pewter pieces at your brother or something, he runs away and screams. It's fun.
And I don't see how this doesn't. How does this? I mean, this justifies cheating in multiplayer games. Like, well, you're having fun. That's the point.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that's kind of the big one. Like multiplayer
Like-
games totally throws.
And
that
I remember
out
we
the
had that
window.
one really weird caveat about how, yeah, sometimes they change shit because it's not the intended spirit of the game itself. And it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Feels
You
like you
found
could
the
have
light for a
expanded on
second
that.
there.
Yeah, it's like that little, that's like a
Spark.
stake in your entire heart of the video. So I feel like you should expand on it a little bit.
It makes the whole thing pointless, and I just don't understand, like, with this thought process, like the humiliation thing. Like, how do you play chess? Like, you lose your queen to a pawn, and you just flip the board. You're fucking humiliated.
You blunder, and you've had enough. No
Yeah, it's part of games, man.
I don't know if this is copyright either.
Default
just
also
just
is-
assume it is.
It's crap. That's all I'm saying. What is
It's
his
the
editing
height of
choices?
arrogance to assume that the way any single one of you plays games is the only real way to play them. To consider
No one
your...
says
You
that.
still-
Nobody says this.
He's fighting demons. No one said
This
that.
doesn't
It's
exist.
voices in your head, man.
No,
Like, it's
demons are
just-
real, and they make videos like these.
That's what I was saying. Like even that text card, like the word default, it's like that's not what we're saying. By default, you can summon. We're arguing that it makes the game less
We
interesting
don't have to
play.
respect it. You can do it legally and morally, but we don't have to respect it.
I even have no
I feel like
issue
I
with
think
someone
you would have a
engaging with
better
it. I just want
time
them
if you
to
didn't.
also give a shot at playing without them. That's all.
Yep. I think there is
think-
a
I
solid
feel like
shot
to
that you would have a
ass-
better time if you didn't.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like he's looking at this from a perspective of a streamer who's being heckled by his stream audience. Because people
get
come to
over
these
it.
types of games. Well, these people play like they watch these
my
types of games
God.
to watch the streamer struggle, right? And so like maybe he's looking at it from that angle, and it just gets in his head.
I
This,
can.
this answers everything. That imagine having schizophrenia, but it's being one guide all the time,
just have to
constantly. That's Jim. That's every second of his life. Thinking about that one guy in chat, that one person.
There's a weird math to this, but if you approach a boss for the first time on a game that's well known and understood to be difficult, and you beat them on the first try, chat are going to be mixed. They'll be like, "Woo, good job, excellent." Someone will be like, "Huh." I was kind of hoping to see him struggle a bit, but okay, yeah, good job, good job. However, if you die 10 times and then win, chat's probably going to have a better reaction. They're going to be like, "Hey, you did it, nice, you overcame it."
Yeah.
If you die 100
You'll
times
probably have a better reaction.
and then beat it, the chat will fucking explode. Like if you, they'll just be like,
That is true.
One of the cooler things about streaming is getting to sort of share those sorts of experiences. and have that
Exactly.
sort of community experience of like you triumphing, or like, and the lows as well, because bad thing happens to you. And
considering all of those, call them, just stats, I guess, as a broad term, it's like, what do you think that tells you about the audience? That they're prudes, that they're desperate to make sure you play the default way where they assumed is whatever way they play. It's like, no, they want you to have the experience they had, which they consider to be valuable. It's as simple as that. You don't have to make it a villain thing, always.
They want to
I think
see
he needs
you
to.
get good. They want to see you improve and then eventually overcome something that you were having a bunch of trouble with.
They get to see you go on an arc, and they get invested in your struggles. It's like watching disabled kids at sports day or something. It's like you really
Don't I
really
know
want
that?
them to do well, and it's just
you can
This
always
requires
feel
that Jim
like the
Sterling knows
excitement.
what improvement is.
You can always feel the excitement building in a chat when like the run is coming, like the winning run is close by and everyone's like on the edge of their seats and whatnot. Like they're waiting for it.
Yeah.
They want it to happen, but
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, when
dude,
you get those 2 or 3 that are close to when you beat it, where like the boss has like 10% health left, and it's like, it's like he's getting close,
You have
figuring it
to-
out.
This is it. This is the
But it
one.
does.
It's
It
like
does probably require a personality that I don't think Jim is like possesses, which is that you, as the person doing the streaming, you have to be prepared to make a lot of mistakes in public and not immediately get massively embarrassed and then start blaming the game for your own inadequacies. I don't get that sense from him.
So,
Well, it's the attitude that makes Pirate Software look up the answers to puzzles before he streams the game, or like cheats at puzzles. Like this demand that you be perceived in a particular way.
It's why Kai Cenat blew up when he did the Elden Ring marathon, and when he struggled with Melania for like 8 fucking hours. Like the chat was like all on that guy's side afterwards because he just kept going despite all the trouble.
It's another thing people like is the resilience. Like you just don't give up. It's like human spirit sort of stuff. I was someone's gonna bring up, because I know chat will remember this, some PTSD shit, but the Makiri counter in Sekiro, a mechanic that very useful that I wasn't using, and I was making it through the game, but there's a lot of times where I could be using that and it would be making it a lot easier, a lot more efficient. And every once in a while chat would be like, use the Makiri counter, use it. I was just be like, la la la, don't need it, la la la.
Too.
And then
it looks incredible. And
I was using it
useful.
like every once in a while, but nowhere near as much as I needed to. But then final boss having some trouble on it, and he's got 1 hit left. I'm on super low health, and the last move is a Makiri counter. It's like the chat fucking lost their minds. They're like, oh my god.
Well, it's like I like the Makiri counter, especially in situations like that, because it looks epic. Like the camera kind of zooms in an interesting way, but like not one that disorients you, and you usually get a really good return on damage from it too. It's good stuff.
You get a nice bassy stomp out of it, and the guy loses a ton of structure. It's like,
particular build, your particular playstyle, your particular use or refusal of features is the default. This is truer of a game like Elden Ring than many others, not just because the game has so many options to play how you want, but because that game sold millions and millions of copies. And let me break it to the...
Oh my goodness.
One of the things that strikes me as very strange, I guess, listening to this, and especially with the history of Jim Sterling and how we've covered him in the past, Jim Sterling seems to be extremely hyper-fixated on a game series that he's very bad at. Is this I'm like the way that he just this hyper-fixation on Dark Souls and the Souls-likes, and that's how we've covered in the past. I don't know what it is. Like I think it's because he probably views this game as with some air of legitimacy. Like, these are the real games that you need to be good at. It doesn't matter, it's legitimate like cred. If you can't play these or beat them, or he has to justify why his way of playing these games is not something to be scoffed at. It's like ego and also chasing some kind of, maybe not authority, but respect. It's very odd.
The Souls series does have this air of like faux sophistication about it at this point. It's had it for a long while. It's really broken into the mainstream with like the, I guess, run of success they had from Sekiro through to Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree by most people's understandings. So these are like, the Souls game is high art, where something like Call of Duty is simple slop or whatever.
Yeah, it's
or
fast food gaming, yeah.
Or like take any other, like, I guess not to have too much of a chip on my shoulder about it, but something like Sifu is just like a game, but Elden Ring is like, wow, that's a video game right there. When the reality is quite the opposite.
Do you hear the Sifu devs? They just released a new game that's a soccer game.
I've been playing the shit out of it. It's really good.
It's good?
Yeah.
I was just like, I was kind of disappointed when I heard that. I was like,
it makes sense,
I don't know
considering they started with Absolver. I think they have a lot of interest in like multiplayer systems and stuff like that. And yeah, they did a really good job with Rematch. But it's sad to not see another action game from them, I guess.
I do like Sifu a lot, though. It's good stuff.
Hardcore gamers out there, you're a minority. That's why they call you hardcore, because you're more dedicated than the...
So if you're a minority, you're wrong.
Interesting. Well, I mean, it's... Hey, the vocal minority, and we don't want to... I guess we can dismiss their opinions. Gotcha.
Dismiss the minorities. You heard it here, folks.
average.
True.
I am willing to bet that more players than not summon
is
help
Skyrim,
for
the bear?
bosses, and I'd wager big on most of them being savvy enough, tactically inclined enough to use ashes, especially the Mimic's tier. It's what it's there for.
Let's not.
Especially the mimics.
Let's
tier.
be a little bit serious and not act as though the use of ashes is some tactical decision.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Let's be just a little bit serious about this. It's a button that you press that summons the goon squad to beat up the boss for you.
They just it's so silly. This what because on my first playthrough, which you can still watch, I'm like kind of blown away by how effective it is, and I don't have to do anything. Just like what the hell, like. The fact that we already had summons and now they've got like another version of it on top of that is insane.
I mean, is he really asserting that like us saying, hey, you should play this or try to play this at least without summoning or using a spirit ash is us making a tactical mistake? Like it's just like we don't know it's there and we're not using good strategy. It's like, no, I know it's there. I know it can just make it super easy to beat this boss. I just don't want to do it that way. Jojo.
Yeah,
Matters
that's
Jojo.
tons of weapons and equipment in video games. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm just not going to use it. It's really strong. I don't get as much satisfaction beating the game using that thing. I'm not going to do it. I don't feel as
Am I
good when
hearing-
I win if I use it.
Am I hearing an angry dog in the background somewhere?
Yeah, sorry. I have a very ill-tempered poodle.
Yeah, Rags has been getting pretty
Okay.
mad about this video.
I mean, who
Yeah.
can blame me? Who can
Amped.
fucking blame me?
I mean, to be fair, JoJo
him.
has lost 8 more teeth in the last month, so she's got like
Aw.
4 left total. So I think a lot
Yes,
of her
yeah.
I'd be
her
mad
growl
too.
is feelings of inadequacy. It's okay though. Rocky
You gonna
can
give
fix
him
it. He's
Yeah, I
gonna
guess
give
I'd
him
be
great
pleased too.
teeth.
the boogie chompers next?
Hell
You
yeah.
gonna-
I don't know. I mostly give her like canned food, and she does still eat dry food, and it's fucking hilarious when she does now too. 'Cause she takes like a really long time and chews it a lot, but it's cute. She's very small.
I would too.
Most people who buy these super popular games aren't actually big video game players. If they were, these super popular games would just have niche appeal instead of mainstream success. I've always hung out with people who don't play very many video games, so I can certainly speak with more authority than those who spend all their time with other gamers.
What?
Yes, this is a video made by
This guy
someone with
just talking
real
nonsense.
authority. Also, lol at this Jim Sterling talk about authority when I had brought that up earlier. But I mean, all right, I guess I
Is
figured it
this-
out before I was supposed to.
Is this argument that I spend more time with people who don't play video games than you do because you're all sweaty nerds,
Yeah.
and therefore I'm in a better position to
Rich
talk
coming
about
from
video
Jim.
games than you?
Yes.
I can't. You-
Okay.
I know. It's
Yes.
one of those things. Like, do we need to reply to this? Like, I don't think so.
Video is nearly
That's
over,
interesting.
right? Like,
What's
it's got, like,
interesting-
2 or 3
Yeah,
minutes of
yeah,
Patreon,
Another.
credits.
Because what's
It's 2
interesting
minutes.
is
2
that's
minutes
just-
left.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
God. All right.
Hooray!
Is this like the idea that people that have the time to play Souls games without summons are just
They're
wasting
probably,
too much time, therefore they don't have social lives?
It's-
So
No,
like,
it's
Jim
simpler
hates
than that.
gamers.
It's just you guys are losers, not like me. I'm cool. I have friends, not like you losers who only hang out
Yeah.
with other weird nerds.
You say that
Everyone
that's
who's
it.
better, everyone who's better at video games than me is a no-life loser nerd who probably cheats, and everybody worse than me is a total scrub.
when
Yeah,
the
that's the
Shrine of
mentality.
Amana was shat on by people, H. Bomber guy said in reaction, "You should be playing with your friends. Do you not have friends?"
Do you not have?
It's like
I do really hate that attitude. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You should
Noah.
be editing
which
the
I
INI
gotta
file.
say,
Can you not edit INI files?
Not necessarily that it needs to become a big conversation, but it's kind of weird how it's like, oh, you don't have friends. There's something wrong with you. It's like that's kind of a weird.
Well,
attitude to sorta,
I've always
you know what I
too
mean? Like,
rejected
I don't want to
the.
make that a big conversation, but it's just so weird that it's like you would just have this attitude. Well, if you don't have friends, that must mean like there's something seriously unlikable about you. Like,
I think I've
It's
always
it's
rejected.
also like it's an appeal to authority, which is at the same time an appeal to the incompetence of everybody that you know, which is kind of like not how an appeal to authority normally works. I am the authority on this because I have more friends than you who don't play many games. Therefore, I am an authority on games.
You
Pretty funny.
you make yourself an authority on what I guess quote unquote normal people think, but let's be honest, everyone's playing games these days. They're like the biggest medium in the world.
even women.
Yep.
Ew.
Everyone's playing video games, so maybe you have something to say about what the layman, to be pretentious about it, has to say about a video game. But the question then becomes how important is that and how relevant is that? Obviously, it's very relevant to a company's bottom line, but there's many different sorts of people within that space. Even if we go to the normie, there's a lot of different kinds of normie, and they're all going to want different things out of their games. There's going to be someone who works their 9 to 5 and comes home to bash their head against Radahn for 3 hours before bed, and that is going to be an experience that person wants from the video game. Then there's going to be people who aren't willing to do that. And the beauty of video games as a medium is these people can play different games.
Wow. Yeah, one game doesn't equal one experience.
And the thing I've always found just silly about the, I don't have time to do that because I have a job, I have friends, I have a life thing. It's like, okay, well, how many hours do you spend playing video games in a given month? Like, whatever the number is, if it's 20 hours, if it's 10, if it's 2, be like, okay, well, if you just fire through games super fast, you're not spending any more or less time. You're just spending more money because you're constantly having to buy new games. So, like, I've never understood I don't have time to play a hard game. It's like
you're saying that has like unlocked something that really annoys me along the line of people talking about the amount. I've seen so many instances of people saying, I like it that these games are shorter because I don't have time to play them all. It's like, man, this is a pretty selfish attitude. Maybe you have the money to buy 15 or 20 video games a year, but maybe there's some dude who can only buy 1 or 2 games a year and would really like it if that game was super long, rather than like, well, I like that Spider-Man 2, you can beat it in a weekend, personally, because I have the, disposable income to buy like 30 games a year.
I remember loads of people, I think Mudaha was one of them, posted like, I 100%ed Spider-Man 2 in like 2 days. And the first thought I had was like, it must have been really fucking easy then.
Just like everybody else.
Yeah.
That game is so easy, 100%. And I saw so many people saying, I don't like that all these games are like 100 hours long. That's cool. Don't play those games then. Or just play them for 20 hours if you don't have the time. But don't advocate that those games don't exist when there are plenty of people out there who are actually in a position where they might need to make a choice about the one game they want to play. Or, I mean, God, they might have other hobbies besides video games that they want to spend their money on as well. It's like, let's advocate for them to get as short as possible. Because somebody who specifically wants to play a lot of video games and only video games in a year, is tired of like how long it takes for them to play like a handful of the games that release every year. It just annoys me.
And you can make the argument that they didn't use the time well, but it's like, come on.
There's the semantic reframing in the I don't have time to like beat X or Y game because I have 75 children to take care of and a 60-hour work day or whatever. Like the reality there is not that you don't have the time to beat whatever game is in question or get X amount of good at whatever game, unless we're talking about getting like properly elite level at a multiplayer game. Then you probably literally don't have the time if you have to keep up with the things you're doing. But for just about any single player game in the world, you have the time. You don't want to commit the time.
Yeah.
Because you would prefer to do other things with your time, which is like as valid as it gets.
Which is probably a healthy decision that you've made.
Exactly.
Honestly.
You've don't advocate the game to offer less content for the same price because you personally would benefit from that exchange.
Yeah, games should be as long as they need to be to
and if that's 100 hours and that upsets you, that's okay. Play the next.
Yeah, don't play that game. Just play 10-hour games.
The
or just get one PvP game you love and play that for years. Like, there's plenty of ways to do this,
It's probably one of the reasons Call of Duty has had the run it's had, because there's plenty of people who that's the game they play.
Replayability is king.
Our standards really bad at video games. They buy a very tiny number of games a year and don't spend all day every day on them. In fact, those capital G gamers who sneer at games journalists for being
don't defend.
That's everyone. Completely correct. Dean Takahashi for
don't
this.
defend this.
Are we seriously?
Dean Takahashi's a retard.
And also, this is a games journalist.
This is the most sneer-worthy moment in video games media history, or at least for the last 10 years.
The instructions are on the screen. Like, what?
Asians are supposed to be smart, Dean.
20 years? Like, don't go comparing normies who play like Madden. That's the only game they play every year. Was a games journalist playing the tutorial and failing.
Many years, decades veteran Dean Takahashi of Venture Beat.
And it's funny. It's funny. Don't pretend it's not funny. It's funny to laugh at. Okay, this is hilarious.
It's also pathetic. It is unworthy of what the profession is supposed to be. This is ridiculous. This is why it's so amazing to highlight. It's like, how could you possibly not know how to jump properly in this game? Like, what?
It makes me doubt your
How did you-
capacity to have fun in this medium to begin with. Like, there's a degree to which, like, a level of engagement is required for fun to be accessible. And if you aren't, it's like, sufficiently engaged to read instructions on the screen, I don't think you're going to have the same amount of fun as someone who does put in hours of their life, even in a single game, who enjoys like getting good at it, finding the story, beating the bosses, seeing all the payoffs, like working out the mechanics, all that stuff. That you're accessing more fun by the amount of effort you're prepared to put in, and that's just not comparable to someone who won't read instructions on the screen.
Yeah,
On top
if
of
the
that,
game is really fun and you can get if you can get all the fun out of a game through just like a casual, playthrough of it, then that's probably not a game that I'm interested in at all.
I'm actually glad that this got brought up because it feels like it crystallizes the point. You can play Cuphead and be this shit at it, but I don't care what you think about the game.
No.
Like anything you think is worthless to me because it's entirely divorced from my experience of the game. Like if you're this bad, and you can't get mad that I don't want to hear what you think about this game. Like if this is how you play, it's worthless to me.
Yeah,
and
you,
it feels like
you
could say
do
the
not
same thing
understand
about
the game.
if you play, I don't know, if you want to play like a FromSoft game in a specific kind of way that a huge number of the people in the community don't appreciate or don't value or don't think is worthwhile or think is super divorced from their experience or what the real experience is to them. You can't get mad that they don't want to talk to you or that they would tell you to play it differently and then come back.
It's important to also say that we see this with with game casters who might not be able to play the game all that well, but they have such incredible knowledge of the game's mechanics and its theory that they don't have to be able to play the game well themselves. That they are extensively knowledgeable.
That's kind of similar to what I was going to point out, that like to analyze games and stuff, you don't necessarily need to be top of the top elite, but you can't be inept. Like you can't be Dean Takahashi.
You have to be able to read.
Exactly. Like you need to at least have an
like,
understanding of what the game is doing and how to do it.
Mastery just strongly correlates to understanding. Like we have to just accept that. Like there is a very strong chance if you are very good at something that you understand what you're talking about with it. You may not be the best at communicating your understanding, which is a completely different skill set in and of itself. But there is a much stronger chance that you know what you're on about if you are good at what you're doing. So it's really kind of dangerous when you see people who have no idea what they are doing talking about things all the time, everywhere in games.
And also being paid by media outlets to do it, like Dean was.
If I'm not good at Dark Souls or whatever, like theoretically, of course, but if I'm not good at Dark Souls or whatever, and I'm looking for advice on how to, beat the game, and I go to someone like Jim Sterling, and Jim Sterling says, "Oh, just use the summons and use the ashes and use the OP weapons." It's like, well, that's not the answer I was hoping to get. I actually want to improve at the game and beat it. I don't want to just like put on this stuff or use the items that just essentially let me win easier. I'm looking for a bit more of substantive feedback on what I could be doing.
Yeah, you'll often find that relates back to like much more specific points of issue and much more specific points of improvement in that regard. Because let's say I'm stuck on a boss, if I go looking for help, I will outline this pattern keeps getting me, or this aspect about this fight is causing me a lot of trouble, and it's been difficult for me to get past. The thing with a summon or whatever is a summon doesn't engage with any of this. It entirely bypasses that conversation as to what specific aspect of the fight is giving me trouble.
Yeah. To win, hand the controller to your friend who's better.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like if you say I'm stuck on this boss, this attack gets me every single time. I've been trying a bunch of things and I can't seem to avoid it. And then the person you're asking advice for says, "Oh, just summon." And it's like, okay, I gotta ask someone.
No, how do I beat it?
Someone else
I beat the game.
Yeah, exactly. Regs, I feel like people would really love watching you play the game. You ought to do it for like a birthday stream or something.
Maybe never. But definitely, there's plenty of games that I would definitely play. Maybe
it's worth a try.
I've been made aware of.
I would stream different games.
You guys know the actor Norman Reedus, right?
Yeah.
Do you know he has a son?
Of Hideo Kojima fame.
Do you know he has a son, and And his son's name is Mingus.
Mingus
Oh my
Reedus?
God.
Mingus Reedus?
Mingus
Reedus?
Reedus? Oh my
You're
gosh.
kidding me. Mingus Reedus.
His name is Mingus Reedus.
Was he named for metal?
Mingus Reedus.
Oh God, how old is that
Mingus
kid
Reedus.
Well,
Mingus.
so the reason I know this is because
He's already timeless.
he was recently arrested for assault. Mingus Reedus assaulted somebody.
Okay, well, old enough, I guess.
Oh no.
Old enough to
Mingus
go through
Reedus.
the
Like,
difficult
names
high
that you
school
could give
experience
of
that I
God
was going to allude to him having.
Mingus
You're saying
Reedus.
that
the
Mingus-
Chungus. Oh,
Mingus
God.
monged out?
Oh man, that's cruel.
Maybe it means something in its
calling your kid
native
fucking
Norwegian or
Mingus. He's not
whatever.
going to grow up to be well-adjusted.
Like, I mean, what do you? If you're that kid, what nickname do you go for? Ming?
Big, I
I
guess.
mean, Ming, honestly,
No,
Ming
Ming,
sounds
if
like
I
it
have
could
a
be.
friend that's
The thing
called
is,
Mingus, you're not
Chinese,
getting a
it sounds-
nickname. I'm gonna
yeah.
call you Mingus every day of my life, and I'll enjoy it every time.
I think I'd be like, look, do I have a viable middle name?
Yeah, that's what you need at that point. Just make it up.
It's
Yeah, if you
Bongus.
don't, just
Middle
make
name
one
is
up at that
Bongus.
point.
Mingus Bongus
Mingus
Reedus.
Reedus.
And he has a
his
brother,
middle-
Pingus Pongus.
His middle name is
Norman,
Lucian,
why?
and I feel like at that point you just go by
Lucian is
You're not
way
Lucian.
I know
better.
Lucian's a good game.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Lucian's a good
1,000%
name.
better.
100% Lucian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool ass name.
That's a
Mingus.
contender for a good name.
Mingus Mungus Reedus.
Yeah.
Well, at least at least he doesn't have like a super famous dad that everyone will be constantly comparing
Yeah,
him to or
it'll
anything.
be fun.
No pressure. No
Look,
pressure.
Look how much we came up with in like 30 seconds. If you have a whole semester to fuck with this
Yeah.
kid, they're gonna come up with some genius shit.
Poor
Like, he's
Mingus.
fucked for
I
life.
don't know. I'm getting a boy named Sue vibes, and this is
gotta be
Norman's
honest.
attempt to make sure that his son grows up to
Well,
be
it's just
strong
like-
and tough.
Whenever a
The guy
teacher
looks like
reports
a bit of a
that
Mingus.
all the kids are making fun of Mingus, and the principal's just like, well, yeah.
You
Well, at least he
him.
doesn't. Well, at least he doesn't look weird, so he's got that.
Dude, what?
He looks like a Mingus.
Yeah, he looks like
Why
that.
does
Good strong name.
That is tall.
He is tall. Or
Why
maybe
does-
Norman Reedus is short.
Why does he
Little
look like
guy-
Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, he does, man.
Oh, he kind of does. Oh man,
Like there's like no masculinity in this guy
Angelingus?
from Norman Reedus. It just looks
Mingus,
like
Mingus Reedus, Tomb Raider.
Angelingus, Jolingus.
Nobody in prison is watching this.
Someone has to make a meme of that.
Already people are drawing Angelingus, Molingus.
You gotta draw him in the Maleficent outfit with the horns and everything.
Yo.
Oh fuck.
With
every day on
the two
them.
pistols,
In fact,
yeah.
those capital G gamers who sneer at games journalists
Not
for
just
being
gamers,
bad
that's
at
everyone.
games are only really highlighting how much they lack a social frame of reference.
No. No, they do
Game
not.
journalists who should be able to play
Motherfuckers
video games.
are supposed to be an authority on how video games function, and they can't even
Not
beat
only
the
are you meant
first
to be all right at
challenge.
video games, you're meant to
They
know
don't do
a
their
lot
job.
about them. But yeah, can't
This
even,
should-
can't
yeah.
even get the jump.
You should
That would be like you
actually
guys doing a
speak from
breakdown on a movie
position
you
of
didn't
authority.
watch. Like that'll never happen, man.
It's
It's
fucking
just crazy.
bullshit.
You're supposed to
I
do
wish
your
I did
job.
that a lot.
You should be
can hand
more
this to-
familiar with the fact that people don't know how to play games who, professionally review and recommend them. Like, what? Why? That's no. Stop normalizing this dumb shit.
Just the fact that we just often do says nothing about us, and it says everything about the state of games journalism.
Also, when I referred to this as the first challenge, I of course put that in quotations. Like, this is absurd, but he couldn't beat it. Technically, it's the second challenge. He's
It's the
managed to approach.
tutorial.
He's managed to get on the cube there. He's just
He jumped.
Yeah, he pressed A. He pressed A to
He did
jump.
press
but why
A.
is ooh, that's a scary button.
Is this not? It's the quintessential example. The game says press button. He pulled that off. Then it said press button and press a different one right after it, and he couldn't.
Oh man, it's just
That's
Can
too
you run
much.
that past me again?
Yeah, it's too much. Too complicated.
Most game journos are at least above average, if
Average.
No, that is
Are
not
you
above
sure about
average.
that?
That's
Did you fucking
significantly
figure
below
that?
average.
I mean, if you think that, everything makes much more sense than I just heard in this video.
The average person can get through the Cuphead tutorial. Finishing the game, Maybe not, but definitely that tutorial the average person can
The
do.
average person probably doesn't think twice about this. They
Yeah.
jump on the thing, they see, I jump and dash, and then they do that.
Above average. Sorry, it just sunk in
Because
again.
remember, like video games are very prevalent. The average person does
Yeah,
play
do
video games.
you think the average person can't get past the tutorial of fucking Cuphead? Like
especially a
you
game
joking?
like this.
My mom could do that. Like, get outta
Dean
here.
Tucker
My mom
Hingus.
doesn't play games and could do this.
Yeah,
Dean
it's simple.
Tucker Hingus.
Dean Hingus Mingus.
Dean Hingus Tucker Hingus.
People are saying.
We
And also, this is this attitude that Jim is espousing here. This explains perfectly why games journalism is just so terrible and why they're the scum of the earth. Is because
or at
this
least
is an
why they're
industry
not respected.
This
Yeah.
is an
This
industry that
attitude.
apparently has
I
made it
mean-
regular and normal to say you don't have to be an expert at what you're talking about. That's what this breeds. It breeds a bunch of incompetent losers who are not talented at what they need to be talented at. This is why.
The thing is,
it's a cycle that
I'm inclined to believe journalism across all mediums, with all media, is going to have insane problems reviewing media and stuff. Gaming's the only one that says, like, you can't actually progress unless you can do something that requires, like, actual skill to an extent, right? So it's the one that's most humiliated. Because movies, you just gotta sit there, watch, and then regurgitate something that happened in your head.
it made me feel
Yeah,
that.
to
It made
fail
me
watching
feel
a
that,
movie, you have
blah,
to
blah, blah.
actively be so afraid that you run out of the room or like
And
turn
even if
it
you
off.
get even if you get things wrong, like just things
Yeah.
wrong about the story,
Come up with
people
a
won't hold it
reason,
against
yeah.
you. They won't hold it against you. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
if you're
whatever, who gives a
wrong, but you
shit?
can articulate your feelings or the themes or blah blah blah, you get a free pass, you know. But
But in this
like,
case,
talk
yeah.
about like watching like a sport, like we talk about like a sportscaster or someone who does one of those sports shows on ESPN. Like those people know their shit. It's super competitive. You're not going to get that job if you don't know anything about sports and you don't know the rules and you can't name statistics and you don't have an understanding of the strategies and the tactics and the history of the game.
Mhm.
Like you need to. They hold themselves to a high standard. There's a lot of people who are very invested and interested in it. No other hobby has such. Does the layman have a low opinion of the supposed experts?
What was the most amount of replays you did for a game for one of your game reviews, Baller? Like the most researched game?
It probably was, I think, Dark Souls
Dark
2,
Souls
because it was either 14 or 15 playthroughs.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's what it takes. That's what I remember that
You
number of just
streamed
like
basically
Jesus.
everything of it.
But
I
but
didn't
that's
ever
because
want
you're
to play
trying to
that game a second time.
you're trying to understand every aspect of the mechanics.
I
You're
wanted to be
obsessed at that
sure.
point.
Yeah.
You need to
Mhm.
know what you're talking about. I get that, but to go from that to like, yeah, I did this tutorial and whatever. Like, how do you fucking drop your standards to that point? Like, Chris Stuckman sucks, but at least he'll finish the movie. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
It's
I mean,
sort of the nature
probably.
of their position is that like games typically are much longer time investments than any other
Yes.
medium. Well,
Yeah.
certainly longer than
Books, maybe.
film.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd,
But you still have to put in the work. That was
regardless.
no excuse for Marl. Like
They are
Marlon to make
long
an
ass
excuse,
time
right?
investments, which makes the model of the reviewer kind of difficult. Like I don't.
But you know that going in.
Yeah, obviously, but like I don't know exactly if it is reasonable to ask them to finish every game they play before reviewing. But it seems like it feels like it should be from like
Well,
a
it's-
principled stance, right?
It's
I
tricky
don't know
because
if
like,
the reality
it
lines
is
up.
perfectly reasonable and expected that people who review games on YouTube will do this. But the business
Yeah.
model of an outlet like IGN is like, well, you journalists have to write, say, 6 short articles a day on 6 different games a day.
Yeah.
So obviously you don't have the time to do it. That's, I mean, fair enough, but then your model's broken, and why
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
anybody take you seriously?
Exactly. That's the biggest thing.
That's where I was sort of leading with this. Is like I'm deprived of any reason to take any of these people seriously.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
absolutely like no faith in their mastery or understanding or depth of knowledge. I have no faith in their taste necessarily. I don't even like they're working for an outlet in such a way that like doesn't necessarily highlight an individual's particular inclinations, values, and tastes in the way that a YouTuber can do on their channel. So like even if a YouTuber puts in, let's say, a similar amount of work, it's much easier to like find one that has values that maybe align with mine, or taste that I find more interesting, so I can then listen to their opinions and have a shot in hell of taking what they say seriously. Obviously, I can't do that because everyone on YouTube sucks, but like that's the idea at least.
actual averages. Because the casual player, the mainstream player, the player that vastly outnumbers the good gatekeepers, that player is way less practiced, way less skilled.
Oh, I'm fine.
And they can do it. Which says, what about you?
it's such weird cope.
Non-trivial numbers of these normie whatever the fucks are get-gooders, by the way.
Yep.
Kai Cenat was brought up earlier. He completely refused to summon. 100%.
Yeah, he is a self-get-gooder. You know, what do you have to say to those people?
Non-trivial
I'm on
proportions
fire.
of the get-good audience are going to be
I
like
reckon if I can take down one of these slugs, I'll be good for the fire giant.
There we are.
That's
Yeah, some people like to challenge
reason-
themselves. This guy just can't understand that thought process.
For a lot of video games having tutorials that still show you how to look up, down, left and right. I've seen casual players with interest in only 1 or 2 games a year struggle with the language of video.
What the fuck? What does
Are
this have
these
to do with
casual
anything?
players, and like, are these casual players playing Spelunky? Not an
I've
easy
seen
game.
people struggle with the controller for Netflix. That doesn't mean that, like, oh, we should... What the fuck point is this?
Have you seen the remotes for TVs these days? I struggle with
Crazy.
some of that shit.
This is really important to me. Like they will figure it out. Give them a little bit of time, they will get there, and it won't take very long. And they might not even hate the process of learning how to control a character, which in 2D space easy as hell. In 3D space, that's where like more like
Yeah, that
difficulties
definitely
start to
takes some
arise.
getting used to, yeah. But
It's
people,
satisfying.
it's just about practice and familiarity, but yeah.
And it,
Yeah.
it can be
And if you
satisfying to
hate
watch
getting
someone figure
familiar-
it out. Just have it click.
Yeah, and if you hate getting familiar with video game controls in the beginning, then maybe video games just aren't for you. I don't know.
Yeah, if you hate not being very good at something the second you pick it up, that's a personal issue that you're gonna have to tackle on your own time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Controls, and it's perfectly okay. They don't care. They're having fun, so it doesn't matter. Outside,
Nobody said you're not having fun. Well,
A cheater can have fun. I don't give a shit.
You
Fuck
can
'em.
have fun
Fun
just
should not be
drooling
the
on the
metric.
controller, bashing your head
You
into
can
a
have-
fucking ceiling.
You can have
You can
fun
do
watching a stream of a game. That doesn't mean you're playing it though. It's different.
The
There
number
are
of like,
zombies on the streets of San Francisco tweaking out on fentanyl, and they're having a great day old time. I don't give a shit.
in
Probably
their
not
heads,
something that
they're
we should
prancing
encourage.
through Cotton Town Lane, like they're having so much fun.
I feel like
Oh
it
my
would be
God.
impossible to list all the different ways that each of us
Mingus
individually
smoking.
probably had fun.
Militia fingers.
Militia fingers.
They took my fingers.
That strong Angelinian jaw.
Angelingus and
I've already got a Mingus meme. Mingus
the
Reedus is
really,
Lara Croft.
really little world of hardcore
they do this so
gaming.
quick,
People
man?
are putting games
This
on
is not
easy mode,
hardcore.
using the most OP
No.
stuff they
No,
can
because
find and
being
getting
able to
help
get
on.
past the prologue is not
Dude,
hardcore.
not summoning
And if
your
you're stuck
souls
on
is
the
not
prologue, You're not
hardcore.
having the same fun as someone who can get past the prologue. You're having fun at your own expense because you're so incompetent. I don't think this should be the benchmark for which games are designed.
Well, like, imagine someone completed all of the levels in Super Mario. Is it which one's the one that gives you the star like whenever you've died enough times? I know there's a couple of them, but let's just say that's how you complete the whole game. And if someone said, "Try and do it without the star," I'd be like, "I'm not a hardcore gamer."
Is that new
Like,
Super Mario Brothers? I think has like where it just makes you invincible after a
It's,
little bit.
Tanuki suit?
like I said, it's several of them. There's a particular format. I'm just saying, like, it's so weird to now put this strictly into hardcore gaming to not summon.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off.
Co-op without giving it so much as a second thought, because how they're doing things doesn't actually matter to them. Certainly not as much as it seems to for a niche group of people who've decided their niche way
Gamers
of
aren't
playing is
niche.
the default experience, and they get to judge.
Nobody is
Maybe
sad.
it should matter to them.
Nishingas.
Maybe games
Also,
are a
yeah,
medium that
I-
might be worth a bit of respect, and it should matter to you, like how you interact with it. I don't know.
Videos like this, man, it just shows you why there does need to be a standard for your hobbies. You do need to gatekeep.
Yeah,
things.
gatekeeping is good. It is.
Because this video is essentially, it leads to the idea of dumb everything down, have no sense of standards or personal honor.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
sludgify
And
everything
goes to
too.
suck.
This
Yeah,
is like
Slooge.
all one huge like advocation of games as toys rather than games as art, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the most upsetting thing about this sort of viewpoint to me, because it just trivializes the whole medium. It doesn't really matter what you do with it or how you engage with it. It's just like a thing there for you to fiddle with to idle away time. And that's basically like the limit that's been set on what a game could be or could do, because it has to be able to do that.
But even with toys, there's a basic expectation that you will figure out how the mechanics of a moving part will work, or like your RC car has directional buttons, or like there's still the expectation that to have fun with the toy, you understand how the toy works in order to use the toy properly and
How to
have fun with
transform
it.
the transformer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like, what is it? It's not. I wouldn't even say it is a toy. It's just like a thing that you stare
It's a
at and then
fidget
embarrass
device,
yourself
yeah.
with it.
All who don't do as they do. It's not the default experience. It's a challenge run, an arbitrary restriction. It is niche. And that's okay too.
You
doesn't
certainly
sound
act like
okay.
you wanted to denigrate with it.
And that's
Are we
that.
done?
Yeah. That's that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, boy.
Good.
Another
Thanks
worthless
again,
video
Sterling.
from a worthless content creator.
Absolutely awful.
Really like these made up topics
it's-
that people talk about sometimes.
That's another, like, that ending is another video essayist special where the entire like essay goes off on a rant that is clearly leaning in a particular direction, and then the ending arrives and suddenly they're like, but maybe that's not the only way of looking at things, or that's not entirely right. And
But you
suddenly
can't criticize
some-
me because you can't pin me down on any actual opinion, because actually it's all sort of amorphous and opinion. Everything's great and wonderful.
They just start
and
saying a
actually,
bunch
goodbye.
of wishy-washy stuff that completely undercuts their thesis,
Deflection.
and it just makes you realize the entire video has been an exercise in wasting your time, because they're not willing to stand on business on what they clearly actually believe, or they want to appear more nuanced than they actually are, perhaps, like in a certain way. Like, this is a really complicated subject, and really everything's fine.
Boy,
I don't believe
I
that.
better not have an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you
Opinions
have
are cringe.
Like,
There are some people whose only value they bring to society is acting as an example of a bad example.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that,
it's
that
just
follows.
it makes you realize. No, it just makes you realize how many people don't have that same relationship with gaming or just competition of any kind that most people do. Like, just if this is your thought process or your mentality when it comes to games, just like, oh my god, can you
There
imagine
are-
playing like just anything, playing Risk with this guy, playing chess, playing cards? If he feels humiliated because you fucking had a better hand than he did, I just don't get that at all. It ruins all the fun he could have potentially had.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are a lot of people who view the art aspect of games as the story, the graphics, like all the things that the game contains, but they don't think of the gameplay itself as art. It's the thing you need to do to see the art, and I think at least most of us here disagree with that, because game design is absolutely its own art.
Well, it's like you've honed in on something that's very accurate. That a lot of people view challenge as almost this arbitrary metric. It's like, oh, it's this thing that you select that essentially defines how long it's going to take you to finish it, rather than something that might be inextricable from the total experience that the game is trying to offer you.
Yeah.
It's the reason why the conversations about whether or not all games are obliged to have difficulty settings can get so frustrating, because some people don't want to entertain the idea of the developer saying, it is part of my artistic vision that the game has one set level of difficulty, because I want you to feel this way and that way, and I've designed it, the bosses or the encounters to be experienced at this particular level of challenge, not more, not less, even though you can always, I suppose, impose greater difficulty on yourself by, limiting the things that you use in the game, compared to with the ease of a game where it's like, well, to some extent, there's going to be a flaw for how easy you can make it, unless you put in like an invincibility mode that just means it's pointless. But yeah, like this attitude that like, oh, well, difficulty, yeah, it's just this arbitrary thing, doesn't really matter that much, rather than like inextricable, kind of does speak to a bigger problem, because it's like, do you know what, like, gameplay? What is that to you? Like, what is gameplay? How do you define that? Do you draw some line that separates gameplay from story? Because that would be pretty silly. Generally, a lot of games have overlap with story and gameplay. Story is conveyed through level design or or environmental storytelling.
The nature
I
of
mean,
how
hell, like
you
difficulty.
just
you know?
the nature of how you interact with the game can be a vehicle to convey meaning. Like
Exactly.
not
And
to
what about
to
dialogue
rabbit-
options? Dialogue options are gameplay. That is design, but it also is story.
Not to rabbit on about the game too much, but Rainworld like can't do what it is doing if it is not within certain very like harsh difficulty bounds. It actually has an easy mode available, kind of. Everyone encourages you to not play it because the game.
No, but that's ridiculous. That's just a bunch of niche losers with no friends, and they have no friends because they're shit people.
I guess
and
so. I guess
And all
so.
they do is hang out in these weird insular communities where they don't recognize that games are played by a whole bunch of people who can't beat the Cuphead tutorial after what, like 5 minutes of doing it? Like, of just not being able to get that jump?
It should
My
be one of
God,
those
dude.
subconscious things that you just do.
I would love to see if there was like one of the all-time statistics I would love to see is like the number of people in the Cuphead tutorial who spent longer than 30 seconds and weren't like AFK.
Didn't like get a phone call.
So we've done the study, Sterling, and actually most people beat it quicker than Dean did, whatever his name was. Like, most people didn't struggle quite so much because it is the tutorial, and this was a video game that was designed to be played by a broad group of people. And
It's
it
also
turns
on
out a
Game
broad
Pass,
group
too,
of
so
people
easily
have a
accessible.
greater capacity. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. That was the tutorial. That is not the example you want to pick to make this case. That's the first level. It's
That's
not
the
even a
example
level.
you give if
Yeah,
like
it's not
if you're
even a
making
level.
fun of your position, not to try and
Well,
support
yeah,
your position.
to present that image and then to be like, let me defend. It's like, no. Stop.
Don't you do it.
So yeah, that was a nice, nice
What's next?
starter, little appetizer. But on the topic of From Software games and gaming, this was a video, I think it was shared in the Discord, but what a fantastic title, especially with the thumbnail relating to FPS. Bloodborne doesn't need a remaster.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to hear
Mm.
about how the human
Oh,
eye
it's this
gave
one.
like 60
No.
FPS.
Oh yeah, I covered this video. Yeah. This is quite a video.
Oh my God.
Genius. All right.
I need a Tylenol.
It's good
before
that
we
it's
start.
good because obviously I've covered this video on my channel, and what's interesting about this video is that I don't know anything about Bloodborne really. I haven't played it, but there's so much here that you can tackle and talk about. So now that we're going through it with a bunch of people who are familiar with Bloodborne a lot, I'll get to see that side of it as well. So it'll be interesting to get that perspective.
Kind of a poignant time for FromSoft performance because the Switch 2 version of Elden Ring is apparently not running very well, and the next From Software release is exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. So
That's true.
buckle up, everybody.
Can you believe it?
Looks
Don't
like
buckle up, 'cause it
he's
moves
gonna
so
have quite a
slow.
bit in common with Bloodborne.
Oh, woman!
Ah!
I know. Just hear me out.
It is kind of funny you could interpret that as it's a woman, and so. Oh no.
Bloodborne. This cosmic Victorian Gothic horror masterpiece came out back in March.
Jesus
of
Christ, what is this editing?
Why is she doing that?
Hyperactive.
Look, it's fun and quirky.
Yeah.
And it's energetic.
What the fuck is that?
It'll be good. This is
Yeah,
already
it's,
better than Jim Sterling's
Hey, she's
editing.
got a tattoo of no
Yeah.
The Born in Soulsborne. It was developed by From Software and their resident mastermind, Hidetaka Miyazaki.
You didn't know that, Theo.
We don't have to do this. I promise you, Theo essays.
I didn't know
We
this.
do, damn it. We do.
The thing most amusing to me is either you do know this or you don't, and you'll forget this immediately.
Look,
you're like,
I didn't
oh,
know
yeah,
about
Hidetaka
Masayoshi
Miyazaki.
Takanaka, okay?
And then someone says Miyazaki, and you're like, oh yeah, the Ghibli guy.
Boy right there. And if you have a
I
Bloodborne
thought that was Dean Takahinga. So
Mingus Takahingus. Dingus Takahingus. That's what it would be. It'd be Dingus Takahingus.
fan in your life, you already know. It's got the art direction, the terrifyingly beautiful bosses, the trick weapons, not a single one of which is bad, by the way, the level
That's not
design,
true.
the story.
That's not true. The whip is
dogs.
terrible.
Hey, it's
it's
stylish.
fine. You leave the pib K alone, all right?
It's like Vampire Survivors where the whip's rubbish.
It sort of depends on our threshold for bad here, because every weapon in Bloodborne is like good enough for you to fairly handily complete a playthrough with it within similar-ish bands.
True. My very first playthrough, I took the Pimp because everybody told me it was bad, and I just fucking played it.
It's cool, man.
You called their bluff.
I mean, I will be honest. I did pick it the first time I played because the thought of using a whip was really cool.
Whipping the whole crowd of those fuckers all together is very entertaining.
It's pretty good.
Crows, crow dogs, dog crows. This thing, those random aliens in the forest, an orphan, a random god tier castle zone you can only get to by carriage.
We don't
a bunch
have
of
to
really
keep doing this, by the way.
Yeah, there are things involved.
I think. Well, no. This is tactical, obviously, right? It's like, look at I know what Bloodborne is.
Yeah.
So, like, I know what it is.
So leave me alone.
So when I say what I'm gonna say next, you can't say that I don't know what Bloodborne is. Like, that's what this feels like to me.
I feel like it works, and to those
you come in with the hot take.
Yeah, and to those who are like familiar, they can at least kind of like, Jones out on some of the visuals and stuff.
Because
they're just like, Bloodborne.
You know your stuff.
Yeah.
Badass Women, the best DLC ever made, and a revolutionary combat system.
It's a good DLC, but I don't know about.
It was a good DLC.
We don't need to.
got some
We
good
don't need
bosses,
to. I figured that someone was going to say that when that was said.
Well, I mean, you're going up
now.
against fucking legendary pieces of content by saying it's the best DLC ever. It's like,
yeah. I don't know. It's kind of tough to beat Prey Moon Crash. I'm telling you right
Blood and
now.
Wine exists. I don't believe you.
It peaked with horse armor.
Shivering Isles is typically one of the go-tos.
Schmingus.
Rewards aggression, and would go on to inspire an entire subgenre of Souls-likes. And it all runs at 30 frames per second. It's my favorite game.
So that's the first. That's the first problem. It's a fucking common misconception to say that Bloodborne runs at 30. It's like, doesn't really.
Sometimes it
27 to 30.
Particularly interesting is going on. It sometimes runs at 30
Well, sometimes it
frames
goes to
per second.
fucking single digits if you're not careful. Certainly visceral attacks.
Visceral and amygdala's head, and
the whole game dies.
Game of all time. My gateway to From Software games. Something that gave me a sense of control when I felt like I had none. I even got my favorite boss tattooed on my arm.
Jesus.
Oh, hey, man.
I know. I think I
hold
showed this to you.
Is that Mikolash?
Yeah, that being her favorite boss is probably the worst for our argument here.
Matt, well, instead of killing yourself, consider permanently making that a fixture on your body.
Oh, no.
I have no problem with I don't know, finding his design to be kind of like cool aesthetically or whatever, but fuck me, man.
Yeah,
mechanically.
I think she would have done a lot of work by just using the word character instead of boss, because it's like it's a terrible boss fight.
At least you didn't put the witch as a Hemwick there.
I prefer them.
I think they're actually better executed, yeah.
3 figures, though, it'd be more expensive, I guess.
I even got my favorite boss tattooed on my arm and named my dog after another. So yeah, it's a masterpiece. And yet, without fail, every time I stream the game...
Yeah, which Bloodborne boss is JoJo named after?
She's named after Joseph Joestar from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Even though
you lied to us.
Just to be clear, you should have lied.
Joseph Joestar is in some video games.
Yeah, he's also the better JoJo.
I think Fringy's right, man. This feels like a minute of her just being like, "Guys, I'm a gamer. Leave me alone, okay?" I can. It just feels very defensive.
I will say,
it's definitely.
If she's got any character from that game like tattooed on her arm, she must be like a big fan of this game.
The funny thing is, like, how much you're a fan of this game
opposite
might not even be relevant depending on what you say. Like about FPS, obviously.
It's the complete opposite strategy of Jim Sterling, who has done everything in his power to like make us know that he hates video games and video gamers.
Yeah, she's already a million times more likable.
It's already prejudicing me against it.
What the front? Well, this is not necessary. Obviously, like we don't, you don't even need to have played Bloodborne to have an opinion on whether or not it should run at 30 or 60 FPS. Because you can have that opinion on basically like all games, whether or not you think they should be running like at a certain frame rate.
Well, I'm just thinking that like she's running through all this cool shit in this game that I have heard so many times is amazing. I don't know what any of this is because I don't own a PlayStation 4. So therefore, it needs a remake and it needs to be on PC. And it
Yeah,
needs to
Shad
run at
PS4 is
60.
in a pretty good spot right now. You can actually play it at 60 FPS. It
Yeah,
does crash sometimes though.
But that doesn't help this video, you know.
I know.
No.
Game. There's at least one person who comes in and says,
I don't know about this game. I'll probably just wait till they release it at 60 FPS.
And my heart.
Perfectly normal.
Yeah.
That is very normal.
I think
I want
that
my
is
game to
so
work. Why
fair.
is that?
That is
like,
so
yeah.
unbelievably fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
We ain't dealing with a 4x3 or a black and white or a silent film argument here. This is just, I want the game to not hurt my eyes. Like,
I wanted to have better input latency and also not have a seizure when complicated
these
things
are,
happen on screen.
When is this video from?
Not too long.
Like a year ago, maybe?
It's new enough to not have to
8
worry about
months
it being
ago.
old.
Because I kind of just like I thought we were past this almost.
You'd think.
no.
December
You'd be
2nd,
wrong.
2024.
No.
There's
There are
always
still
someone.
plenty of 30 FPS is totally fine people out there, believe me.
I've seen some of them with the fucking remake of
Goblins.
the Metal Gear Solid 3 people talking about,
Oh,
30
God, yep.
FPS. Yeah,
That's
because
the
30
new
FPS
one.
is shit garbage. The only reason that we accepted it was because we either didn't know better or it wasn't possible with the technology for what they were trying
Yeah.
to do.
The original
was
release
one-
ran on
like-
60 FPS,
Yeah,
right?
it's like-
You shouldn't mention like honestly like professional players of games and stuff. They barely tolerate like 140. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like,
I'll say what I said in my video. When I got my new monitor and I went from 165 to 244, it was instantly
Oh,
noticeable.
it's so noticeable.
yeah.
It is just, and then every time I've jumped, it's been like, whoa, this is just better. Obviously, you get diminishing returns because of math, but
I can
like, it
remind
is
myself
so
every day because my TV is hooked up to my PC. That's actually where the stream
Not
is on
60,
right
I
now.
would
If I just
assume.
put my mouse over there, it's only 60. It's like, ugh, gross.
Yeah.
And then I go back to my
Oh,
other
yeah,
stick,
yeah.
it's like, ooh, nice and smooth.
breaks. Because everyone deserves to experience this.
Yeah, and they will still be able to if the game
Really,
gets
though, the
patched or remastered, though. Like, that's. I don't know what argument she's making there by everyone should experience this, but so you shouldn't wait until it eventually
It should
gets
get
updated.
remastered. But I mean, not everybody's got a PlayStation 4, obviously. So, like, if it was on
I
more
guess-
platforms, that would be great.
The argument, I guess, is just that you shouldn't deprive yourself of it just because this is the only way to experience the game.
Oh, of course.
I mean, if the wizard told you there will never be a 60 FPS, like there will never be like a PC release of this game, like ever, it'll never ever happen. Then at that point, it'd be like, oh.
I mean, I would
okay.
still say like you really probably should check it out. But if someone said like, nah, it's just I can't fucking deal with that FPS, I'd be like, yeah, it's fair. Like, I just, you know,
I find it really
sucks,
hard
but
to fault
fair.
someone for being
It's a
unwilling to play a
big-
game in that frame rate.
Yeah, it's a big ask for me. It's legitimately a really big ask.
Desire for Bloodborne running at double its frame rate has turned into something of a phenomenon in the gaming community. I mean, just a
It's
couple
not
weeks
only
ago,
Bloodborne
the-
though. That's just games in general.
It's been a
just games.
conversation for a long
Technology-
time,
Our
yeah.
technology is way better than back then. We can do
You know
60.
what? We gotta already address that because this notion that it's like the hardware was letting us down. No, it's a matter of the priorities of the developers.
That's
There were
also
games
true,
around
yeah,
at
yeah.
60
That's
frames
generally
on
the audience.
PlayStation
Yeah.
2. There were games around at 60 FPS on like PlayStation 2. So what are we talking
No, yeah,
about?
you're right. You're
Like,
absolutely right.
Every
Game
single
Boys, I think.
NES, Genesis, Super Nintendo game, all of them were 60 FPS. Like
Yeah,
that's what
the only-
like so many people that think 60 FPS is this new thing disregard.
Yeah,
It's
like,
like-
it's not a matter of the hardware. It's like you want better graphics. That's it. Every single time. You just want better graphics. You could always make the game look a bit worse and run better, but you don't want to do that because graphics do sell games. As much as people lie that graphics don't matter to them, it does. Basically to everybody to varying degrees. Graphics being really, really good will sell games, and it got to the point the developers basically pushed it so hard that games started running at 30 FPS or less than that when they absolutely could have always made them run better. Bloodborne, there's no reason Bloodborne needs to run as poorly as it does. Like, PlayStation 4 kind of sucks. PlayStation 2 is less powerful than a PlayStation 4. Games run at 60 FPS on that system.
And if we
Metal
want to
Gear
use the
Solid
PlayStation
5,
4,
60
let's be a
FPS.
little bit serious. Devil May Cry 5 targets 60 on
Yep.
the
Yeah, that's
PS4.
true. Exactly.
Metal Gear Solid 5
was
as
brought
well.
up before that, runs at 60.
Resident
and
Evil 2
don't look
remake.
bad. These games look quite good as well.
Yeah.
So it's not even
Well, most
like you
I mean,
can
the
do it.
Nintendo DS typically ran at 60 as far
Well,
as I
Nintendo, you don't even need to, because Nintendo is like one of the Nintendo games tend to, except for Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, but you know, like Nintendo
It
games
does
tend
now.
to
You just
prioritize
gotta pay.
performance. That's true. You gotta pay for it, but it really is like arguing about like, well, the console's not powerful enough. No, the developers just wanted to push graphics more. That's it.
Yeah.
Every time.
There's someone who like
Fidelity arms
knows
race.
virtually nothing about any of this though. So like if the graphics matter so much that they were willing to lower the frame rate and they upped the graphics and the graphics are good, the graphics sell games, loads of people bought them, the industry expanded, the game sold really well. Who's the one like what's the argument here for FPS?
What, for it being not prioritized?
Well, like,
or
I think I guess why it's not prioritized. I mean, I can understand why it's not prioritized because like it sounds to me like the industry made the decision that was popular, which was
Not enough
prioritizing
people
graphics over
care.
FPS.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that people don't care, but they notice it. I think it's not. I think it's the case that the reason why Call of Duty was successful in the early
Yep.
years was because it was targeting 60 frames per second on consoles.
I think it's
genuinely think that's
the
case.
reason
A
it
lot of people
overtook
didn't know
Halo.
that. I think so. Yeah, I think that's the reason why people didn't know it, because people don't like. Again, when you're talking about
You didn't
normies,
notice
right?
what your
It was
brain
brought up
did, kind of
recently.
thing.
Normies don't necessarily know about all of this stuff. Like, I don't know that a normie knows that a film runs at 24 frames per second or anything like that. But when they're playing a game, you feel it. That's it.
They
You
don't
feel it. It feels
You don't
smoother.
realize
It
how
feels
much you care.
more
You
responsive.
don't realize how much more like visual information you are getting to be able to make choices in your game.
You
And
might
how
not
much
even
more
know what it's
quickly the game is
called.
responding to you. Like the
Yeah.
input latency is doubled at 30 FPS over 60.
This is
that
sort of
like it's math.
the critical thing,
And it is
is
bottom
what
heavy too,
Ag said
mathematically.
earlier. Is like every single time, the moment you switch, you notice, and you can never go back.
You don't want to go
Yep.
back. Exactly.
You don't
want to
go
play
back.
that way forever.
It is like a position that purely exists off of ignorance, I think. And like I mean that in like I guess the least offensive way you can use ignorance. Like they literally just don't know what they're missing. If they did, they wouldn't be like advocating for 30 FPS.
That's the most accurate way you can use ignorance. Like that's what the word is for. Shit like
Well,
that.
it's just
you
because
know?
ignorance
People
often
think it's the
seems like an
correct way.
insult, but I assume what you mean is you just don't know. You just
Yeah.
you truly do not know, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But please,
It's a neutral term that people
the
get offended
ignorance
by.
is
That's what's annoying about
bliss
it.
way. Like it's just you don't know about it, therefore you don't care. But at the same time, if you did know, that wouldn't make you wrong for then caring.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a question. What would you say to the people who enjoy those cinematic story type games and they think that 30 FPS is better for those?
Tell them to get the
Well, then they
fuck
can
out of my
suck
media.
my cock. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I would argue never during gameplay that like even if you are saying that like, oh, the cinematic games are like when the cutscenes start, the 30 FPS looks more like I'm watching a movie. I really don't think that holds up
Well,
once you actually have to
well,
control
I-
the game.
I think-
We'll get in.
I think that,
by the way, we'll get into that specific argument earlier because it's something that will come up. But keep that in mind. The whole it's more cinematic as it is at 30.
No,
'cause
yeah, sure.
Keep that in
I-
mind.
There are a
think-
lot of 30 FPS cutscenes in games now that do run at higher frame rates. Unreal Engine 5 games seem to be particularly bad about this with Expedition 33, Silent Hill 2, Mafia: The Old Country. All of them just go to 30 FPS for the cinematics. And at least for one, for Expedition 33, I got a mod that just uncaps the frame rates during the cinematics. And even that, it just looks way better. Like things like the visual effects just look a lot more smooth and interesting to watch. And
By the way, this will come up later, so if you want to hold on to all of your...
I mean, I'm still gonna bring it up. Like,
yeah, go
when,
for it. Yeah,
when you play like Mortal Kombat, the new ones, and then it switches to 30 FPS for like the X-ray moves and the fatalities, it looks shit. Like it's actually kind of like annoying, and it's not even interactive that part. But it's like, dude, like when you put it back to back, how smooth it looks to like, oh shit, there it goes. It's like you're drawing more attention to how much, like you're drawing more attention to the difference between them when you put them back to back. To the point that I don't really see why you would do that.
Yeah. Especially if it's all in-game engine.
Before we... Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa.
Well, someone's moving things. Before we
That wasn't
continue...
me.
we're gonna have to exchange another student. I appreciate everything you've contributed today, Mr. Brooks, but I'm gonna have to say goodbye, possibly temporarily. Like I said, people, you know, we're stacked right now, but it'll probably calm down in a handful of hours from now.
I know how this shit works. It's a chaos. Like you have no idea who's gonna be in and out, right? But I'm probably just chilling all day, so I'll probably bounce back in. So I'll keep it short and sweet. But just in case something that happens where I can't come back in, I've had a video on horror CGI that got fucking removed for the first time from YouTube because of the stupid old hag lady from It Chapter 2. The tits on that got me in so much fucking trouble. I thought my shit, like, I glance over and it says your content is removed. So I had a fucking heart attack thinking my whole channel was removed over these stupid CGI tits. So hopefully when I get that fixed, you're going to see a really good video on that.
What was funny to me is you said horror CGI, but because of the accent, it sounded like a horse CGI.
That old lady from It Chapter 2, it screwed me up because it's supposed to be on the ups and downs of CGI and horror. But so just look out for that video. It's definitely going to come out soon. But like just a warning for anybody, because you can never anticipate how fucking ridiculous their interpretation of sexuality is going to be, because I can't believe that counts. But yeah, for sure. And if not, you catch me on Mondays with arguing with Platoon about steak on B-Sub. So go from there.
Steak. S-T-E-A-K?
Yes.
What's the disagreement?
A well done person.
Stakes are high.
I just don't think it's worth the
panel.
effort. Is the disagreement?
Goodbye.
Take it easy.
To have steak?
Yeah, there's so many easier things that just fill the same hole. It's not. It's like
I don't.
It's
I don't
just,
listen.
Like
I don't
easier
even
to
know
cook,
what.
Or
fill the
I don't
same
even
less
hole.
expensive to buy.
Yeah, I don't know what
Easy-
Brooks' argument is, but he's right.
There's arguments. If you go to all the trouble of doing all these high fucking artsy fartsy cooking things that take you 4 hours to do, then it's really good. And I'm thinking, oh, I don't have time for that.
You can
Have you not
can
put
cook a
ribs in the
steak on the
oven?
grill in like 15 minutes. Like
You're taking 4
15
hours
minutes I
to
could be
do a
using for
steak?
so many other things.
What? 15 minutes for chicken? For shrimp? For pork?
I mean, yeah, there's plenty of things that take much longer to cook.
Doesn't take long to make a steak.
No, but
It depends on how thick the cut is and how you want to make it.
It was a specific argument about whether steak is like particularly special compared to other meats, and then it was like, well, it really is special if you do things which are time consuming, and I don't
Well,
care
it tastes
about
different. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. You're the
You have
Jim
a good
Sterling of
cut.
food.
You have a good cut season and you can cook it even competently. Like I don't know, it's pretty good.
Hey man,
Well, the
beans on
very thing
toast
this
is
isn't
unmatched.
one of
Okay.
my-
Fucking dietary standards in this country are famously terrible, so I am a product
Beans
of
on
my
You don't need to
toast.
adhere
Beans
to that.
on
Steak is
toast.
delicious.
But you do other things.
Steak is probably my favorite meat. There is nothing that quite satisfies that inner
pretty good.
bestial sort of
Mhm.
natural desire for flesh.
Chicken, man.
That,
It's chicken.
the chicken's
Chicken
good,
is
but-
legendary.
It's
Oh,
Chicken
yeah,
is
for
number
me,
one for
It's,
me.
it's kind of no contest. for me.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
hold
also
on.
a chicken
Bacon.
guy too.
Bacon.
Yep.
Chicken's the best.
I think I'd take
Amazing.
steak over chicken, although I mean
Oh,
chicken's
well,
really
easily.
much
Well,
it's
really,
far
steak.
more affordable to be eating
I would say,
regularly than steak, though.
My hot take would be that steak is not super high on my, like I'd rate pork, lamb, fish. I'd probably rate like lots of fish, salmon. I'd probably rate those like over beef. Honestly, I like
That's
beef.
I do love fish
interesting.
a lot.
I
like
think in
it.
general,
Yeah,
though,
there
preparing
hasn't-
fish is much more difficult to get right than steak.
True.
Really?
I mean, yeah,
I mean, if you're making it like literally like if you catch it and you have to dress it and everything yourself, maybe.
well, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not talking about having to hunt the cow, but
No, not even not the hunting process, but part of the
yeah.
preparation of it.
No, I meant preparation. I think there's more ways to fuck up fish than steak. Like steak, it's really just you got to cook it for the right amount of time, and that's pretty much it. Whereas I don't know, like there's many different ways to prepare fish, and not all of them are great.
There's a lot of ways to prepare steak, to be fair. Like the different, I mean, and of course it depends on what your preferences are for the type of cook that you want on your steak, different cuts of steak.
Wait, are we including a beef burger in steak? Because that's not an option on the poll.
No, that's just beef.
Well, I would say, yeah, I thought the whole point of this is we're talking about like the umbrella. So like with beef, burgers and stuff like that.
Oh, so we're okay. So if we're just talking beef in general, I think that's much less specific
Animals?
than steak.
If
Like steak
sure,
is like
specifically like steak.
Well, I mean, Mark, you and I are Canadian. How do you like moose?
I mean, it's actually pretty good.
I haven't tried moose. The closest I've had to moose is elk, and that was pretty good. So I imagine
Elk is very good as
Wait,
well, too. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
if we're including like game meat, do we need to factor? Because I was thinking about like the main ones. Because if it's game meat, then it's because you got like venison, kangaroo. I guess what alligator? That's something people can have, right? Or
alligator
crocodile.
tastes like chicken.
I've never
It's
had
good,
it. But,
yeah.
yeah.
You should, but it actually does kind of legitimately taste like chicken. I haven't had kangaroo because I live in the United States. I'm sure I can get it somewhere. Maybe Dev's got it at the dollar meat store by his house. Or
Is kangaroo like I feel like kangaroo is a red meat. Like it's probably going to be like deer, right?
Yeah,
it's basically a hopping deer.
That's red meat. It's kind of
Hopping
sweet.
deer.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't had kangaroo in a while, but yeah, it's sweet. It's definitely got like a sweet sort of flavor to it.
Oh, neat.
But it's kangaroo. No other Australian animals, well, except for I don't know because most of them are protected. Kangaroos aren't really. There's a lot of kangaroos.
I think the only meat that I've had that I don't like is bear. It's just really oily, you know.
I've never eaten bear.
I've never had bear.
I've had bear steaks.
Because
I've encountered a lot of bear being in Canada, but I've never killed one. So
I bit my tongue.
So by the way, yeah, kangaroos are like they're actually like in serious danger. Like as a species, they're like quite vulnerable to extinction.
Are they? Oh, really?
Yes, they are. They are. Like,
I could have
sworn on the brink.
I could have sworn I've talking to an Australian person who said you're just allowed to hunt kangaroos because their population is
kangaroos. Yeah, kangaroos are fucking everywhere. Koalas. Did I say kangaroos?
Oh yeah, you said kangaroos. I was a little confused.
Okay,
I thought they were like your version of our white.
Because I was gonna say, like, I have stories from buddies who said they were hanging out with a friend in Australia, just gunning down kangaroos from the back of a jeep, and I was like, "Whoa!"
There are as many kangaroos as people in this country. I'm pretty sure, maybe a lot more than that. Koalas are on the brink.
I was about to call my buddy and be like, "You fucking liar!"
Kangaroos are, they're all over the place, but koalas are quite vulnerable, which makes me very sad.
I'm gonna end the poll.
Right? They're very cute.
They're kind of cute.
The poll actually kind of went exactly what I thought it was going to be. I figured steak would win, with chicken being second up. Pork just beats out fish. I thought pork was going to get a bit more points.
With the lack of pork, because I figured pork would include bacon and ham. I know they're not like exactly the same.
Does,
but
By the way, it does. I eat a lot of pork. I probably eat mostly pork. Actually, is pork is
number 2.
Pretty darn good.
I
just
love
pork.
Bacon.
I just
God,
don't think anything beats
bacon.
Like a good medium rare steak with just a bit of seasoning on it.
Yeah.
It's done well.
I gotta be honest. I don't really eat steak anymore. I don't really eat steak anymore unless I'm making bulgogi out of it. I don't know. I just don't like steaks.
I don't have it often.
I like having steak every now and then. Yeah, I like having it is kind of pricey though.
Steak is pretty pricey. I think there's something going on here where they're a bit. Yeah, they're
fish is ridiculous though. Fish is like insanely expensive. It's really annoys me because fish is so good for you, but like, if you want to get fish, it'll be $50 a kilogram. Yeah,
like it. For the most part, the fish I get are typically salmon and tilapia, and sometimes catfish. But those are kind of the 3 that I typically get here.
Not a fan of tilapia. I do like salmon though.
Salmon, I love. I love salmon.
Salmon's excellent.
Same.
You buy that on sale, pop it in the air fryer.
Yeah.
And fish is still at least kind of cheaper than America here in Canada, just because we have so much more of it. So yes.
Do you have much more of it? I figured because America's got like I know Canada's got a longer coastline, but like 90% of it's in the fucking Arctic Circle. So I figured that.
No, the fisheries off the coast of Newfoundland are some of the most populated in the world. We have a lot of fish.
I see.
Fishery.
Lots of salmon on the west coast too.
Yep.
Well, I suppose we should return.
Back to the Bloodborne. Yeah.
I gotta get the watch together to link up again. Actually, when I left last time earlier in the day, it was a Jim Sterling video. I guess it's different this time.
That's Jim Sterling.
Yeah, this is watching somebody who's much more approachable.
This is just Capricorn.
Oh, there you go.
Fire for Bloodborne running at double its frame rate has turned into something of a phenomenon in the gaming community. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, the one and only Ben Starr said this completely unpopular at the Golden Joystick Awards.
Absolutely criminal that we don't have an official version of Bloodborne running at 60 frames per second.
Based, Ben.
He's very correct. Some would say he's the most correct anyone's ever been.
Yeah.
And honestly, right now, in this very moment, we're closer to a Bloodborne remaster than we've ever been. Modders have been
logically, that's true, but carry on.
I mean, I guess
emulating
so.
it on PC with
Man,
mild
this
to moderate
Pokemon
success.
music, nice. Just the background music, I really like it.
It's not bad.
It's fine.
It's pleasing.
I do appreciate
There's-
that you acknowledge.
I mean, there's
the
no
PS4 emulator.
fucking lyrics in it. All right, people put background music that have lyrics in them.
Oh
and it's
god.
like,
Hate
oh,
that
like you,
so
you
much.
What if they
fool.
really
Yeah,
breathy
actually,
lyrics?
so-
Like, oh,
So-
lulu.
Way back in 2014, I did that, and Total Biscuit actually commented on my video, and he said, "Don't use background music with fucking lyrics in it." And I was like, "Sorry, dude."
I think there's some vocals in my Berserk video, but it's in Japanese, so I don't know if it just
Yeah, they don't
sounds like an
count.
instrument to people who don't speak
don't
it.
Yeah, that's
What do you
true.
mean by
Yeah, it
this?
does just like an instrument. Yeah.
Lance McDonald's 60 FPS mod is a real tangible thing on jailbroken PlayStations. Not that I'd know anything about that. And the game's 10th anniversary is coming up early next year, which, if you're anything like me, you expect big announcements for franchises you love on any perceivable
Oh, this is kind of amusing.
Well, one of them is
Yeah, it finally happened. It finally actually did happen. Yeah.
A week and a half
Oh my
away.
God.
Yeah,
My
finally.
Jesus.
Personally,
Waiting for years.
Personally, I would have liked more time because I wanted to play the other one, but that's not going to happen now because
Oh,
it's
yeah,
going to
it's
come
only
out
out in
just
10
right now.
days.
More time.
You got 2 weeks for that fucking game.
I mean,
yeah, here you go.
You can definitely beat Hollow Knight in like 20 hours if you just do a few streams. You'll get through
Mel.
it.
Oh yeah, I
He
just
has
don't
Metal
do any
Gear
of the other
work to
things.
do.
Yeah, Metal, fuck it, we ball.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sure.
They're on
I'm starting to
Sorry
think
guys,
he does
no
not
Metal
fuck
Gear
it.
Solid
ball.
coverage.
Interesting.
Dev told me
No,
to
that's for
not-
our show.
No, Dev told me I should just play Hollow Knight in 20 hours instead.
Metal. If I have to watch MCU movies for you, you have to play Metal Gear Solid 3 for me. Okay.
Hey, I want to play it, but I was just told I shouldn't.
Anniversary. I'm even making this video a lot earlier than I had planned because of this bullshit. Server maintenance on PlayStation's 30th birthday? Please! And even if it's not tomorrow, it makes sense that they would give us an official Bloodborne PC port, remake, remaster.
Yeah, this is funny again because this didn't happen. 10 years
Nope.
came and went earlier this year.
And yet they drum it up every time. Those poor Bloodborne fans. It's they're just most abused.
Sequel, anything tangentially related to Bloodborne.
People just constantly say, I wish they would do with Bloodborne the same thing they do with the fucking Last of Us, where it's on 17 systems and there's 14
Yeah.
different versions and a show and a
I will
TV and
say-
everything. They want to milk the
Remake
fuck
5
out of the
times.
Last
I don't
of Us,
care,
and people are
like,
begging for a new Bloodborne.
How much
It does
fucking
grow
red
more and
tape,
more.
complication, legal, blah, 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 creative, blah, blah. Everyone is just, they've got buckets of money they're willing to tip all over you. They're waiting to. Just let them.
It's the freest win, financially speaking, there ever could
Yeah.
be.
Yep.
It does
Didn't the-
feel that
didn't
way.
Didn't the director come out and say something along the lines of "We want to, but Sony won't fucking let us"?
Like I said,
Which
whatever
is
is stopping
stupid
this
on
from
Sony's
happening,
part, like-
someone's making a mistake somewhere. I don't care what the context is.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys talked about this before I showed up, but I did hear
Probably.
rumors here and there that the source code was lost, so they can't remaster it.
Uh-oh.
I don't even
Well,
care. Well, what about Bloodborne 2?
I mean,
Why has that never happened?
What about that? Like, there's
Just not The
mods
Last of Us.
for it to get it like pretty
was gonna
functional
say-
on PC right now with no official code at all.
I was gonna
Like,
say,
I
yeah,
feel like
it
if they would just put their mind to it for like 6 months, they'd be able to figure something
There's
out.
gotta
Yeah,
be.
like,
yeah.
If you throw enough money at it, you can just remake the game from scratch. You don't need the source code, but I mean, having the source code makes it easier. I've just heard that floating around.
That's-
lots of
that's
people
the
have said,
thing.
"Oh, the source code's been lost."
They legitimately could have by now remade the game from the core up and just mostly
Also
copy
true.
the design philosophy, and and people would have paid through the nose to get it. Same for Bloodborne 2. Same, by the way. I say this, Sekiro 2, but like, Elden Ring, make another one probably. Fuck
That's
it.
maybe that Microsoft's got to get on board for Sekiro too, because Activision, I believe, owns Sekiro, or at least published it.
I'm going
that
hypothetically there, and I even realized the counter argument would be like they would make way more sales with an Elden Ring 2, and it's just like, yeah, they would probably.
Also, that one Bunlith chick made Bloodborne on the PS1 over this time.
Well, that's a totally different game.
It's a different thing, but it's still her doing it on her own, and she just remade the whole game on PS1. It's
Yeah.
like, well, you can
Pretty
clearly
good
do
too.
something with this. Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
D-make.
she did a good job with that.
Yeah, the demake, yeah.
Any that could be announced at the Game Awards next week. But amidst everyone, myself included, asking whether we could achieve 60 FPS, no one stopped to consider whether we should.
Why?
Yes, we should. Next
video.
Next video.
Yes,
we should. Next video.
We should.
No, but I guess that's what the video is going to be about, right?
Well, the quote
'cause it's
from
weird 'cause
Malcolm this
everyone
time
has-
would be, "You're so concerned with whether or not you could, you didn't stop to think." No, actually, no, he just sits down.
We have considered it thoroughly.
This
and
is
have
something you
unanimously decided this is
absolutely
something
should
done.
do.
I think people are wondering
actually,
if they
come to think
could
of it-
because they know that they should.
Well, I mean, honestly, the only viable argument would probably be the one Dev brought up, where it's like, if the argument is that they can't, then that's a bit more reasonable
that's a
than just
different
we
realm.
haven't yet.
Yeah, that it's an argument of can and cannot versus shouldn't or should.
Yeah, and should, it's like, that's not arguable.
It
It's,
is
yes, they
unambiguous
should.
that if the capability exists, a 60 FPS version of the game should exist.
I'm not afraid to
Because
say
obviously.
it. I think Bloodborne is at its best at its native 30 FPS.
No, you don't.
Blah.
No, you
No.
don't.
You just,
No, you're wrong.
You gotta let him
You've
make
got
an
a video to
argument.
make. You've got like an upload schedule to meet.
You
You
gotta let
don't
him make
think
an
this.
argument.
I'm allowed to blat even when I haven't heard the context.
Nah,
You
man.
gotta, come on. You
Blat.
gotta go around.
Oh yeah, should we have heard out the defense of Dean Tucker Wingus before we? You know,
His name is Dean Takahingas. Dean Dingus
Leave Mingus out of this.
Dingus Takahingas. Okay, he died for our sins.
Mingus hasn't done anything wrong. Well, actually, never mind.
Oh yeah.
That was where we started. He's actually done something quite wrong.
Yeah, that's New York.
Even if Bloodborne did run at a consistent 30, which it does not, it would still be a better game at 60 FPS. You would have better response time. You'd be able to see more. You wouldn't be as confused by things when particle effects happen or your blood. If you do like a visceral attack and the blood kind of goes in front of the screen, you'd be able to see everything better and react to it more efficiently.
I suppose in case any of you guys in chat don't understand like why people advocate for 60 FPS, basically it's because it like a higher frame rate just objectively, categorically every time improves the interactivity. Like it improves it fundamentally.
It is strictly advantageous for one thing.
More information for you, less latency.
The
like
only-
it's just better.
Yep.
The only thing that a higher frame rate is worse at is that at lower frame rates, you get more time to savor each individual frame.
Going to a frame tasting.
It simply doesn't need a 60 frame per second remaster. Here's why. But first, let's talk frame rate.
No!
It is
You
30
can't
FPS.
say here's why and then cut to but first. That,
All right,
it's
but
just bad
we're
writing.
laying down the foundations.
We're gonna
First, we
introduce you to
gotta
the
talk about
concept
what
of
frame rate is.
frames.
Yes, that's right. Damn it!
You clicked on this video about frame rate and you don't know what frame rate is. That seems about right.
It's good to explain it.
Video
It's
like this
possible.
one, it's not technically a moving picture. It's 30 still images all jammed.
Well,
into
it can't be a moving picture. There is no such thing.
Yeah, illusion of motion. Yeah. Come on.
Oh yeah, what if I threw the Mona Lisa out a window?
Yeah, or flipped it around in midair.
Oh,
Ah.
you mean like a moving picture physically? Ah,
Yeah.
I see.
Ah.
Okay, that follows. Yeah, you got me there. That's true.
Owned.
Second, and
Yeah,
our
I'm a
brains stitch
retard.
them together to give the illusion that they're moving. Take a game
Yeah,
at
they,
60
okay,
FPS.
I'm a little bit more on board with you now, Theo. This is a bit silly.
I was expecting us to go right back to that like running horse, thing that first demonstrated
Yeah.
the concept of motion.
This is what's known as animation.
This is a video game.
Animation invented in 1680.
El donde de videos juegos.
In order to understand why we don't need Bloodborne 60 FPS, we first have to talk about Steamboat Willie or some shit like
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yes, and you're
Big
jamming
Bang.
60 frames into that same singular second. What ends up happening is, with more frames to work with per second, our brains can create a smoother image.
Well,
There's a bit more-
that's a weird way to put it. It's just more information fundamentally.
Yep.
You are receiving more images. Like making it
it's-
smoother, it's like it looks smoother, but that's because there's more information. Like
the
that's-
latency thing.
I don't-
you
yeah,
can't
that's the
leave
thing.
out the latency thing.
I don't remember if she ever even touches latency. And like,
Well, yeah, because that's an important one as well. It's the kind of thing that, again, maybe that is something that's worth reminding people. When you press the button, there is a certain amount of time that it takes for that input to be responded to by the game. And if there's less frames,
activated on
like as
a
much as you might
frame.
say, well, come on. I mean, it's still 30 frames. It's like, sure, it is still a longer delay fundamentally than if there was
and
an
that
additional frame in
delay
between.
Double the length even.
Yeah, that delay in Bloodborne, oh my god, you feel it. It's bad.
Oh yeah.
That neuroscience thing where our brains turn this into this, it has a name. It's called the Phi phenomenon. And scientists have tried to study it further, but studying perception is notoriously difficult. Like, how do they know the blue that I see is the same blue that you see? How do we...
For what, man?
So
what are we
this
doing?
So the thing here is this. So this is brought up as a casual question, but I think a lot of people need to understand that we can prove to colorblind people that they are colorblind. Colorblind people are not like disputing that there are not hues of they're not certain wavelengths that their brain does not interpret like the rest of the human brain. Like that, this is not some mystery. The reason that we can all agree on us essentially all seeing the same color is because brains will typically, at least in this aspect, operate the same. It's how we can differentiate the normal brain from a colorblind brain, and we can compare with each other and we can share experiences. Like this isn't a mystery.
I run colorblind tests on people at work. If you're going to be air crew, you have to like prove that you're at a certain level of not colorblind, I guess, or color. You should prove that your color vision is at a certain level of acuity, and we've got a couple little things that we use to test it.
Because there's differences in acuity, but they're still within the same broad category. Like, you know, if two people are looking at blue and neither of them are colorblind, they are both seeing blue. They might be seeing a slightly different variation. There was a study that women actually see color much more subtly than men do. So, like, when there is an argument, say, like, your wife is trying to repaint the house, and she's like, do you want this color or this color? And you think, well, they're basically the same. To you, they are the same if you're a man. To her, they are not the same because women have better color perception than men do. But you can still look at it and both people will say, no, that is a shade of blue, because
it's rarely will it ever be an issue that very slightly different shades of colors are going to matter. And this is also why night vision goggles are green in tint, because the human brain can typically differentiate between more colors of green than any other color.
And why is that, Rags?
You can probably guess evolutionarily why it's good to differentiate different
Tell
shades
the audience,
of green.
even if they don't know.
Well, if you're a guy living in the bush and in the wilderness, it's probably really good that you be able to differentiate things that are not harmless plants and trees and stuff from things that might be trying to get you.
Yeah.
It would certainly be my guess.
I learned that fun fact from Fargo season 1. It's one of the lines from the villain, I think. He talks about that. I was like, is that true? We could see more green than other colors?
Color is really interesting when you think about it, because color truly is subjective. Color doesn't actually exist. It's literally a subjective phenomenon that brains and minds perceive wavelengths to be. That's why different animals, different creatures, even different people can literally like perceive different colors in different ways. And it also means that technically, as the light level changes on an object, its color, quote unquote, literally changes. We just know what to compare it to, and that's how our brains work. So color's legitimately interesting.
We have this social convention where like we understand that we all point to the same things and call them blue, even though we can't verify that what you are seeing and experiencing is the same as what I'm seeing and experiencing.
Well, we can verify it.
We both understand.
We basically
that it's blue.
can, yeah.
You know,
No,
there's
that
people,
both of our-
there's people in the chat who are very happy you had it pause in her armpit for a long time. Good job.
Oh, are they?
I mean, everyone's got this thing.
All right.
I was busy looking at Iraq.
We're not here to
judge. Fair enough.
Our human eyes both see at 60 frames per second. Do you
Yes,
remember
that's
this
not-
meme?
No,
It's
that's
all-
also not true. We see
she's
we don't
making fun
see
of
in
it. Right, she's
frames.
giggling at it like this is ridiculous.
It's a meme.
all the way back
She
to
agrees with him, yeah.
1999. So what's the truth? Well, we
for
really
fuck's sake.
don't know. Some research says the human eye sees something around 70 FPS, but
We don't see frames. We're directly
here-
processing visual nerve signals with our brain.
In the most sincere way possible, it just is not that deep. It
Yeah.
simply
The
isn't.
best- the
I
best
see
that you
the
can
picture
do-
and it's smoother and I have more information versus I see less of picture because less pictures are being made every second.
Yeah, but what
Also,
about
I
the
mean-
fly phenomenon?
Well, she kicked this off with the whole like a video game isn't exactly a moving picture, it's a bunch of still pictures, and that is what frame rate is, and that is why human brains do not see with a frame rate. Because we're
So,
we're
in-
seeing actual moving shit.
Yeah, the human eye doesn't detect things in frames per second. So the closest that you can get to measure how many FPS we see, quote unquote, how many FPS we see, is to find the smallest amount of, or the smallest frame that you can get before humans can distinguish that it's there, which is actually extremely high, potentially. Obviously, some people can see more than others, but that's probably the closest that you can get as a way to sort of bridge the gap between two different, like, essentially
It doesn't.
units.
It doesn't get
especially
to
if
like.
you're jumping
until-
tiers too, as opposed to individual frames. Like, it would be difficult for a person to determine the difference between 80 frames a second and 82 frames a second, but 80 and 160 you can see,
Wait,
and most people
this is
will be
the-
like, oh yeah, that's the smoother one.
That's the thing. Like, all of this is for the purpose of this conversation. The only thing that matters is, can basically everybody tell the difference between 30 and 60? The answer is yes, obviously.
Yes. If
There's
So like, we
people
don't
who
even,
can,
need
there
to
is
deal with this of like, well, what can we actually see? Doesn't matter. But like, for this, we know, everybody knows. As much as people say, as some people say it's not true, everybody can tell the difference between 30 and 60 FPS, more or less.
And to be clear, if you cannot tell the difference between those things, there is something wrong with you, and you should go and get your eyes checked, or something is wrong with you.
There is
if you
certainly
can't
something
detect the
unusual going on if you genuinely legit. If the wizard confirmed, he nodded and said, "Yeah, that's true." You can't see.
Now, remember,
I think it's the contrast thing too. Is I think that a lot of people playing a video game, if it's a stable 30 FPS, they'll just be thinking, "Oh, this is a video game that's just running perfectly smooth. It's fine." But then it's like, well, play that same game at 60 FPS for 10 minutes, and then go into the settings and switch it to 30 FPS, and then turn the camera around.
Well, that was
I feel like
that
there's
was kind of
no
my
way you won't
introduction.
notice.
I love the.
That was kind of my
idea
introduction to them
that
back to
runs
back.
at a silky smooth 30 frames per second. So embarrassing.
Oh, yeah,
Bioshock
there's a
did
lot
this.
of that going around right now.
Bioshock was one of the early examples on
Yeah.
the Xbox 360 of where you could actually toggle between performance mode and frame. They didn't call it that, but like a smooth or quality, I think the settings were.
Mhm.
And at the time, I didn't know what frame rate was. I couldn't like put a name to the effect. I just knew that it was smoother and it felt better and looked better because
Yeah,
it was
'cause when
just
you
it was
look
running
on
at 60 instead
YouTube-
of 30.
Yeah, when you looked on YouTube back in the day, they didn't have 60 FPS, so it's like you couldn't just look it up and say, "What is 60 FPS?" You couldn't visualize it at the time either.
Mhm.
So
Other
And
research
I think
says
they added it. When did they add 60 FPS? That must have been like 10 years ago or so, right? At least 2014.
Yeah, it's been a while.
2014. June.
well, I know it wasn't when Bioshock came out, so
That was 2013, though, I think,
2013.
for Infinite. Oh, Bioshock 1, like original Bioshock, I think 2008.
Yeah, Bioshock.
maybe?
Bioshock 1 was they had a 30 and a 60 FPS version for the Xbox 360.
right.
sees something around 70 FPS, but other research says closer to 40. And even
By the way,
That's not true.
the two
I can
studies
tell the
she
difference between
flashes
40 and 60 easily.
But obviously, I encourage everyone to look at my video on this. But the two studies that she flashes very quickly do in no means have anything to do with what she's talking about.
Oh, the
I to the
classic.
point where I don't like. I don't even think she read them, and she didn't like read through them and see what the methodology is for these two experiments and what they actually mean. The second one in particular is like actually bizarre. The OR theory of like consciousness and mind and stuff. Totally out there stuff that is by no means accepted as scientific fact or like. And it's just like these are just like two random things she just like put in and doesn't understand. So I won't go into the details, but it's just actually like doesn't do anything for this video.
To be
It's
clear
just
on
here
what
study.
the fuck she just said, right? Did she just say like the human eye basically sees between 40 and 70 according to the research? It's fuzzy, something to that effect. Yes.
Because that's referencing the first study, which was a test conducted on a bunch of people of varying ages, where they were supposed to be able to recall if they saw an image as they flashed by at certain times and things like that. It's not comparable to video games. It's just not a good equivalent for it. Obviously, it's a weird. It just doesn't have to do anything. Again, my video goes into it in depth.
I'm just the reason I find this a little bit confusing is because hold on, I'm just gonna launch a video game here called Slay the Spire, and up in the corner it says 120 FPS. So what's going on there?
That was a
If
bit
we could
embarrassing of them to make it that high when you can't even see it.
Like if it's 40 to 70, like why does it go above 60? I don't.
Yeah,
I feel
'cause,
like this
I mean,
answers itself.
there's a little bit of like the caveman. Well, like yeah, you could do all your studies and everything, but I can literally see the difference. I just experience an obvious difference, so it doesn't matter what the study
The science
says.
has to
I
account
am
for that difference.
I am experiencing, as with everyone else, a difference. It not only looks different, but it feels different. What's up with that? And then you look into the studies that she presents, and it's like, oh, these don't help your argument at all, and these are not equivalent to what we're talking about.
I don't understand why you would be like up in your video saying these sorts of things where you must be aware that there are games that run at higher than 60. Much higher than
like I
60.
said, it is an instant jump to go from 165 to 240, like with my recent monitor. Like you instantly recognize it. It's obvious. So it's just
obvious
it's one of those...
that my hands are cold.
Oh fuck.
And then, the idea of a biological FPS is really hard to study, and it's really not comparable to an FPS on a computer monitor. But those sort of ballpark estimates, they do make sense with how we perceive varying kinds of media. Like movies, for instance.
How... like it...
So...
40 and 70 are very comparable to movie frame rates at 24.
So,
like
24.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why the first study in particular doesn't really translate is because it was literally like, here's a large slew of completely unrelated images. They could be pictures of bunnies in a field, or a bunch of flowers, or a basket of fruit. Like literally unrelated images that have nothing to do, and there's no continuity between the images. And the subjects were just supposed to pick out. They were either told beforehand, look for this picture, or they were asked after the pictures were flashed, did you see this one frame? And that is about how fast they could get before most people wouldn't be able to like pick out the image. But again, the huge difference here is that these are literally unrelated frames. There's not a continuity of images like creating the illusion of movement, panning through a room, playing a video game, a movie, something like that. It's literally flashing unrelated images. Do you remember if you saw this? Or let us know if you see this in the upcoming sequence, which doesn't translate to a real-life video game scenario.
Are shown at just 24 frames per second. Most of us don't think twice about that. It's just how movies are supposed to look. But then they showed us The Hobbit at 48 frames per second. And we kind of lost our minds. It looked all wrong. Too smooth. And why? Why does it look bad with more frames, even to us gamers?
By the way,
apparently
apparently 40...
Not a game, by the way.
Yeah, apparently so as far as I know, the 48 frame rate version of The Hobbit was only shown in theaters for a short portion of its run before they went back to 24.
Yeah, I think it was like the first month. You could also see it in 24, like at the release of the movies. It was just the 48 one was specifically only in theaters. They had never released home versions of it.
So as far as I know, it was never like actually released as a thing, because I went around looking for it because I wanted to actually watch it and not some sort of AI upscaled or whatever thing to make it 48. But I really wish that I could have seen it and at least seen it in recent memory so that I could actually see it for myself.
And so the live action scenes looked weird because it looked like it was a reality show or something, because we're just not used to seeing that frame rate.
Yeah, because we associate that frame rate with certain kinds of things. The same way that 24 is accepted as the standard is because it's accepted as the standard. It propagates itself as a standard.
But I will say this, though. Nearly every CGI scene that I saw in like the Hobbit movies in the theaters looked far better than it ever has at home. Like CGI actually did look like Smaug in particular was really, really crazy to see on screen at that frame rate.
And it's interesting. It's interesting that you say that, because that is what I have, because I did a lot of looking into this and like a lot of posts from the time and discussions about it. And there were a lot of people who had gone online and said that the biggest issue with the film was that it switches. It wasn't 48 FPS throughout the whole thing. It would switch back and forth. And a lot of people noted two things in particular I found consistently was one, that like what you said, the CGI looked better because it was at a higher frame rate and it was really, there's a lot of quality that was put into it, a lot of placement. People generally like that. And people call out the fact that it was the swap that was particularly noticeable, how it went from one to the other, and it wasn't.
Well,
just
I think even in just the live action character scenes where like it wasn't swapping, it was just clear that it's like, yeah, this is a dialogue scene that's 48 frames a second for some reason. It did look strange because it almost like looked like you were seeing behind the scenes footage, like the way your brain would process it. But my theory is that it's like an uncanny valley abstraction thing, where because computer animated images are not real people who like we're looking at in like a movie. They're clearly CGI creations. Having it move a little bit more like the way we see things in reality makes it look a little bit less fake. Whereas video games, it's all CGI, right? Like everything you're seeing being rendered in an in-game engine is, for lack of a better like way of putting it, a computer generated image that will have a level of uncanny valley to it. So my theory is that things look better at higher frame rates is because there's less abstraction between what you see in reality and what you're seeing in, like, fictionalized media.
I think we could have like a big conversation about the reason why people had the reaction to The Hobbit, or like whether people are conditioned about frame rate for, like, whether it's watching sports, which is typically displayed at a higher frame rate, versus movies or soap operas. But like, all of this is irrelevant to video games because it's all about it's interactive. That's what the conversation is about. It's about interactivity and the impact of the frame rate on the actual experience of playing the game. So why are we talking about The Hobbit? Why bring up The Hobbit? Like, The Hobbit is irrelevant in this discussion.
She's just using it as sort of a cudgel for sometimes more frame rate is bad.
Yeah, I know exactly why it's getting brought up, but it's like a crap argument as well.
It's only bad because, and the reality seems to be, it's only bad because you're not used to watching movies at that frame rate.
It's just, I don't know. There's no point because we are not like legitimately. The Order 1886 will always be the example. We're going for a filmic look, but 24 frames per second, like, it's not good for a video game. So we went with 30. It's like, you gave the game up. Why didn't you go for 24? That's what films run at. But you even have to concede, well, that would be fucking unplayable. It's like, yeah, but 6 extra frames makes all the difference. Like,
it does. The less frames you have, the more each frame matters.
That's true, because I guess if it's
Film,
the difference, adding a fifth, you were increasing it by like 25%.
Well, you just look at it.
More motion blur tends to not be good for a video game, whereas film 24 frames a second.
Though. That's the
the thing is though, that like film, like even just normal 35mm film has a very high level of natural motion blur to it, and that's one of the other things that we're just used to seeing in movies when camera moves.
Well, and that's okay, because again, you don't need you don't need to have, when you're watching a movie, it's not as important to you the readability of what's happening. It's important, obviously, that you can see what's happening, but there's a big difference between the kind of readability that you need for a film versus the readability you need for a competitive multiplayer game. The ability to quickly figure out, is that an enemy? Is that an object? Is that a vehicle? Is that like a building? All of that stuff is actually... And when motion blur, I don't know exactly how it works, the way that they do it, but like, it's not real motion blur because it has to be added in artificially and respond to player input, which is always going to be. It's the reason why a lot of the time when you see motion blur slowed down in a video game, it's like, like, I don't look right.
Yeah,
Some folks think it's because 48 frames crosses over into IRL territory.
Like Warzone and stuff. Most video games, I know that
you know about 120 plus FPS game.
I know this is a meme chart, but Warzone doesn't run it like people choose to run Warzone at 120 FPS plus because they're playing on PC and they can.
Does any competitive multiplayer game, people need really high FPS counters, and if you don't have them, you're at a disadvantage.
Don't the console Call of Duties though have 120 FPS modes now? Like since Modern Warfare 2019, I think.
I like some games.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, because again, this is another thing. It's like, why, when we say most video games run at 60 FPS, are we going to have the conversation about most televisions that people have are 60 hertz? Or if you're in Europe, I think some of them were 50 hertz for a while. And whether or not that's like 60 FPS being what people point to as like, oh, can we get there? The only reason that's the case is because of 60 hertz televisions. If there were 120 hertz televisions all the time throughout all of history, the conversation would probably not even be about 30 FPS versus 60. It'd be like 90 versus 120 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I mean that's why some PAL versions of like older games run and play kind of weird because they were at 50
Well, they'd have
frames a
some of
second
the
max.
games like Double Dash. I remember had like, oh, do you want to play at 50 and 60? It's like I have no idea what this means at the time. I don't know why you're asking me this. I don't know.
Oh
what
yeah, I
this
remember
means.
those menus. It's like 50 or 60. Like I don't know. I want to play
I
a
think
video
Metal
game.
Gear Solid, the PAL version of the original Metal Gear Solid, sort of slows down. Well, like it's almost as if they didn't change the timings. It's just like now it's running at 10 frames a second less, so everything is kind of in slow motion.
Yeah, a lot of old games did that, where they would tie certain behaviors in the game to the FPS. So if you ran it too fast, the game would just be like hyper sped up. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, the physics would be all fucky and things wouldn't be. Yeah. Hopefully that's a relic of the past that stays there.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's more similar to how our own brains and eyeballs see real life. At the very least, it's how real life is shot and shown on TV. Think newscasts, sports, reality.
You can't possibly be dragging this into Bloodborne because so many games do function at 60 plus, and it's not like everyone's saying, ugh, it looks so uncanny.
Yeah. Looks so bad, man.
Well,
it looks like
but
The
I mean-
Hobbit. Reminds me of The Hobbit specifically.
Yeah.
And how bad that looked.
But again, though, like I think when you're dealing with computer generated images, them getting into that IRL, as she put it, frame rate tier makes them look less fake, which is actually a good thing.
TV.
But surely that's only going to be the case if it's in relation to something that is real, if that makes any. So like the comparison would be The Lord of the Rings versus The Hobbit. So the visual effects in The Lord of the Rings do not have the fidelity that they have in The Hobbit, but they look better because the fidelity of everything else, you have that. It's not literally like film grain, but you can tell that it was made in an earlier period of time where everything looks slightly less polished. I don't quite know how to describe it.
Well, I think also in the Lord of the Rings movies, there's also far more practical effects than in the Hobbit movies. The Hobbit movies relied on computer animation a lot more.
They did, but even then, like in The Return of the King, there's a massive amount. I think the number of CG shots doubled with each movie. It was something ridiculous like
quite
that.
a lot.
So even looking at, for example, I don't know, Shelob in Return of the King, Shelob does not look as good as Smaug in The Hobbit, but Shelob looks a hell of a lot better than basically anything else in The Hobbit.
Just seeing the advancement of Gollum through the movies too. Pretty easy to point to.
Exactly.
It just looks better as it goes on.
Other stuff.
The game.
A lot of that, for the most part, these days
True.
is shown at 60 FPS. So when we see Middle Earth in 48 frames per second instead of 24, this cinematic veil is lifted. It looks too
To be fair, you can almost spot that The Hobbit looks a bit weird from screenshots as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this where this is going?
real. One critic even called high frame.
Which I don't think it's possible for something in a negative way to look too real. I don't know if that's actually like possible.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that?
How do we define
the thing.
real?
When you say too real, like
because like The Incredibles doesn't look very real at all, but like that's the point.
But if we're
'cause it's an
talking,
animated
but if we're
film.
talking about like The Hobbit specifically, is like what if Smaug really did look like a super realistic, incredibly immersive dragon that you could actually believe you're looking at in person? Is that negative? Because it's not going for some sort of a cartoon style or anything like that. It is trying to be very like accurate and realistic in its depiction of what a dragon would be, quote unquote realistic. So when you say too real and that's being a problem, I don't know if that's even possible.
In the case of some of a fantastical creature like a dragon, like in Game of Thrones or whatever, like you want it to feel as real as a dog, then I would agree, because there's no style coming into it really. The style is realism essentially.
Maybe Toothless is a better not being in the real world. Maybe CGI was the right place for Toothless to be.
Make him look real, the worse he looks. That's true. But that's fair. Yeah.
If this argument is going the way I think it is now going, I just desperately need acknowledgement of the differences between games as a medium and other mediums, being that games are interactive.
I have
we'll
seen
get
this
that.
video.
Yeah,
I
get
don't
that.
think she addresses input
Don't
latency. at
spoil
all.
it, God.
Well, I mean, I guess just don't get your hopes up that she's actually going to even tackle that argument.
I can't believe you just spoiled it.
Okay.
I mean, again, I saw it like 8 months ago or so. I don't remember. It's 8 months old. I saw it right when it came out. A bunch of people were sending it to me because I talk about frame rate a lot.
Called high frame rates a crime against cinema. Also, consider Avatar. Parts of the new one were shot and shown at that doubled 48 frames per second. And while it wasn't as big of a deal as the Hobbit fiasco, folks generally weren't a fan of.
Well, wait a second. This video is 13 minutes. Oh my god, it's 13 minutes long.
Ooh, look at that 14
Well,
upvote comment.
I was
Damn.
about to say, even like read the comment. Love the movie, hated the 40 FPS. That's a lot of people point this out if you look into like these threads and forums and stuff, especially at the time. People regularly call out if we're not used to it. And that's just kind of the thing. We are not used to it. When you go to a movie, you have expectations. When you see a movie at 48 FPS, you think soap dramas and TV stuff that isn't movies, right? That's your mind makes those associations. It's what brains do. If the standard was always 48 FPS, then 24 would look like the weird one.
48 FPS here either.
Well, and it's funny too because it made it look like I was watching a video game. It's like, this doesn't help your argument.
I love that video games have that derogatory use to them at the moment. Like, describing something as a video game, something is like almost strictly pejorative. I love it.
Some even saying it looks like a video game. So yeah, frame rate in movies and TV definitely affects how we perceive what's on screen. But what about video games?
That was the conclusion from that section. Frame rate matters.
Holy
frame
shit.
rate. It's like it's not even that strong. It's just like frame rate affects how you perceive things. It's like
I think she was really just going for sometimes high frame rate bad.
Next, you're going to be telling me that color grading affects things.
Or the volume of sound.
So I didn't like the content of that section, but the idea of derailing your own video to do a section on frame rates is I could get behind that if it were in like a 2-hour video, but this is a 13-minute video.
You can do it in a few minutes. You just have to do anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like she spent like a third of her 13-minute video on a sidetrack. Like,
but if she hadn't done that, would the video be under 8 minutes and therefore have fewer adverts in it?
Oh,
yeah.
Her argument
the video
so far
and I was
has
like,
been-
wait, I gotta pad
Her
this.
argument has been that frame rate doesn't matter. No, frame rate matters in The Hobbit, so that's why it doesn't matter in Bloodborne.
I'm sure we're about to connect it up. It's gonna be great.
You the same is true. And sure, From Software certainly didn't intend to put Bloodborne at 30 FPS just to make it more cinematic and dreamlike. The processors in that base PS4 and the
Hold on.
Yeah,
I feel like
I've
we
already
threw in
got
an extra
problems.
to make it more cinematic. Okay, and dreamlike is like, wait a minute, that I don't know about that.
But what FPS are dreams supposed to run at?
That is a good question.
I mean,
I dream
I don't know about
only
you.
30
I do
FPS.
dream
in 240.
Yeah.
Mine are a little bit more vivid than I care for.
Mine are
them to
actually
be, to
just
be
1
honest.
FPS, so I feel.
Oh, and also,
I wouldn't have died in
uncatered
that
to.
dream if I had better latency.
now that the consoles are on stream on the screen, are we about to say like, oh well, yeah, these consoles weren't powerful enough because we've already talked about it. But games ran at 60 frames per second on like the SNES, so it's not about that. It doesn't matter. It's about whether or not you prioritize graphics over performance. That's it. End of story. The idea that there were games that couldn't run at 60 FPS on PlayStation, they couldn't run at that frame rate if you were pushing the graphics to the degree
Dark
that you wanted to.
Souls? Isn't Dark Souls 60 FPS on PS4? Pretty sure it is.
PlayStation 4 probably,
Probably.
but not
The remaster,
not
I don't
PlayStation
know.
4
I
or
hope so.
Xbox 360.
I want to see where she mentioned dreams for the first time.
affects how we perceive what's on screen. But what about video games? I'd argue the same is true. And sure, From Software certainly didn't intend to put Bloodborne at 30 FPS just to make it more cinematic and dreamlike. The processors and
Yeah, that's just sneaky. You never established anything about dreams.
Yeah, about the dream thing that it's more dreamlike if it runs at a lower frame rate.
That's an
Like,
example of
tell
begging the
me-
question. You just
Yeah, why do you associate more dreamlike with lower frame rate?
Because the thing
Why?
is, it's like I don't even know. I don't associate dreams with any frame rate, really. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to that. Like,
Wait,
or
you're
even
telling me
any,
you don't wake up in the
particular
morning.
energy level.
I'd go like, oh, how many frames were there per second in that dream that I just
Yeah,
had? Hold on, let
that's
me
my
try and
first
count them.
thought every morning. It's like, man, that was only like 12 seconds,
I
12
mean,
frames
like,
last
I-
night. That
Why a
sucked.
lower frame rate for dreams specifically?
I hate to be the person to
I
say this
think-
because I was also saying we don't see in frame rate, but dreams we're not even processing visual information at all. They're actually like constructions of our minds. So comparing it to any kind of frame rate is insane.
It's true. You're just staring at the back of your eyelids for the whole time.
Yeah.
But I think the sort of connection people make is that when you're dreaming, you're asleep, and when you're asleep, it's a really low energy thing. Therefore, dreams are sluggish, low energy. I mean, that's why there's the things that are if they're described as somnambulant. Right?
They're presented
they're
in
slow and sluggish oftentimes.
They can be presented in movies with low FPS as like a contrast to
Yeah.
let us know. But I don't believe that is like you could also experiment, with high FPS for the dream segments just to throw people off.
Well, yeah. Haven't they ever seen Little Nemo: Adventures in Slumberland? Those dreams are intense. Those nightmares have energy. 1992 film. Watch it. It's really fun.
That base PS4 and the X-Bone were not great. But if you
like they
like-
did kind of suck as systems, but again, it's in terms of the hardware. But like at the end of the day, it's a matter of the priorities of the developers. Like, and I don't know why people don't know this. Like, how do people not understand this? There are games that ran on prior systems at a higher frame rate. Yeah, they had worse graphics, but like you choose the graphics. The graphics don't just like materialize out of thin air. You choose how far you want to push the
Roll the
graphics.
dice.
The reason I was making the point about Dark Souls because I believe both Dark Souls Remastered and like Scholar of the First Sin, Dark Souls 2 on PS4 and Xbox One did run at 60 FPS. So it's like to assert that hardware was not capable of making this kind of game at 60 is just incorrect.
Well, yeah, when you have something you can directly compare to, that makes
Yeah,
the case
like it's-
more. But if literally every single game on the PlayStation 4 ran at 30 FPS, it wouldn't change anything.
No.
Something I think is interesting too is that obviously I haven't played Bloodborne, but whenever people talk about it, there seems to be much more of a focus on people praising its art direction rather than its graphics themselves. From what I've just from what I pick up, which is interesting because one of the more famous things about Bloodborne is that it has really bad performance, but it has good art direction. So
Hell yeah.
all of those graphics you sacrifice the frames for, and people talk about the art direction more than the actual graphics.
You watch movies like I do, the effect is still there, that cinematic veil. And really, out of all of From Software's titles, Bloodborne would be the one to run at 30 instead of 60.
Why?
Why? Yeah.
It's weirder, grittier, and quite literally
Weirder means lower frame rate.
Is Bloodborne weirder and grittier than Dark Souls 3? Because I think you could make the argument that it is, but
associated with low frame rate?
I don't think we can owe that to frame rate, though.
Why would that make the frame rate? Why would that
Especially
make
when
it more logical for the frame rate to be lower?
It
Well,
would, but I'm saying
especially
it's just
when
like, is it
earlier
even
on-
true? Like Dark Souls 3 has some really fucked up weird shit in it, especially in some of the DLCs. Like the Ring City looks really strange, and I'll say it, dreamlike.
I feel
I
like
don't know how you can make the argument that if we're going to associate weirder with a low frame rate when our complaint about The Hobbit was that it looked weird because it ran
Yeah.
at double the frame
That's
rate
another good
of what we,
point.
what we have expected.
That's sort of what's annoying me here is I think you can make this sort of argument every which fucking way. If I wanted to go out and start making appeals to like you want to lower the frame rate to make it seem more visceral and like powerful, and then I go and talk about Mad Max Fury Road, like removing frames from like various sequences to achieve that sort of effect. I'm sure I could start just any which way I want to argue changing the frame rate down, having X effect. I just go and find a film.
It's weirder, grittier, and quite literally more dreamlike than something more classically fantasy.
It's
Well,
literally
yeah,
more dreamlike.
I don't even necessarily agree.
Yeah,
with
that
that.
phrase.
You already
Quite
said that
literally
cinematic
more
and dreamlike
dreamlike.
was like
Who the fuck
better,
made these
was
rules?
better for 30 frames
Well,
per
just-
second. Yeah.
Well, just the phrase "quite literally more dreamlike."
Is it
What
just
the
like I
fuck do
dream
you
about
mean,
Gothic Victorian
literally
shit,
more
therefore
dreamlike?
it's more dreamlike than
Well,
the
that can
medieval
only-
dark fantasy shit?
That sentence can only make any sense if it is an established fact that human beings dream in 30 FPS.
We're just
Unless
already
she's
into
just-
Assertion City. Like there's nothing here.
Unless she's appealing to the hunter's dream, like it's literally more of a dream than Dark Souls universe. But
Yeah,
that
I guess
doesn't-
maybe.
But that doesn't help though, because that doesn't.
Your
that
Firelink
doesn't
Shrine
connect.
is a dream realm, so
That doesn't connect to the FPS levels though. That's just.
Yeah, we haven't established any connection between frame rate and achieving any particular artistic effect. So what are we doing?
Coping.
We've just errantly sort of connected low frame rate equals more dreamlike because, I mean, just because.
More dreamlike,
So
but
I was-
also gritty.
there are entire areas in Dark Souls 3 that take
That'd
place
be a pretty
inside
dream.
of paintings. Like,
Yeah, and if you
Same
if
Mario
you-
64.
if that's the case, then yeah, those
I
should.
mean,
yeah,
lots of
exactly.
areas
In
in that
Super
game,
Mario
isn't it?
64, when you jump into a level, it should run at a lower frame rate. Just not arbitrarily, because you are in a painting.
Like Dark Souls. And honestly, when I played Lance's 60 FPS mod after logging hundreds of hours of the game at 30 FPS, it did feel unnerving and kind of wrong. It was
It's
kinda like,
unnerving.
you know,
that
why?
could be a good
You
thing.
wanted
I
that.
think It's a nice,
Like-
spooky game, but also just
Yeah.
because you are unnerved, therefore what? Nobody else is allowed to have it run properly. Just release Bloodborne and have a performance mode and a graphics mode. Then
My
everybody
biggest
wins.
test anyway would be for like she need to spend say 50 hours playing it at 60 FPS and then go back to play it at 30 FPS and then see if there is a noticeable difference because a lot of it is just recency bias. She's made the point herself that you're used to seeing certain things, so seeing things differently is initially slightly weird. But once you adjust to those, then going back to the preceding state you used to be familiar with might itself be weird, and especially so if it's affecting the performance of the game. So they put 600 hours into 60 FPS Bloodborne and then go back and do 30 FPS. She sounds like she would maybe find the same problem.
Well,
I'll go say
Again,
like spend 20
rushing
minutes
over-
doing or 20 minutes doing visceral counters at 60 FPS and then go back and try it at
Oh,
30 and tell
man.
me it's no different.
We're just
Yeah.
brushing over
Well, so-
the fact that games are interactive and this has ramifications for frame rate. We're just not talking about that apparently.
Mhm.
Anyone?
I decided
I mean,
to, just
does
to really
she?
quickly
Maybe.
look up. I decided to quickly look up like what the deal actually is with eyes and frame rates, right? And first of all,
I
most
don't see
studies.
it frame rate stuff.
Well, I know. Most studies are like, yeah, this idea is retarded. But if we're actually going to explore it, like what you're looking at directly, you see in a much higher quasi frame rate than what's in your peripheral vision. So, and like there was one experiment where like they had one frame out of a 1000 FPS video have like a color change, and people, if they were staring directly at the video, could actually see it. So this whole we see it 70 frames per second is fucking bullshit.
I think that probably is more down to like what are you focusing on and what is your brain actually remembering, because like your peripheral vision generally is not the thing that you're committing to memory.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
for sure.
this whole like, I didn't like it. I was like, you know, this. I think it was a woman just didn't like having the ability to see, and so deliberately blinded herself. I
Yes,
feel
I
like,
remember that.
I just don't care
I feel-
about your extremely unique and stupid
And
experience. I was
even-
like, no, thank you.
Even that just being the case, like it is because you're not acclimatized to it. It's the most obvious thing in the universe that we can acknowledge for other mediums because we did it with The Hobbit and whatnot. It looks strange because we're not accustomed to it. We can't do that here, though, I guess.
No.
The
I don't
the-
know how.
she
I don't know
could've-
how 60 FPS feels weird when you play other. Oh, sorry, other video games.
Well, because she said it was
random
unnerving.
60
You wouldn't want
ones.
unnerving in Bloodborne.
I thought she wants
It's about-
unnerving
yeah,
and
it's like I
dramatic
said.
and traumatized.
That's what I said earlier. It's like I thought that's what you wanted.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
this is
like this.
indistinguishable from an argument using unnerving as a positive for the game.
I mean, I guess I'm just reading the face she's making in the stream like camera there, but maybe it's just like, this isn't what I'm used to looking at, kind of thing.
I wouldn't
It's like,
read too
this
I
just
can't
isn't
associate
right.
with that. Like getting 60 FPS after all this time for Bloodborne is just it's a dream. Not
Well, I
an
mostly
unnerving
look
one.
disgusted fighting
It's
Mikolash
dreamlike.
too,
It's
though,
literally
so
more
it's fine.
dreamlike. True.
Feel
I've
unnerving
played a
and
bit of
kind
it,
of
and
wrong.
it's-
It was
it's
kind of
good.
like, you know, Uncanny Valley, or like seeing your teacher at the grocery store. It wasn't the Yarnum I knew. Keep
Okay.
Yarnum weird. Let it.
By the way,
why-
I think it's
Yeah, no.
Brew, it gets
probably
less
weird if
those
you've never
elements
seen
are still
anyone
there.
It's
go to the
unnerving. It
grocery
already
store,
is
but-
weird.
Keep it weird.
Mhm.
That means lower FPS. Who made you the boss of weird and said that that's like one of its
It's you the
categories?
boss of weird, Mrs. Weird Boss.
It's just so
at a higher
strange.
frame rate, you can see
could
more
make
weird.
it one. Yeah, you could make it 1000 FPS and it would be very weird. It would still be quite weird.
One could argue that might be weirder than 10 FPS. Who the fuck decided which FPS is weird? I don't understand.
Be this fake cinematic wonderland. I don't want it to be real. Keep your heart.
Why does it?
What?
I don't like this. It's not even an argument. I want it to not.
It's just
Yeah,
like
60
they
FPS
ruined
doesn't look
like
real.
art direction, visual style, like all the other stuff that you can have complete control over in your remake.
We just decide on a dichotomy and then just reject it on that basis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it dreamlike to have a slightly bigger input delay between like your action and the character response? Is that what makes it feel dreamlike? Because you have input lag in your dreams? I don't know.
We've gone from I like it because it's unsettling, but 60 FPS made it unsettling. It's like,
Two. I flipped all the way back around.
That's like, I don't know. What do you lose? What do you lose by making the game 60 FPS?
Well, apparently
it's
it makes it
less
too
weird
real.
if it's at 60. Like what?
But she said it's
I don't
more
know, maybe
weird,
she-
so I don't know where we're at now.
I think like maybe her premise is it looks more like a video game now and less like a movie.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
Also,
what
yes.
we were going for.
I want it to match the higher standards that we've been trying to drag this industry kicking and screaming into.
Yeah.
Argul right where it is. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. No, but Lance's mod is truly awesome. It's just the weirdness is my fault.
I have special eyes.
But it's got me thinking about something bigger. Why
This was the
are we
admittance.
conditioned to think 60 FPS is the best? Is it actually
Conditioned?
the
Condition.
Yeah,
We are
I'm gonna
60
also.
FPS isn't the
I'm
best.
gonna just let her go.
The best is the
She
highest.
was conditioned to think that 30 FPS was better, and she just said that's my fault. Like no, she's conditioned herself.
I
No,
don't know.
it's the fault of big FPS. They have an agenda.
So weird as well
for us.
because she's already shown in
Trying to
that
sell us extra
subreddit
frames.
I wish there was a
screenshot.
big FPS pulling the strings.
The
We've got
primary
big
complaint about-
ray tracing pulling the strings right now.
Primary
Yeah,
complaint
yeah,
about
God,
highest frame
Robbie.
rates in the cinema is that it's strange, as though they've been conditioned for a lower frame rate. Like, why? She's all over the place. You gotta focus. Redraft.
best? Should every single game be cramming those 60 frames into every single second?
At least.
it could be
Probably
I feel like we're not
Yes.
cramming anymore.
I wish 60
Well,
with
yeah,
a floor.
There is a
Yeah.
minimum.
Yes, absolutely. And at the
Unless
very
they're-
least, could you concede that all games should, if they're gonna have 30 frames per second as like a mode of play, that they should have a 60 frames per second performance mode option? Because like that way, everybody wins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
almost-
if we eventually get to the world where quality mode is 60 FPS and any performance mode is above that is the world I
120 to
wanna live in.
144.
It's
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
targeting 60 with fucking upscaling frame generation.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Thanks, NVIDIA.
I mean, if the question is should every game be at least 60 FPS, my answer would be yes, unless there is a specific artistic reason or thematic reason to have the frame rate be lower.
There would be
'Cause there
none.
might be.
There wouldn't be one. If ever you needed fewer frames, you can do that with 60 frames per second.
I suppose it's true. You could
to
simply
that in this
only
video. It
update,
says
but-
saying that like, if it's 30 FPS, you have more space for grit per second, which
Grit per second.
Actually, yeah,
Very
I do recall
measurable,
playing.
measurable grit.
I forget the name of the game. It was some small indie game, and it was like it was a first-person shooter, but it was like 5 FPS. However, you could get upgrades that would actually increase your FPS. It was pretty interesting. It's a good way to play with it.
It's kind of funny.
I
So,
mean,
actually,
there's a-
speaking of Spider-Man, I think there's a Miles Morales skin that actually just makes him run at like 8 frames a second, or like the
Like a Spider-Verse
Spider-Verse
skin.
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
Yeah,
even
like,
then,
the
like,
game,
like Puss in Boots' Last Wish.
again, not
Well, it's-
changing that's it would be like having the same frame rate but fewer frames that are unique. That's all.
Yeah, that's
You're
basically,
just doubling
yeah,
the frames,
exactly.
or whatever,
It's-
yeah.
The game is still running at like 60 frames per second.
But you
Well,
have,
Yeah,
like, hanging
Miles
around.
is the only one who isn't, though. It's like
Yeah,
so.
so that's fine with me.
But that's I guess my point is though. It's like you absolutely
the
can
South Park game.
achieve low frame rate stylistic things while still having the game run at a proper frame rate.
yeah, like
Yeah, how it
I'm
runs
thinking
and
of,
what it shows are two different things. Yeah.
The South Park games, the Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole, like they like look like the show, which obviously the show is not made at 60 frames per second, but like the game still it's still like responsive and plays like properly.
Yeah, think of it as you have a very powerful computer and you're playing a game that runs extremely well, but your monitor only shows 60 FPS. The game will feel better. It will be a better experience, even though you can only see, 60 frames per second. But it's actually running faster than that. It's running better than that.
Frames into every single second. I mean, there's a decently large handful of games that run better at 30 FPS than 60.
No, there isn't.
No, they
By
don't.
definition, this is not true. By definition, this is not true.
If what's being said is like it would be better to have a game that is running at 30 frames per second consistently rather than a game that like oscillates between 40 and 60 constantly.
Yeah,
you can
Final Fantasy 16.
You can
make
make
an argument for that.
case
Yeah.
for that, and I think that's what's being pointed out here. But like that speaks to a different
that's not
problem.
what she said.
That's a game. No, I assume because I know that with this game, with Final Fantasy, this 16, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
16,
this had
The performance
Yeah, I've
mode
got
ain't
a-
great. It ain't,
Oh,
it
yeah,
ain't
this-
swell.
So it's
had
great
FPS
while you're in
features.
battles. It's like a locked 60 FPS when you're actually fighting things,
Well, 60
but
FPS
anytime
isn't
you're
great,
walking
but-
around the world, oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's great for a console because at least when it came out, it was PS5 exclusive. But the performance mode will lock to 60 FPS during combat, and I think it like downscales the resolution to like 720p. And then once you start walking around the world, it's like an ultra inconsistent kind of targeting higher than 30, but never really getting anything well paced.
There's 2
So
points
Yeah, I
she's
watched the
probably
Digital
just going to
Foundry
make the
video
argument that
talking
yeah,
about it.
There's
When
2 points in
sacrifices were
response to
made.
this. There's 2 points of response to this. Number one, Bloodborne does not run at a consistent 30 FPS. So
Not
it
even
doesn't
close.
fucking matter
Yeah,
if
his
it's
criticism
That
of
is
Yeah,
the
it's
problem
30
with work.
best case scenario.
And number two, this is not a problem with 60 frames per second as like a target. This is a problem with games that just have shit performance mode,
Mhm.
which is entirely
Yeah.
possible.
Because we decided that we now have baked in fucking ray tracing on a console that could barely fucking do it, and we can't turn it off because that's
I think
the
part of
fidelity
it
is
might
the
even just be
bestest
the
of
engine.
goodest.
It might be the FF16 engine too, because
It's
I
because it's
downloaded the
easier
demo
to
on PC and
advertise-
it doesn't run well. Like
How can-
that's
It's
why I
easier
haven't
to
bought it.
advertise
are they still
beautiful
using
graphics
Luminous for
over
16?
frame rate.
No, so Luminous they are not using. I believe they're using just some proprietary tech thing that might be based on Final Fantasy 14's tech, because I think it was the same game director. But Final Fantasy
yeah, yeah.
14 runs beautifully, so I don't know what they were doing with 16. Just wanted to push for them graphics.
I just know that the Luminous is like 10 years old at this point.
Fidelity.
Yeah, I think Forspoken was the last Luminous
The
game.
last one, yeah.
It was, yeah.
because-
Aw.
okay, Jesus Christ.
Actually, wait, Dev, I think
They
I might be
tried.
referencing your video on this.
I think you are. That was the first video of mine you saw, I think, actually, was my Luminous Engine video.
Yeah.
I can see 60 frames per second with my freaking mind.
But yeah,
that's-
really
that's-
weird to tackle this game for being an inconsistent 60, because like the logic would then reflect back. Would Bloodborne be better at a consistent 20 than an inconsistent 30?
No.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
She hasn't entertained at all in this whole video that Bloodborne is anything less than a consistent 30, which is just categorically
insane.
wrong. Like
It is an unspoken thing. When we say something runs out of frame rate, that is best case scenario.
It's bullshit.
Well,
I
it
don't.
depends.
I actually think
Some
it's really
games will
frustrating
run
because a lot of games do run at a consistent 30, and they have a problem. Bloodborne's problems are way more significant than that.
It's like the difference between saying a game runs at and targets a frame rate, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're targeting 60 frames per second. It's like, don't target it, fucking do it.
Just
Get it
do
there. Do whatever you need to do to get it there.
Speaking of large handfuls. Oh, sorry.
You will never understand the burden of trying to fit through tight spaces with these pegs.
I mean, Final Fantasy 16, in which Ben Starr plays the lead, might I add, runs
Good
a heck of a lot
performance.
better
Good
at
man.
30 than 60, as evidenced by the recent PC release this.
Well, she's.
He's also Verso in Expedition 33. Good actor.
It's just a funny statement. Like it runs better
Everyone
at
talking that voice the
running
whole time.
It
lower.
runs better at
It runs
30.
better when it runs
better
worse.
when it runs
Yes,
worse.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Actually-
categorically it
I like how
doesn't by definition run better at a lower frame rate.
Yeah. It just runs
This-
better,
this
and
is-
the article in the background says poorly optimized and needs frame changes at 60 FPS. Yeah, because it's been made like Garbando.
Yeah.
So maybe this is something
Shame.
that you guys talked about before I joined, but I think this is actually a decent poll question. If you had to choose, would you prefer high FPS, lower graphics, or better graphics, or with lower FPS?
100% every single time, high FPS.
You're gonna
lower the
our
graphics.
fan base will pick FPS over graphics. I'm pretty
It'll
sure.
generally, it'll generally be
Absolutely.
FPS.
High
Yeah.
FPS.
I'll make
can achieve what I want
sacrifices
from you in the
eventually,
graphics.
but
I mean,
in other ways.
unless the graphics are so shit that I literally cannot see what the fuck is going on. Like, if
Yeah,
it gets
like
that
if you're on a
reality-
4K monitor or TV and you're scaling it down to like 540p, then yeah, you might want to crank up the resolution a little bit. But ultimately, I try to get every like third person game or like action game to at least 60, and first person shooters I aim for 100 and 120 if I can.
Is there an FPS number where it's gone so high that you're like, okay, that's enough. I want more graphical fidelity now?
I think
I mean, if
beyond,
you're
beyond
beyond
like 240, there are pretty severe diminishing returns to the point that you need to like make sure you are keeping up with your physical health to be able to reap the rewards, I think, essentially.
And I think if you're like, the answer to that is just your monitor's refresh rate. So if you're like the TV that I play on from like the couch setup I got here is 120. So if I've got a game running at 160 on this screen, I'll amp up the graphics to as high as I need to like have it be sitting around 120. But I mean, if you've got a like Regs, what were you saying? Your monitor was like 244 or something like that?
It's 244, yeah.
Yeah, so like that's a pretty high ceiling. Like most modern games will be tough to get there like without scaling things down quite a bit. But if you're playing something like Quake though, it's like you got a pretty good setup at 244 hertz.
Well, I've been whenever I play Minecraft, I always play with like shaders and mods and stuff. It is like obviously if I turn off shaders, it will run way better. But I still get enough frame rate with shaders on, and the shaders look so good that I'm willing to make that trade off. If it was running at like 30 FPS with shaders, it's like nah, it ain't worth it. But it's like the excess frames can essentially be traded as currency for better graphics once you get a certain amount.
Yeah.
Once you get to a certain amount,
yeah.
but you've got to hit that the ceiling. You got to hit that threshold where you can start making that trade off.
Yeah,
I think I got the same setup as
any
you
game I'm
guys.
playing on PC, like if I have control over the graphic settings, 60 FPS is my bare minimum.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the same boat. I've got a 244 monitor and a 120 TV. However, some of the games I've been playing recently, like Blueprints, for example, it's a great game, but it has a few graphical problems. It's just like, oh, there's a bit of slowdown there, there's a little bit there. It doesn't matter that much for that game, but I notice it,
Well, and I mean, that factors in the bigger problem with modern games and frame rate now, Unreal Engine 5, which is consistency. Because like things like Silent Hill 2 Remake, it looks great and you can get it running at pretty high frame rates, but you cannot stop it from stuttering in like when you're walking around the town. Every time an enemy loads in, it'll just hitch. And there's almost nothing you can do to change it. It would be changing the resolution, changing the graphic settings. It will always be stuttering. And yeah, well, I mean, and I've been in a lot of arguments with UE5 defenders who say it's not the engine, it's the developers. But I think if it's a problem that is consistent over many games that use this engine, the engine is part of the problem, even if it's not the entire problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a matter of compatibility between, because I'm assuming that by that there are games that don't stutter, and so those devs managed to solve it or didn't encounter it, but still.
Yeah, or they just do a better job with it. But I found actually a game that I played quite a while ago now, actually, Ready or Not, which is like kind of like a SWAT game, like SWAT team game. Uses Unreal Engine 5. It's like a small dev team, and it ran very, very well. So I got kind of surprised when all these like bigger budget Unreal Engine 5 games on my fairly beefy computer, like I'm not running like a new next gen graphics card or anything. I got a 3090, but I've got a good CPU. I have tons of RAM, but there's a lot of games that just will still be stuttering for Unreal Engine 5. So Metal Gear Solid 3 remakes coming out, and yeah, I'm hearing that's just running fantastically. So looking forward to that one.
Runs a heck of a lot better at 30 than 60, as evidenced by the recent PC release this year. Also, it
keeps annoying me thinking about it more, and it's like it has a lower heart rate when walking than running. You're just like, yeah.
Well, it's just, well, again, it's one of those things that's it's like a malformed statement. Nothing runs better at 30 than 60 by like definition, essentially. The Final Fantasy thing in particular is a bit complicated because of the nature of the sacrifices they make in the modes. There's some Digital Foundry videos where they talk about it, and some blog stuff that I included in my video talking about what the game had to do in order to get to 60 in combat. and how it performs outside of that. But it should not. That game should not be propped up or used as an example of really anything because it's a bit of an outlier, in particular how poorly that game is optimized and how badly it performs. It shouldn't be
It's
really
even
foisted as an
poorly
example of
optimized on the hardware it launched exclusively on.
Yeah,
Like-
that's one of the big takeaways is it doesn't run well on anything. All right. The only way to get that to run well is space age technology that brute forces its way through that game's terrible optimization. That's basically it. It doesn't
really
run
wanted
well
to-
on anything, including its native console.
I really wanted to play it again too because of the shit performance in the world when you're walking around. I didn't want to do a lot of the side quests just because I was annoyed by playing the game. Like I kind of wanted to just get through the story when I played it on PS5. Waited on that PC version, downloaded the demo, and was like, "Oh, still runs like shit. Awesome." Okay.
Cinematic
Guess I'll wait
Red
10
Dead
years.
Redemption 2 is locked at 30 frames per second on console, and some gamers even say that the horse feels floaty and weird at 60 frames.
There was people are stupid.
Can we
though,
go back
and
to
we
some
should
gamers?
disregard their
Oh,
opinions.
a deleted gamer to
One
amazing
comment from a deleted account.
Some gamers. Hey, that's some
Oh, look,
gamers, all right.
The guy who said you get used to it got double the
Also,
upvotes too. Nice.
I need to like have a look at this thread. What's that post above? Ghost of Tsushima is a fantastic example of smooth and like. Is this
Oh,
just
it's not
a
even on
thread?
my
Like,
screen.
did we just like go to Reddit and be like,
well, apparently that's our Red Dead
get 30
Redemption.
FPS good?
Yeah, it
Like,
looks
did we
like the
just type
subs on the
in
side.
good low FPS in Reddit and find this thread?
Well, is she going to highlight the
It's
comment that
also,
says you get used to it underneath it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, like,
also,
damn it.
Red Dead 2 looks incredible at 60 FPS
does
too.
looks. I'd also say that whenever you're having random gamers on the internet describe things, especially if they're used to like console games and stuff, as like floaty, that is sometimes like a weird way to describe the fact that things don't turn on a dime and they have momentum and horse controls and people controls. They're not like one-to-one responsive with your inputs. The character is like, it has mass in the world. It takes a while for it to change directions. It has, inertia and momentum. And that sometimes describes as either floaty or clunky, which are kind of, which are similar but different in that sort of way. But that doesn't mean that it's got bad controls. It's just some people's maybe have a poor way of explaining inertia and momentum in games. And the fact that you can't strafe with your horse.
Okay, so I found the thread she's looking at, and there's not really much to the thread, but what made me laugh when I found it is that it's the top result when you search on Google, why 30 FPS is better. She just she's went right for it.
This shit's got 12 total points. 12.
Amazing.
Well, how many more do you need?
As it's been highlighted as well, right? The comment she's so invested in, 100% increase of votes on the response countering it. I'm saying that's got to be a
And
note of that.
Also, the person deleted it.
Well, they deleted their account.
Funny. They were so ashamed.
Like the
that they
fucking
thought that
country.
Red Dead Redemption
They bought a
2
PC
was
and they
better
felt so ashamed of their
than
past self.
I
Yeah.
gotta change my identity.
This cannot be committed to the annals of history.
This cannot be seen.
At 60 frames. And I'm not even gonna get into the weirdness that is
I'll just
Skyrim
let a
at
pity
a high
upvote
frame
right
rate.
now, real quick.
Okay, let's not use Skyrim as the example of stable engine performance.
We're not
Alright.
about to start talking about tying
We're
game
not
logic to
gonna.
frame rate, right?
For
yeah,
games that
as,
can
as
run
we
at-
said before, let's hope that remains an artifact of the past.
Yeah, the industry has quite soundly defeated that one. That's not happening anymore.
Is that
I
is
think the last one I
Skyrim at a
remember
high
was
frame rate.
Vanquish.
For games that can run at both or higher, we're often faced with choosing a frame rate based on stability. And I think most of us would agree that a stable 30 is way better than an unstable 60. And that's
What about a stable 60 then?
Yeah, how about
What about an unstable 30? Unstable
We have an
30 is
unstable
what it
30
is.
right now. Yeah.
She's arguing for a game that is an unstable 30.
As far as the hypothetical goes, I did run a poll, and there was a preference towards a stable 30 over an unstable 60. I tend to go for an unstable 60, not super
Same.
confidently, but typically.
Depends
Because
how
again,
unstable,
the less
right?
frame-
I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of the question, is how unstable. But
Yeah,
because
can
the
it
less
fall
frames you
below
have,
30?
the more the differences for each individual frames, because math and gaps in time. I'll take my chances typically with.
Well, as much
Unstable
as I
60.
hated walking around the world in Final Fantasy 16, I still played in performance mode because the fights were significantly better when I could actually time the counters properly.
I'm fucking sure.
One
Oh,
More than a
Regs.
Bloodborne would be.
Mm.
Yo,
So, Regs, you mentioned earlier that you hoped
everything I
we
mentioned
had
was
moved
earlier, but carry on.
right that you hope that we had moved past tying game logic to frame rates, right? I dug around a bit. It turns out the most recent high-profile game that did it was Fallout 4, which is still relatively new for that sort of thing.
I guess
And,
relatively, but it doesn't
Todd.
surprise me at all that it's a Bethesda game
Yeah.
that did it. I guess if you know what, if you were actually going to ask me name the last big game that did it, that might have unironically been my guess.
Fallout
Well,
4.
I mean, I
So
might have
it-
even guessed Starfield because man, the frame rate, the performance in Starfield is disastrous, or at least it was when I played it.
Because is Fallout 4? It's been so long since I played that game. Is that frame rate locked to something? Because of
30
that?
Apparently,
on consoles,
76
but-
does it. The chat says 76 does it too. So it's the same engine, and their fix for it was to lock the FPS to 30.
Surely
really?
I am a I totally played that game at higher than 30 when I
Yeah,
played
like
it.
I was playing 76 at 60 when I was getting footage from Mahler's video actually.
Maybe they froze it to 60 for PCs, but they froze it to 30 for consoles, but the math works out the same both ways. They just toned it down in one version or the other.
I
I'm
didn't
not sure.
hate
But
76
it would be a
until
fucking
I
Bethesda
had to
game.
repair a weapon and it asked me to buy a weapon repair kit. Then I was like, okay, fuck you, I'm out.
I didn't hate it until I was about 10 minutes into it.
I think I played it though like about 5 years after your like video on it, so it's probably a different experience.
So in Fallout
Probably.
4, basically not only the in-game physics, but the rate at which various enemies and resources respawn are tied to frame rate.
Yeah, because the tick rate is, and it's timed. Yeah,
Yeah.
The ticks in game, like Minecraft has ticks per, second or whatnot. And some games, yeah, they literally they are linked. If you increase the frame rate, things will happen faster because there will be more ticks of in-game time units that pass by. Yeah, that is true. Same thing. This can be like DPS and weapons. Sometimes will increase or decrease based off your performance. That pops up every once in a while in games. Sometimes it's quote unquote intentional. Sometimes it's not.
Well, that was the big thing with Dark Souls. Oh God, what was the original version called? Not
Dark Souls.
Prepare to Die
Demon
edition.
Souls?
The first PC port of Dark Souls. It was locked at 30, and some of the game logic things were tied to a 30 FPS frame rate. So if you modded it to 60 before they figured it out how to do it, your weapons would degrade twice as fast, which is just like it's a behind the curtain kind of system that's going on. Like it's not a moment to moment gameplay thing, but just because the game is telling your weapon that it is being hit double the amount of times every time you strike with it, then
Same
your weapons...
happened with Vanquish. You took double damage basically.
Oh really?
It was on 60 FPS. Yeah.
Oh God,
when that
Vanquish
was
is
ported to
really
PC.
good at 60 FPS too.
Oh yeah, I think they fixed
maybe
it
it's just
by
how I
now,
remember
but-
playing that game, because man, but playing Vanquish on PS3, I couldn't really do it.
I played it played it again when it came out on Steam, and apparently you took double damage, which would explain
Yeah,
why
I
I
mean-
died so quickly all the time.
I didn't realize it because
Right, that's what explains it. Yeah,
I love Vanquish.
you
I guess I
guys.
just thought
Whatever.
I guess I just thought it
I'm
was
gonna go
that
to bed.
difficult. I didn't realize
you,
it was.
You can all fuck off. I hate all of you.
No, you don't.
Don't run away.
Vanquish is great though. Like, good game.
Yes.
Criticism that I'm actually on board with regards to Bloodborne. Sometimes it dips below 30, and that's not very chill.
Oh my God.
Sometimes.
Using our minds as we perceive eldritch truths. What are those dropped frames but the filling of our IRL frenzy bars? Lest.
She's allowed to try and tell jokes, all right?
No.
Yeah, she's
No.
She's allowed to do that. Just because it's
Wow.
called Bloodborne doesn't need a remaster doesn't say anything about the tone that the video needs
Just
to
because
have.
the video is it should be treated like a joke. It doesn't mean that it can't have jokes.
You're
She
allowed
is
to tell
tacitly
jokes,
defending
okay?
an inconsistent 30 FPS now, Fringy, and you're letting her get away with it. You're letting her slither away
no, I
because
mean,
of tone.
No, It's crap. It's a crap argument, but I'm just saying you're allowed to make a joke while making a shit
Do you
argument.
think Theo thinks that jokes are bad, or that her pathetic
I never said
defense of
that.
inconsistent 30 is
To be
bad?
clear, Theo
What
might.
if I do think that jokes are bad?
Yeah,
in video
there you go.
No,
So
that's actually-
stand on your
you-
principles.
You are entitled to that opinion. That is fine.
Why do you
feel
hate?
that way?
Nah, I'm kidding. In reality, I think the best case scenario if we do get a remaster is to just let the PC version do what PC versions do best. Be ultimately
Assuming that they don't
customizable.
fucking
PC gaming has always
DMCA
been
takedown it.
Well,
but I mean, just let PC games do what they do best, be ultimately customizable. So she's saying that if Bloodborne gets a PS5 version, then it should like console people. Fuck you. It's only 30. That's it.
Guess so.
No, I think she's going for
like, I'm
let
not-
it
I'm
be
not really sure, like, why
customizable.
we're-
I would assume she'd advocate for this for a new console version too. Is give
You would
them
think,
choice.
right?
I mean, surely it's because it's one
You
of the
said
main
so for the
strengths
PC
of PC.
version.
One of the main strengths of PC gaming. The silly belief would be, oh, it's graphics, it's customizability. That's like the main benefit of PC games. But there's
100%.
really no reason. Why is it that like console games don't give you any options? For
Well,
over
I
your
mean, now a performance or quality mode
That's-
is pretty
yeah,
common, but
that's-
I agree. I think
true.
there should be an
Yeah, but the
advanced mode
consoles
where
had to
you
be
can just-
dragged
you
there
don't have
kicking and screaming.
That's
Mhm.
true. Number one, that's true. And number two, even though I'm happy that exists, why can't you customize your graphics more extensively? If you're playing on console, what if you have?
I actually
120
think
TV
part
and
of-
you want to actually bump it all down to low graphics so that it can run super duper fast.
I think because a lot of people like the simplicity of consoles, and if you start giving people more options, they'll just be angry about the fact that they have to think about more things before they just start playing. Now, I would make the argument, being a PC gamer, that you don't really have to think all that hard, and a lot of games can just have a pretty decent experience with default settings that detect what you're running. But I think a lot of console people do not really want to be confronted with a whole bunch of options.
Are you basically saying console gamers don't think? Sounds like what
I didn't say that.
My
Those are your
solution-
words.
It's true though. It's true.
Here's the solution to that problem. You can just present players with, oh, here's your binary options at the start of the game. And then if they want to
Yeah.
investigate it further, then they can go into the main menu and like go into more extensive graphics customization. Give them a simple option, sure, but like give them more flexibility. And
It's
the idea
because-
that like even presenting the options would be I kind of think you're correct in saying that people would be like bothered by it, but that's silly. You know?
Well, I mean, I think that, like even a
so-
lot of PC games now are hiding the graphics settings behind an advanced like menu, where it's like you'll have graphics and then it'll be like quality setting, low, medium, high, ultra, and then to change the actual settings, there's like a thing below it that says advanced, and then you click on that and you go to the actual graphics menu.
It's
I've
probably
noticed
just so that
being much more
it's
common
probably
lately.
so that particular pane isn't too bloated with options and it's a bit more segmented. I think that's all that there really is to it. And
This also kind
as
of
far as the
brings us
console thing
to-
goes,
And I mean, I think that presenting a console player with an advanced option that they can completely ignore would be like a good way to mitigate the potential
like, if you-
theoretical thing that I mentioned about console gamers
If-
not wanting to think that hard about graphics.
yeah, if you
Not-
went to
not
a
in
console
general.
player and said, "Would you just like this option to be available to you?" I doubt that many would say, "No, I don't even want that option." I think the issue here is that for the most part, if you are used to only playing on consoles, your level of expectation and what you're given is completely different from what a PC gamer has in terms of expectations.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of stuff that a console can get away with not having because they just have lower standards. And it is good that their standards are getting higher as time goes on. That's good for everyone.
Yes,
it means
correct.
Probably worth noting as well.
I believe in you, console gamers.
Something that's worth noting about this conversation as well is it's worth thinking, why is it that Bloodborne is the one that everybody talks about? It's like, it can't just be that it runs pretty badly. It's like, well, that's part of it. But another one is it does stand out because it's the only, well, except for Demon's Souls original version, it's the only one that isn't on PC. Like,
I mean,
so
even the Demon's
you
Souls
have-
remake isn't on PC, but like the
Oh,
Demon's
sure,
Souls
sure.
remake does at least have a performance mode, so you can play a version
Oh,
of
there is
Demon's
that at
Souls at
least.
60 FPS, but you cannot, at least officially, play a version of Bloodborne.
Bloodborne is only on PlayStation 4 and it runs like crap. which really draws attention to, like, for fuck's sake, man, why isn't there like a port or just something to fix this problem?
Even a PS5 patch. Like, honestly, even if they did not bring it to PC and just said, okay, but yeah, now it runs at 60 FPS on PS5, I'd be at least
they could
more
charge money
okay
for
with
it
that.
and people would still pay it. They could charge money
Oh,
for that
100%.
patch and people would pay for
They
it.
charge $10 to upgrade The Last of Us Part 2.
That's so, you know. Come on, guys,
Which
get on
already,
it.
by the way, it already ran at 60 FPS on PS5, and they still had a remaster, quote, quote, that cost money.
Do best. Be ultimately customizable. PC gaming has always been about choice. And if your choice is to play it at 60, maybe my choice is to play it at 30. Everybody wins.
I don't have the choice.
No,
That's the problem.
I also think you are losing and stupid for making the
Why,
choice
why would you
that
want to
you're
seed
making.
ground that, like, she's just definitively made it console is the place of no choice? Why would you want to say that?
We've got a nice through line from the previous video of just like, I'm allowed to have opinions on your choices. I'm allowed. It's okay. I can think you're making a bad choice.
There is not a single PC game in existence that you cannot run at 30 if you really want to either. Like, and very few people make that choice.
Yeah.
Unless they're running on like a Raspberry Pi or something like that. And it's just like, okay, I'm trying to play a game that is really
no
not
machine
built
people
for this.
buy for the purpose of gaming is not going to be able to at least hit 30.
Were you asking me a question?
Yeah, so I had to think about it for a minute. I can think of exactly one console game that actually just gives you all of the advanced graphics options, and it's Far Cry 6. And
That's an interesting game.
Interesting.
Does that?
Good guy Ubisoft.
I played Far Cry 6 on PS5, and I did tinker around in there a bit, but it seemed like half of them were just fucking broken. And I ended up realizing that they just direct ported the PC version of the game to PS5, and like half the shit just didn't work. And I was like, oh, that's why there's this giant PC looking menu in my console game.
Talk about a game that no one talks about.
Yeah,
Ubisoft
it just kind of
games
vanished,
at
eh?
this point have like no cultural footprint anymore, which is kind of insane. Like, they make games and they don't make a small number of games, but like nobody really talks about them.
And when we do, we talk about like Assassin's Creed 2 or something.
Oh, what the hell? I'll credit her for the option menus on console. Good job, Monica. You did great.
But half it didn't work though.
I don't know, man. Like, I think actually she designed the outposts or a few of them. I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, I as soon as you mentioned that pinged the neurons in my brain, because I recall, like, you know, changing VSync in that menu and it didn't change a fucking thing in the game, or like turning off certain lighting things, it didn't change a fucking thing.
They're
I'm
just
like, wow.
superfluous. Like, it's like
it's just a bunch of
menus
options
in there, but it doesn't actually connect to the code.
Yes,
That's funny.
yeah, that's what it seemed like. And it's like, oh, you just literally ported over the PC version of the game, and you didn't actually wire anything up to anything. Okay.
It's not an inherently bad thing for games to look smoother at 60 FPS. A lot of the time, it's a downright wonderful thing.
All the
And sometimes
time.
it'll make you better at a game.
yeah.
Like for a first-person.
Sometimes it will make you better at a game. All the time it will.
All the
make
time.
you
Yeah,
say
what's the
why.
counter argument? Like,
Because you can react faster.
Yeah.
Unless you are a freak, I mean, it will make you better. It will allow you to realize your true potential.
It's just the problem here is you can't even like open the door a crack to say sometimes, because then the question becomes, why is it only sometimes?
Yeah. What
Because
times?
it's not sometimes.
What is
Shooters-
happening during the times you're referring to?
In fighting games with their quick camera movements and need for precise inputs. It's also an important consideration.
Do you not need precise inputs in a Souls game?
I enjoy that as a thing. It's like a
Interesting.
need for precise inputs.
Precise inputs.
Why is that important? Why is it important that there's a higher frame rate for those games? And also, are you suggesting that there are other games that don't need that? Like Bloodborne
Like
doesn't
the
need
visceral
that.
counters in Bloodborne that do require precise timing.
Well, but
Do you
it's
not
dreamlike,
think that
though.
maybe
The reason this is annoying to me is because it means that like the lack of reference to the latency effect of frame rate is a specific omission and not like an unawareness. Like it is
Actually,
being...
I think it's worse than that, honestly. I think it's just because fighting games are another thing that people are conditioned to running properly. Just like with movies and TV. Like, The Hobbit looks weird because it runs at 48 frames per second, and I'm used to most films running at 24 frames per second. Well, it makes sense that fighting games need to run at 60 FPS because fighting games run at 60 frames per second. Like, I think it's actually that simple. If the game belongs to a genre that almost has it as like a baked-in standard that it needs to run well, then it makes sense that it does that. But if it's a game that runs at 30 FPS, or as part of a genre of games that tend to have shit performance mainly because of console games like third-person action-adventure shooters, it's like, oh, well, it's more cinematic. Like, I think it's that simple.
I mean, I was actually playing a fighting game earlier today that Guilty Gear Strive that just added Lucy from Cyberpunk Edge Runners into the game, so I figured I'd give that a spin. And the intros and everything kind of have this almost like anime frame rate on the characters, but the game is still running at 60 FPS, and like the responsiveness of your inputs is at where a proper fighting game should be. It's just kind of giving this like anime like look to some of the character movements.
The thing
it was like 15 FPS, yeah.
Anything that can be accomplished at a lower frame rate can be accomplished at a higher frame rate by lower. If the game is running at the right frame rate, you can do anything at a lower frame rate if and when you need to without compromising the way your game runs.
For accessibility and motion sickness. But in a Soulsborne title, frame rate isn't what's going to help you get good.
It sure is.
Yeah.
It absolutely will help.
Wow.
It will literally help you.
It has to necessarily.
Well, where do you draw the line? What to play it at 10 frames a second? Then like what? Get good.
What is it that divides the video
30?
games where? What is it that divides the video games where less latency is important for becoming good at the game versus the games where less latency doesn't make a difference? What is the dividing
Especially
line?
when you're talking about a Souls game. It's like, no, there's a lot of really pinpoint precision stuff you have to be doing in those games.
Is a really shit example. The fact of the matter, Uncharted benefits from running at 60 frames per second, and that is a game that doesn't require nearly as much precise input, for instance, as something like Bloodborne, but even it too would still benefit from running at 60 frames per second.
Any game where you're aiming a gun.
Yeah, pretty much. Even though it's
in a game where you're aiming a cursor.
People talk about first-person shooters. Like, third-person shooters, it's exactly the same thing, ultimately. Mario Kart benefits from running at 60 frames per second. It does.
Even Mario Kart 64 is at 60 FPS now.
It's obviously going to be easier for me to shoot skeletons in Minecraft with my bow when it's running at a higher frame rate because I'm aiming at something or selecting the right blocks or navigating menus.
Civilization, a turn-based strategy game, you're still going to get benefits from it running at a higher frame rate,
Yeah,
like
you want to click
menus
icons
animating in and out,
menus,
being less distracting.
I've had this with BattleTech, which is a game that I was playing for a good long while a couple of years ago, and then again earlier this year. It's pretty cool. I play it mostly modded because the vanilla version of the game has a lot of problems. But the point is, the game runs like shit, and the more like shit it ran, the harder it was to actually pass out tactical information when just looking around the map, when just panning my camera around and trying to figure out what's going on so I can figure out what I want to do on my turn. It was a lot more difficult when the game was running worse on my old PC.
I do admit, dying to frame instability sucks ass, and it shouldn't happen. And that could
I like that you use that example because that does happen a lot in that fight, which is a step further than what Jim's done.
Video
over? You just validated your argument?
It's the video essayist special again.
Maybe it's like, the times that it's unstable 30, that's when I die.
Spend a whole
here's
arguing in
here's
one
the
direction,
statement in his
then
best neighbor,
near
the
end.
antithesis.
Yeah.
But it would be worse if it was an unstable 60.
A higher frame rate's not going to make you better at the game. Now, it does suck when the frame rate kills you, but look.
Now, it does suck in these instances where the frame rate demonstrably would make you better at the game.
smooth out a lot of that nitty-gritty stuff with frame pacing and capping, but learning to read patterns, when to dodge, when to punish, none of that is locked behind an extra 30 frames.
It's not locked behind
it literally is.
And is it easier or harder to read enemy animations if the enemy is animating more smoothly?
If I have half as much information versus double, twice as
would
much.
you maintain this argument for 15 FPS?
There'd be more opportunities per second, yeah.
If I was going to 10, 20, 30,
Well, that is unplayable. It's like,
get good.
Why is that then? Yeah.
And let's be very clear here. If we're going to use something being cinematic as an example of what an excuse or a reason for why low frame rate games are good, people only say this about 30 FPS. But if we're talking about cinematic, we've established that cinematic means 24 FPS, which means if we're going to be consistent, God forbid, the closer your video game is to 24 frames per second, the more cinematic it is. And if you have a 30 FPS game, that is, if you have a game that's running at 30 FPS and you want it to be cinematic, you have to knock 6 frames off of that.
No,
Because
but Rad,
otherwise,
the Order
it's not-
1886 developers addressed this. 24 frames per second, you know, it's not good to play, so you gotta at least have it be 30. Even though 24 frames per second is the frame rate of cinematic, you know, movies.
If you're blaming your Bloodborne
I love how
deaths
they
on
were
its
like,
frame-
oh, and it's letterboxed as well because it's a movie. It's like, oh, it's not letterboxed because the PS4 can't fucking render it at this level of graphics. It's shown at 1080p.
It looks like a PS6 game that they crammed onto a PS4.
Yeah, like the graphics are insane. Everything else about that game is bad.
I thought the lore was pretty cool. Shooting's horrendously bad though.
The art direction of the world with like the sort of steampunk stuff is cool. I remember the story being pretty bad.
I played it when it launched, and that was quite some time ago. I remember finding it at least pretty
instant
intriguing.
backtrack.
Like, kind of good.
The
old,
world, like again, all of the tech
I played
and,
it a
you know,
long
all
time
of
ago, so
the-
I don't
the
have a
steampunk
strong
stuff is
argument
cool as shit.
for. I'm just saying I don't have a strong
Dang.
argument for the story
What a
being good. I just
coward.
remember the whole like Knights of the Round Table on werewolves and stuff.
Yeah, there's
so I thought it
ideas
was pretty
there.
neat.
There are ideas, that's for sure. But I do distinctly
love
remember the story
ideas.
being pretty lame.
I'd have to replay it to make an argument one way or the other.
extra 30 frames. If you're blaming your Bloodborne deaths on its frame rate, that's a skill issue. Okay, but back
Didn't she just say?
When you die because of frames, like 20 seconds
Just said
ago.
it.
But also, what if people aren't making that argument? What if they're just saying it would be nice if it wasn't so fucking like choppy and sluggish?
It's once again so fucking not difficult. It is easier with more visual information to play with precision.
Yeah,
I would like to
plain
be
and
able
simple.
to play with precision more.
And you need
just
to convince
literally
me
get
why.
more
varied your
information.
enemy designs can be as well. Like if you're tying to people's low input rates because you're tied behind low frame rate, then you can only do certain things with enemies and boss encounters, which limitations are removed if you allow people to be more precise.
I mean, if we're talking about some sort of going back to the example she flashed on screen that don't support her argument that she didn't get into at all. But if you say like the average, let's say the average gamer response, let's say you're really locked in as a gamer and your response is 200 milliseconds to a stimuli in terms of like an actual video game response. The more frames you have, right? Those are precious because you already have an intrinsic delay because you're a human being. And you're going to have, let's say, super locked in, you got 200 millisecond response time consistently. The less frames you have, the less, like, it's even worse. If you're trying to get what I'm saying, the more delay that you have that's built into the game itself, that is added onto the natural delay that you're going to have to respond to a stimulus. So it's just going to objectively literally give you more time to respond to something on the screen. And you're already behind because something has to happen before you respond to it. And again, 200 milliseconds, that's a fifth of a second, right? Which doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean,
it's a lot for a video game input.
It adds up. And again, if you are consistently responding to things at 200 milliseconds, like you are fucking ace. That's like really good. Sometimes you can get before, but normally it's like 250 or so. For different older age groups and whatnot, it might be slower. But don't put yourself at like a biologically mathematical disadvantage by lowering your frame rate. That's just the reality of it in terms of how your body works.
Yeah, and that's I think the big thing that people who defend 30 FPS as fine don't understand that it's mathematically not though. Like it's
yeah, because the time in between frames at 60 FPS. I think I found time delay between frames calculator. There's like a specific like site where you can type in the frames per second and it'll just tell you like the millisecond delay between them. And when you see them and then you realize, oh, this is like a third of my natural response rate, and then just add another third to that. And that's the best case scenario it could possibly be. and then you realize, oh, I could basically shave off like dozens and dozens and dozens of milliseconds per every reaction, which might not sound a lot, but then you realize that gameplay is essentially a very long stream of that thing happening and essentially constant moments. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's why it feels so different, because basically every single decision and reaction I'm making, you're knocking off 50, 60, potentially, frames or milliseconds of time.
Right? That's a skill issue. Okay, but back to that question. Should every game run at 60 FPS? At least at a minimum.
No, it should be
I think
higher.
A lot of folks would say yes, but I have this fear in the back of my head that all video games are starting to look and feel the same.
Oh my god.
That's
Jesus,
not
what's
going
going
to
with FPS?
This one was actually. This one was.
Do all films look the same because they're 24 FPS?
This is a worrying consequence of everyone switching to Unreal
What
Engine
about all
5.
the games that were running on consoles that were at 30 FPS on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360? Was there any like, damn, we need more 60 FPS games to fucking mix it up, you know?
Yeah, I think this is the dumbest thing she says in the video. When you how she could say this is actually kind of wild.
What do you mean?
Oh, man. Does that mean we should have fewer games that
looks the same as Cyberpunk? It's just fucking.
If you just
no.
have
Yeah,
if more
NES
games run at
games,
60
SNES
FPS, they'll
games.
all just blend together. Like it's profoundly stupid. I have no idea why this thought occurred, and she shared it with the world.
I mean, we have too many games that are running at 4K now. We should mix it up and throw in some 720p games on like.
Well, all
modern
4K
hardware.
games look the same, so
Yeah.
All the same.
I think too many games have been made with pixels. We need to change that shit.
Yeah.
True, they all look the same. Very true.
Let's go half pixels.
You need to come up with a different system.
Voxels are the future.
Like the gaming equivalent to Instagram face, where celebs and influencers are all starting to look the same, in part because their plastic surgery is mimicking the filters on social media.
Or in part because they're the same FPS.
You know how? Yeah. You know how this is like it's weird. This has nothing to do with. Yeah.
Yeah. What? Because she's describing a real phenomenon here, but it's completely unrelated to FPS.
Well, a frame rate isn't a visual style or aesthetic.
Man, this is a frame rate video.
If you
don't
can't
get
differentiate your
ladies, just don't. It's a bad idea.
Well, if you can't differentiate your video game from other video games that run at the same frame rate, you are in the wrong business, and I don't want to play your game.
Making this fake popular beauty standard, and this fear of
It's not
gaming
fake, though.
Instagram face, it's not unfounded. Bloober released their Silent Hill 2 remake this year, which I adored, by the way, but it just looks like so many games of this era. Third person, over the shoulder camera angle, slightly.
Man,
that's not a.
I didn't realize those were fucking genres of FPS. I don't know, like what's going on.
I mean,
a third person
The
FPS.
problem with 60 FPS is it puts too many games in third person.
Yeah, like I mean, and I think like you could make the argument that perhaps the over-the-shoulder like Resident Evil style camera was not the right move for Silent Hill 2, but it's not because of the frame rate.
I mean, like those visual similarities, sure, but they're just visual similarities in the style.
My
and,
assumption
like,
is
the
that
graphical
my
fidelity
assumption
and
is
lighting
Silent Hill
and
2 has mechanics.
Yes.
That's crazy. But
And you do actually need to dodge attacks and stuff like that, and with less frames, you're not going to do as well.
Mm-hmm.
like this is as retarded as saying it's like too many games have characters. They need to start like not doing that. Less character.
Rebel
Everyone's
Moon,
doing
Lord of
it.
the Rings.
Same,
kinda blend
yeah.
together for me.
You know, I think all these 30 FPS video games are looking the same. Have you noticed that all of the games are very brown and gray? You know, all of these cover-based shooters are very brown and gray. You know, that 30 FPS, man, is dragging the whole industry down.
See, if it was 31 FPS, we'd be like, whoa, that's a different brown.
Like, oh my god, look exactly. God damn.
Yeah.
I think like
This is smoother brown. This
Showing
isn't a gritty
Resident Evil
brown.
4 remake is hilarious too, because it's like, well, I mean, one of the reasons why survival horror games have this camera is because the original Resident Evil 4 is the one that made people say, oh, it's probably a pretty good way to go with survival horror from here on out.
This feels like a bit of a console gamer kind of observation. Like, what about all of the games that aren't like this? Like all of the games that are on Steam.
All other 7 trillion video games that
all the other
don't
games
have
that
this.
aren't.
Are you talking about all those
cinematic,
shovelware 1 out of
third-person
10s that Alana went through?
Ah, yes, that's
Yeah,
right. Because
those
they don't have a
gross.
sufficient budget to rise to a 6 out of 10.
Oh my god.
There's even good survival
Fucking
horror games that have
disgusting
different cameras, like
Those-
Signalis.
Those are all games you just press. Those are all games you just press down about a dozen times and give up because they suck.
You don't even have to go to fucking Steam or PC or whatever. There's plenty of different games on
There's
consoles.
plenty of shit on console.
We're just using three games right now that are in the same genre with the same stuff. Like
well,
the
and
camera
like I
angles.
said, I think that Silent
Why
Hill
are we even
2
talking
in
about
particular.
This? We're talking about fucking frame rates. What are we doing?
Why aren't we talking about
that's the
Spider-Man?
thing. It doesn't have anything to do with that. Like I was going to say, Silent Hill 2, though, you do have a really good argument if you want to say maybe they should have kept the fixed camera angles that added a lot of atmosphere to Silent Hill, and switching to the Resident Evil 4 camera was a mistake. There's a conversation to be had there, but it doesn't have anything at all to do with frame rate.
Yeah, frame rate's not a stylistic choice anymore, you know.
I played the original Silent Hill 2
Certainly
at
not
60
in
FPS
games.
like a couple weeks ago, and it's phenomenal running at a better frame rate. And I'm talking about like the PS2 version, just running it through an emulator.
Yeah.
With this Resident Evil and or Last of Us style combat. That's obviously a huge departure from the original PS2 game back in 2001. The downright wonderful Gene Park, gaming journalist at the Washington Post, he reviewed the remake back in October, and he wrote how starkly different it is going from 2001.
Did he mention the FPS?
What are you showing on camera right there? Like, what's going on with the camera in that shot of Silent Hill?
Like, your video doesn't have the time for this.
Are we going back to frame rate at any point, or are we done with frame rate now?
James leaving his bloody trail behind him after his first kill. Oh my god, my footprints! Look at my footprints! To the remake, where James moves on just like any other video game
What
character.
the fuck is going on?
I mean,
We've lost the plot.
I'm very tempted. Like, do we just start skipping?
Return to the rails, woman.
I kind of feel like it.
Again, like you could make the argument that his proficiency in combat in the remake maybe is a little ridiculous, considering like he's the everyman hero.
It's whatever. Like,
it's it all to do with frame rate.
It's an entirely separate argument because she's already shown footage of the 60 FPS mod for Bloodborne. It's like, and the criticism of that was not that it looked too much like games that have released in 2024. The criticism of that was it just didn't feel right and it wasn't what she was used to. We've moved on to an entirely different topic, which would only really be relevant if the fear was that a Bloodborne remake would completely change the visual style she likes and look more like Silent Hill 2. That's not the argument she has made, but it's the only way to make this topic relevant to the video.
Gene also mentions that back in 2001, Silent Hill 2's fully 3D camera was revolutionary for gaming at the time, setting it apart from old school Resident
Silent Hill 1 had a fully 3D camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. According to you.
It did. I also played that recently.
Wake me up.
We're in skip territory. We're getting.
Wake me up inside.
We're getting to skip.
Do you really want to go back to the
point.
frame rate discussion?
I kind of like the pretense of like a topic to the video rather than just mumble rapping about whatever. But
except for chaos.
Yeah.
But now, the Silent Hill
video's a
2
medley.
remake actually mimics modern Resident Evil games. Everything is kind of getting funneled.
Modern Resident Evil games, there's two distinctly different modern Resident Evil like pathways right now.
Yep.
Arguably, it's the
these
mid-gen
all-
Resident Evil games that look like this. The newer ones
These
have been
are all-
first person.
These are all horror games. Like what?
Yeah.
And also, what does this have to do with frames per second? God
We're
damn
getting
it.
there. I'm sure of it. Any
Okay.
second now.
Tie it all together.
And that doesn't mean it's not awesome. This game has some of the best sound design I've ever heard.
You
in
are
video.
strictly speaking negatively about it, for fuck's sake.
I'm
Just stand
Okay.
on business when you say something. It's okay to have a fucking opinion.
Double
And
playback
much
speed.
less well-paced than the original.
Yeah.
Capture
just
is
be like
exceptional to say
Destiny.
the least.
Chad, yes, that shit.
Motion capture, all
But
right.
the fact remains, it's pretty similar to a lot of other games made today, at least by bigger studios. Shout out to those indie games like Balatro and UFO 50 breaking that
You
wheel.
only know
You
about
really-
these.
okay.
These are the only ones you know about.
Yeah,
You couldn't
like,
name an indie
she's a-
game other than-
Classic survival horror game, Balatro.
They never made card games before Balatro. They never made roguelikes before Balatro. Like, what are you... What? Like, oh, good job,
That would be
Balatro.
like in 2012, it's like, dude, the indie. There are so many great indie games like Hotline Miami. It's like, yes, the most popular one of that year. Yeah.
But again, like
Runs
she
30 FPS. Oh wait,
Man.
she could have brought up Signalis and been like, "Hey, this is a survival horror game that like is an indie game that dared to be a little different and do like something
No, she didn't
not
bring
over
up
the
fucking
shoulder with the
anything.
camera."
We're talking about fucking frames.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean,
We've
yes.
almost not
Sorry,
talked about that long
we were
enough that you can
onto her
forget.
new
Like,
Silent Hill 2 video.
yeah, new video.
If the game runs at 31 FPS, is that a new style? 32, 33?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
Alright.
look, when you're one frame at 30 FPS, percentage-wise, it's pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
Hell yeah! Anyway, if we push for a Bloodborne 60 FPS remaster just because that's what games should look like, and that's what's popular and makes the studio's money.
Oh my god, that's how it connected. There you go. She
it's a
connected
stylistic
them.
choice made by peer pressure.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't advocate for 60 just because other things are 60.
I don't want.
True,
this thing to
advocate
be
for
good.
120.
Yeah. It feels like the problem here is it doesn't understand that some things can actually just be good, independent, and any sort of social narrative around them. Like, not everything is a push or like a scheme or something. Sometimes something is just good. It's just better.
We tread a dark path, I fear. And yet, I can't deny, getting anything new on that Bloodborne front is tantalizing. There were 2 environments in Elden Ring's new DLC that reminded me of Bloodborne pretty directly. And like seeing those, they fully
so
took
we're
my
done
breath.
with it.
I guess the video's done then, yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Also,
I guess
even
so.
the
Got a
rate
god
of
ray
light
in the
is
same.
the same.
It's Razor
Well, I'd also
Blade.
like to point out that they are in no way the same.
I thought about what could
I don't
be.
think,
Well,
you know what I think I'd want actually is a commitment to the position that you have here, which is so if they did remake Bloodborne, remake it like new graphics and everything, you want it to be 30 frames per second, like locked 30 frames per second. That is your preference.
That's my impression.
I assume she'd say yes. Yeah.
Well, she has
I
said
think, yeah.
she's literally said that her preference she would play it at 30 FPS, but she would want the option to have it
On
higher for those
PC,
who want
right?
it.
The place of
PC,
customization.
yeah. Which-
that was.
Well,
I would
mean, what's
assume she
sad
would
about
agree
the
with that
big-
on console.
I think though the big push for like put ray tracing and absolutely fucking
Why?
everything
If it doesn't
is
matter,
that.
if it doesn't matter, why? Like if there's no difference and you just need to get good no matter what, then what reason is there for there to be a 60 FPS version?
Because some weird
doesn't
people
run
do prefer
contrary-
it. Because some weird
doesn't
people
run
prefer
contrary
it.
to the argument that because it's intended to be more cinematic and dreamlike,
Yeah,
that
but
it should be locked. to 30
some weird
frames per
people
second
prefer it, and she's
without
okay
the
with those weird
integrity.
people getting their 60.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right, sure, okay, that's fine.
what we could have. Oh, the sweet blood. It sings to me. And even right now, as I'm talking to you, I don't really know what I want.
We could tell.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right.
Your video
Never
title
before
quite
has a
clearly implies you
sentence
do know what you want.
Never
It's
before has a sentence
narrative
just
statement.
succinctly like summed up video essays about video games in general.
I don't even know what I want.
In the end, I don't know. It's whatever.
I'm like Papa
But boy,
G.
can I complain?
I'm not sure if I'm going in to kiss my wife or going full wolf mode and eating her. Because, like, if they release a Bloodborne PC port, remaster, remake, sequel, whatever, will I be over the moon? Absolutely. But do I also worry someone might take a crack at this and absolutely bungle it? Mangle?
Bungle it by making it 30 FPS.
What are you going to mangle it? They're going to remove its dreamlike qualities by bumping it up to 60 FPS. I
Oh
think
my
that's what she's
God.
saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, like, I guess maybe she's got a point if it's a totally new team remaking the game, as like we were kind of touching on earlier with
This is
like,
all in the
people
context of
not
FPS,
being-
though.
This is all
So
divorced from
Exactly.
Fringy.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. But like, it makes it much more simple if what she's referring to is a port, and then it's like, do you really think that if you have a port of Bloodborne on a PC and you've got a capable PC to run it in 4K 60 plus FPS, are you going to bump it down to 30? And I feel like she wouldn't ultimately.
Yeah. Of course, the Demon Souls remake comes to mind here. Again, a totally kick-ass remake, but a lot of that original artistic intent was kind of lost in the shuffle when Bluepoint remade it.
yeah, but does that have anything to do with FPS?
Nothing to do with
Yeah.
FPS.
It's also
It had a
not-
quality
it
mode that
doesn't
ran at
help
30
the
FPS.
argument. If you keep saying, oh, well, we don't want a Bloodborne remake because it might be like one of these new games, which are totally awesome. It's like, well, then why not?
Yeah, like again.
If you want to learn more about that whole can of worms, I highly recommend this series by Illusory Wall. So yeah, even if you are frothing at the mouth for 60 FPS Bloodborne, Jones in for that Bluepoint style remake, it
What
should
about just a
absolutely
port?
not stop
Oh,
you
yeah.
from playing the
Port or a
full
patch.
We're not asking for an entire remake. Just
Yeah, most of us
Remaster.
don't want a remake of Bloodborne. We just want a
Yeah,
PC
what happened
port
to
or a
Demon's Souls?
PS5 patch and both.
Yeah, I'll take the FPS. That's all. Just give me the FPS. For
I think
fuck's sake.
people will
just
take what they can get at
literally,
this point.
unironically, just put the frame rate in the bag and like
Yeah, and that's it.
All I want.
It's like, oh, but we're gonna re-record a bunch of the voices. No, don't bother. Just frame rate.
Had some ideas
And
about the
leaving.
soundtrack. It's like,
no, I do
that.
not have a reward card. I don't want one either. I'm leaving.
Do not redeem.
Do not redeem.
No!
Stop you from playing the brilliant masterpiece that exists right now at 30 FPS. I think the best
It's
case
not a
scenario here, which I
choice.
kind of alluded to earlier, is for the devs to tackle this the same way that the folks at Abbey Road Studios did when they remastered the Beatles albums. They used modern technology.
I don't know enough about this to comment.
I mean, I know.
Listen to the Beatles at 60 FPS now.
Well, I mean, they remastered them into like a new stereo mix, but I think at the same time though, they also released the mono recordings because like a lot of them were, or sorry, like all the old Beatles songs were mixed for mono when initially released, and honestly, like the mono ones sound pretty damn good.
To turn those originally
where'd the frame rate go?
Mono records into these dynamic stereo albums. But they also re-released those original mono recordings in a nice shiny box set. It's the best of both worlds. Like if Konami made Silent Hill 2 easily playable alongside our nice new remake, or if From Software and Sony
PCSX2.
someday release a Bloodborne remake or remastered that still preserves the 30 FPS original game.
What if they preserve the janky, not even consistent 30 FPS? Is that good too?
Even playing Silent Hill 2 on an emulator, there's like a built-in patch for 60 FPS that you can just click. Like you don't even have to download
Why don't
anything extra. The emulator just assumes you're going to want to have that option.
Why don't we just release 10 of them at different FPSs, locked and wonky, just so we cater for everybody, as opposed to just doing the obviously good thing and allowing uncapped FPS at best, you know?
Yeah, Bloodborne red and blue and yellow.
But then they're all different genres, if then different frames, I thought.
Simulated unstable 30 FPS mode for that true Bloodborne experience.
You walk into GameStop and there's like a wall of like Mario Kart worlds, and each one is a different FPS.
Yeah.
Like 50 copies of the same fucking game.
The coveted 30 FPS is the most expensive, because of course that's the most dreamlike in the Mario world. This is what you want.
In there
Listen, I got 37 because I'm a hipster, okay? I got the 37 FPS version.
Yeah, of course.
It's my dream. And at the end of the day, this is just my opinion.
Boring.
So this is just our opinion. So don't worry
You
about
can't
it.
hold me to anything.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't. Leave
Someone-
me be.
Someone
that's all
remind
that-
me to have a bingo ready for 400 because like
You're boring everybody. Quit
really is
boring
not
everyone.
It's like in They Live. You just got to put on the glasses, and what it actually says is, "Leave me alone. Shut up.
Yeah.
Don't disagree. Don't criticize me. Leave me be."
I think like there's sort of no point in having that disclaimer either, because you know if you're making a claim
course
like
it's your
Bloodborne is
opinion.
better at 30 FPS, like you're not going to avoid people getting pissed at you in the comments section
No,
by
it's
saying,
just-
"Oh, it's just my opinion."
We all know it's your opinion. Of course, it's your
Yeah.
opinion. You were
Well,
saying it. It's
that's
your
another one of
opinion.
those. That's another one of those all-timer statistics I'd love to hear. Right, which is like
Yeah.
the number of times that it's just my opinion has actually stopped someone from pressing enter on an angry message.
It's just,
yeah.
Oh shit!
Flat
I
out
totally
never.
forgot that it was your opinion. I mean, it came from you, not me. It was
When-
your idea. Your
to
thought, but
sort
I
of
never
bounce
thought it
off
was your
that
opinion.
analogy is like put the opinion in the bag, and then she's like, just let you know that's my opinion. It's like, we're in the opinion house. You're the opinion giver.
Yeah.
I am the opinion grabber. This is my opinion
There's
bag.
also-
Put the
this is,
opinion in the
there's-
bag.
There is also a
Of
level of
course.
quality at which one can argue their opinion too. So it's not like just because it's your opinion doesn't mean that you're not wrong about a bunch of stuff because you didn't argue it well.
Yeah, and there's first two things. First being just, the word just. It's kind of like the word actually. People like tactically slip those into sentences as if they're just filler words that don't have any meaning. I don't like this denigration that the word just is
Hey,
often
Rags,
used for.
Did you just do it?
I
'Cause you
just
said
did.
Just
Slip that
filler
shit right
word
in there.
or something. Yeah, I figured.
I
that
think
might
it was
have been
just.
Yeah.
a tactical
So-
just.
But yeah, because people say, "Oh, it's just my opinion," as if to say it's not worthy of something, or it should be separated from the rest of things that have value. It's
Don't get
just
too
my
big
opinion.
mad
I
about
just
it.
think
It's
that.
just my opinion.
Well,
Go
it's
on.
not
Instead of
just
like,
her
no,
opinion. It's her opinion
is-
attached to a 13-minute long, 8-minute
It is-
argument.
Just
it's
like
more so
people,
just like-
stop doing this, people. Like, it is your opinion. Like, I'm not gonna say it's just my opinion. Typically, I mean, unless it's something super duper, like I do not give a shit about, or it's minor, maybe. But like, no, it's not just my opinion. That
If
is
you're
my
making the
opinion.
case, like,
I think it
own
has
that
some
you-
kind of value.
I think it's more so like own that you want to convince people to have the same opinion as you. Just own it. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's my opinion, and I want more of you to have my opinion. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
sharing
just-
it with you on the internet. Like,
And I'll go further. I'll say I believe all of my opinions are correct. That's why I
Lol,
have
idiot.
them.
Yep.
If I thought, I don't think that I have wrong opinions, or else I wouldn't have them. Those wouldn't be my
I happen to
opinions.
hold mostly wrong ones. I prefer that.
such as what?
The one I just said.
What, that you hold wrong opinions? Oh, that's very clever. It's like, oh, it's like a
The reason I didn't start arguing with Fringy about the Order 1886 is because I did not remember the story well enough to have a well-argued opinion on it. I was just like, I remember liking the lore, and that's it.
I
So
remember-
when he
I
said
don't
it's bad,
remember-
I was
I
like,
don't
oh, it might
remember-
be.
Look,
You
here's the
should have
thing.
just nutted up and lied.
I don't.
I didn't
remember
want
the
to though, because
story.
I was like,
didn't
well, if I
want
start
to.
doing that, it's going to be pretty clear that I don't remember a lot of the
Mm.
details of this game's story.
I couldn't explain to you why it's bad. I just know that I felt that way really strongly at the time, and there must have been a reason for it.
I just remember thinking, I think this game's got really cool lore, and I wish they'd make a second one that played better when I finished it. But I only
I'm
played
glad
it
they didn't
once,
make
and it
another
was
one.
like over a decade ago. So that's the most I remember about that. But I did remember that, it's nice that I guess I could spoil that it's the Knights of the Round Table and they're vampires that you find out at the end that you're playing as, and you're fighting werewolves. You play as Galahad too, who is also like the code name of the Colin Firth character in Kingsman that came out at around the same time. I remember finding that kind of interesting.
One of Modred's kids, yeah.
Is this video nearly done? 23 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Let's
You
finish.
can pack a lot of.
Disagree with me. If you think
Oh, sweet, dude.
Gee, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. Yeah,
Yay! We're allowed.
what a nice lady.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Bloodborne is better at 60 FPS, you're
I ought to stop calling young women lady. That kind of makes it, it's like it's
valid. But I encourage you
Well,
to think
it's
about
polite,
why
right?
that is.
heckin' valid.
What's wrong with calling him lady?
I hate
love
being
it.
called
No,
valid.
there
I'm so
isn't-
mad now.
There isn't anything wrong with being called lady. It's just often when you call someone lady, it sort of has a connotation of that they're an older woman if they're a lady, unless you specifically say young lady, right?
Or
I don't-
they're,
I don't think it's
or
that
they've
big of a
been
deal.
speaking of
If that's
knights,
a-
or
if
they've
that's a
been knighted.
saying, though, but Rags, why do people say old lady then? Why do people feel compelled to say that? So what are you
I
saying?
would-
Is there like
I would assume that they mean even extra old. Like a lady doesn't mean
Oh,
like
I
old
see.
old. It just means
Or
like
actually-
a middle age, like potentially
Oh,
up to
okay,
like
so,
being
between the ages
matronly.
of like 30 and 60, right? Would be sort of the that's when you're just a
Probably,
lady,
yeah.
and then an
Actually, I
old
guess-
Yeah,
lady
like
is
a
above
lady
60.
is a lady
I
is kind
see.
of middle aged. It kind of has that connotation where you have young lady, old lady, or just like woman is kind of an adult, like just an adult.
Is it,
Or
like,
young woman
British
could be just
people, is
specific
it
to
lady
that
when
one.
you're a female who's knighted, or is that dame? Am I
Dame.
mixing up those terms?
Dame,
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 okay.
yeah.
Dame.
Lady, I guess, is just the female equivalent of lord for a
I
noble.
think so.
I don't know
Sounds
all
right.
of the weird like however the rules work for all of these titles. But Molly, you know,
female
you're
shark,
you're
whatever
you're
it's
from
Of course I
Albion.
know. I've known from all
So
the
you know
YouTubers
these
who
things.
promoted established titles.
Oh,
my
yeah.
I mean, I guess like
Yeah, that worked
Canada
out.
technically is under the monarchy.
Yeah, we don't really care,
Technically,
though.
just like Australia. Yeah, technically.
Yeah, Charles is the king of Canada as well.
Is this lady under the monarchy?
Charles
Oh,
is the
sorry,
king
I
of
should have called her
Canada.
young lady.
Cancel.
Well, I don't know. She looks like she's between 30 and 60.
That's true.
Yep, I'd say she's in her early 30s.
FPS, you're valid. But I encourage you to think about why that is. Don't let everything get funneled into being the same
Bold
video
of you
game.
to assume that
Don't
You made that
make
up.
that
You made that up. Don't assign this to us. This is your train that you're barreling down.
Isn't she the
tracks
same
on.
girl
We are
who
not
said,
on board?
I don't know what I want.
The
Yep.
audacity of unfocused, rambling video essay number 752 to start lecturing me on the nature of introspection and thinking about why I want what I want or like what I like. Just, how dare you, man? Come on.
How dare you?
How dare
You dare.
That is. Don't let everything get funneled into being the same video game, and don't let it stop you from playing.
What?
You're
Bloodborne.
insane to have said this about FPS.
This
Insane.
This ridiculousness.
She
Stop it.
genuinely, I feel like if you said to her that I can't see the difference between any film because they're all in 24 FPS, she would be like,
Yeah,
"That's
I know.
nonsense."
It's an insane premise.
That's silly, but that's just my opinion, and you're entitled to yours. And if you think that all films look the same because they're 24 frames per second, that's valid.
That's great.
Mad World on the Wii is fantastic because most games are in color.
That's true. Good point.
Yeah, it's unique.
P.S.
It's
Ben
unique that
Star,
way.
you are so skilled. I love your work. Please forgive me for my trash talk. As a penance, I will make my next big stream game Final Fantasy VIII. Okay, bye.
Okay,
Bye.
What's next?
So-
what do we got? What do we got next?
Wow.
Well, just real quick, Regs.
Other people clearly have things to say about FPS.
Fringy just with like the clean strike through on that one. It's like, right, cross that off the
No,
list.
can we just, yeah, I want to see what the next one is. That's all. I'm excited.
So Regs, you mentioned that she said that's just my opinion, and using just as a way to kind of downplay her own position. Maybe she actually is. Yeah. Maybe she actually does just not value her own video. She's like, yeah, I know I put out something that's shit. That's okay.
A lot of people do that, and I hate it. But it kind of plays into the idea that we mentioned earlier. Like, I wish people would have some sort of like pride in their own opinions. Maybe fight for it a little bit more. Don't just be so light and dismissive. As if you clearly went through the trouble of trying to propagate this opinion, and you went through the trouble of doing all the editing and the scripting, and you filmed yourself, and you got all that stuff. So it has some value to you.
It's like it's an appeal to niceness and to moderation. It's like, well, don't be angry because it's just my opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. This is my opinion, and you're allowed your opinion too. And that's the nice thing to do. But maybe just, consider that maybe your opinion you haven't thought about and is wrong. And it's like, by that way, you've kind of tried to disarm people who might be about to angrily tell you that you're a fucking moron. And then you've still managed to circle back to what your point is, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah,
I
it
think
just
you've honed
seems
in on something more accurate, I would say. Because it sounded like what you thought, Rags, is like, well, no, come on, have a bit of backbone and own your position. Like, no, I think it's more like, no, I actually do kind of feel strongly, but I know that like it would be better for me if I was a little bit more soft about it. Like,
it's the back
well, hey,
door.
look, it's my opinion.
Apparently she's
But
26.
You are
late
wrong.
20s.
You are very wrong. But that's just look. All right, we all have our opinions and opinions. Everybody's got them, and I just want to have fun playing video games. But I do think you're very wrong about this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely this trend towards people, they're trying to be polite. They don't want to step on other people's toes. They're not going to be judgy, because there's definitely areas of life where you can be way too judgy, right? It's like, oh, I don't think you should be gay. Everyone should be straight. Oh, you have that opinion. That's really judgy opinion. No one likes judginess, right? But this is kind of a low stakes environment. It's not a serious conversation about anything. You can be a bit stronger in your opinions on this. You're not actually hurting anybody by wanting 30 FPS.
No,
it's
she is.
Safety mechanism.
She's hurting me. I'm more offended by her saying 30 FPS is totally fine than I'd say by all cripples should just be shot. And I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I feel like one of those might actually happen and the other one definitely won't. So.
That's the way to put it. So you want to see the next video, do you, Fringy? Is that it?
Very curious about what's next.
Well,
yeah. What do we got?
I have to get going. I have some stuff I got to do. So if you feel like swapping somebody out,
I'm sure there's plenty to potentially drag into the pits of hell, but we appreciate you coming in, sir. Perhaps we'll see you before streams end once again. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what those late nights hold. But I'll see you guys around then, hopefully.
Okie dokie.
See ya.
Catch you later,
Cheerio.
Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, toodaloo.
Off he goes. Lost to us.
Interesting.
In the annals of time.
I don't think that's how you pronounce that.
That's the only way to pronounce it. At least in this
I
FPS.
might also have to jump off into the anal of time as well. It's 2:30 here, and I got shit to do tomorrow, I'm afraid.
Very well. Will we see you again
tomorrow.
potentially, do you think? Because we still do have plenty of hours left, actually. talk.
Unlikely, but it depends on what time I get finished up tomorrow. But if not, then thank you for the invite and congrats on 7 years of fapping.
Well, thank you.
No, thanks.
See you around, sir. Pleasure to have
Good
you.
fun. See you later, guys. See you, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
Later. Toodaloo.
Lost another one. Horrifying, really.
Unbelievable.
Are you guys doing like 8-hour bits parts?
8-hour bits?
3 8s to 2 12s.
Usually the first part ends up being like 12 hours typically.
Yeah, we run it up to
stream.
at least probably 10 the first one. You okay there? You surviving?
I mean, I'm not staying for that much longer. That's 4 a.m.
All right. Well, I'll get us started on this
I have a
this
feeling
next one.
the Europeans' like hours are numbered.
Yep, it happens. We're entering the dark times. It's okay. Understand. Perhaps we can be made aware of a betrayal that occurs through video games before giving up.
Is it 30 FPS?
No.
Oh yeah.
We cleared that. We've done all that. This is a different kind of betrayal.
The argument's done forever. We killed it.
I think you made me aware of this one, Rags. It's only a short one though. This will be the shortest video we covered tonight. Well, that's actually not true, but don't worry about that.
Oh.
Yeah, this is something else. But I don't even want to give a preamble. I'm just gonna play it while I grab someone else. So enjoy.
One of the things that pisses me off the most as a gamer is when a brand new game drops in price way too fast. Okay, let's say you...
Oh god, I'm already upset.
Sorry?
This is such a wait.
Theo's reaction was the correct one. Like, what? Clearly I misunderstood you. Surely the fault is on me for misunderstanding you.
This is a meme, right? With me making funny memes.
First,
don't you get really angry and annoyed when like a game that is really expensive just stops being expensive very quickly? Don't you prefer waiting 18 months before you can afford a game?
This is the best.
It's the weirdest fucking opening to a video in history. It's just like, I'm sorry?
Yeah, the first 10 seconds I was like, well, how come you're doing this with like your camera tracking on a dolly or something? And then that concern immediately got blown away by the ridiculous statement.
But no, Dev brings up a good point. The production value of this is a very, very small channel, which is fine, right? 89 subs. Now
it's legal.
Look at we've got our bisexual gamer lighting, right?
Very bisexual.
We've got our monitor in the back that's showing what the camera's seeing. We have a nice camera that's on a dolly. It scans smoothly from left to right. We've got the actual computer he's using. We've got the merch in the background with all of his gamer stuff to establish his gamer cred. And he's got a shirt that has his channel name, Nordic Gamer, that he is currently wearing. And he's actually, God forbid, well-groomed and he has a shirt that fits. God forbid we do that in modern day YouTube. But like a lot of work and effort has gone to ultimately service what may be the most dog shit gaming opinion that's ever been uttered by a
especially in a single sentence. It's like he gets all these points to start up with and he's like, I'm about to fucking get such a handicap on my overall score, you have no idea.
I just like the idea that like he's sitting in this room and he's absolutely stewing because he's got all of this really nice equipment and all of it went on sale after he bought it, and so he spent so much money on this and he didn't need to.
The things that pisses me off the most as a gamer is when
the most, by the way.
The most. That pisses him off the most.
I don't really believe you.
He said one of the things.
I mean,
this is
there's other
for all the credit I can give the guy for his production value.
The fact this is in the running is a catastrophe.
Well, yeah, that means that it's still on par with the most annoying thing. This is up there, right next to it.
Brand new game drops in price way too fast. Okay, let's say you've been hyped for a game for months.
All right.
Maybe you even pre-ordered it or picked it up.
Okay. Well, there was your mistake.
Yeah, well, there you go. I was about to say, what's the first mistake you're making, buddy?
I've lost that pleasure a long, long time ago.
If you followed the Fringy rule, if there's no reason to hope for anything, then
exactly.
This wouldn't be a problem.
More people need to listen.
I don't know if that's the Fringy rule. It's just.
I think so. I think it is.
It's your mantra. What do you mean?
I don't know about that.
Off the
I think so.
When Sisyphus' rock rolls down, you go, there's no fucking point. There's no hope for anything.
Right, you might as well just sit down there at the bottom and cry.
Ride the rock down, dude. Surf it.
Yeah. But don't trip over, otherwise you'll get smushed and then you'll be like, and then you'll be like Crash Bandicoot, smushed on the rock, and you don't want that.
during launch week after seeing the reviews. It costs 70 euros, so you dive in. Perhaps have to deal with some bugs or even have to wait for patches to fully play it.
So what's happening is we're kind of ramping up to don't pre-order games, don't buy games before any reviews have come out that can tell you if the game is buggy.
No, that
Just
would be
wait a little bit.
that's the rational conclusion. He's somehow
Yeah.
horseshoed his way all the way around to games should never go on sale.
I feel like I'm in the
What?
middle of a murder mystery with that title and what he's saying, because it's like, yeah, all of this, like, maybe we're going towards, don't pre-order, the state games releasing these days is pretty unacceptable. Then I glance back up to the title and it's like, hold on, what?
I like the fact that he has earpieces in the entire time he's recording. It's like he's getting the feed directly from the publishers. Like, here's what to say. Here's what to say. Don't don't buy cheap games. Cheap games are a scam. Go on, do it.
Yeah, Nordic Gamer is an industry plan.
Fan, so you can endure. You want it during the first weeks. Then, 3 months later, boom! The same game is now $19.99 on some random
Why
sale
did it drop
somewhere.
On some
that
random
far
sale
so
somewhere.
fast?
Some randoms.
On the Steam summer sale, that you never know when those are coming up because they don't happen every summer.
So
Have you
he's saying
ever
after weeks it drops that?
This
Like,
is one of those like
there's-
like challenges. Can you come up with a reason why summer Steam sales are bad? It's like,
And like generally, a game will drop from a $70 price point down to $20 because something is wrong with it. Yeah,
Something's
like
off.
it's there was a fundamental thing about that game that made the publishers say, "Hey, we can't sustain this price point because no one is buying this at all. Let's throw this on sale and hopefully generate some interest."
That's usually after like 6 months. I've not seen a game drop that fast ever. The closest thing I could think of, did anyone buy Left 4 Dead 2? Left 4 Dead 2, I think, was half price at my store about 2 or 3 weeks after the fact, and that was very unusual. I've never seen a game drop that fast.
Concord, people are saying in the chat, that's a special case. Like, it was dropping in price because it turned into coasters that you could buy. Because it's not a game that you can even play.
The price got
Yeah.
reduced by 200%, right? Because it ended up being a full refund.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's several instances of this happening. I remember if you go way back, there was pictures floating on I think 4chan of like the Fallout 76 Mass Effect Andromeda bundle, like 2 weeks after those two games dropped, and it's like get them now. They're both half off in a bundle. It's like, well, yeah, but they're shit. That's why they're half off in a bundle after 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's because
And then there were-
like with physical games too, it's like stores have to actually clear inventory. You can't afford to be hanging on to 400 copies of Fallout 76 if no one's buying it.
yeah. And then there was that one Walmart in the Midwest somewhere that was selling like Xbox copies of Starfield for I think $3 a pop, and it's like, dude, holy fuck.
What
Because
if,
like again, if they ordered like thousands of copies of the game, thinking it was going to be like, oh, this is the next one from the Skyrim Fallout people, it's going to be flying off the shelves. Like we're going to need to order as many in as we can, and then comes out and not many people are very interested in it. Then it's like, well, that's a lot of shelf space that we need back now.
So my brain's telling me
on
that that screen in the back is just a delayed version of the same image. But what if those are all the alternate universe Nordic gamers who had better takes?
Oh my god.
The alternate universe, the Nordic Gamer multiverse.
You look back there, and one of them actually has like a gold play button. It's like, what could have done?
Yeah.
One of them's just giving him a weird look as he starts talking about why games are too cheap or whatever. He's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for that.
I have the same mouse.
The curse of the smart Nordic gamer is he's so many dimensions into the mirror that we can't tell that he's like screaming at us to not listen to this guy.
Random sale somewhere. This has happened to me multiple times, and at that point, I feel straight up betrayed by the publisher. I was the early supporter. I paid the full price. I took the risk on a half-broken product that you launched.
Why?
Okay.
Why would you do that?
I'm not a psychopath at all.
Why
Also-
do that? You know, like,
And, did you buy it on Steam? Because
Yes,
if
it's
you
happened
play
to
it
you.
and find
Nobody
it's
did that.
broken on Steam, you can return it. Like
I don't
You can even return. Oh wait, Steam even lets you return items specifically if you say that it went on sale right after I bought it.
Yeah, but 3 months
They
is
do, like,
not
price
right
matching?
after that.
Yeah,
3
3
months
months.
not long.
Launch, and then
At that,
3 months
yeah.
later.
It has to be
That's
within a
bad.
window. Yeah.
What I'm more
That's
referring to is
bad.
if he booted up this game that he was really looking forward to and found that it was a broken mess, like you can just pop on Steam support, go to the refunds page, refund it, get your money back, and then wait the 3 months for when it's fixed and cheaper. They don't then charge you the full price again. Like you pay whatever it costs at the time.
If this is the thing that occurs to you frequently, maybe stop doing it. It's like he's sitting here complaining. It's like, I stuck my dick in the plug socket. I jumped out of the second story window.
That's a tiny
I did
dick.
this incredibly stupid thing again and again and again. Somebody else has betrayed me. They haven't.
Well, and I mean,
You've done
I
this
guess
yourself.
You
the
do
only
yourself
thing that
absolutely
I've
no favors by like presenting yourself as like the humble peasant, like sycophantically throwing himself down before the great game developer God King. Like, you know, please, I supported you. I've given tribute. I've done everything you asked. Why didn't you give me a game that works for the price point I get? Like, you don't owe them shit, and simultaneously they don't owe you shit.
That's a big conceptual thing a lot of gamers have, where it's we
best
need
case
to support
scenario.
the devs, therefore we must buy things at full price even if they're broken.
Yeah, best case scenario, you can have an amicable transactional relationship with a company if they earn
Mhm.
it. Keyword being earn.
Yeah.
But I mean, having a gamer be introspective about their gaming purchases, challenge level impossible is the energy that I'm getting from this here.
As soon as I heard his take, I thought of that meme there in the Discord. It is not enough that I should succeed; others should fail.
It's very appropriate. It's very much like crab in a bucket kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Like, fuck other people for getting a better deal than me. Fuck other people who waited because I was impatient, because I felt the need to play a game immediately.
There would be something to it if it were no fault of his own, but he's very aware, judging from his age, that this is how it works and has always worked. So what are you surprised about? It's like the game goes on sale after release?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like,
man.
yes, most of them do, unless
Well,
they're
they
made by
think
Nintendo.
Where's the line? When are they allowed to do it so you don't feel betrayed anymore? Do you buy games on sale? Are
It's
you
like-
one of the betrayers for the other people?
betrayers.
That risk someone
The
was true for you?
It's the same
I mean,
people
if he's
that get
being morally
pissed about-
consistent,
Yeah.
Shadow
You can't buy a game
cabal
on sale.
people buying games on sale.
Does he ring up the companies like, hey, can I buy your game for full price that you made 14 years ago? Because I don't
I'd
wanna
like to donate
betray
to
you."
Electronic Arts.
I mean, yeah, like you can buy stock in any of these companies if you really want to help them out.
Yeah.
And now someone who didn't care at all gets the polished version for next to
How do you know
nothing?
they didn't
care at all?
They didn't care at all. Which is
I
why they
like
bought it.
I like how there's no consideration that they might just be poor and they needed to wait 10 days to go on
Fuck
sale.
them.
Or they're
Oh.
smarter.
If
Remember,
they
they
truly
didn't
more
cared,
care
they
so
stayed away.
much. Yeah, they didn't care so much they purchased the game voluntarily and exchanged the money for it.
The abolished version?
Then some people say, well, that's just how it works. Wait for the sales next time. Tommy?
Yeah, I
Yes.
mean,
Yes, exactly that. Yes.
what could be the
Game
response
should
to
be
this?
game should be full price forever. That's just how it should be
I mean,
in his world, I guess.
It's like a golden setup, like
mean,
presenting
Nintendo's
the
right there, you
ultimate
just buy
arguments.
their
You
game.
know, whatever the response to this is going to be, it's just going to be like completely wrong.
Gonna be brain dead.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I really trust this guy's gamer cred. He's played games such as Zelda, Mario, Video Card. I mean, he's done it all.
Ooh,
Oh, I love video
He's got
cards.
the
That's my
merch.
favorite
He's a
one.
real
video
gamer.
card.
That's how you can
Video
tell,
card's
yeah.
a classic.
I do like the FPS on video card.
Yeah.
That logic sucks. Because if you're a real
It's PC
fan,
building simulator.
of course
A
you
real
want to play the game at launch. You don't want a story.
If
for
you're a
this-
real fan,
Why? No. Why?
I
What do you mean?
To remind you, sometimes people just don't have money at a particular point in time.
Yeah.
Or they don't have a sufficient amount
if you're
of
a
money.
real
and they
fan, you
gotta
should be
wait. If
gouged.
you're a real fan, you wouldn't be poor. You would take out massive credit card debt to buy this game.
Well, I mean,
You're a
didn't
real fan, you can
You
buy
could be
Randy
selling your
Pitchford,
livers to buy this game.
So
Randy
what about
Pitchford really
other
stepped
shit
in
I'm
it.
playing as well.
Yeah, you're right. With Borderlands 4, you're
yeah,
right.
I was saying like, yeah, the real fans will find a way to make the $80 price for Borderlands 4 happen, and people didn't like that, and now it's not launching at $80. So everybody,
Wow,
gamers,
thanks, real fans.
you don't have to support that shit. You can say no, and sometimes they will change their minds.
I like how about that specifically. He said Randy Pitchford's like, this is a win for the fans. We didn't raise the price, even though Borderlands 3 came out at 60 and they raised the price to 70. He's not mentioning that part, so they're still raising the price, just not as much.
Market conditions.
Play the game at
Outer
launch.
Wilds
You don't
had to
want
do a
the
backtrack
story
too on
to be
it.
spoiled by accident. You don't want to
Outer
miss
Worlds, yeah.
the hype. Playing it together with your
All right, this is the cost of that.
No, oh god, I
Even
hate that
Nintendo actually
mentality.
brought back some stuff too. Yeah.
Be
Wait
part
till
of
this
the
guy learns about
conversation
movie
is the big
theaters.
thing.
He's gonna go ballistic.
You don't want to experience that fear of missing out. You know?
It's so funny. Like he's a marketing agency's fucking wet dream. Like, yeah, come on.
Yeah.
He's
They
right.
want us all to be this guy.
Yeah.
They've got a picture of this guy in the boardroom. He's like, how do we make more of these?
Clone this man.
He's the mascot, yeah.
friends.
He's the DSP, yeah, of the GDQ DSP guy, yeah.
You want to sit on the sidelines waiting for 6 months, hoping for a sale that may or may not.
Okay, we're actually at the point.
You don't
I
have
hate
to.
this.
You can buy the game whenever you want.
Well, yeah,
Just
but he's
don't
talking about missing out on the
complain
hype.
about sale.
But so I'm actually like borderline on the point of having to defend the companies and be like, what are they supposed to do? Like,
Yeah. You gotta,
you know, I don't like that games release unfinished, but if we're talking about bugs in general that they really didn't anticipate and do everything they can to stop and fix worldwide, you know, instantly first few days. And then, of course, weeks and weeks go by, and there's just less demand for the game, so they lower the price, which is just what we call normal. I don't even know what else to say about this. And he's
Basics
just
of
raging in his
capitalism.
basement, like, this is unfair. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Your experience.
This is
Your experience
this
of
is
games also
unironically
just
how a
doesn't
child
have to be
thinks.
this. This doesn't have to be your experience of interacting
No,
with games as a
doesn't.
medium. You don't have to be like on the hype wave at the cutting edge of whatever the fuck hyped thing is now coming out there with everyone else. You can be like digging around for whatever the fuck you want. I don't know, man. There's a lot of video games out there. You can play any of them whenever you want.
I think once you've said the words "I'm hyped for," you're already on the wrong path. Be interested in things. If a game comes out that looks cool to you, be interested in it. Don't be excited. Don't be hyped. Because then when it comes out, if it's good, awesome. But if it sucks, at least you're not breaking your own heart because of your own expectations.
That's the great thing about entertainment is that you know, you can listen to music 10 years after, you can play a video game 10 years after, you can watch a movie 10 years after it's released, and it's still just as good. Whereas every single product, the price just like nosedives after 6 months, 12 months. Cars do it, everything does it. So it's just a simple product demand goes down, price goes down.
Multiplayer games maybe are a bit different in that respect, but I mean, very few multiplayer games that are good are going to totally lose their player base by their first sale. In fact, very often the first big sale will be a big injection of new players.
Let's just be honest. The balance is what they believe players are willing to continue to pay. Like there was a sale recently, and it was Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League was like $3. Like, oof.
Yeah, actually, someone gifted it to me. I think because it was that cheap. I still haven't played it, but it is on my Steam account.
The perceived value
version of that game
is fucking nil now. No one cares.
But I streamed it, so it was fine.
And
as did I.
The beauty of marketing, the beauty of marketing and sales is the price is precisely what the optimum amount of people will be willing to pay for it. So the price is dependent on what people are willing to pay for it. If people stop buying $70 games, then they wouldn't sell $70 games anymore. They'd sell 60 or 50. So it's
I mean, I think there's a limit to how low that could go because you still have to somehow make your money back from making the game, right?
Yeah,
but definitely,
But
I think sorry, go ahead.
No, just counterpoint to that. If that was the case, if nobody would buy a game more than $20, then they'd have to go to the sort of the video game equivalent of the Blumhouse model, where we make a bunch of cheap games.
There it
and
is.
sell them at 20.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Turns out we were getting to pretty much the same point. I think that budget management is a much bigger reason for pricing being fucked than demand. Because lots of people will want to play a good new game, but if that good new game costs the company $500 million to make, then that is the reason why they're going to try to push it to $90, which for like at least Dev, myself, Brooks, and Indigo. Are you Canadian?
No, I just sound a little bit
Anyways,
Canadian
okay, so
sometimes.
for at
Yeah.
least the 3 Canadians here, that's like triple digit prices now for new video games, which is we don't make that
Canadians
much
taxing,
more than
yeah.
Americans
Yeah.
do, so not fun.
Yeah.
Yep. So one thing I've
Too
noticed is
many.
like, and I'm sure we all know this. Like, you think back to when you were, under 10 years old, and like, what games were you playing, and were you playing them new? The answer is
Hide and
probably not.
seek. Yeah, fucking classic.
No, I mean, like I played
Manhunt.
like Ocarina of Time and like Metal Gear Solid for the first time years after they came out, and they were definitely cheaper than full price, and my enjoyment of them wasn't diminished by the fact that
Oh,
there
yeah,
wasn't, hypothetical Twitter I could hop on and see everyone not talking about the game like I missed the hype train. The games are still fine on their own.
Metal Gear Solid was the first midnight launch I went to, so I definitely played that at launch. But I was 14, so like I already had a job.
I think this applies to movies much more, like watching Lord of the Rings now compared to watching it when it came out and with all the hype and whatnot, or anything else. That makes much more sense. But games, music, like it's timeless. You can do it anytime.
I mean, that's true, but I think this guy is talking about like being able to play the newest game and then hop on social media and see everyone kind of talking
then-
about it and
We seem
posting
worried
about
about
it. and it-
spoilers.
This is the price you pay, though. Like,
Yeah.
this is what it means. If you
Well,
want to be part
yeah.
of that, you accept that you are playing a game before the consensus is out, before you have access to information that might sway your purchase. Like, this is your problem to deal with. And if
But
it keeps
that is
happening,
literally that is the price signal he is sending to the game publisher. Is like this experience of having it first, riding the hype wave, is worth the extra money to him. It's why he buys it. It's like you like how can you? It's such a basic economic concept. You spend money on things that you value. It is not other people's fault if that thing is then sold for less to people who didn't value the same thing as you did. Like, why? What is the complaint? Just if you don't want to spend this money on pre-orders which come out broken, stop spending money on pre-orders that come out broken.
Yeah.
And then if
And
enough
the
people
only
do that,
way-
they'll stop doing it. But until they do
And the
that,
only
they will
way-
keep making money.
And him saying that, like, well, I want to be talking about it with all the people that are playing brand new thing right now. It's like, well, is that worth the extra money to you? Is the question
Yeah,
you need to ask.
and you can
Evidently it is, 'cause
literally
he spends
apparently
it.
put a price tag on it. Yeah,
Yep.
you
Yeah.
can literally put a price tag on that.
You will have other things to talk about, like other games to talk about if you are playing other games. I don't know, like I don't really that often at all talk about the new games that are coming out with my groups of friends because we're talking about
typically.
the other games we're playing.
It sounds like his solution right now is one, never drop the price of the game in its entire lifetime, or two,
The Nintendo strategy.
Yeah, nobody likes Nintendo, right?
yeah, or two, it costs way less on launch, like close to a sale, I guess. Which is just like neither of these things are gonna happen. So who are you mad at?
I mean, I think the more manageable budget leading to games that have a more reasonable launch MSRP is something that is possible. Like Expedition 33, I think, is a great example of that. And like, I think it's what most people have wanted from the Final Fantasy series for quite some time now, and launched at 50 USD MSRP. And
I feel like
10% launch
what
week
you're
sale on Steam.
what
too.
you're talking about isn't solved with what issues he has. It almost seems to have nothing to do with the quality of the game or the scope of it or the budget of it. It's only he doesn't like that he's paying more than other people.
The
when
difference in sales, yeah.
it's like I've paid more, I deserve to get my benefits, and you don't deserve to be able to pay less later, which is so fucking weird and so anti-consumer.
That's insane.
Then people tell me, Daniel, some people can't afford the game at full price. Can't you give them that? Yeah, but the downside to this is that the loyal players are the ones who get punished.
What do you mean loyal? Like, again,
No one is getting
loyal.
mad.
The second they say
You don't
pay
owe
for this
them
game,
shit.
you jump. Like,
Genuinely didn't expect him to actually take that route. It's like,
Loyal
I know
players are
some
not your
people are
friends.
poor, but there are things that matter more. Like
Yeah,
me.
like being loyal to the
Like
corporation.
me.
I mean, like it's the same argument that often people have against multi-platform launches or like games being ported to PC instead of saying console exclusive. Where it's like, yeah, well, we're the ones who really support this company and love it, so it's stupid that PC players get to play this game so soon after it launches here. It's like, wait, hold on. If you like this game so much, why does other people being able to play it upset you? Does it make the game
I
less
guess-
good?
Well, some
Like-
people are just desperate for a reason, no matter how retarded, to be tribal against one another. And so they become cheerleaders and hype machines for these corporations that do not give a single solitary fuck about them. And that's what they've decided to make their, I guess, their team sport dynamic.
Again,
it is wild. Some people are
this
that desperate to be part of a team.
Yeah.
The
This
dev
guy is
game-
an industry plant. His number one recommended video down here is Switch 2 is not overpriced. Like, he is an industry plant. I'm pretty sure he's just somebody whispering in his ear. It's like, yeah, loyal gamers, yes, yes.
This is one of the worst controlled opposition attempts ever. You guys got to do better than this.
We get
It's really hoping for those sponsors.
Well,
And
also
the
like
players
if you love them so much, why don't you just
Marry
be
'em.
happy that
Marry
you're
'em.
giving them more money?
Yeah. Yeah,
Let's
it's like
get-
if your argument is we're the loyal ones that are really feeding this machine so that more great games can start being made, so you wouldn't have the sale games without us. It's like, okay, so is that not enough for you?
Yeah,
Like,
if you really
you're clearly proud about that. So
if you really
Why-
liked Borderlands 4, you'd pay $100, $200. You don't care. Like, you're
I do.
exactly, yeah.
There's something hilarious about being like, we found your shill, and they're like, you show this picture of him, and they're like, I don't know who that is.
I've never
Oh,
seen
it's
this
the
man in my
pirate.
life.
It's the Pirates of the Caribbean thing.
punished. We get the overpriced buggy version. And the players that don't care.
Overpriced? Then why are you buying it?
Yeah.
If you think it's
Games should
overpriced,
stay
then
buggy.
fucking buy it. Oh my
He's
god.
aware of the issue, yet he's still doing it over and over again. This is
How do you call it
problem, bro.
overpriced? How can it be your... Don't stop paying that, you loser.
it's
Stop
over,
it.
yeah.
I mean,
It's
like that's
overpriced.
like if the game reaches a more reasonable price and a better stability and playability, is that not just a general good thing? That if you're a fan of the game and you want more games in that franchise or whatever to be made, isn't that good?
On principle, yes,
why
but
is that
not,
bad?
if, not
My
if the
lord,
plebeians
EA.
also get to play it. That's kind of the problem. It's like, well, yeah, obviously we want a fully functioning, fully working game, but I have supported this, and the plebs are getting it too, and that's not fair. So what's to be done?
I mean,
well, the alternative is
there's-
that games need to remain full priced forever, and they should not be patched to add more features, or they should not have bugs removed, because they're getting a better product for cheaper than I did when I bought it when it came out.
And that will always be the case as long as video games are able to be updated. Like that's unavoidable. You can't play it first and also play the version that has every little problem that it launched with fixed. Now, you could easily make the argument that it's a bad thing that games launch with significant enough problems that makes enough of a difference, which I'd say you'd be correct on that. But I mean, if you know that the vast majority of games are not flawless when they launch these days, time is the thing that will fix that if the game is supported. So you're never
Yeah.
going to be able to get the best version of the game day one.
And even
Unless
then,
it's a game where they're like, we're not
that
touching this
a
game once it
hypothetical
launches.
game releases that actually is perfect at launch. Never going to happen, but let's assume that one does. It will still drop in price after a few months. And you're still
Yeah.
paying a premium to avoid spoilers, to ride the hype, to do all of the other things that he evidently values. So you're not solving the major complaint, which is that he just doesn't like other people getting the same thing he has for less money.
Yeah, the hype train tickets are the most expensive. That's just
He
how everything
values
is.
his
you know what?
assessment
So-
of value is not by the money that he pays for it. It's the
It's the money other people
the
pay for
comparison
it.
between money. Yeah, it's how much other people pay for it. That's how he judges value, not the money to the product, to the time.
There's
It's
also a
purely
problem
subjective
with
based on other
movies he
people.
likes going on to streaming services. Like eventually, it's like, well, I
Oh, if he
spent all
learns
the
about
money to
movie
go out
theaters,
the
he'll go
theater
into
and saw it day
conniptions.
one and bought popcorn and
Yeah.
everything. So I'm the real fan. Why do these fuckers get to watch it on Netflix 6 months later?
Netflixes get to watch it for the subscription.
Nobody
Horrible.
tell him about
All they
Game-
had to do was wait.
Nobody tell him about Game Pass. He's gonna fucking.
Oh god, yeah. No, I guarantee you, he does not like Game Pass.
Does my loyalty
mean
He'll have
nothing?
to do stuff.
What about the people who
Trains
watch
people to not
Cats?
buy their games, blah blah blah.
Game Pass, more like Game Ass.
What about the people
So
who
I
watched
think
Cats the
that,
first week, and then the people who watched the Cats the second week
The
got better
DLC,
CGI?
the update.
Well, see, yeah, that's kind of related actually, because I think Tidge in the chat actually has it correct. Tidge says he wants the price to go up after the bugs are fixed. That's probably true because I mean now it's a better game because the bugs
That
are
would
fixed, right? So
technically-
raise the
That's
price.
not how demand
That would
works.
technically be that would
I've
be
seen it.
consistent with his, I guess, his view of things. Though either
Yeah.
you can't improve the game while keeping the price the same, or you make the game better, but that also means the price goes up over time.
I've actually seen that happen a couple times.
It is a better product now, right?
Which way, Western man?
I've seen a couple early access games do that where they start at like $10, and then as they add more content, they'll raise the price as the game becomes more complete.
Right,
I think that's actually super cool. I don't know if it sells well, but
I'm pretty sure I got Baldur's Gate 3 pretty cheap because I got it right
Yeah.
when it launched at early access, and then I think it came out at whatever full price was when it released. But I played it like 4 years earlier, and I think it was like $40, something like that, instead of a full 70 or 60. But I think probably the closest thing we're gonna get to that for like newer games is Steam has a lot of like 10% launch week discounts. So 10% is not a big chunk of money, but I'm in favor of that practice if they want to incentivize those like week one purchases. Like,
And that's
make it a little
completely
cheaper.
Let them fight. Convince me. Work for it. Absolutely.
And that's just
I've
a
got money to
completely
spend.
marketing FOMO thing. Like that, the publishers set all of those prices because they know that if you can get a new game with a little discount, that's gonna be enough to sway many more people to buy the game first week. Just
For
like with
Expedition-
Kickstarter. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, for Expedition 33, for me, I played an hour and a half of it on Game Pass, liked it a lot, and then saw on Steam that it was not only like lower than the standard MSRP, but it had that 10% launch week discount. And those three compounding factors made me like, I'm just going to buy this game on Steam, whatever. And then started it over and replayed it. So it's like, if you put the carrot on a short enough stick, I might just go for a bite.
Yeah, that's why a lot of indie games will go for the impulse buy price. It's actually a lot of indie game devs recommend it actually, because if you can make your game like under $10 or maybe like $10-15, that's enough for somebody to say,
that's basically
free. I'll just buy it. Yeah, I'll basically just buy it because who cares? It's only $10.
How many copies did Vampire Survivors sell because of that?
Yeah, millions.
Neat
billions.
The players
That is a neat game.
don't care, just randomly buys it on a sales. They get the
Not
full,
randomly.
great, polished experience on a discount. And
Those fuckers.
It's such funny logic.
So disgusted.
How
Someone else having a good experience is a negative to him now because of his inability to control himself.
Is from the developer side. The actual value and self-respect for the game you make.
Self-respect.
Why are you selling your own game at indie game price just a few months later?
Because people aren't buying it as much.
That is the value that it has dropped.
That's just how the market works, man. What do you want them to do?
Like, I mean, or if say they
go
like
on really low sales, like as in 10% maybe after
He's like
6 months.
genuinely asking why they don't want more money, and they're sitting there like, we do.
You want more money, that's the point.
Or
You're
I mean,
big
they might
mad
even,
about it.
if it's a big discount too, or like a discount that seems unreasonably large for the popularity of the game, it might be the kind of thing that it's like they've done the calculus to be like, hey, if we have this game be 40% off right now for a week, we might inject a lot of new players in who will start talking about it because we can still be selling it at its full price. And then the following week, we may still get some new sales that we wouldn't have otherwise gotten.
Or get them in the door cheap so that they can, buy battle passes, microtransactions, stuff like that.
Yeah,
which
that's
isn't
the
even
other end of that.
necessarily a nefarious model.
That's why
It's just often is.
Free Steam weekends exist on some games.
That's
Like,
why-
you get to
that's why a
play
lot
the
of
game for
MMOs
free
have a
for
free-to-play
2 days.
version.
And it's like, oh, this game
Yeah,
rules.
Final
I'm
Fantasy
gonna buy it.
14, you can play like the first 3 expansions without paying anything. And that's like 190 hours worth of gameplay.
Don't you respect your own game anymore? Perhaps wasn't it as good as you promised?
Jesus Christ. All right.
So which
I mean, one might
is the
think
more
this-
respectful version of the game? The
They want
cheaper,
it to get to
polished
more
version or the
people.
buggy
Is
mess
that
that's
not
more
respectable? I don't know.
The answer to the first one's definitely
Do you
no,
not
but the second one, that might be the reason, yeah.
This has to be like a Findom thing or something, right?
I'm sorry. I'm still waiting for the bazinga at the end. There's no way this is real.
Actually, wait, Dev, if he was Findoming, wouldn't he like the fact that other people are now getting it cheaper because like he gets pleasure out of the shame of being the one who paid the most?
No, that's what this is actually. Yes, he's getting off and making this video.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let's just have like a first week 50% increase on the price for like pay pigs. Let's just do that.
There is actually one company who does this right, and
Nintendo.
you are not gonna lie
Nintendo.
what company that is.
He just like cites Hitler
Yeah,
Inc. or something.
You tell by the merch behind you.
You'll never guess. Yeah.
Hitler. Who was? Wait, what was that? Was a meme not too long ago. Hitler Inc. Right? What was their motto?
Oh, you're right. Didn't we have a meme for this?
Oh, what's that meme from Superman? It was from Superman, wasn't it?
Help me
What
out,
was
chat.
the? Oh shit! What was Hitler Inc.'s like build a better world
Bio
or something
Hitler?
like that? Bio Hitler. I think
What
that
the
was
fuck?
it.
Someone in
It's
chat
like an
will
obviously
remember.
evil,
Yeah.
cartoonishly evil company.
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
just
yeah.
calls
Because
itself-
we were saying Biosid, and it's like it was called Bio Hitler.
Oh, it was Biosyn, yeah. Oh, it's Biosyn. It was a Jurassic Park, yeah. The
Yeah,
Jurassic
yeah.
Park thing. Fuck.
Yes, Evil Corp is taken.
Yeah, there he
They
is.
Yeah, he
get
said
it.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nintendo. They get this. When they launch a new game like Mario
Yeah, they fuck
Kart
people
or
over.
Super Smash, you know that the
You
launch
couldn't
price
grab the
will
right-
hold for
Either
years.
Mario Kart
No,
or
okay.
Smash.
The
games that you had
So-
on the screen.
Nintendo fans all need to realize they do make fantastic games. There's a lot of wonderful Nintendo games. They have some of the worst
delirious.
business practices in the entire industry. Like Ubisoft, EA, all those companies
Yep.
included. Nintendo kind of
I'm just
makes
sad
them
it wasn't
all
Bio Hitler.
look like, yeah, Nintendo has been the Bio Hitler all along.
When
They're
you
the
say
Disney
bad
of
business
video
practices,
games.
though, is that like bad business practices in the sense that it harms Nintendo, or is it like
No,
anti-consumer business practices?
The anti-consumer business practices.
Anti-consumer, yeah. Like I'm a full I'm a full Nintendo cuck. I just admit it. I love Nintendo. I buy all their shit. I know that I'm being suckered. I know that they have bad business practices, but I just accept that. I get it. I'm like, okay, I've made my peace with it.
Everyone's got their
But I
lane. Everyone's got their
I,
lane.
I,
yeah.
I don't blame other people for not wanting to get involved though, because yeah, they do some pretty shady stuff sometimes.
I mean, like the TOS or like, sorry, the EULA for Switch 2, giving them the ability to just deactivate your system and make it a brick whenever they want for whatever reason they want is pretty insane. Like it's
Mhm.
wild that many more people don't have a huge problem with that.
I mean, they
You
were
can get away with
against
a lot
DLC.
if you make good games. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It really is it. It's
Yeah.
like Amazon. If you're gonna be evil, at least be fucking useful.
You know
Yeah,
that
and
the
I mean,
launch price will hold for years. That's respect.
Yeah.
No, that's
I mean,
that's respect. I feel so respected.
Yeah.
well, no, I mean, it's also like I think Nintendo also knows that their third-party sales are, especially judging by the Switch 2's ability to run third-party games, are never going to be fantastic. And they know that most of the people who buy Nintendo systems buy them to play Nintendo games. Therefore, they keep
Those
the prices
motherfuckers
high.
sold 2 Pokemon games at the same time. The same. They know what they're doing.
They know.
I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Monopoly Man like capitalist caricature is watching this video like blinking with bewilderment.
Yes.
Like, what?
Good.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought,
Is that
I
easy?
thought he was like that beetle in Family Guy that he's just thrilled by this.
I just think he's like, I thought it would take more effort, but I don't know. I guess this
So
works.
how did you beat
I
this
just-
man into this kind of submission? And the marketing team were like, it wasn't us. Like, I don't know what's done this.
This is totally natural.
The
Imagining
answer,
him.
the answer to the problem of Nintendo, if you think Nintendo was the problem, is kind of the same as the answer to this guy's problem with poor people buying games, which is that like all businesses do, they want your money and they will take the piss as much as they think the market will bear to get the most amount of money. Nintendo has earned over a long period of time an extraordinarily loyal fan base for basically all of its first party properties, and they will always keep buying and they will always keep selling, and so they have no incentive to drop the price. If you want that to change, you need to hope that everybody starts realizing Nintendo's a pile of shit, but then they're not going to do that for as long as the quality of the games holds up. So they have no incentive to drop the price because they actually have an incredibly loyal fan base that they've kind of rewarded in the ways the fan base expects, notwithstanding any, qualms about TOS and all the rest of that stuff. It's the same thing that other companies don't have, which compels them to drop prices in their games. They don't have the same inbuilt loyal fan base. They don't have sales that hold up over time. Oftentimes their games do release broken in a way that Nintendo games don't, and so they have to drop the price to make up for earlier mistakes or a more frivolous fan base. It's just like, it's the problem all these people have is with the behavior of other consumers. It will only be solved if you change the minds of other consumers, and the only thing that can really do that is if the company starts making crap products, which it's not doing at the moment.
Years. That's respect for your own product. That's respect for your own developers, and it's respect for your fans. You as a customer can confidently buy day one and not be afraid to feel like an idiot.
Yeah, but if you change your screen name to Twink Link, they can brick your Nintendo Switch too.
A good test, right?
These screen caps have been great. Yeah.
He's got a face for radio, but you need to ask yourself, like, what is the difference between my position and the position of someone who theoretically is literally paid money to give corporate propaganda? What would the difference between me and that hypothetical person?
The corporate
be?
propaganda guy would be a bit more subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably would be. Yeah.
Could use more like fellow gamers talk. You know, this guy is just like too on the nose.
This is definitely one of those, like, God forbid you being an idiot. We'd never want that. That would be terrible.
Please add me to the Nintendo Partner Program.
In the coming few months. And perhaps the rest of the industry should focus more on self-respect and less on short-term profits.
What about respecting your customers?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What a fucking
short term.
Absolute banger. Hold on.
Respect the people who give you the money.
Dude, this is unhinged.
This is actually insane.
I can't wait for the CEO of a major company to like do a staff meeting a quarter after they release their game. It's like, due to self-respect, we're not going to sell any more games, and you guys are all fired.
How dare
Have a
you
nice day.
disrespect me and disrespect yourself pursuing short-term profit by putting games on sale? What the hell?
It's funny. It's the South Park episode where Cartman buys a theme park and then says no one else can come. It's
Yeah.
kind of doing that.
Don't come, especially Stan and Kyle.
I mean, at least
This
Cartman
one's
had the
really
functional
Cartman lad.
reason
You
of not
can't
wanting to
come,
wait in
especially
lines.
Stan and Kyle. Yeah, there's a motive there for sure.
What I want to talk to this guy and open him to the world of regional pricing. I bet he would flip out knowing how little Indian people from India pay for games, and people in other countries with lower incomes pay for games. Like, you have no respect. Don't sell
I
that
just
games.
imagine him going to GameStop one week, buy a game, goes back the next week, and the game he bought is like on sale for $10. And just have the meme with the fist. It's just him. It's like,
I have to wonder how much he thought about like any of this, because this is like a 3-minute long video or something, right? So I wonder, like, did any of these thoughts pass through his mind ever again afterward?
I don't know, man.
You're asking a lot. I'm just sad that he's not got a way more popular channel. That's a take that should get you into the stratosphere.
He's all about respect, bro.
Hell yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's fighting
got
for the
production
fans.
Value.
The real fans.
Fighting for the real
the
fans.
loyal
like,
fans.
cheering from like the streets because they can't afford their houses anymore. They needed to give their money to Capcom.
He must be
Legend.
thrilled at the housing market though, because it's like the reverse of things going on sale. He's like, yes, the house that I purchased for 120,000 is now worth 6 million. Yes, except it's another person's house and I can't have it.
Oh my god, he's gained 4 subs since we started this.
Bro, yeah, it should be more.
Yeah, I was
Get
gonna
this guy to
say.
100. Get him to 100.
I think we should encourage him to talk more about the nature of the industry and see what other crazy ideas he may have. Good for you. You keep fighting the good fight for loyal fans.
Speak your truth, King.
And you know what? Short and sweet. He annihilated our other videos today.
He got right the fuck into it.
Oh yeah.
Not wasting time.
Respect.
I actually stayed on
I don't
this.
know about all of the camera angles.
I think it was
that
great.
That wasn't
He
working
clearly
for me
cares.
personally, but
Yes.
yeah, like
amazing.
Sometimes he would switch angles for one word, and that made it so much more impactful. You're wrong, Theo. Everyone should do it.
My bad. I guess everyone is entitled to their opinion.
Yeah,
Including
he put a
him.
lot of work and effort into delivering like the most anti-consumer dog shit gaming opinion ever uttered by a sapient creature in the cosmos. So like, man, props to you for the effort.
Every opinion
props
truly
to you.
exists. Like every possible, because that's one of those ones you'd make up, and you're like, nope, it's a real one. You're like, oh,
Even as bisexual lighting, you can't tell where the blue ends and the red begins.
exactly.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle, but you just can't tell. What's up with that?
I don't
You
know where you
notice he had
find
like
these people
a-
smaller. Like it's crazy.
He's
even
beautiful.
at a tracking cam. You see that? Like his camera would like pan very slowly.
Yeah, he's got it on a
fucking dolly.
Little,
Yeah, it must be some
It's just because he has self-respect. He
going all
only
out.
buys incredibly expensive kit because this is how
Yeah,
you,
and
like,
God,
round
he
up
makes
the-
sure he buys brands of cameras that never go on sale because fuck
Or
the
he
next
has a
guy who wants to
crew.
buy this in 3 years.
When you bought a computer from Dell, he's like, "Wait, I can't pay you $5,000 for this computer. I'll give you $6,000."
I'd like to make a donation.
When he goes to buy it, they say, "Oh, sir, good luck. It's on sale. You're actually paying more than you need to." And he's like, "Ah!" and like throws it to the ground.
Disgusting. Would you
His
like to use a
laptop to
coupon, sir?
Starbucks,
Absolutely
and
not.
He sees another poor person sitting next to him using the same laptop and just gets irate. These people don't love you.
How did you
the
afford
poor
that?
aren't loyal.
You a
The
true
fact that we
fan?
got to like from games are launching as like overpriced buggy messes to like no, we need to be paying more consistently.
It's best for the consumer.
He goes into the grocery and there's a buy one get one free, and he's like, "Oh God, disgusting."
They don't respect the food here.
He specifically does not take the second one off the
Yeah.
rack. He's like, no, buy one, get one full price. That's the way I like it.
He breaks it in half and leaves half on the shelf, because he doesn't want to disrespect the food.
But he wants to, but when he gets like to the cashier, he just puts like a little separator between the two. It's like, no, separately, please. I want them paid individually.
2 different bills.
2 different bills, exactly.
All right.
God, he must be a great tipper, though.
As far as I'm aware, Metal, you're about to leave us. Is that right?
Yes.
What?
Going to Sleepy Town. So
Doom
it's
video
fair.
sleepy times.
Throwing in the towel.
Suppose
I mean, I'll be back though.
he's gonna grab that towel back, rushes back
Right.
in later.
Yeah,
Who
I'm
knows
sorry,
what we'll
I'll
be covering by
probably
then?
not.
Okay.
Unless it'll be packed. With
It
all
could
these
be.
other
We'll be
wonderful
fucking and
people.
balling all day, so you got plenty of time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my catchphrase. Don't take it.
True.
Fucking ball.
That clip was hilarious.
Yeah,
I bet this-
it was special. But yeah, have fun, guys. I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye.
You bet. We'll see you later. Bye. Toodaloo.
Do you think this guy tips the cashier, but then says, "Hey, could you actually send that to Nintendo, please? I really want them to get that."
Probably.
He just mails it to Nintendo. Just makes a letter to Japan.
I think I should probably be
Nintendo.
heading off to bed as well, considering it is 3 a.m.
Are you sure? I feel like you'd love
Well-
to see the next thing, but
I guess, yeah.
sites we
What
can
do
show
you
you.
have lined up next?
it's.
He's only got yeah.
I mean, because we're on the gaming bent, okay? We're not yet into movie land,
Okay.
so it's still. It's just I wasn't
I'm still
joking
allowed.
when I had mentioned Mark Brown earlier, okay? And
Oh,
he's got a video called "How to Keep Players Engaged,"
okay. You've got me interested.
and in brackets, Theo, it says
See how well it
without-
works?
It says without being evil. I mean, is there anything more tempting than that? Also, hey, Dark Hour, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. If you scroll up, you'll find a link at some point to a watch together. I was actually trying to find it myself.
I haven't done this in a while on Discord. I'm just making sure I have the right headphones and stuff.
I was about to say, have you ever covered a video with us on EFAP? I can't remember. Mostly talked about
Yeah,
it.
I've been on. I was on 2
so.
times.
Couple.
I know you've broken stuff down. I just can't remember who has or hasn't covered videos now. So, because sometimes I forget that people need introductions to watch together because they're like, "What is this magic?" And you're like, "I know, it's crazy, crazy magic that if it was to break, it would upset us greatly." It's like, please.
No, the
This was
legendary
this
Madam
was
Web.
this was
Oh,
sent to
wow.
me, by the way. The picture from the Nordic Gamers comment section here. Somebody
Mhm.
sent me this. It's of note. Someone saying, "You're doing a lot of whining. Glazing Nintendo makes me respect your videos far less, given how greedy and manipulative of a company they are, and they never drop their prices, which is extortion of the highest level, dude. All in all, terrible take." NordicGamer.com. He came ready with receipts. All right, he was ready for this criticism. And he said, "Why is it extortion? Aren't the games basically the same a few years later, especially within the same console generation? Sure, still charging 40 to 60 euro for a 20-year-old game is greedy, but during the same generation, why should the price drop?"
He's speaking up for the loyal fans.
He's speaking up for the someone.
I don't know. I don't
This-
know where
you know,
he's from.
they're-
Like, what planet?
He's from the Skyrim. He's Nordic Gamer.
from
He's from Skyrim.
I know that planet.
See, I assume Norway because he looks like Arch, but damn.
Racism.
He might be. Yeah, he does kind of. Yeah, he kind of look like, all white people look the same. So.
So actually, just out of curiosity, what is the EFAP opinion of Game Maker's Toolkit?
Awful.
Pretty negative. His videos are actually worthless and maybe even damaging. Probably skewed towards negative.
Hilariously useless information, and anyone who ever learned anything from him would have never played a video game before. That's the only viable way it could ever work. Some of the stuff he says is so pointless, and then another set of stuff he says will be the kind of thing that's just like, Mark, what about this obvious example where what you just said is just not true at all? But hey, very good presentation. So that counts as something. True. I find him kind of hilarious. He's the quintessential video essayist of a particular generation. It feels like these don't exist as much anymore. So I'm kind of glad he's still going.
2010, like late 2010s era kind of thing. Yeah. I've always found him to be like hit and miss. I've enjoyed some of his videos and actually been, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, there's some misses in there too, for sure.
Well, let's see if this one hits or misses.
I never finished Doom. And I love Doom. It's amazing. It's got some of the best shooter combat in years. But I just lost interest at a certain point and never ended up finishing it. Where
I don't know if that's love. I don't know if you say that's love, right? I love something, but I got tired of it, and it's not a long game. I love it, but I got tired of it quickly, and I didn't ever go back to it. But I know that I haven't finished it, and I'll even bring this up in videos, but I love it. I don't know. Love's a strong word.
Even particularly.
Okay,
Raz. Good point.
Little Mr. I love The Witcher 3 and haven't finished its DLC.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
I mean, Witcher 3 is a very lengthy game, though. Like Doom 2016, you can knock it
There
in
is a thing.
No problem.
Sometimes if you love something, you have to be willing to let it go.
Well, then Mark did that. Just that. You let him
he didn't.
go.
Actually, the reason is I've just been. It is on my to-do list. I have played a lot of The Witcher 3. I just haven't finished Blood and Wine yet. It is a very chunky game with a lot of stuff in it. Doom is pretty short. That's the thing. It is pretty short and straightforward. Yeah. It doesn't take a lot of because a game like Witcher 3, you sit down and really like, okay, I'm going to places doing quests. There's dialogue. I'm building up a character. I got my items. I got my things, and that's done my quest here, there, traveling. Doom is, and I love Doom 2016, but it is much more simplistic in that you follow the levels, you kill the demons, you have fun, and then you reach the end and you're done relatively quickly.
Well, I think he's going to give us a fantastic explanation for why he does love it, but did not complete it.
Wait,
maybe
he did a video. He did a video talking about how great Doom 2016 was. So he's done 2 videos about Doom 2016, and he hasn't finished it.
He loved it.
It went on sale before he could finish it.
Yeah. So I actually agree with you, Rex. I think that you should reserve the word. Like, I love this game. Like, love should be reserved for a game that you've beaten 20 times or something. You
completed
except Witcher 3, I guess.
No, a game that you have completed, because I have completed The Witcher 3, and I have completed Hearts of Stone, and I have not yet finished Blood and Wine. Right, so I have finished the game.
Is the problem
I would
Blood and
argue
Wine?
that
it's not a problem.
So I would argue that
Just haven't
love
done it yet.
for anything, whether it be a film, whether it be a game, is that you want to keep coming back to it. You get to me that's the difference between liking something and loving something. You can really enjoy something, be like that was great, but never really go back to it. Like, for instance, I always go back to the old Resident Evil games on PlayStation 1, even though they're I've beaten them hundreds of times each.
There's
hundreds each.
Yes. I mean, you can beat Resident Evil 2. Oh, I mean, think about it. If you beat Resident Evil 2 one scenario, there's 4 scenarios. You beat, and each one's beating the game. So,
I think that in general, I think because there are certain games that I've beaten that, like, pretty much by design you can't.
There's
really
plenty of
play
media
again.
I only want to do once that I love.
Like,
I don't want to watch The Father again, really, to be honest with you. But I love it.
I don't either.
Return of the Obra Dinn is a game that you cannot replay. Like, it is impossible. It is a detective game. And the nature of the mechanics mean that once you know what's going on, once you know everything, there is no game to replay. You can't really do it at all. Similar thing goes for Outer Wilds. You can't really replay Outer Wilds and get a huge amount out of it, I don't think.
A lot of adventure
I-
games
I-
are that
I would
way
even
because you already
say-
know the answers. Yeah.
I would even say even for things like Blueprints or Subnautica, once you've played through it once, that like a lot of the maps already been filled in your head. You know? Yeah. I know what you mean.
I don't think
At the same time, though, like I'm sure I've also beaten Chrono Trigger 100 times over the course of my life. Like there are some games I just keep coming back to.
Hey man, love comes in
Chrono
all
Trigger's a fantastic
forms. I
game.
think that's what we've learned today.
You almost wish you could erase your memory of it so you can experience it again from from scratch. So
That
it's
would be
hard for him
such a
to say
cool
he
ability, Brooks. Like
Yeah.
I've said that for years. I wish like
Yeah.
the first time you go to try like a food that you love and you just like erase the fact that you ever had it before.
It applies to so many things. And for him to say that I love this game that I haven't completed, you can't even describe the finale to this game that you've played. And I don't know, it's a strange statement for him.
I remember enjoying Doom 2016. I don't
Me-
know if there is not really the it was run and gun for the most part. It was is there much? I guess if that's really your thing, you could love it. But
No, any mission is particularly long. So, like, if you just be like, "Hey, I'm going to knock out one Doom mission after work," that's not that crazy a goal, and you'll be finished it in like 2 weeks max.
I could believe that he does love it. It's just the way he described his interaction with it doesn't really speak to that. Like, yeah, I played it, I had a lot of fun, and then I just sort of fell off and never played it again. Like after a substantial amount of time.
It can
spent with
happen.
it,
Using
like,
the L word is definitely a bit much for a game that he fell off of that isn't a lengthy game.
I think there are instances it can come up. I feel like all of us are probably going to have an example of this, something that we really enjoyed, and then we realize, wow, I didn't even complete that. That's weird.
I guess yeah, it might just be a terminology thing of do you consider where do you draw the line at I now love a game and as opposed to I really enjoy it or I think it's great or I had fun with it or like it or all that.
Grand Theft Auto is an example of a game that a lot of people have played and haven't beaten, but they have fond memories of it. But I don't know. I think it's game specific. It just doesn't seem like it applies to a game like Doom. That, like you said, you can.
You'd
finish
think
it
he
just
would
like
have completed it, I guess, is the conclusion.
Yeah.
It seems strange. But I guess that's what this video is going to be about. So we'll get our answer.
Yeah.
Other games I don't even like as much as Doom, have kept me utterly wrapped until the very end. And this has left me wondering about how games can do better to keep their players engaged.
You put it on the screen.
It's important. That's what the video is about.
This is very important to me. It's like I don't know how he would square the idea that he was like enraptured by a game until the very end with the idea that, like, no, but I still prefer Doom. I still like Doom more,
Well, that's
even
what the
though I
video's
played
about, I
this
guess,
one all
right?
the way through and it was gripping to the end. Like, I don't know.
The nature of engagement.
That's the word I want to use here, by the way. I'm talking about engaging games, not addictive games, which I don't think responsible designers should be trying to craft.
Ooh, that's
Well, it depends.
You got it's a difficult line to draw there.
Yeah, how do you distinguish them?
I mean, I'd agree broadly, but
are you going to start
sentiment.
taking pot shots at Balatro?
That's obviously where I would probably start any kind of gambling simulators of any kind, and then just switch out numbers, currency, all that sort of stuff. In a video that's supposed to now deep dive into what engagement is, this is going to be tough, especially because he's only got 9 minutes or 10 for.
Yeah, I mean,
can he do it?
The only thing I would be able to say would be the moral separation would be something addictive would have a bad connotation, like some sort of bad side effect, like addiction to gambling, you lose all your money, you lose your house, you lose your wife, whatever. Addiction to drugs, you're becoming less healthy, die, whatever. But like nobody's going to very few people are going to have ill effects from playing too much Balatro, I would assume. So
Well, it would be
it's possible, but
I mean,
it's like anything. You can have like, and I don't even know if addiction is
right.
Yeah, maybe it's more accurate to say compulsion instead of an addiction.
Actually,
but
I would
either way, it's.
I would say we should take we should all try to guess what he's going to say. I'm going to say that it's he's going to define addictive as any game that doesn't. I think it's going to completely contradict what his thing about Doom, and it's going to be that any game that's addictive is something that you don't have to use your brain. You don't have to think about much outside of mechanics. Like you don't have to there's no greater narrative to it. I have a feeling that that's what he's going to say. It's going to completely go against everything about Doom.
There's so many great games without narratives.
Oh, no, I'm not necessarily saying that you need to have a narrative in every game. I'm saying what based on what he's going to say is the engagement is all about enthralling you with a great story, and then he's going to be like, and I love Doom, 2016, which is just it's the loosest of stories. It's just there's demons, kill them. They're bad.
Yeah, I mean, the lower hanging fruit, I see is put red behind the text, so we know this is a bad thing. I see like Candy Crush or whatever that is in the background. So like it could be microtransactions, mobile games. Like that's the low hanging fruit, I guess. That's probably what he's going to point out, I guess.
Well, the thing is, here's the question: when you're playing Call of Duty and the hit marker sound is going dun, 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 like every time that you're landing the hit, when a lot of other
That is what they sound like. It's true. Yeah.
When a lot of that, yeah, vaguely, and a lot of other first-person shooters don't do that. I think it's safe to say that shit was just effective in making like shooting feel more fun.
The numbers pop up and the feedback of points and kills.
Feedback and the sound effects are a massive part of it.
And then adding in all the points that you get, you know, it's like, oh, well, you don't just get 100 points. Maybe you get like 250 points because you got payback and you got I don't know, like a headshot or one shot, one kill, or all of these things. Like all of these are essentially meant to be addictive. They're meant to give you a dopamine rush of like, good job, you're doing a good job. And it's like, you can look at something like that and go, it's a bit cynical. It's like, well, but when you jump on a Koopa in Mario Brothers and it gives you points and it gives you the sort of satisfying thunk sound when you do it, that is also trying to give you that sort of feedback. So engagement and addictiveness, that feels like a blurry line potentially, depending on how we categorize the kind of feedback that a game can give you based on the actions you take.
Yeah, audiovisual feedback is a huge part of engagement. Like finding the perfect sound for like a hit marker or like a critical is such a key thing to make a game fun and engaging.
There's two ones that always stick out to me is the Rhino and Donkey Kong. The first time you just yeet someone with the Rhino and just hit them with the horn, it's like, oh, so satisfying.
Yeah,
and Diablo 2, the very first time you step out of the town and you shank a carver, that sound and just like you feel the weight of it. I don't know, they just nailed it.
Diablo 2's sound design is fantastic. I love it.
Unbelievable. It's one of the first games I think of when I think of sound design, and it's so old, right? They nailed it.
Yeah.
To dig up FromSoft again, but I think a very, very large part of what makes their games so successful that I think goes understated a lot is the sound design, especially partially the animation design, but mostly the sound design. Those games do a really good job of making everything feel like super, super punchy and impactful and visceral.
Yeah, if you get into sound design in games, you can get into it's like a huge amount of work. There are quite often huge teams of sound designers for these big games. Like I remember distinctly kind of admiring the amount of detail that went into Destiny 2. Like that's a high budget game by ex Halo devs and stuff like that. They put so much little obsessive details into the gun handling. Like when you pull out a gun or move a gun around, you'll hear like a little click or clank from the gun moving, just from like the straps or something like that. And they had a mechanic in the hand cannon, I remember, that just kind of blew my mind. You can actually pull the trigger of your controller down slightly, and you'll see your finger pull the trigger back a little bit before it sets off the shot. And there's actually an upgrade to some of the hand cannons that will make it so that trigger sensitivity is actually a little bit tighter, so you can pull the trigger just a hair faster. It's like weird obsession to detail and stuff like that. The game's overall design, I find a lot of fault with, especially narratively and everything like that. But you can't deny that they put a weird amount of detail into that game to make it polished and engaging.
I enjoyed the raids quite a lot.
Yeah, the raids were good.
If it's no huge problem, I'd like to thank you, Mark, for joining us for so long. I'm just going to rotate you for another fella who's been hoping to get in, just to have a chat, especially because it's video games. But, hey, I mean, what time is it in Canada right now?
It is 10:28 in the PM in the place of Canada that I am.
Well, I'm sure you'd be welcome to join back if you're not asleep, for time is marching on, and I'm sure we're getting to the
it might take a bit of a
really dark times.
Actually, I suddenly have to step out, so if you wanted to keep Mark and boot me instead, we can do that.
It's fine with me.
I've already been outro, Dev.
This just came up like in the past 2 minutes, okay? So
doesn't matter which seat becomes available, just that a seat becomes available.
Yeah, we don't like either of you, so if you just want to...
This is anti-Canadianism here.
We tried to let you bow out gracefully.
Yeah, we gave you the door, but yeah. But, all right, well, I guess we'll keep Mark then, if we have to.
Okay.
Well, welcome back, I guess, Mark.
Yeah, great to be back.
Yeah,
Good to have you.
It's been a while.
Good to have you.
But all right, Dev, we'll have to catch you another time, I suppose. See ya.
Thanks for having me
Good
on.
cheerio.
Once
Thanks for
again.
joining us.
Later, Deb.
Bye bye.
See you guys
See you
later.
later, dude.
Yeah, we will see you later.
I'll
There
rotate
he
Dev
goes.
next.
I've kicked Dev twice today. Feels good, man.
Incredible.
Beautiful. And look who it is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
It's been so long. I haven't been here
Yes,
since
man.
a year ago.
Oh my god.
Really? Has it been that long since you've been on EFAP?
Yeah.
Thank God we finally fixed it. Not for lack of invites, I'll have you know.
No, it's entirely my fault, to be clear. Right? It's still 100% my fault.
Trying to get your ass on here to talk about Bidja of all kinds.
I think it's actually been about a year for me too, other than earlier today, obviously.
Yeah, it's been it's just a fun time of year to get everybody back, and you never know what crazy combination of characters we're gonna get. But we managed to bring you right on for the most exciting video ever. We're doing Mark Brown.
Which means we're going to learn so much.
He said he's going to talk about addictive games versus engaging games, I think. He wants to... Yeah. Yeah.
Let's bring me on for the best stuff.
Woo! Let's soldier on, everyone. It's going to be great.
Should be trying to craft. So I'm not interested in games that are designed in such a way that players can't stop themselves. And I won't be talking about games that use psychological tricks like Skinner boxes, daily rewards, resource decay, loss aversion, and the like.
Wait, whoa. The last one said etc.
Loss aversion and the like.
And etc.
Yeah, so that's not particularly helpful, but also, like, how does this apply to... So you're excluding a lot of games, potentially, like a lot of multiplayer games with
especially
this.
daily
There are a lot of
challenges.
games that have daily rewards, yeah, and loss aversion. But also, how do we
Estimated.
categorize... Again, I know we've been bringing up Call of Duty a lot, but, like, what about even the old ones? Not even like the new ones that do have like ongoing, post-launch content. What about just when you're playing Call of Duty and then you level up and it goes blam, 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 blam,
Yep.
because that's
Yeah.
that's meant to be addictive. That's the whole point. What about in Halo when he says, kill Trocity, or something like that, or like running riot.
Kilimanjaro,
These are all meant to make
Kilimanjaro.
I just
if
want to
when
point
you
out.
hit the flagpole in Mario and you get right to the top, and then the flag changes color, and he's like, "Yeah, let's go!" Woohoo! Like that's all,
Out of all four of
I know-
these, the
I know-
one
I
that
know it
I'm
sounds like
most
a meme.
interested to hear about, by the way, is loss aversion. What does that mean exactly? Because
Like,
fear of missing out. I assume. is what
Oh,
that
okay, I
is.
was gonna say
gotta-
because if he means you don't want to lose a game, that's pretty much every game.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
normal.
anybody
Yeah.
that goes into a game like, man, I really can't wait
Or
to
resources
not beat
or-
this.
But
I'm
there's
guessing
always going to be a
versions
problem
too.
with the definitions because like addiction is such like a flexible thing, and actually most of the procedural elements of what people call addiction just overlap with engagement. They are just means of keeping people engaged. And addiction is like it's only a pejorative because the person who uses the word decides that the thing you are addicted to offers you no positive life value at all. As unlike an engaging thing, which uses the same addictive strategies, but is providing you with something positive and life affirming by the definition of the person who uses the term. So it's like I don't think we're going to get very much clearer
Wow.
than this in terms of what these words mean, but fuck it.
It's a worthwhile thing to point out because usually that is the point of an addiction is it's gotten to a point where it's actually starting to have adverse consequences. But the reality is, basically any game ever made can become an addiction for somebody.
Well,
Even like the most dull, banal game ever, somebody could get addicted to. Because
And you will periodically see news
ultimately
reports
have-
fretting about like the surge in video game addiction. Like that does happen. You see those headlines from time to time. That's just whenever the moral panic goes back to video games, that's one of the things that gets thrown out. And it's just invariably it's someone who has decided that the thing you like doing isn't good for you, and they've decided this on your behalf.
Glory
Probably-
kills and Doom are also like it's like a big.
Oh, absolutely. This is
dopamine
the
hit,
problem.
you get some health back,
Umbrellaing all of these as psychological tricks is like, dude, every game has psychological tricks. Like, if you want to categorize
game
it that way.
doesn't-
Fundamentally,
Yeah,
a game
like
is
a-
a psychological trick because it's trying to convince you of stuff that's not real.
Exactly.
It's convincing you that you are like Sonic the Hedgehog running around in this level collecting rings and that this matters when you know it's not real. It kind of in the same way that like all films or really stories in as a whole, it's like, well, it's all an illusion. And you know that that's the case, but like that's still what it is. It's trying to convince you even momentarily, this is real, it has real stakes that you care about, and you want to win.
So it probably should be unethical
what do you expect games to do?
psychological tricks.
I guess
how do we how do we differentiate between things that are like predatory tricks and things that are just you owe it to your customers and consumers to make a satisfying game with good sound effects and good systems and things? Like,
I guess
you want
an
people
easy
to play a game, that's fine.
An easy line would be if it's like time gated things that let you pay money to like, cut out the time.
things like that.
But I mean, if you're talking about the kind of games
And
that
pay to
use
win
things
kind of
like
things,
daily
too.
rewards, like I mean, if you have daily challenges to do in Destiny that give you more of a certain currency that let you buy better weapons, like
I'm not sure I hate daily rewards. I
Like,
consider that pretty neutral. It's just kind of like meh.
It's, well, that's the
Yeah,
reality.
it's up to you whether or not you want to claim them.
This is a complicated conversation because yes, there is a point where you can say that a game is really, really, really trying to make sure that you get addicted to it, and that there are certain things that it's doing to achieve that. But the line is blurry, and I feel like I know that we're really early into it, but like I get the impression we're not going to get like a big explanation on the meaningful difference between engaging and addictive.
10 minutes, no.
Design. There's no way. Not in this amount of time.
Well,
you need several hours to really nail that topic down.
I don't know that you need several hours, but Rags brought up that it's a question of whether or not it's predatory, right? And I think that that's really a question of definitions, because daily quests are daily rewards. So is that predatory? Loss aversion, what do you actually mean by that, right? But I would point out that GMTK has previously defined timing as timing, so I don't know that we're going to get
versatile verbs, buddy.
I would say that the daily rewards thing is only predatory if you lock things so people can never get them again ever after that daily reward. If it's just something that refreshes the next day and it's
what about
relatively
limited time
benign.
events?
Oh yeah, like a
That
Halloween
depends if it
or
affects
Christmas.
gameplay or not, right?
Like like a
what's the
Halloween
point?
event, or Darktide's got one now where they have like some special enemies and
I think
modifiers.
the honest answer is it's complicated because there is a degree to which limited. In some sense, it depends on the ecosystem. One of the ways a lot of these live service games work is that you want to be part of what's happening at the moment, and you don't want to be missing out on what's happening at the moment. You need to be up to date, and that encourages you to invest heavily into one game, and the more heavily you invest into that game, the harder it's going to feel to move on to a new game where, in your view, you have to start fresh, even though who cares? It's all cosmetics. But like, it feels like you've accumulated a whole bunch of stuff that's important to you. It just makes it slightly harder to move on to something else, which is fine because it means you spend more money in that ecosystem.
Yeah,
and also
does having
consider
a
that
clan
ultimately
mechanic make it? I'm sorry. Does having a clan mechanic make it, predatory because you have things where you have to engage with these people?
I mean, you could argue that that's like a beneficial
If it's
thing. 'Cause
free,
it
I
actually
wouldn't say.
encourages you to like make some friendships, like interact with people.
As long as it doesn't
Again,
cost
it's a question of
anything
definitions, right?
I mean, I mean, Fring is right when he says that this is very complicated because fear of missing out is like, oh, we don't like that, but at the same time, there's ways to do it that are really nifty and neat that we probably don't want to get rid of.
And it's an unfortunate
example,
byproduct of making special occasions. Like that's
kind of, yeah. Like you have the ones that recur that are kind of cyclical, like Halloween events and festivals and MMOs and things of that nature. But you also have things that are legitimately one-time events. Like a recent example would be Helldivers 2. There's like a sort of narrative that accompanies the kind of live service model of things that happen, things being released, planets being moved around and stuff. And when there was the invasion, the Illuminate invaded Super Earth, and they added the big cities, and all of the players went to Super Earth to fight off the Illuminate invasion. It legitimately felt like, whoa, this is really cool. We're all working as a team to do this big event in game that will essentially probably never ever happen again. And it got a lot of people back into the game. There was huge buzz for it. Everyone was excited with their patriotism and everything. I like that. That's cool and that's neat. And if it means that that's a one-time thing, if you weren't there, then you didn't get it. You didn't get that experience or the little stuff you got with it. I think that's fine.
I think it's fine.
It's
just
how it's done.
Yeah,
it's a question of New Mombasa soon.
It's a question of how he's going to present it, right? Because if he wants to say that these are psychological tricks that are necessarily predatory or bad, and that according to the title, evil, right? Keeping players engaged without being evil, then I think without a very clear definition, which he hasn't given you in the first minute, so.
Well, and he's also got
We'll see,
etc. in here.
Right, like
And let's-
etc. Boy, you're really going all out, aren't you?
It's
Well,
really
especially because it's like things like that. It's like, well, there's lots of things like that depending on how broad that etc. is.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, you could boil most of these down to two things: monetized fear of missing out and monetized waste of your time. Those are basically the two bad things you can do in games. If you think about everything else, like it's loot boxes, it's DLCs, it's things like that. They're not DLCs, but like skins and different packs you can get that, oh, I'm going to miss out if I don't buy this when it's available this week or whatever. Or the idea that you have an entry level or gems or some other thing that will take a long time to get otherwise, but you can skip the line and get back into playing the game with money. Those are the two main things that games will do to trick you into paying more. And I think that's basically all this consolidates down to.
If you want
I
to
mean,
look
just-
at it
it's how
from
much,
like a
like-
macro level, what you're essentially saying is you have a lot of gamers and there's a lot of games, and those games are competing with each other for your time and your attention. And there are ways to you can convince people of things without manipulating them, but you can also convince people through manipulation. And how to do that earnestly and give players an actual good deal and bang for the buck and good quality
Yeah.
experiences will probably be the determinant between the positive and the negative.
Yep.
But
I was
we
just gonna
shall
say,
see.
it just depends on how much it affects the gameplay, because like pay to win skins is bullshit, but daily rewards is just like basic points that isn't gonna really affect too much. Like that's one thing, but I wonder if he's gonna separate that in this video.
We have put way more thought into this than he did for this
He's
video.
not-
Thank
He's
you.
Mark Brown. How
Knowing
did you say that?
Knowing
As is
Mark Brown,
tradition.
that's probably true.
Let's see where we begin.
This isn't that video. Instead, I want to talk about fun things that games can do to make you want to keep playing,
All
but
right.
without completely hijacking your brain.
Without hijacking your brain.
You
Right, this is what I mean. If depending on
Hmm.
how he wants to define
Like-
these psychological
like
tricks, it's like, boy, a lot of these things are psychological tricks.
And even if you can't define it, then what you can do is at least give us a list of good examples and a list of bad examples, and then we'll be able to sort of establish a pattern.
Yeah, there's
at least do that.
there feels like
I
there's about a
understand.
billion different ways to achieve this, and we're gonna have to rank him, like how well he does, because you know.
I really understand the reticence to get into like the addiction blah 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 side of things, because that's clearly not what he wants to talk about, but you have to acknowledge how there is no really clear distinction to be drawn.
Well, he wants
Or
to
at least,
create the
like-
happy side of the scale. It's like, so you inevitably generate the negative side by creating the happy side. Like, it's just going to be reverse engineer everything that you say. And then, of course, it's like what he's just said now is that all the things he's going to label do not hijack your brain. It's like, we'll see.
That's a
We'll
pretty
see.
bold claim given how
It
many
is.
things which are incredibly conventional are just brain hijacks. A cliffhanger ending to a story
Exactly,
is a
yeah.
brain hijack.
There's people who argue that video games fundamentally are just addictive time wasters.
Well, you know, as simple as, hey, game's on sale for one day tomorrow, and that's it. It's like, ooh, my brain just went, oh. It's like, I've got to grab it on that day.
The amount of games I have on my Steam account that I bought being like, I'll play this one day for sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, exactly.
all of us, yes.
You buy it on like 10% off, and then you don't play it until it's 90% off, and you're like, well.
Yeah, you gotta catch those deals, man. You never
Yeah.
know it's gonna come around again. We won't play that for like 2 years.
So this is Game Maker's Toolkit. I'm Mark Brown, and here's how to keep players engaged without being evil about it.
Okay.
All right.
A crucial factor is pacing, which describes the rhythm of the gameplay you'll be experiencing.
What a horrendous place to start. One of the one of the most difficult to define sort of.
Couldn't have gone for anything else.
Go for anything more nebulous than pacing. Like,
I love it. These videos are so bad.
someone in chat
God.
just said, "What is evil pacing?" Like,
The reason pacing
yeah,
is
like-
so fucking annoying is because pacing is good when it's good and bad when it's bad.
Yes.
Like,
Your game should be fast. It should be fast. It shouldn't be too fast because that's evil, but it should be fast because that's
Make sure it's nice and
you
slow
don't-
when it
you don't
needs
wanna
to
go
be.
into the evil.
Yeah, but
speeds.
fast enough to be exciting, but not too fast to be evil.
This is when Bart gives advice on someone solving a Rubik's Cube, and he says, put the middle side topwise. The most, like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, do it.
I just wonder
Gosh,
what
that's
what
what-
didn't make. I wonder what didn't make the list before that. Like, make sure that the game turns on, and that will be really engaging for everybody.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
So
why
that
you
sounds like
didn't finish Doom
hijacking the
2016.
brain.
I mean, yeah,
Look,
like I
if
was
the
about
game
to
never
say,
turned on, you
say
couldn't
that-
get manipulated.
that Doom 2016 had bad pacing.
Maybe
pacing,
we'll
probably.
have to see what he's going to say.
And it's
Did-
paramount.
you love it.
Did Ultra Kill hijack my brain when like I first picked up the pistol in the first level, and then like the way the music set the pace in that level and the way the gameplay felt like had me super invested and engaged? Was that like
yes,
a brain
but in a
hijack?
good
Or
way.
was that
I mean,
not a
he's got
brain
Titanfall
hijack?
2. He's got Titanfall 2 gameplay here, and that multiplayer is like fucking high-paced, frenetic action that really raises your heart rate and gets you excited. That's some cool shit. And like so it's like super duper fast paced. The game that he is playing.
Someone has asked, why is pacing a bad place to start? If a game is slow, it is boring. So the problem is the discussion on pacing is so incredibly nebulous and subjective, it's almost impossible for... I don't know what statement exactly he's going to say, but I have a feeling it's not going to be all-encompassing or remotely supported. It's just going to be feels. It's going to be like, games need to change their pacing appropriately. They need to do good pacing.
Right. What is good pacing? Is it Counter-Strike? Is Counter-Strike good pacing? Is Schedule 1 good pacing? What about Picross? I love Picross. I play nanograms all the time. They're as slow as
Well,
you
if you
can
could
get.
rank
What about Peak?
shooters,
Also, it's incredible.
Like all FPS is on a scale of speed from 0 to 10 or 0 to 100, doesn't really matter. You probably can fill the whole section. And you can sort of recommend, and it's just like, so which is the good ones and which are the bad ones? Like everything up from 50 is good and everything below it's bad. You're just like, what?
But also, pacing is very subjective to a person's.
Yes.
You know.
So, well, but some people prefer non-stop. Some people prefer gaps. Some people prefer ups and downs and waves. Some people prefer all kinds of rhythms. And then we talk about the development cycles of why they may want to engage in that and the benefits and drawbacks of each of those sorts of things. This applies to movies as well, by the way. Hardcore Henry, that fucker just keeps going. But some people love that. Okay. Some people don't.
Mm-hmm. It's just not going to be accounting for chill gamers. I just know it.
For Titanfall 2, you could maybe make the argument that Effect and Cause is like the best mission in the game, and it happens a bit too early on and makes all the other missions seem a little less awesome in comparison. But I think
it is the best mission.
Well-paced games.
I've talked to some people, and Titanfall 2 was way too slow for them. But then there's some people who will play nothing but Civilization.
Those people are addicted to drugs. They have a drug problem.
Yeah, like if you play Civilization on Epic, it'll take like 100 turns to discover, masonry or something like that. Like one of the core basic things. Like that game can run for, I think, thousands of turns or something. So everybody has their own pace.
Yeah, that's awful.
It should
it's all be a horde-based tower defense game, and that's
true.
Yeah, I know.
Play you'll be experiencing and is paramount to making sure a game doesn't become boring or repetitive. So if we take a game like Uncharted, we'll see that it has lots of different types of gameplay, which are...
Does it?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I would not pick Uncharted 4. Like, I know we just said pacing is incredibly subjective, but I would not pick Uncharted 4 as an example of good pacing.
No, I quit that game because of pacing.
Open map areas.
Like, what he's showing here, it's only about at the end of this section of the game that you can say that the game proper begins. Up to that point, all of the gameplay is in some sense restricted. You don't get like the full Uncharted combat experience. Now, whether or not that's good or bad, it's like, well, it's not good for replay value because why would you want to go play those earlier levels, right? Like if you want to skip the cutscenes and then play through those early levels, like, damn, man, you're not going to have a lot of material there.
Yeah.
Does that make it good or bad pacing? I don't know. If you really, really like it the first time around, for whatever reason that you may enjoy those sections for the first time around because of story, sure. But, like, how much does it count for if the replay value is diminished by choices like that? And also, is it even reasonable to ask all games to be like Uncharted in the sense of, yeah, we're going to have some exploration, climbing sections, and then we're going to have some like open world sections where you move around the map in the Jeep, or we're going to have some puzzle sections to break it up. It's like, I don't know that you can say that that is a greater way to structure a game than something like Doom, where it's just like, yeah, you get in and you kill shit for the whole thing. Like, I don't know. It depends on what your mood is, what your appetite is,
I think I could much more easily get sucked into a playthrough of Doom and play it from beginning to end in a short amount of time than an Uncharted game, where if the story's hooking me, I might want to continue playing, but I don't necessarily think I'm going to be like super compelled to be like, okay, I'm going to go through this platforming segment again.
You can tell if you watch me streaming any Dark Ages. I'm like, whenever it's cutscene time or walk through here to listen to this sort of time, I'm just like sort of rocking back and forth in my chair, like, please let me kill things. I just want to kill things. I just want to kill things. Please let me kill things.
Yeah, the story is just so ever present, and it absolutely kills the momentum. I would even argue that like the kaiju robot sections kill it. You know?
Yeah, no, 100%, 100% agree on that.
But it's changing it. You've got different types.
Yeah,
I mean,
so you got to be careful, Mark.
You get to the Fade in Dragon Age Origins. That certainly changes the pacing of your experience. All right.
This isn't a strict contradiction, but this is like a kind of weird thing to say to me on the grounds that like some really, really common like early dev advice is to like make sure that your game has a really strong, like builds the core of your game first and then hang everything off of that, like the core gameplay loop of what you are trying to do, and then hang everything off of that. Whereas here we're sort of like suggesting, no, you've got to be swapping things up every like so often in order to keep people engaged. That would speak to a lack of effectiveness on the part of wanting to have a really strong core foundation for the game.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of go both ways. You can just have a really, really good foundational gameplay loop or whatever you call it that kind of just carries you through the whole game with just additions and slight variations. Or you can do kind of like what is it? The split fiction or It Takes Two model where you just come up with a new game every, 20 minutes. And that's fun too. But that takes a lot of development to come up with that many different kind of sets of gameplay.
Or you have a 17-hour intro like Twilight Princess or Fallout 3.
I was just about to say, like,
most Japanese role-playing games.
I was just about to say, like, pacing doesn't even really lead to success or lack of success. I mean, one of the most controversially paced games, I would say, is probably Red Dead Redemption 2, which had an over 2-hour prologue. That game sold 77 million copies. So
it's a this is where the conversation is difficult as hell.
How do we account for a typical Mario game where it is all platforming? There's different types of platforming, different kinds of levels, different kinds of challenges, but it is one game. It is one like style of game throughout the whole experience, more or less, with minor deviations. I mean, particularly if you're talking about like the 2D Mario games, it's very consistent. It's kind of the point, though. It's like, yeah, you're going to be engaging with the same core set of mechanics. We're just going to challenge you more with each successive level.
You just reminded me, by the way, because when I first got the GameCube, which I was very lucky to get my hands on, same for Mario Sunshine. I remember I'm pretty sure my copy didn't have a cover. I got it from like a bargain bin, and did not have a memory card, so I got as far as I could, and then had to go back to the beginning for the first like few, however long, before I got the memory card. And I remember coming to despise that opening cutscene in where Mario goes to prison. It just got longer and longer every time. The seconds were so straight. I was just like, come on, I just want to run around, jump on things. I hate you so much. It's a fucking unskippable cutscene.
We'll see.
There's a reason why the cart ride is one of the first, like removing the cart ride in Skyrim is one of the top downloaded mods. Is because people just don't care after their 10th, like their third character is like, just skip it.
I've seen it one time. I don't need to
CD
do it
Projekt
again.
Red. Yeah, CD Projekt Red gave you the option to skip the entirety of the intro if you wanted to, and get into the, I guess you could say, the game proper.
I feel like a lot of that comes from Valve, right? Because you've got the tram ride on the Half-Lives, and all of them kind of do that. And there's this sort of big movement to give you these big cinematic intros. But I think it works exactly once, right? Like it works in a Half-Life, but it doesn't work the second time, and it doesn't work the third time. And every game that kind of takes from that, including Skyrim, I would argue, it doesn't really work beyond that first time.
We can't all be Bioshock.
I just wish every game would take a Life is Strange double exposures lead and just have a skip gameplay button. Just like,
Sure, yeah, exactly.
I was about to say, that was a really strange reference, but I can see that you were shitting on it, so that's...
Like Uncharted, we'll see that it has lots of different types of gameplay, which are often called pillars. That includes combat, climbing.
By nobody except maybe developers, I guess, when developing. Like, it's such a...
The pillars of the game,
it's unnecessary as fuck. He literally didn't need to say that. It didn't benefit the script at all.
You You don't
didn't
need
put
that
it up
proper
on,
noun.
on the screen in
He did
text.
put it up on screen.
No text.
No text, yeah.
Slipping.
That's how you know.
It is a bit of a Chris
cinematic
Stuckman
set
statement as well
pieces.
to say that like video games, you know, they have gameplay, and gameplay can include things like combat and running and
This is the problem. We already know where he's going with this. He's like, Uncharted will switch between the 4 pillars, and that's what makes the pacing good. It's like, bro, no. It's so much more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Combat, climbing, puzzles, cinematic set pieces, and even non-interactive stuff like cutscenes. What you'll notice is that Naughty Dog swaps between these pillars constantly. Never
Right.
Well, so word for word. Well, the thing is that the switching changes a lot. The longer the game goes on, the more that it's combat. That's like generally how it works in like the monastery mission in Uncharted 2. That's like an hour and a half. That mission's like really long. It's basically all combat, which I don't mind, by the way, because it's like, yeah, I want to get some combat. But the longer the games go on, the more that they skew heavily towards combat over even cutscenes. Usually the cutscenes start to get much sparser, except for Uncharted 4, because that game's got a lot of fucking cutscenes.
Yeah.
And it makes sense for budget too, right? Like put it all at the beginning because that's what most people are going to watch. Most players never make it past 50% of any game, so it makes sense to put a lot of these things forward in the beginning and really kind of focus on switching back and forth to capture whatever kind of interests you have to keep you playing as long as possible.
See, the awkward thing though, when you bring up an example like Uncharted, is but the combat's like the most engaging part because the climbing is not. It's linear. There's nothing to figure out. There's no particular challenge to it. It's not. I mean, hell, even in Assassin's Creed, like there's a degree to which you need to like make choices about which path you want to take. It became less so with the later games. You could just kind of climb up anything, but it was a little bit more dynamic. The climbing is just you just climb that way. The set pieces are often really cool as a spectacle, sure, but they're not hyper interactive typically. And the puzzles only work once, because once you figure it out, that's it. Like, when you replay it, it's like, oh, I know exactly what I need to do. So the most engaging part of an Uncharted game is the combat. So maybe there's a case to be made that it shouldn't switch up as much, when that is the most complete part of the game.
If you watch, like, a 5-minute cutscene, and then you do a 5-minute climbing section, and then a gunfight starts, and they present to the entire world a poll, how long should this gunfight last? And it's just like, you're going to get all the answers ever. Everyone's really like, 10 minutes, 15, 20, 9, 7, 13, 8. Just like, guess you have to average it out, because if you say, like, oh, this is the perfect time for a 15-minute gunfight, be like, someone else would be like, yeah, it lasted way too fucking long. It'd be like, uh-oh.
So,
I don't even know how I'd answer that.
I know, this is the problem of pacing.
I'd be like, I don't know.
It's really hard to pin down. And also, like, are we going to have a conversation? You shouldn't have brought up Uncharted. Like, are we going to have a conversation about the times that the game takes away control and how that can be really annoying? Like the Nadine fights. It's like, oh, you can't win this. We're going to let you play it, but you can't win it. It's like,
yeah, but look at
okay.
Arms,
Or what about the slow walking sequences where you are forced to walk instead of being able to jog?
Like Gears of War are probably the worst invention of modern gaming to me. I fucking hate walk and talks.
It's the top tier's got to be the one where they make your speed inconsistent with the person you're following.
I didn't learn why they do that.
Some games have figured this out where you hold a button and you automatically follow the person, but geez.
Well, some games have figured it out where if you run, they run. Like,
they just follow, or you lead them and they just follow at whatever speed.
If they add that, but a lot of the times you're just stuck there with this slow asshole they have to listen
to.
Well, most of the time it's run, stop, run, stop, run, stop, run, stop.
You just start exploring. You're just looking at shit while they're rambling.
Do this in real life, by the way. It's a lot of fun.
I like games that give you a little bit of options for like you can do it better in modern or sci-fi games where they switch to radio if you just decide to wander off and do something. But honestly, I think it's just kind of you can probably write the game better, so you don't have to have these big exposition dumps. I always think of
or like where you have games where those like the voice lines will overlap into one another in places that are very specifically meant to be walked down. Someone's talking to you, then you cross the line where this other mandatory thing comes in, and you wanted to listen to the first thing, but it gets cut off by the next thing. That is insanely frustrating. It's such an amateur mistake, but you see it way too often.
That's why they do the slow walking mode, because they don't want you to hit those gliders or those checkpoints too early.
It happens all the
I
time
mean,
with
the
like audio
rocks-
logs too.
I was just gonna say the Rockstar games, I guess, do the walk and talk in a way that makes a bit more sense because generally characters will have a conversation when you're driving in a car with someone or like riding horse next to them.
Yeah.
The really cool part is that the longer that the series went on, the more that they would have alternate ones. So like if you failed a mission, like in Grand Theft Auto 4, you failed a mission and then you drove back, they would sometimes have like a second conversation that you could listen to. And it helps that the dialogue is really funny and entertaining because it's a Rockstar game. Because if the dialogue isn't good, fucking hell. Like that could be a real problem.
God of War too, when you're in the canoes and Mimir will like tell you a story.
Yeah, but I mean that's unmatched though. Like in terms of like how well they handled that.
Right,
A
I've
whole
heard-
bunch of stories.
I've heard
these pillars.
consistently that Alan Wake 2 is one of the worst games to replay because of all the exposition and the just long stretches of dialogue and investigation and mind palace stuff. Like that game is I guess pretty torturous to go through the second
The thing
time.
is, like,
Wait, which
let
game?
people
Sorry.
play the game.
Alan Wake 2.
Oh, that game's torturous the first time.
I would say because another one that jumps out, I always bring it up, Infamous. Like that game has a lot of like dialogue, but it will just be like in phone calls that you have while you're like free to just traverse the city.
Someone
like,
mentioned in the
even
chat like audio logs.
audio logs tend to be a really good way to do it.
Yeah.
Like ones where you can listen to it, but like you get to still play the game completely. No slow walking or anything like that. It's just like, oh, I get to listen to this conversation while I'm flying around and gliding across all of the power lines and everything, and still fighting bad guys. It's like, yeah, that's like a.
How dare you give the credit to the chat? That was me who brought up the audio logs. How dare you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading the chat. I'm sorry.
Good job, Moriarty.
The absolute insane carrying that the writing's doing in the God of War 2018 and Ragnarok games for the kind of really boring traversing through certain areas, be it climbing walls or moving through loading screen stuff, but having them talk with the stories they share or the jokes that are getting told or the setups for all the different dramas, just like, holy shit, how much like it like almost cures the drawbacks because you're getting story while just moving some random buttons on the controller here and there. But in a sense, you're almost highlighting the issue, which is do I need to be doing this? Like, and it's just like, well, that's the problem with a lot of modern games. Shove it, because I've always appreciated it as a point. I think the last time we talked about it, Theo brought it up, but hiding loading screens behind traversal that eventually become pointless because systems advance, but those traversal parts don't. So they're just permanently there as a blockade. And it's like, what have you got to deal with it? It's like, well, we've got dialogue. It's like, yeah, sure. But what if you've heard it before? Or what if you ran
You're
out?
thinking like the Mass Effect elevators and stuff.
That's probably applicable.
I never thought that was that bad, but that's a way of basically elevating a rough part of the game by adding some story or adding some narrative depth to it. But at the same time, you are just kind of highlighting that part probably isn't the ideal way of engaging the player. So I see probably more often is that people write a complex story or a big exposition dump, and then they need to tailor some sort of gameplay around it so it isn't just a cutscene. Because I think as soon as people see like press A to skip, they're just probably just going to do it if it's boring, or if they want to get to the next section, or they want to get to a save point or something like that. Whereas I can't always tell if it like the chicken or the egg. Was the narrative there first and they're just tailoring some gameplay to kind of fill in the gaps, or were they trying to patch over a slow part of the game? It's hard to say sometimes.
Naughty Dog swaps between these pillars constantly, never lingering on one type of gameplay for too long. And what that means is as soon as you start to get bored of, say, shooting enemies, the game will switch to something else.
Man, that's incredible that Uncharted 4 managed to do that for literally every player.
Yeah.
And also, like, does it speak to anything that I'm starting to get bored after whatever amount of time that is? Can that not speak to a different sort of problem than, okay, we've got to be switching? Maybe there's something we could do to make the gunfighting more engaging. Maybe there's something we could do to give the player more meaningful interaction in the other sections. Like maybe the climbing could be actually consequential. I don't know.
Well, like,
I mean, apparently he got bored with Doom 2016 shooting.
I know, that's so... Obviously, like, what we've got to draw right now is he's simply saying, in the broadest way possible, one way to avoid player boredom is to switch the type of gameplay. It's just like, yeah, I guess, but there's so many more
Detriment
specifics
for
that come with that. Well, and then of course, yeah, there's this. Dark Ages is the perfect example. Cutting from the like crazy ripping demons apart shit to the mech sort of sequences, you're just like, man, this is just what I was doing, but way worse suddenly. And you're like, yeah, but it's different gameplay. It's like, not really. It's just worse.
So
Yeah, but
much
it can be a
worse.
downgrade too.
Yeah.
Entirely, and hopefully regain your attention. But you can also consider the intensity of each pillar, as a puzzle is often much calmer than a frenzied firefight. And it's important to move fluidly between different intensities, as spending too long on calm.
I highly disagree that you have to move fluidly between.
This is what I mean. It's different for fucking everybody.
Sometimes
Vanquish,
the
I
sudden
literally every
shift
game.
between sometimes the sudden shift between
Is
having
exciting.
a calm moment and then action breaking out, or even an almost anticlimactic, like everything just went down and now it's dead calm because it's all resolved. That's not
Pretty-
fluid at all, but that's part of what can give it a lot of impact.
I'm pretty sure
The game that is on screen right now has maybe 30-second stretches of anything other than all-out crazy combat.
I assume that's the point. This
He's probably
is being
referencing
brought
that,
up yeah, this is being brought up to say like this game never stops, and maybe that's a problem.
But I was just going to say,
I
I
don't
think it
know.
might be God of War 2. I'm not sure if it's in God of War 1, but there's a puzzle-solving section, and to be subversive, like 3/4 into solving the puzzle, you'll get attacked by some beast, and then it goes, cuts you straight jarringly into a battle. And it's like, oh, wow, that wasn't smooth. And you'd be like, yeah, like, that's on
kind of the
purpose. Yeah, it's to make you go like, whoa! Kind of exciting. It just feels like these statements are all flippable, and I feel like another Mark Brown video might be saying those flipped statements.
Intensities, as spending too long on calm gameplay can obviously be boring, but at the same time, trying to keep the game at max intensity for too long will lead to exhaustion.
All of this is all just
disagree.
you don't want it to be
there you
too
go.
bad ever.
Not even
in
that.
any way.
Keeping it on calm gameplay. Stardew Valley. Mark Brown. What the fuck are you talking about?
Minecraft, yeah, like literally the highest selling game of all time is almost exclusively a whole bunch of calm moments.
This is what I'm
right.
This is what I'm saying though about
Theo,
the
have you
too
ever
bad
played a game
comment is
called
the
Ultra Kill?
ultimately useless statements of we're not getting anything from this. He's literally just saying you don't want a bad experience.
Right, which
True.
is why as soon as
Yeah.
he said pacing, we all started laughing because
I know.
this is what it was going to be.
That's the worst thing to start with.
Or desensitization. So Naughty Dog modulates these moods carefully. Look at how we go from calm puzzle solving and climbing to an intense firefight through the city, then a slightly calmer exploration of the train yard, followed by rising intensity as...
So is this the best format? Just in
Vanquish is better than all the Uncharted games.
Well, why is this better than Doom?
So
not.
because that's kind of, and what happens if somebody says, well, yeah, I'll replay the train mission. Like I'll start there, but like I'll skip the missions before and after it. Like how many people when they want to replay Uncharted or like Uncharted 2, yeah, I want to replay, I think it was chapter 17 where you just walk through their village. Nobody's doing that. They're gonna replaying the combat missions if they're gonna be picking those ones. If they replay it at all.
Ironheart flashback.
What?
Well, I mean,
You just gave me an Ironheart flashback.
the in God of War 2018 when you have to go and find a flower to help heal the boar. It's like I don't think many people are gonna want to go through all that on the second time around. Really, they're not gonna be that. It's not like it takes ages, but I'm just saying, there's certain parts you could be like, yeah, but it's a nice break from the, and you're like,
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, if I want a break, I'll not play the game. It's fine.
Well,
I'm
like
play
the
a
thing
different
is that
game.
I would be happy to argue in favor of the way that Uncharted 2 structures its gameplay, but the thing is, it kind of relies on as long as you're up for this kind of experience.
yeah,
'cause
that's the
if
whole
you're
point.
not,
Plenty of people won't
and you
be.
want to see combat all the time. Like if you're in sync with Uncharted, yeah, it's super fun. But like if you go, well, I don't really want to just like walk around and not be in combat. Like I know that was an intense mission, but I'm up for more. It's just this is not like a universally, fundamentally 100% engaging, if we're using it the way that's being used here, game. Some people will find this boring.
Well, I remember Ukulele when that came out. A lot of people complained that after every level complete, you get like a quiz section, and you have to answer questions about the world you just went through. puzzles to complete it, and different characters you met, names. If you can guess it all, you get like maximum points. I remember a criticism a couple of videos had at the time was that this destroyed pacing. You can't be platforming for like 2 hours, clearing a whole world of all these different puzzles, and then do a fucking 20-minute quiz. And I was like, why? I thought it was fine. Like I liked it as a cap off for the 2 hours of doing the whole world, and I knew that I had to sort of, when playing it, be like, oh, I just spoke to, Grumbo, and it's probably worth remembering his name is Grumbo because it might come up in the quiz. I knew someone could be like, that sounds retarded. It's like, well, I don't know, I just found it a bit of fun. Didn't bother me. But loads of people said it ruined the pacing, and I was like, oh, I think you could make an argument that it boosts the pacing.
You want us to pay attention to everything? How dare you?
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
but
I
that's
think
my
this is the same argument. I think this is the same argument in essence of I want easy mode in Souls games, right? Like I think that is what we're actually getting as far as an argument here, because every game isn't going to be the same, and you're not going to get the same experience. And not everybody's going to get the same experience. So, like ultimately, boy, Mark, your whole point comes down to games should be tailored for their audiences, which is great, I guess.
Well, just to be clear, when we make these, all I'm saying is it's like so fucking valid to have both perspectives. It's really hard to nail down who's right here. Should you have 4 pillars, or 3, or 5, or 1? It's like, well, it depends. What are you trying to make? Yeah, and it's like, no, 4 is correct. You're like, oh.
Okay, all right. I mean, damn, if it was that easy, then fucking every single.
Well, the fact that he's already said it's like it'll switch up before a player gets bored. It's like, how do you know that? What are you talking about? What are you basing this on?
It just becomes super awkward to try and get anything out of this because, like, if I'm, say, an amateur developer, what lesson am I supposed to take from this in terms of, like, what I should be doing? Yeah, my gameplay needs to have 4 pillars. What if that doesn't fit, like, what I'm actually trying to do?
Then your game is bad.
Well, so Doom obviously would have benefited from climbing sections, maybe put a mech section in there, put a section where you're flying a dragon, and then he would have completed Doom 2016. Unfortunate that it didn't have that.
You fight your way along a train, leading to a very intense cinematic moment. But that all leads to the calmest section of the entire game, as you recover in the Tibetan village and explore a puzzle-filled mountain with Tenzin, before it all kicks off again with an intense siege back at the village.
He's a great companion.
But like, what would he say to a person that said, I hated that whole section, I wanted to get back to the action?
Well, and also, how is he going to deal with the fact that from this point onward, it's basically all combat? Like, from this point until the end of the game, with very few small stretches of non-combat, it's like all combat, and maybe 1 or 2 puzzles.
He will not
so, like,
address
does
it
the
at all.
pacing fall off a cliff at the end? Because obviously you can make a case for, well, no, the whole point is, like, now that you're at the end of the game, you got to give people the most challenging content. And the most challenging aspect of Uncharted is shooting. It's not going to be climbing, and it's not going to be the puzzles. So, like, is it better, or is that good that they decided to make it relentless pretty much from here on out? And why aren't we talking a little bit more about the nature of these levels? Right, like, because right after this is the convoy mission, sort of the beginning of the beginning-ish of like convoy levels in Uncharted games, which are particularly fun. Like, do we want to talk a bit about that? Like, variety within the scope of just combat? Like, what kind of environments are you going to be traversing? I don't know, like, this is really simplistic right now.
Yeah. Sure fuck it is.
There's going to be people that Uncharted is way too hectic and fast paced for, and there's going to be people who think that what was the other game? Vanquish. Vanquish is going to be way too slow for them. Like, Ultra Kill is like barely fast enough for them. There's going to be all sorts of walks of life. There is no cure all for that, and it's just what is your audience gonna like? What is your particular audience used to? Pretty much, that's honestly a bigger thing than you can just see like what people have tolerated and appreciated in the past. That's basically all you can work off of, unless you're creating a brand new experience and you don't even have that much.
Some of the best pacing I've ever seen in a game, and personally, I found it almost impossible to put the game down.
But all you've told us as to how is there's 4 different types of gameplay, and they switch it whenever you are feeling bored.
Half of them aren't even fucking gameplay.
Because I feel, if you were to ask me, what is a game with incredible pacing? Yeah, I mean, because sometimes it's not even like you do really anything that much different. It's just slight, like, let's take BioShock, for instance. there's not really segments in that where you do something super different from what you're doing at the beginning. You just get like a new gun, a new plasmid, a new area, and it's just kind of like this steady progression of finding some new things here and there, and enemies evolve a little bit. It's this nice steady progression of like mechanics and stuff, but you're essentially doing from the beginning what you're doing at the end.
They keep giving you more variables, right? Like there's more ways to attack, there's more enemies that have more complicated ways to access weaknesses. You get the camera to gain yourself more points. Then there's obviously what you can do with the little sisters, and then the exploration, and then learning more about the story. It's all, you're right, it's all stuff you can do from the beginning, but the more you progress, there's just all these variations that get added on top that make it a bit more complicated, a bit more fresh until you reach the end.
They don't have this is the combat section. This is the platforming section. This is the they just don't have that. You're essentially in control the entire time.
Well, and how does a game like Tetris manage pacing? Like, what can they do?
Dude, I heard
that changes it up, doesn't it?
Apparently, Tetris only has the one pillar.
Tetris is literally all pace.
What a joke!
That's
shit game.
Tetris sucks, right?
One fucking pillar, loser, pillarless.
I get the idea. I get the idea. Mark's a really big
when I first played it. Now, of course, this sort of cinematic pacing is a lot easier in a tightly controlled linear experience than an open world game where the player can do whatever they want. But making sure the player has lots of different types of activities they can do.
I would say that is this Far Cry 5? What is this game?
Yeah, this is Far Cry 5.
A game that I like Far Cry 5 a lot, all right? However, as has been noted by a lot of people, there are some big pacing issues, specifically pacing issues with Far Cry 5 in terms of, you filled up the bar of stuff happening. It is now story time, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it sucks.
Not a great, it's like specifically a bad example for pacing, but you go for it, Mark Brown, video game expert.
I'd say Ubisoft games in general have had a really hard time with pacing. They just, the big open world sections where you have to kind of complete a bunch of nebulous tasks in order to move the story along, or you can get really lost in a lot of Ubisoft games.
It's sort of definitional, right? Because the pacing is partially determined by the player's pacing. So, in an open world game like a Far Cry, if I don't want to go to that next island and go do something else, I am determining my own pacing. And sure, you could argue that, offering me the ability to control my own pacing in that way might lengthen the amount of time that I am playing in this particular session. And maybe it gives me more sessions overall. But, that is not what he's talking about here, because you can't do that in Uncharted. I can't just decide to go do a climbing section because I just really like the climbing mechanics.
With open world games, you need to make it so that way, if somebody does go out of their way to go to a different spot, it doesn't completely break the story. You can progress the story in different ways depending on how you do it. So it's not impossible. It's just it's more difficult is all it is.
It's a really, really difficult balance as well, because on the one hand, you want to incentivize exploration. Like one of the things Starfield does incredibly badly is incentivizing exploration. You can spend a long time traipsing across procedurally generated planets into interesting looking caves and find a slab of iron. But then if you do too much to incentivize exploration, then you do run the risk of destroying the pacing of the main story, unless you're very careful with how those things sort of intercede and where you're pushing the player to go at any one time. It's why I think the open world games are just they're very unreliable, because so much of it is just, it kind of depends on the player, but it also depends on like how open your open world is, if that makes sense. Like how much is there to distract people from the linear path that the story inevitably has to go down eventually.
Basically, you have to make pocket stories inside of an open world. They have to be almost little micro self-contained stories that push toward the main one.
Yeah, I mean, but you could do this in good ways or bad ways. If you want to, I mean, one example would be, we can compare Oblivion to Skyrim, because these are popular games a lot of people know of. If you don't want to engage with the main quest in Oblivion, then don't go to Wayne and Priory, and then you just like the Oblivion gates won't open. And you can essentially just play everything in the game before that and then start up the story. Whereas if you can compare this... If you compare this with Skyrim, then you essentially everything is funneling you towards the main quest in Skyrim, in which case you've got the dragons start occurring and then you have to deal with them, and they're a fucking nuisance because that game sucks. and there's all the stuff you have to do. But so if you want to not engage with the main quest, it's like, well, everything's really funneling you super strongly towards it in not a good way.
You get sucked in no matter what. You're right. You can't choose your own path in Skyrim. Even you think you are, but you always everything ends up at Whiterun eventually. So.
Yeah, and if you to compare it to another Bethesda game, we have Fallout 4. I mean, the issue there is that narratively, you're looking for your missing son, and yet the game is also like, hey, I know you're like your son's missing, and you're a parent, and you really care about finding your child, but there could be duct tape in that outhouse over there. And oh, look, a building you haven't found. Ooh, a cave. Ooh, what's up with that? Ooh. And so everything in that game that screams exploration open world is completely at odds with the narrative of what they're trying to sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, which happens in a lot of these games, right? You get that ludonarrative dissonance, which happens like Cyberpunk is one of my favorite examples of this because you are literally dying, right? Like you have
every second
you are dying, and yet you'll be like, I'm gonna go over here and like just hang out with some people and go to a nightclub and you know?
It is, yeah, and then when you start, depending on how, because I'm at the point where I've basically done everything there is to do except the main quest, and then when you start doing the main quest, all of a sudden that that dying of yours really starts to have a lot of consequences, even though it essentially never ever pops up in the entirety of the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of all the side content and stuff that you do as days progress and pass by. It's a bit of a story, immersion. Luckily, you're super immersed in everything else that you often forget there is a technical main quest and things going on because the game's good enough to keep you distracted with all the other cool stuff in that game and how immersive it is.
When you were mentioning Oblivion, sorry, go ahead.
I know. I was just going to say that's one premise I kind of like, and it didn't do it perfectly, but Far Cry 2 with the whole malaria thing, that was kind of a cool way of keeping the player hooked. It's like, oh crap, you're dying of malaria. You got all these side effects. Maybe you should go get some more medicine. This guy knows where some medicine is. It's just kind of a way to kind of drive you toward certain objectives. There was a point where that wasn't really a problem anymore, and you kind of get lost in the Ubisoft kind of endless things to do. But the game was definitely, I think, better paced than some others.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say before is when you were mentioning Oblivion and the not having to do the main quest. I think I might have put 50 hours into a Dark Brotherhood game before I even touched the main story of Oblivion when I first played it.
Of different types of activities they can do, so they can modulate their own fun if they get bored, will certainly help. Pacing is not just about how well the developer juggles its gameplay pillars, but also how often it introduces entirely new ideas, whether that's areas, mechanics, enemy types, and so on.
No, Mark.
I just want to point out that this video has some shit pacing because he has 4 other things to talk about, and he's already a third of the way through the damn video.
Always like this.
He plants the seed, the tree begins to grow, he grabs one branch and then grows 7 off them, and grabs one of those, grows 7 off them, and then concludes. And you're like, dude, where did we, what?
The Mario games are wonderful at this, as you never know what to expect from stage to stage.
Well, sure, but they completely break what you just established.
You do know that you'll be jumping. That's something that you do know that you'll be doing every single
running
level.
around and
this
jumping.
game has one pillar.
He's something of an expert in Mario jumping.
That's it.
Yeah. One day we'll know the secret. Yeah.
No, but it is funny. It's like this isn't. You should not have brought up Mario after Uncharted. Mario does not have the same philosophy when it comes to pacing as Uncharted. It has one core experience that it modulates that experience.
It's like BioShock. It's like Doom. It's essentially you're doing the same thing, and they just keep adding little flavors and variations and locations to essentially the same core thing that you keep doing.
I don't think there was like a 30-minute sequence of Mario after a train crash walking through the snow and saying, "Oh fuck, this is so cold. This is so cold. I hope I don't die out here and bleed out."
You don't remember that in World 2-3 when him and Luigi are slowly walking through the level and they've got their finger up to their ear and he's going, "Oh damn, the locusts are coming. What are we going to do?"
I just wanted to share this.
Play bowling with me.
This horrifying news.
Tapered off a little bit at the end there, but it was fine.
We will not be discovering the secret to Mario's jump. Confirmed.
Good. That means it. No, that's good. It's good to have a little mystery in the world. You don't want to know the answers to everything.
He asks the question and he doesn't answer it. All he's done is taken away. I can't believe it.
Yeah, he's like an actual con artist.
Well, he's like a magician. You can't tell a magician secrets.
Just no immediate plans. I guess that means that we could have it one day. He might explain to us what the secret of Mario's jump is. Not yet, though. Not yet.
Right after Avatar 3 and Half-Life 3, and yeah.
A good question for another time.
So even though there's not such a diversity in types of gameplay, it's mostly just platforming, by consistently introducing novel new ways to play, the game really keeps players engaged and keen to see what's in the next level.
Okay, I guess it just does. That's just how that works. So why wouldn't Doom count? Doom does that.
How
didn't
come
work for
Doom
him.
didn't do
What's
that?
the next
That's
enemy
the-
type gonna be?
Well,
You know?
well, next
the next
gun, the
level.
next
Well,
gun
yeah,
variation.
Arrangements, level
Why is an
designs, yeah.
explanation? And also, you haven't really explained.
Weapons.
Like Mario does do this, but you haven't explained how it does it. You just kind of said it.
Yeah,
did.
and how to do it badly, because loads of games do this. So there's got to be a difference, right?
Novelty can work even better when paired with mystery, anticipation, and foreshadowing, which is when you tease a player about something.
Oh god.
He's explaining what foreshadowing is.
Oh god.
It can work better. It's like, all right, yeah, I guess it can.
This
Thanks.
is called foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing is when you encounter a door that you can't open in a Metroid game, apparently.
Well, yeah, it's just going to be when you encounter something that looks strange and you have no way to deal with it, and then you can deal with it later as you go back. Just Metroidvania standard.
A door does foreshadow an open door.
I guess so.
This reminds me of this. This reminds me of this funny political ad parody I saw a long time ago. I don't remember where, but it was like and one of my points is, as president, will be I'll never be condescending, which means talking down to people. Did you know that?
New coming up, so they just
There's
can't
an
stop
old
playing
jib-jab
until
thing,
they
yeah.
see what it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Take a game like The Witness, where you come out of the starting area, and if you're like most players, you'll quickly stumble upon this door, which features a puzzle that is essentially impossible to solve with your current knowledge. It really sticks in your head though, and you'll need to know what's behind that door.
Every one of these, you can present the opposite, which is players get frustrated that they don't understand the puzzle, and so they quit. Players don't like too many new mechanics being thrust upon them, so they quit. Players don't like to juggle so many pillars of gameplay, so they quit. It's just like, you gotta tell us a bit more.
He should have gone with like one of the most class. He should have gone with one of the most classic video games of all time that started a lot of trends, which is Myst. You have absolutely essentially zero context to anything. You're dropped on an island. You come across different puzzles as you explore the island, and those lead to different lands. And then you're like, oh shit, bring me the blue pages. Who are these guys? Cirrus, Akinar, what's going on here? And then you essentially discover everything without any prompting, and you piece together everything along the way. Same thing with all those styles of games: Riddles, Riddle of the Sphinx, Time Lapse, and Riven.
I believe Myst was the #1 best-selling game for a while too, and that game
It took a
did none
long
of this
time
stuff.
for it. Yeah, it took a while for it to get beat.
It got beaten by The Sims, but up until then, yes, it was. It's also what facilitated the sale of CD-ROM drives.
Yeah. It's almost like we've got video game historians in here. And this game up here on the screen, I don't know what it is, but it looks like this game looks like a great game that I shouldn't play.
I mean,
I hate
I'll
this
tell
game.
you
I hate
this
this
much,
game
you
so
need to
much.
have a notebook near you, and if anyone finds it, they're going to think you're a crazy person.
I was referencing
Blueprints then.
a video.
I love Blueprints.
Oh,
this sort of stuff.
That's a Jim Sterling video you're referencing.
No, I think it was what's the guy? Yeah, Anderson. It was a great game you shouldn't play. I think that was his title.
Oh, because I guess we both work because there was a video I did a while back where I got my dad's notes for when he played like Myst and Riven, Riddle of the Sphinx, Time Lapse, Pegasus Prime, like all those kinds of old like games, and he kept all of his notes and he knew where they were when I asked him, and I put him in a video and it has all of his diagrams and drawings and everything because someone was I think it was Jim Sterling who was bitching about like I shouldn't have to use notes and stuff to play your game and things of that nature, and like man, like that's wild.
Kind of a lost art.
That's one of the things that made Blueprints so novel and interesting.
Yep.
Was the idea that it's like, hey, get out a notebook and just start like recording the things you see. You're probably going to need to do so in order for this game to be able to like be playable, essentially.
Yeah, requiring external memory in some capacity, either really good memory on a person or their note taking ability is kind of a dead art at this point. So many games just kind of just guide you and constantly remind you.
Yeah, they're afraid to do that. And like guys, like for those of you who don't know, Steam has a built-in note feature that's actually quite robust and amazing. in terms of it saves your notes whenever you're in a game. You can like have the notes always be on the screen if you want and change their opacity so they're always kind of there and you can move it around. It's actually a really awesome feature. If you ever need notes in a video game, you could just have that. Steam's got it built into the overlay, the Shift Tab overlay.
Is it only typed notes or can you draw things as well?
I don't know.
For the witness, you'd need to
head.
be for the witness. You'll be drawing a hell of a lot of line puzzles in your notebook and turning the page around and going to view it from a different angle. And yeah,
let me check.
Like I definitely had a friend come over to my place when I was playing that game, see my notepad, and was like, "Bro, you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, it's a long story."
So you can save multiple notes, and you can scroll between multiple notes. It looks like it's only text, but you can pin the window to the game and change the opacity of it. And it remembers the notes from the last time you had them. It's like it's saved like a little mini document on the Shift Tab overlay. Bold, italics, underline, strike through, those advanced options. Heading 3, code block, bulleted Jeez. Insert links. Oh yeah, this is like a word processor that's built into essentially. You could probably make a game inside of the notes feature, but it's actually really a great feature. So, yeah.
Keep you playing for ages. Remember when you saw Sen's Fortress in Dark Souls and just knew you had to see what was behind that giant door?
Dark Souls, famous for loads of players giving up. So I don't know that you should be citing this.
Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
It's not necessarily a problem, but still.
Dark Souls.
How many players saw this, were like, I've got to see what's behind that, and then quit at the gargoyles?
Any more than any other
I'm not that
door in the
curious.
Dark Souls game.
You're standing not far from one of the bigger filters in this game.
Dark Souls.
But the door! What's behind the door?
Of what's around the next corner is one key reason that makes the Souls games so damn hard to put down.
I like how
so
they
damn easy to give, or so damn easy to give up. I mean, if we're gonna be real.
I'm sorry, but like we can't be saying exploration. That seems like it's a bit too easy.
Whatever you say
in this
Mark.
5-second clip.
Sorry.
He's a classic for always referencing Dark Souls, by the way. I appreciate that. Every time. Gotta come
In the same sense, exploration is actually just like a really easy thing you can do because players are naturally curious and their desire to like look around and explore the environments they're placed in will just lead them to engage a lot. But I feel like we've got to raise the bar a little bit.
Yeah. We're nearing halfway and we've learned nothing. Once again.
Metroidvania games do this well.
4 pillars. We learned that. Don't forget about the 4 pillars.
Many games do that.
We
Many
learned
games
that
have
things.
Exploration.
One pillar every minute that we were watching this video.
That's a bold claim there. Many games have exploration.
Hard to put down.
I love that, game. You can't show more than 5 seconds of Bloodborne without having like a severe frame rate drop. It's just like impossible.
Yeah, it's part of the dreamlike qualities.
Guys, I gotta restart my PC. It's lagging. Something's going on here.
Blood Bingus.
Games do this well also, as a game like Hollow Knight quickly establishes that you will be getting interesting new powers, but it doesn't tell you what they are.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Wait. As opposed
is that good or bad?
Most games don't telegraph exactly what it is. Also, that you get it and then you're like, oh, this is what it does, and it tells you as you get it.
Several of them are quite predictable, by the way. Dash, double jump.
Whoa, now. Calm down.
Oh, Dean Takahashi is not gonna like that.
It just teases you with things in the environment that you can't bypass yet, leaving you to anticipate what cool new ability you'll be getting next.
Jesus Christ.
Come on. The promise of a reward is good.
You need to get like this video, like all of us, it would actually benefit from citing specific examples and explaining them to people. Like in this game, when you were at this location and you see this thing, but you can't get it yet until you go here, and then you can backtrack and get it here, and then like stuff like that, instead of just these vagaries. Tying these sorts of concepts to specific examples is one of the best way to get people to like have it stick in their noggins.
But you can
and then
do all
notice
that.
it
doesn't help the overall point of the video as far as I'm concerned. It's like if he did that, I'd just be like, okay, so all games should do this. And it's like, no, only the ones where it works well. Like what?
The Metroidvania classic of like see thing you can't access into go and get the thing that lets you access it, then go back and do it or get it or whatever. Like, yeah, that's a satisfying thing that makes those sorts of games pretty neat. I don't know that it's a like specific part of engagement, specifically the seeing the thing that I can't do yet. I really don't know if that has a strong contributing effect to my willingness to keep playing the game.
I mean, why did
it
he
doesn't for me because it's
specifically-
just showing me the thing I already know about the game. I like there is a meta here, which is I am a person playing a video game. As I start the game, especially in the early stages, I will come across and encounter things as I go. If you show me if I turn the corner and there's a door to a new area, that doesn't really necessarily have any different of an impact than there's a door over there. I'll go there one day. Anyway, back to the
Did he
thing I
give
was
a
doing.
reason why Hollow Knight is being used as the like, you'll get a new ability, but you don't know what it's gonna do yet. You'll just have seen like a jump that's a little too high for you, and then you'll have a double jump and you can get it. It's like, did that not happen in Super Metroid? Also, like every Metroid game does that?
Hollow Knight's popular. I don't know. Like,
isn't that crazy that we're getting Silksong before we get part 2 of The Secret of Mario's Jump?
Yes.
Wow.
Tragedy.
We're gonna get a George R. Martin novel before we get this part 2.
Yeah, Silk Song before Winds of Winter. It happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless
The
George
thing about
Shadow
giving
drops it.
players new
I guess
stuff
back
is
to
that
old reliable Half-Life Part 3.
the thing about giving players new stuff is that each drop is an exciting motivation to stay engaged, but this burns out rather quickly and the player needs another one soon after. But if you
No, not necessarily. It
Yeah, what about
depends on
just
how well the
gameplay?
environment and the enemy incorporates the stuff that you actually get. You can do a lot with very simple mechanics if the world is tailored around them and if there's a lot of great feedback that's rewarding to the mechanics. A single punch or a kick or shooting a gun can have 1,000 different effects if you build the world around it and build the enemies around it.
Portal has like 4 things you can do in the entire game. Right? Like 4 things.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
basically.
You could get a new ability, but then you can also get a different enemy that requires a different way to destroy it, or the same enemy, but in a different environment that requires different things to destroy it, or different... It's just like you're constantly changing things. Yeah, all of this can be engaging, but what if it's like the same thing you already did, but again, and you really like it because it's really well made? Or is that bad? I don't know. What are the rules?
Well, it doesn't have 4 pillars.
Like
you need to
Not enough
go...
pillars.
You got to go really low and then really high, and then you got to walk around for a bit. And if you don't have those things, every game is bad.
at that point, is it simply a matter of like know when to not overstay your welcome, which is just vibes?
Someone in chat said he's talking about a feature of Metroidvania games and using Hollow as an example. Yeah.
We're watching the video too.
Yeah, we got that.
That is
I can actually I can see it on screen.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even need the audio from this video to have picked that up.
You tease the player, you can get them excited before you've even dropped the new content, which increases the amount of time you can go before dropping new stuff.
You could easily make the argument that this also removes the sudden excitement of uncovering something suddenly, and that it's trying to build up slowly, you getting to something, and by the time you get it, you're almost impatient to get there, or you are no longer surprised by it. So,
Economical. Perhaps the most obvious place for mystery, though, is the narrative. Traditional media uses cliffhangers and unanswered questions to keep you turning the page or watching after the adverts. But it's surprising how few games really nail this. But every now and again, I'll play something.
Break is the example you use of a game that really nails it.
I guess you...
Okay.
That Quantum Break is one that doesn't nail it.
Yeah, I think Firewatch is supposed to be the one that does.
What did he say was the thing he didn't want any of these to do? Mind grab you, mind hook you, something? I forget the...
Oh shit, you're right. That was the that was the point. I forgot.
By holding off the answers.
That's literally I forgot what
That's what I don't understand. How does this not qualify?
I
think Platoon literally cited cliffhangers and stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned cliffhangers. It's because it all depends on, does the person who's using the word addictive think that what you're doing is good or not? And that's it. And so like these devices and tactics will be good or bad purely depending on whether he's already formed a good or a bad opinion on the thing you're doing. In this case, the game you're playing.
Yeah, and it was true in the last point too, where he was saying, "Oh, you can hold off on actually giving players content if you just tease more content to them.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. There's a way more negative read of everything he's referenced so far, and then there are games that do what he's referencing, but really badly, and he doesn't want to get into it, because it's just like, nah, I think if you just drip feed features, or drip feed different columns of video, that's just the way you do it. Good stuff. And then I cite a whole bunch of games that are universally loved, so I can't be controversial. Done. Print.
Firewatch is basically an etc. game, so maybe that
Oh,
fits
it's
into the
not
category.
one of those etc. games.
God, yeah, I've never played a game. Firewatch is one of those games where like it teases so many interesting things happening, and then the answer is just like, yeah, it was kind of nothing, by the way.
Yeah, Gone Home was the same way for me. It's like, wow, there's such a cool story they could have told here, I guess. But
I remember when I finished Firewatch and I felt so cheated. I was like, oh, it was just some person. It was kind of there. That was the answer. There was no greater like spy narrative that they tried to tease or anything like that.
Firewatch, which is a game about a man who works at a fire lookout tower and gets embroiled in a thriller that will keep you going until you find out exactly how it ends. And yes, the ending.
What if I wasn't though? Like, or what if?
What if I wasn't engaged?
It's just so weird how definitive he is of this. Like, the best way to pace a game, it includes multiple formats of gameplay, or it doesn't. And then it'll have, releasing piece by piece little bits of gameplay. Or it'll be that you foreshadow these things and then provide them later. Or it'll be story. You're just like, this is just playing games, man. Like, this is where you got this from.
That's right. Game Maker's Toolkit. He
How is
plays
this
the
a
games,
toolkit?
so
This is
you
what I
don't
mean.
have to.
Nobody
a dev
who is
that
making
truly
a game
wants-
is going to benefit from this.
A dev who's truly
Yes,
wanted
they
to
will.
make video games and has already practiced and then stumbles across this video. How is any of this useful at all?
It's so useful because that's right. This is a way to keep players engaged by teasing them with things that they might unlock later. Because that way you could spend a little bit more time not unlocking it before you unlock it, and that keeps the player engaged.
But again, that's not evil.
Yeah, no,
According to him, that's not
Oh,
evil.
we don't give a shit about that entire concept. The whole hour
that's
we
flawed.
spent when this video began with that discussion, we wasted our time.
Which is funny when it's in the title. It's in the title, but it's not even a part of this video at all.
Yep.
Like the morality of engagement in video. That's what I thought this was about. Is like how to morally engage players without being predatory. That has
Dude, every
nothing to
time.
do with what this ended up
Nothing.
being.
Every time we've ever
I think
watched
he
one
even
of these,
dropped the
it's
line in,
always
didn't
that.
he? Like, didn't after the line he said, "But this is not that video." So then why the fuck did you mention it? Like, why put it in your introduction? I'm now expecting a more interesting video than you're going to give me.
It's foreshadowing. It's good.
It's foreshadowing.
Ironically, it's an example of bad game design, is what it is. Like this
Yeah, there
entire
you go.
video is just—it's a mile wide in. That's a big problem with game design. It's like it's promising way more than it can possibly deliver, and it doesn't. It covers too many bases without ever actually exploring anything. Pick a single game, pick a single pillar, do a 10-minute video on why that game really works on that particular pillar. Negative counterexample to prove the opposite point. Second video, second pillar, same thing again. All it's doing is saying, hey, rewards are good. Here's a game that does rewards. Moving on.
I feel like if you want to actually make a game, then you're going to be way better served just like watching, what's his name, Tim Kaine, the Fallout guy, who has a channel where he just talks about the development process and why decisions were made and how they analyzed player feedback and made changes. Like, you'll learn way more about it.
I would
than
argue
that.
you'll learn more by playing games than you will listening to this.
Absolutely.
Yep.
He is relying on you, bringing in way more knowledge than he actually provides.
Exactly.
I would have
It
given
is
this a video a thumbs up immediately if he said, Firewatch is a game where you play a man who watches for fires.
Ah.
I would have given him like a 10 out of 10 right there.
Satisfying. You just didn't get it.
Wait a minute. What was that?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
was
I
his
didn't get that
point?
What do you say there, buddy?
Find out exactly how it ends. And yes, the ending is satisfying. You just didn't get it.
Oh,
No,
What?
it's not.
Oh, he's throwing
and I did.
shade. He's throwing
Oh,
shade
he's so
at us.
silly.
Oh, look at that.
There
How
was not
cheeky.
that
If you
much
didn't find it
to the
satisfying, you were
ending of
just
Firewatch.
you're just
Get
too
him,
stupid.
Mark Brown, I guess.
Just a
Wow,
dummy.
that's
It's like the
cheeky.
Last Jedi all over
Wow.
again.
You just didn't get it.
Now, one of the most compelling things a game can do is let you make progress towards a long-term goal. Give
Oh,
someone
fuck off.
My
Wow.
God.
Thank you. That's mind-blowing.
Wow.
information.
You know what?
One of the
True.
most
You can make
satisfying
progress
things
towards a
a game
goal.
can
Very
do
true.
is actually
Holy
make progress
shit, dude.
towards a long-term
How could you have
goal.
known that?
Is this like an introduction
Wow.
to video games? Like what the fuck?
How does
is
he do
this?
it?
Dude, this
It's
is
a
video.
how
like-
to start the video games.
This
It's
is
just
video
advice
modern
for
day-
people who want to
If
make
you
video
watch
games.
the fucking toolkit in order, this is like video 200, and you're being told about this. Unbelievable.
Like,
Confucius
like
here.
memes or ideas around fucking video games. They're like, go and save the princess trapped in the castle. Like that's the whole video game's objective. Like I don't know. We already know this. The game has a point. I don't know. Like what are we
When
doing?
making a
here?
game, it's important that the player can win.
Whoa.
I mean, like, is the goal of
what
Firewatch
about
not
games where they
to unravel the mystery of
I
the
know.
things that are happening in Firewatch? And
I was
like,
gonna mention
it's
that.
good because the answer is no, it's nothing really. You're
Yeah,
just a dick who like left your sick wife, so fuck you.
Yeah, the balls of following this sentence up with that Firewatch wasn't satisfying to you, untrained peasant folk, because it actually was satisfying. And then, yeah, satisfying means that you achieved a goal. It's just like, okay, yeah, I don't get it. It seems contradictory to me, like right after the other.
Term goal. Give someone a level cap they can work towards, or a map full of collectibles they can find.
Wow.
Wow, give the player things to do. Brilliant. You can give them stuff to do in your
specifically
game.
a map full
the
of
map full of
collectibles.
things. Yeah, right. Like that's not
Wow.
evil, though. This is his idea of how to stay engaging without being evil. I would argue that this is your Skinner box.
Well,
that you
this
brought
is
up,
the
my
thing that
guy.
people have made fun of now for like what feels like a decade.
Give them towers to climb, baby.
Man,
they can be stuck
I
in
feel
for
like
weeks.
the helpful version of this video.
They'll never escape this
They could
hellish
be stuck in
labyrinth.
for weeks, says positively with a smile on his face.
And then you sell them the season pass once they're hooked.
What about the whole "we don't want to be addicting"? Where did that go?
So like that's what I'm trying to figure out.
this
Is
is
he arguing that this
apparently.
is bad?
Is this evil or is it not evil? Like this.
Or is
He
this
said he's not
supposed
doing
to
the
be
evil
good?
stuff. He's focusing on the good stuff.
Yeah, this is a good thing.
This is good.
Oh,
It's this engagement, guys. This is not.
Thank
addiction.
goodness this
It's
enormous map has
engagement.
millions of things for me to
I
collect.
feel as though the helpful version of this video is like somehow trying to take some of these various principles and articulate as to how you might make decisions regarding them in terms of like what you're specifically trying to do with your game.
You need
I don't know how the
examples for
fuck
that.
you'd make that video. That
It's
sounds
what
like a
was
really
mentioned,
hard video to make.
The
but-
negative example things. Like, is there such a thing as a bad Metroidvania, Mark Brown? Is there a way to do the foreshadowing thing badly? Is there a way to do the 4 pillars badly? And all he's going to tell you is, yeah, it's when you stay too long on one of the gameplay. It's like, what's
well, yeah,
what's
it's wrong when
that?
it's bad.
What would make it too long?
How many collectibles
Give
is
an
too
example
many?
of it
And he's
done
like,
right and
he's
done
like,
poorly.
903 collectibles would be too many. You need
It's out his calculator.
That's what I mean. It's like, can you give us something? Anything?
But let's dig a bit deeper into that.
Whoa! Stardew Valley, hey!
So we're gonna dig.
I
a bit
love
deeper.
Stardew
Here we go.
Valley.
Let's see what he's got.
So a game that does this really well is the charming farming sim Stardew Valley, which comes with an implicit long-term goal. You start with a messy
This is
patch
you
of
digging
land and
deeper?
no money, but in time, you'll have transformed the land into an incredible farm that makes you loads of cash.
Man, we have dug deep.
Holy shit!
This is really deep.
Progression.
What do you mean?
You just explained this. Like, here's a game that does it. Like, bro,
That's just what a progression is.
And it's that dream that can sustain
is
many
good.
hours of toil, hard
Isn't there a
work.
video game
Okay,
that does
he
that
needs to
progression?
like. We're at the point of him saying the interest in completing a game can keep someone into a game until they complete it. Like, that's
At which point the game is done.
yeah. Some games
And a
will
new game
actually.
can
oh
begin.
god.
Some games
would argue
implement
that-
something called an ending in which they end, and many players like to reach this because it would represent the end of the experience.
And this might not even be something you should necessarily encourage too much, because there's a lot of people out there who are obligate completionists of games who will do everything in a video game they are having no fun with because they started it and now they have to finish it.
Also, yeah, we still haven't gotten to
Gotta
why
get that
Doom didn't
platinum
work.
trophy.
I'm curious how that's going to cycle back in, because what did Doom do wrong? You know,
I bet
And
it does.
to be honest,
I don't think it's
kind of
ever
re-
going to come back.
I think it
don't
will.
he's
I
ever
think
gonna
it will. I just don't think the point's going to be properly made. Like whatever he says is wrong with Doom will be applicable to like everything else.
It's just at the end, he's just gonna be like, and all of that I just said, Doom didn't do. Bye.
My expectation
fucked it up.
and maybe what Doom was doing worked for you, but it didn't work for me. And just a wishy-washy conclusion like that.
Maybe, yeah.
You just didn't get it.
I mean, how long does he have left? He has 4
He's
minutes,
got-
and we're still on the first of his list. So.
Yeah, well.
At no point in...
Oh yeah, you're right. We're still doing pacing. I guess we're only doing pacing in the whole video.
I guess so.
The most
no point in
nebulous
Doom
of
could you
topics for this
We're in
topic.
progression pacing now.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said before, it's of all the things for him to make a video on that's poorly paced, pacing would be is hilarious.
So why does it keep us going? Well, I think it's cool that you can make your farm however you like. You get to express yourself.
I think it's cool.
Come on! Come on!
Gosh.
Be
That's the
serious.
best he had.
Why do people complete
customizability?
Doom?
There's no
They
way
can
to
shoot
express
demons.
yourself
I
while
think it's
playing
really
Doom.
cool.
This is-
You can shoot demons. Like,
This is just. I think they're neat. The meme, you know.
Be just a
I
little
really
bit
think they're neat.
serious,
Yeah.
man.
They're neat.
Like,
I think they're neat.
why are potatoes good, Marge? They're neat. It's like,
Why
yeah.
do people play city builders? Because they like building cities. Why
fill
do
you
people
up.
play shooters? Because they like shooting things.
Like, come on. It's borderline condescending. Like, how do people not pick this up?
How do you not look at your script and just be like, maybe I should actually make a
Oh
point?
no,
here?
he's
How do
never
you not
looked at it
catch that?
twice.
No.
Not
So,
once has he looked at a script twice.
What fucking version of this game are we thinking about where you can't make your farm however you want to make it?
It's very restricted.
What
You have to build a
Yes.
predetermined farm that
Yeah,
the
you-
game tells you to make.
You've got the fucking planning commission breathing down your neck, telling you how
It's,
to
yeah.
regulation.
The FOA, the Farm Owners Association.
You have to
Subsidized
contact your
farming
neighbors.
simulator.
Talk to the
So,
local
I mean, like,
council.
You've got a lot of options in Doom to kind of like play however you want. There's plenty of different weapons. There's mods for each weapon that you can upgrade like one or the other and change your play style that way. You can approach combat in a whole bunch of different ways depending on the scenario. Like you can express yourself in games that don't involve building a farm as well.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be so much better if like 60-70% through the game after you beat the cyber demon that you sat down and planted some turnips and like designed your little farm?
I mean, that's the goal, right? Like,
I now
Well,
know.
I don't
See,
think
as
that's an
someone
alternate ending.
build a rabbit farm.
You actually
Well, to
ask
be-
if Cyber Demon would be interested in starting a farm with you. That's exactly how it works.
Well, I don't know if they would make in his defense, I don't think they would make a sequel to Doom 16 that was full of boring, long platforming sequences. I don't think they'd ever do that.
I like Doom Eternal.
No.
I didn't
Eternal,
play
I
Doom
didn't mention
Eternal. Is
anything
that
about.
Doom
I didn't
Eternal?
mention about.
That is all Doom Eternal.
I never
yeah.
mentioned Doom. I don't know what y'all are talking
Yeah,
about. I
Dark
didn't
Ages is a
mention any game.
prequel, Rags, idiot. Gosh.
It's
True.
okay to not
Yeah,
like Doom
yeah.
I was going to mention that something else that should be presented as a problem with your script is what you've said in terms of analysis about Stardew Valley indistinguishable from someone, let's say me, who's not played the game, that is able to say about it. Like, I could have said all of this. Stardew Valley's cool because you get to build your own farm and you have to work toward a goal and you get to customize the farm. It's
like is your knowledge the equivalent of somebody who just watched the trailer, basically?
Yeah, it's unacceptable for him to be this vapid for someone who's supposed to be familiar with games.
Well, why the fuck are we
Like, say
coming to him
something,
for grand development information if all you're going to say is Stardew Valley is neat because farm?
It's so cool.
I already know more by visiting the
However you
Steam
want.
page. Like, what's the point?
And if
You did more research than he did.
If you apply the lessons that he was teaching, I say advisedly earlier, then what you really need to know is that Stardew Valley is deeply flawed because it does this for too long, and there isn't a section, I assume, where you jump out of a helicopter shooting a machine gun, which is what was good about Uncharted. So it's like, does fucking Stardew Valley need those sequences to be good? Because the other game needed those to be good. Why doesn't this one need those to be good?
And as,
It feels like we
Because
should
what
at
you would
least
do
be
is-
mentioning that each different game has like very specific needs of basically everything going on in it systemically.
Set your own
Can't
goals
judge the
and
pacing
build
of
something
Stardew
you
to
are
the pacing of Doom. Can't judge
Well,
those
I
things.
would.
Or
If you're
pillars.
trying to sell the idea that Stardew Valley, which is an excellent example of a well-paced game that is super chill anyway, is that you'd mention there's so much you can do that feels different from one another. It's basically there's a whole bunch of essentially mini tasks that you can do as you build up ways to be able to express yourself through the farm. There's a variety of long-term goals that you could tackle at the pace that you want. You have the combat aspect, you have the mining stuff, you have different aspects of the farm that you could make. Then there's the entire relationship and town community aspect to it. There's a lot that's going on in Stardew Valley, which is why it's one of the best games ever made. And there's so much you could do to really sell this game and get people interested and explain why it's a good example of all of these different pillars that all work together cohesively. But God forbid he actually tries to sell you on it.
By talking about that, it made me kind of realize like the pillars sort of separation can be seemingly kind of arbitrary. I think it depends on just how much you want. Say, for example, take Terraria. If someone said, how many pillars are in that? I'd be like, well, I guess there's the mining portions, there's the crafting, there's the defending the house from the creatures, there's the exploration. And then someone goes, why isn't that all one pillar? That's something you kind of like switch in between all the time. And I'd be like, oh, well, yeah, I guess so. And then, for mining, it's like, why is mining one pillar? Going to be way more. There's so much like dynamism to how you mine in that game, and different things you need to control for and store and make use of, and then fight down in the mines and stuff. And you'd be like, oh, I guess maybe there are more than one. And Uncharted, 4 pillars, and you're just like, well, how come we don't count like the very limited sort of platforming around walls and the exploration of a town as a similar pillar? Why are they separated?
Yeah. But also, like, how are the pillars separate? And how does good game design sort of tie them all into a cohesive experience? How does the mining in Minecraft lead to the combat, leads to the resource management, lead to the exploration? How does all the aspects of Stardew Valley, it's all part of a cohesive experience, but fishing feels very different from when you're mining, feels different from when you're fighting in the mines, to when you're, planting crops and engaging and giving gifts to the town and stuff like that. It's just all of these things are different, but the pillars don't like crash into each other. They all feel like they belong.
Set your own goals, and build something you are really proud of. The game has lots of short-term goals to keep you going, smaller rewards like the community center, and important milestones.
That is, I guess the community center would be an example of a long-term goal that has a lot of short-term goals along the way.
You guys understand the problem here, right?
Like the different bundles.
The only people this means anything to are the people who played this game.
People who played it, yeah. I only know this because I
don't know what the fucking community center is.
Yeah, you should use this as an example of a great example of pacing. The ultimate goal is the total completion of the community center, which you can optionally bypass if you go the Joja Mart. But along the way, you have all of these bundles that you can complete piece by piece, and sets of bundles give you specific rewards that add to the town, give you new items, unlock new abilities and recipes, give you new services, and all of those are part of ultimately the grand progression of, completing everything and enabling. It's very similar to, I guess, Minecraft in that way, where if you want to do a bunch of stuff, you got to get the stuff, and getting the stuff is, the little stepping stones to the ultimate goal. Though in Minecraft, it's a lot more whatever you make for yourself, and with Stardew Valley, it's like, no, here are a lot of a huge checklist at the very end that you can work towards.
What's interesting about this to me is that Stardew Valley sounds robust enough that if you remove the community center, you'd still have a shit ton to celebrate about how well it works. If you understand what I'm saying, like,
it is super feature robust.
Yeah,
similar with a lot of games.
You could choose to never do the community center, and I would say a lot of people don't. You could just play the game and ignore it entirely. It just provides a sort of a money sink in a way to take resources out of the game and give you that long-term goal. But it is ultimately meaningless, even because like, what do you get out of it is basically nothing, right? So like the actual core gameplay
later in the game,
but not really, right? Like it's not necessary for that. The core gameplay loop is never going to change. It's the same thing all the way through the game.
Like adding buildings or improving your house give you something immediate to shoot for on the way towards the longer-term ambition.
Whoa.
Short-term goals, middle-term goals, and long-term goals.
And then smaller objectives? Like,
he said it like 4 times, man.
Yeah.
How is this a revelation to anybody?
It's like step 101 shit. I don't understand. If you don't know this, how are you developing a game?
You don't know this. I don't know, man. Like, what business do you have making games at that point? Like
who finds this helpful other than Dean Takahashi? Like, come on, he's the only one. But even then, he'd be confused. He'd be like, I don't know any of these. What is this game? Where's
Yeah.
Cuphead?
I guess the long-term goal of Doom is stopping the forces of hell from destroying humanity, but their short-term goals like killing the monster immediately.
Yeah, and the middle-term goals like the challenges.
I've probably played about 5 years of in-game Stardew Valley collectively, and I'll probably say it's probably one of the best games in this list, but it also doesn't apply to any of his pacing stuff. Like, you can be as badly or as well-paced in Stardew Valley as you want. The only thing that it forces you to do is go to sleep at night or pass out. But everything else, like, you can spend 10 days in a row just farming wood, or like, farming for wood, or 10 days in a row just watering your plants and passing out because you're too tired to water more plants. Or you could just be trying to catch a legendary fish for an entire month. So it can be as well or poorly paced as you want. So his whole spiel about how he should be more like Uncharted doesn't really apply here at all.
I'm trying to find out what percentage of players have got the local legend achievement, and I've got a bone to pick with Steam here. Whenever I mouse over the achievements, when I'm actually on the library page for it, it'll say percentage of players have this achievement. But when you click on like the achievement list proper and you search for it, local legend, there it is, and I mouse over it, it doesn't say what percentage of people have done it, and I have no idea why, unless it's just there in the little side achievement panel. I can see that number, but I can't if I actually specifically look for one. I have no fucking clue why that's the case. It sucks.
But yeah, thematically here, he's lined up so many different things as definitive positives in the nature of pacing that Doom has. So if he's going to turn around and say Doom fails at this or something, I don't know. I'll have to wait until it gets to the end, I suppose.
I don't know if he's going to mention Doom again.
I think he will.
Huge element
I
of
think he's
planning,
just gonna
as you must think
barely
long-term about decisions when it comes to different crops and animals, seasons, romantic partners, and so on. You're not just trudging mindlessly towards the goal, but making strategic choices to help you get there faster. There's also the thrill of exponential growth. In the game, you'll make a bit of money.
As you progress, it will go faster.
Oh my fuck!
As you click the cookie, number go up
Yeah,
bigger.
sure
This
do
is
know
not
what
without.
Balatro is, yes.
This is what I'm saying.
There's nothing
Like,
predatory about the idea of number get bigger.
Gotta be more complicated than that.
So you can buy more seeds and better tools. This lets
Wow.
you make more money to buy even more.
Holy shit.
Oh,
sounds good.
Sounds a little bit
yes.
addicting.
When you
doesn't
get
it?
more stuff,
Isn't
you
this
can
kind
do
of
more
what gambling
things.
games do? It's
Oh,
just
no.
like, hey, you've made a bit of money. Don't you want to make more money?
Spend it on stuff to get more money faster.
He's
More
not gonna
stuff.
address that, man.
You can go on to make loads of money. This positive feedback loop is at the heart of lots of engaging
It's
games.
a positive feedback loop.
It's also it's a positive
I-
feedback
yeah, I
loop.
was-
This is
Yes.
I was about to say, like, it's like
Gambling,
you could
yeah.
apply this to like almost any game that has any type of progression. Like,
it's the
played
rat
this
with
game,
the
Sure can.
electrodes hooked up to its brain.
Mhm.
It presses a lever and it gets food. It's a positive feedback loop. It's just engaging. There's nothing wrong with it.
You didn't play this game, did you, Mark Brown? This is the very start of the game.
Correct. This is like day one.
Such as looting monsters
He's planning
and
his free parsnips.
I think he's talking about Monster Hunter, right?
Oh, I'm talking about Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
lots of
Stardew
engaging
Valley
games.
is what he's doing, yeah.
such as looting monsters and upgrading your character in Monster Hunter.
Whoa.
Looting
Well,
monsters.
Wow. How many
So-
mobile games do this?
Again, just in case chat
I mean,
missed
you don't
that.
really
So when
upgrade your
you
character
kill
in Monster
enemies,
Hunter, though,
they
right?
can drop stuff that you can grab. That's the thing in
And you can
games.
use it to get upgrades
Yeah.
sometimes.
There's also
Oh,
something
shit.
really fun about
Whoa.
optimizing the system
Why'd
in
you go back?
Stardew Valley. You start out by watering every crop by hand, but eventually you'll come to have sprinklers that do the hard work.
So
Wow.
progression.
A game
So just basic progression.
Basic
You
progression,
unlock
fuck yeah,
Saying
dude.
that
Yeah.
over and over and over. It's
Nice.
crazy.
That's incredible.
I bet you didn't know about that. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
man, this is a new.
I want to see how
discovery.
long he can keep this going. Like, this is insane.
that does this
It
sort of
goes
thing
on.
wonderfully is Factorio.
Oh god, this is the king of games you could get lost in forever just saying the most basic shit. Please don't do this.
Which tasks you with
gonna do
building factories.
Yeah.
You start out by digging up resources.
Oh,
in
wow, I
the
wouldn't have
You,
guessed
you
that.
start by literally you slowly acquire
Repeat
limited
ourselves, right?
resources until the end where you can fast acquire loads of resources. That is the game. This is true. Everyone knows this. It's practically the whole appeal. Please spare
played it.
us.
Nine of this.
Mr. Brown.
I was gonna say, like, what point is he gonna make about Factorio in this video that he did not just make with Stardew
Well,
Valley?
you can make a factory. That's different than a fob.
That's it. It's not going to get more complex than that.
Eventually
Factories
create machines to do
are
it for you.
different than farms. That's
And
true.
while those machines initially need to be fed fuel, you'll eventually have them powered by natural resources that don't run out.
Thing as the sprinklers.
It's like, yeah, there's sprinklers in the water. It's the same fucking
I bet
thing.
you never
man.
thought about that though, did you? You never thought when playing Stardew Valley and Factory or oh my god, these things they sim.
Initially, you have to do task yourself, and then you get thing that will do task for you.
I know Rags has technically said this, but what he has said covers, in a positive sense, literal idle clickers like Cookie Clicker. This would be completely applicable. First you click the cookie, then you hire a cookie clicker person to click it for you, and if you click while the clicker is clicking and you click, then you get more clicks and you can afford more clickers. It's just like,
I'm telling you,
bro.
one of the best ways to convince somebody or teach somebody something is to say, this is a good example, this is a bad example. Here's how they're different, but here's the little areas where they might seem similar, but here's why they're different things. It's such a neat, useful thing to do, and it's like the basis of education. Here are bad examples, avoid them. Here's a good example, do it.
Comparisons and references are so powerful, and it's like these people are just allergic to it. I don't get it.
As
wild,
someone
like, if you
just drop some truth in chat, this guy is no Nordic gamer, but then who else? Who is?
We can live up to that.
So to like recap this video, the beginning is like, I really like Doom 2016, but I didn't finish it. Let's explore why. Let's explore why good games are good and engaging while avoiding these 4 nebulous points. Now let's talk about random synopses of games for about 5 minutes or to 10
This is
5
what
to
I'm
10
saying.
minutes.
He starts with the seed, plants the tree, focuses on one branch, and then a branch off that branch, then a branch off that branch, and then we come to the end. And it's like, bro, we did
Stream
not
of
cover the
consciousness
topic at
script
all.
writing.
I know I end up saying this every time, but I'm just forever and ever baffled by the willingness and like indulgence of video essayists to waste your time.
Yeah, they don't.
I guess it works because people consider him one of the greatest game dev toolkit helper people on YouTube.
Yep, they
I
sure
will never
do.
know why. It's just
They fucking
People are
love to
vapid.
cannibalize
It's
your
noise.
time on whatever the fuck it is they want to ramble about next.
Wait, someone said, I disagree vastly with your takes here. Building sims are addictive and fun. I love Factorio. I think it's fantastic.
Here's the thing, we agree.
We've not
Why did
decorated
you-
these
why did
games
you-
at all.
Why
How
did you
pay
say
attention,
that?
man.
Why did you say that?
I just-
Why-
I
why-
just want to be.
He's just not paying attention.
I just want to be 100% clear. I adore Factorio, and as far as I know, Rags adores Stardew Valley. Like we're.
Yes.
Rag said
So
Stardew Valley is
here-
one of the best
here's the
games ever
point.
made like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
it is.
dude?
Yeah,
Fighting
and
Shadows
so
was
the
great.
Factorio-
that's why it would be super useful if Mark here said the difference between this game, which is predatory, and this game, which is healthily engaging, are A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Here's a big list, and here's how you do it, and here's how you do, the engaging thing, which is good, instead of the engaging thing, which is addictive or compulsory.
What he
I thought that
said
was the point of the video.
The video was
here's
supposed
things
to say,
and-
look, here are games everybody likes and everybody agrees are good. This is why they are good. It's called pacing.
Pacing is like a rhythm
Example, therefore
of
they're
pillars.
good. We all agree they're good, but the video is pretending like it's telling us why, and it isn't.
A
and I feel
huge
wrong.
part of what he's just said is so good about Factorio and Stardew Valley. Like I said, is applicable to Cookie Clicker. These games, Stardew Valley and Factorio, offer immensely more than Cookie Clicker. So can you please get to something a little more significant as to what these games do?
Yep.
And
How
the
do
two
I tell the
examples
difference
he
as a
used were nearly
consumer?
identical in like the form the examples took, in that these are games in which you are building things that you have to do tasks manually, and then you eventually earn automations for them that allow you to do more complex things. He just said that, but you need to use 2 full games to make the same example.
He has
I hope he
broadly
just says-
described things that can neither be cannot be distinguished as to whether or not they're predatory or healthy.
I really hope he just says in Factorio you can build factories, which I think is pretty cool.
He's already done that.
That was his opening line.
You can build the factory.
We're moving on to more
however
complicated
you
stuff
want.
now, like automated factories.
Catch up, nerd.
It was repeating the sprinkler point that just broke me. Like this was my favorite video for sure. Just with that one line.
Maybe it's just a thing that
Couldn't
appeals
believe
to programmers, but the desire to create an optimized system that works on its own is very potent.
You think that
Oh,
only
that's a humble
applies to
bragger.
programmers?
I guess we're done with
You
Factorio then.
retard. only programmers would want to optimize things.
It's not. Problem solving isn't a human interest, just fundamentally. It's not like Factorio and Stardew Valley aren't that popular. It's not like they're played by that many people.
Gamers are often like over interested in optimizing sometimes, to the point that like they can harm their own experiences by needing to do so.
Only programmers.
One final reason we like long-term goals is that the player can fantasize about what it will be like when they finally reach that point.
For fuck's sake. Fucking
Imagine
God,
just
dude.
thinking the gambler can fantasize about hitting the jackpot, and you can't win if you don't play.
He's just repeating himself.
You miss all the
over and
shots
over
you
again.
don't
Roll them
take.
bones.
Mark Brown.
Pull that
How
lever.
does he get
roll
away
them
with this
bones.
shit?
All in.
An example is a skill tree in a game.
Oh, you can see what you're going to get later. So you want to get
I
it.
thought it was good to not be able to see what you can get later.
Oh, shit.
Mahler, if you ever bring back Adelbe, you got to do this. Just see how long you can just repeat yourself
He's the core.
over and over
That was the
again.
problem. He was the core inspiration, and eventually it just became like the same video every year. That's why I stopped making them. I was just like, but he has it. He's still making it.
Hey, he's still getting away with this.
The fucking parody lost its steam before the
Isn't it awesome that Assassin's Creed decided to make it so that you had to unlock skills for an aerial assassination to actually assassinate the assassination target?
God.
Yes.
Game where the player isn't just ticking off these skills because it's something to do, but because they're looking forward to the day when they can use all of those skills to absolutely wreck shop.
What kind of game exists where you're just ticking off skills because it's something to do?
Something to do.
Oh my God.
What
game
like
is a skill tree where it's all hidden?
flash.
You have no idea what's next.
He didn't give us the example. There was no footage. Oh, yeah.
I think we're losing it.
I don't know. It's like what kind of a game has a fog of war for a skill tree where you can only see like the next rung, and then what's past that is who knows what skills lie behind the skill tree fog of war.
Is that good or bad? I don't know. According to him, knowing and not knowing are both good. So it's
And make
Paul
life
has got a
work.
skill.
Just
exile
opening up
skill
his skill
tree.
tree and like, I suppose I shall choose this option, though I don't
The
particularly
only
care.
the only time I've ever seen that in my life was the God of War reviewed video they did of that dude, where he's just like, "Oh yeah, skills. I guess I'll just put these in randomly."
Yeah, he was struggling significantly, and then he spammed all the points. He was like, "Wow, now I'm overpowered."
That was synthetic.
Like, are you serious? Yes, that was the name. I was trying to
pro gamer synthetic man. Yes.
Oh wait, I can level up.
Work of stuff they found difficult at the beginning. Oh, and speaking of difficulty, another huge motivator is a compelling challenge. A game that...
What?
Oh, man.
I'm compelling
Jesus.
challenge.
I enjoy the way that he said it, like as if it's like, oh, I just thought of this.
Oh, this is a great idea. Yeah.
Another way that you could do it. Another way.
It's a
this
compelling
is
challenge.
This is spontaneous. This was a thought he had while saying that thing he just said that was really insightful.
Well, this is going to be extra juicy.
It is constantly pushing you to show your mastery of the game in varied and interesting situations can really keep you going.
So why didn't Doom satisfy this criteria?
Like what difficulty
I'm
were
sure
you
we're
playing
about
Doom
to find out.
Mark?
I'm sure of it. We've got
all
2 minutes left. We can do it, Mark. Get back to Doom.
To never learn about Doom.
This
don't Mario's jump us. Like don't keep that
Resident Evil 4, my beloved.
Requires pitch perfect difficulty though. As we talked about in the Resident Evil 4 episode, players only get into an engaging flow state when they meet a challenge that isn't so easy as to be boring, but isn't so difficult as to be stressful.
Fuck,
What-
really?
This is you arguing that people don't like Kirby or Bloodborne?
I was going to say, why are these the examples?
This is really awkward. This is really. Oh, but see, player skill and game difficulty. So the flow, I guess it depends on the line, right? Is the lower line meant to be for Kirby and the higher line is for
Bloodborne?
Wait.
This is
I
pretty
don't think
big.
that
The
follows,
Kirby,
right?
yeah, the Kirby players.
Yeah,
like
the
a
Kirby game's
super
harder.
gamer, Chad, and
That's right. The game one. That's right. Yeah, the Kirby game player skill. I don't think that. What the fuck is this shot?
Kirby
Well,
players
it's
are
not
different.
even-
Souls players
Is
are
there,
fucking
something,
chumps.
is there something that I don't understand about this? Like,
Wait,
you know,
hang on,
like,
yeah. Wait.
Kirby is the lower line, which means by default the game difficulty is lower, but the player skill is higher. Right at the start.
Yeah, what?
It's
I'm just
not
imagining like
right.
Giga Chad Kirby players sitting there playing that easy as fuck games.
Yeah. Players.
I think once you
Souls man playing his
and once you step
game, he just can't
The
win.
big man.
when you step away from the specific examples that he gave, and you realize how meaningless this statement is, like all of his fucking statements are meaningless. He essentially just said a game is the right difficulty when it's not too hard or not too easy. It's like, no shit, Sherlock. That's what 2 means.
What's
I'm comfortable when I'm not too hot and not too cold. Duh.
I have a feeling
got
he's about
money
to go
when I'm
into
not
adapt
too
the-
rich, not too poor.
What is the chart plotting?
Sorry, because
I think
now that you've
throwing
said
the
that,
games up there is what made this so confusing.
Yeah,
to
it's
look
very
at.
confusing.
because what Fringy said, now I'm reading it, I'm like, wait, is it just player skill twice, technically? Because
the line that's being drawn, because if you the way that it reads is if you were to interpret the bottom line as representing Kirby's epic yarn, there's like a base level of player skill that Kirby's epic yarn is at the lowest level of difficulty, and that level of player skill is significantly greater than Bloodborne, even though Bloodborne is a much higher difficulty.
But it's
this
in the
makes
boredom,
no fucking
but he
sense
put
at all.
Bloodborne in the boredom category. It is in the boredom.
Yeah, this chart doesn't
So
make any
Kirby
sense.
makes you anxious?
Does Kirby's epic yarn just have
to-
a really high skill ceiling? Like,
Is there something I'm missing?
Yeah,
Like, am I a
I
fucking
just want to go
retard here,
through
or is
this.
I would assume that it means
I'm baffled by this. We need to go a little further. Like,
Epic yarn is
No,
the
I've-
Devil May Cry of Kirby.
No, I've
Well,
studied this
it's the
chart before.
examples that make it confusing.
Yeah,
If he didn't have the games on there, then it would be a much easier to understand chart. But it's like throwing in random examples that misconstrue the point or muddy it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, what he wants
Yeah,
to say is, as Rags put, which is so fucking boring as a statement, you want the player to be able to defeat the challenge with somewhat difficulty. You don't want it too easy, don't want it too hard, fine, whatever. So game difficulty you want to match up with player skill. You're like, okay. But then you introduce this flow thing with the 2 lines and Bloodborne and Kirby. So now Kirby, according to, like I said, which got on screen, Kirby starts at a 2 player skill, but a 1 on game difficulty. So it's like, you're way more skilled at Kirby, or the required skill is way more than the difficulty of the game. Bloodborne, way more difficult, and your player skill is way less required.
Holy schmucks.
You can you should be able to just sum this up very easily with like a single sentence. Have the game's
but if it's a
difficulty match the
chart-
player's experience increasing.
If it's a chart, you're more proper, like you're more of an authority.
I
because
guess.
charts are indicating, like, oh, smart people use like charts and shit.
If you search game difficulty flowchart,
I could
there's
be-
probably like 30 or 40 different versions of this chart. It is a real thing, but the way he shows it makes a very simple concept very confusing.
Yeah, because
Am
now
I-
it makes
am I
people
just
think
like
about Bloodborne and Kirby and like, what the fuck do
Am I
these
actually
mean?
just
Yeah.
being like,
I mean, is he-
what am I missing here? What
I-
is there
okay,
something
I
I'm
posted the
maybe
real
it's
chart in the
alignment,
chat.
and he's just trying to show that they are both in the flow zone. It's just they're at different ends of the difficulty
They're both
spectrum.
outside of the
Just to be clear, does the
Well, their corners are in there.
do the
Maybe it's
beginning and ends of the
corners
line
where they're pointing.
represent the beginning and ends of the games? Like the line is supposed to be, as the game progresses, you need more skill and it's more difficult. But
Well, yeah, the top of the bar would be like you have
he-
more than enough skill
Yeah,
required, but it
okay.
still feels good. And the bottom of the bar is you have just enough skill, but you're still engaged.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so the lines aren't meant to represent like that specific. Wait, no, I don't.
Yeah, the
What-
fact that they well, here,
Pull
the
up the,
fact that
chart
they
I posted,
ignore yeah when you
makes
look
a lot
at
of sense.
game
Golden mean.
when you look at Mark's picture here, ignore the games he gives as an example. They are actual red herrings that confuse the point. They are complete
ignore
and totally worthless. All right, focus only on the flow part.
Well, yeah, because what I understand the point that's being
Yeah.
made. It was just that the chart
Well,
was
it's like I said,
confusing the hell out of me with these
Well,
games.
yeah,
up
it's
there.
just
Yeah,
that
the game's
Kirby
beginning
is
it-
boring because player skill always exceeds game difficulty, and Bloodborne is the opposite of boring, but in a bad way because
you're
player-
never good enough.
Yeah,
You're never good enough. You're always too good for
Okay,
Kirby.
yeah, okay.
What
I
I
get it.
think
I
is-
get it. I understand now. All right, I
What
see.
I think is fucking you up is that like this isn't a kind of chart that you can even plot multiple games on because it stops making sense instantly. Because what does player skill mean at that
Well,
point?
because
Because
it's,
the Kirby players are just built different. That's all we.
Yeah, they know what's up.
Plus, some games can be some games are going to be at multiple places on the chart because as time with the game increases, a game can start very, very difficult and end up being incredibly easy because it doesn't scale well.
Is it a reference to Kirby's power scaling? Because he's one of the most powerful fictional
No, it's a reference to how this chart
characters?
sucks.
A lot of strategy games actually have that problem, Rags, in that like a lot of them have inverse difficulty curves where the game starts off like backbreakingly difficult in the early game, but the way the game scales in terms of difficulty is just not able to keep up with the way the player scales. So by the end, you're just like an overpowered mess. Like XCOM 2 is a really good example. It's really hard to lose even on Legend, like once you hit late game on XCOM 2. The entire game is just an exercise in reaching the late game.
This doesn't then account too, because it's like, why wouldn't Bloodborne be, player skill 5 and game difficulty 1 for all the people who know how it works, like, and know how to play the game?
What's confusing me is that it feels like, how does the chart account for what is actually describing the difficulty of whatever game it is versus the level of player skill? I'm trying to think about it as if you're plotting a line on this chart. But what does it mean to plot a line on the chart where the task difficulty is low, but the user capability is like moderate? What does that mean to say like the first level of Kirby's Epic Yarn is such that the task is very easy, but the user's capability is moderate? It's like, well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
The difficulty.
Luckily, the user is so profoundly inexperienced and retarded that it's okay that the game's easy.
I think that's what's confusing me is like, how do you actually do the chart? Like the player skill has to be like relative.
The flow.
It always has to be for whichever person we're talking about, not like a general statement of the player, like the overall skill of players. I think that's what was confusing me. It made it seem like the average Kirby's Epic Yarn player was so fucking amazing.
It's a very confusing.
To the loser Bloodborne player.
I don't know if it's just bad editing or what, but this version of the chart is very confusing. I posted a better version of the chart if you want to pull that up, Mauler. But basically,
I've been looking at it.
I'm past the flow part. I get that. It's the games. It's the games that completely throw me off.
Yeah. How do you chart the games on this? That like it. Yeah.
That's where I think
because you want to be.
It should be like.
People who are 2 at skill, you're going to want to be putting them at a 2 difficulty, and 3 and 3, and 4 and 4, and 5 and 5.
Okay. Rags, you've actually like solved it for me. Now I think I actually understand it. The way that the lines are drawn has to describe like the game. So the easier the game okay, that actually now it makes perfect sense to me. Thank you, Rags. You figured it out.
You bet. Anytime. That would be my personal adjustment to the bar, because I think that every game should like almost basically inherently have some level of like a filter to it, because it requires engagement. Yeah.
Wait, just so I'm clear, what did you say? Made it understandable.
The actual bar and the gap in there, the way that the lines are drawn changes based on what the game is. So like it gets drawn from like a different starting position almost. So if you took a game that was really fucking hard, like game difficulty would begin like at a different point. Yeah. And then that would account for like player skill as describing like I guess a total collection of people, or like the way that their abilities would grow over the course of playing the game.
Because a game that doesn't have any challenge would essentially look like on the chart, it would essentially look like this. A game that has like virtually no challenge. That's what it would look like.
Yeah.
The steeper the bar, the faster you have to keep up with the game, the faster you have to learn, and how quickly it becomes difficult.
Well, yeah,
whereas
but
the higher it begins,
the reason this is fucked
the
though
minimum
is
score requirement to start.
For every game you add, the more incoherent this will get, because there's just going to be lines going all over the place, and it's all really subjective too. It's like, is Bloodborne a consistent development of player skill versus player challenge, or does it spike, or does it just get easier all the time? And what I'm trying to say is like that's up to Mark Brown, I guess, as to where Bloodborne would land on this scale, if such a thing is even possible. And then Kirby,
the arbiter.
The overall point can be described with a sentence, but individual games can be loosely plotted on a graph where that bar can go, it could curve, it could go up, it could go down, depends on the game.
And the whole point of the chart is basically saying that if you go too far to the lower right of the chart, if your player skill exceeds the difficulty, people get bored. But if you go too high and upper left of the chart, the game continues to punish and challenge the player beyond their ability to learn. And neither of those is ideal.
Yeah, think of it as saying each bar represents the skill requirement necessary over time for the game to remain engaging.
Right.
I think like the moral of the story here is you shouldn't take graphs meant to like roughly chart the idea of a psychological concept and then slap video games on them.
Well, I think this makes
Yes.
way more sense before you get the chart. Like, it's so much easier to explain in theory that
just a sentence.
You want a game to be about as hard as a player can achieve defeating the challenge, and that's a difficult thing to do. And then you can move into like every player is different, every challenge is different, it's hard to balance, blah blah blah. Instead of making this chart where it's like, because obviously we haven't seen his video, but he's showing this. It's just like, did Kirby and Bloodborne look like they're not qualifying in flow?
Yeah. It makes it seem like Bloodborne failed in that
He
regard.
described it, yeah. Bloodborne is too difficult, Kirby is too easy. That's what he's trying to imply
but
here.
When in actuality, Kirby probably just dances really, really low on the challenge aspect and eventually probably tapers off into boredom. But then Bloodborne probably has a very, very steep rhythm of just like bumping up the challenge every new area, and while the player is barely catching up. And that's just a higher end of that same bar.
And you can highlight portions of the bar to be like, see, the yellow area, it means that a player is still engaged, but they're pretty competently mastering the game's mechanics and they're doing well in the game, but they're still engaged. They're still challenged enough. Players in the blue zone have just enough skill. They're finding it difficult, but they're still engaged by the challenge. They're still within the zone. But if the game gets too, but they're potentially they're threatened by the game getting too difficult for them as they, they're not learning as fast, but they're still within the zone for now.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not bad necessarily to dip into one or the other. Like there might be a case, like for example, you could use an example of like Uncharted, where you're walking through a city, you're not being challenged at all. There's nothing threatening you. You're not going to get shot at. You're not going to die. And then all of a sudden, bam, an explosion happens and 20 guys are shooting at you. That might be kind of like a way to thrust you back into and re-engage you. Same thing with Souls games. You might there are definitely places where you get to a boss battle and you're now dipping into the stressful upper left area where it's actually too hard and you cannot progress. But they do that intentionally to get you to build up your skills. So then you're now accomplished that, and at that point they'll actually taper down and kind of give you like a reprieve. You've beat the boss now. Good, you're good. You can go to the next area.
Bumps.
Yeah. And it's
that
that
epic Yarnum made me choke.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Unfortunately, I don't know how much time I want to spend on this, but I'm now actually reconfused by your additional explanation, Rex. It's annoying me. Yeah.
I don't get this.
How does blue?
Oh, okay. So,
like you said, blue sits in flow. I was reading these lines as having starts and ends, and they represent the progress through the game.
They do. So everything. So the red bar represents that is the range where a player's skill is keeping pace with the challenge of the game, so that the game remains engaging to the player.
Which red one?
At the top of that, the red bar. All of the blue and the yellow are within the red area.
So just give me one more time, because I thought that's what flow was, not the red bar.
That is the flow. Well, ignore the white flow. Ignore the white flow. This is ignore the white flow. Just go with the red. Pretend the red bar is the flow, essentially, and the yellow is. And the yellow means that is a play. People who are in the yellow area, like the top end of flow, that means that they are still engaged by the game, but they're pretty competently beating the game and going through its challenges. And a player in the blue zone at the bottom half of flow means that they're still engaged, but they're having a little bit of difficulty. Still engaged, but they are keeping pace with sort of the difficulty required to get through the game's, they have enough mastery of the game and competence with the game to get through it, but they're having a bit tougher of a time. You want to be ideally kind of like at the top half of flow for most people, but as long as you're in flow, that's good. But flow can have variance in it.
Why did you change flow from the diagonal one?
Well, it was just an example. It was just well, I used that as an example of, so having it be flat on the ground like that was just my example of a game that does not get difficult, and the player doesn't really have a way to master any of the mechanics. It's just a very flat game where it's easy for you to just do it and beat it and win, and the game doesn't get more difficult at all. the more flat that the flow zone is, it means the less is required for you to keep up with the game's difficulty.
It's at this
And the
point
more
that
steep
I have
that flow
to
is,
point
it's the
out that the
opposite.
point and purpose of graphs is nominally to make these things simpler.
That's what I was
than it
saying.
Yeah, that was
supposed
well,
to be.
that's
No,
part.
no,
That's
I
partially on
agree
me
with
because I'm
yours.
drawing
Yours is
over.
yours makes more sense. But like the fact that it's taken us this long, and then we've had to make additions to clarify the original graph, kind of refutes the whole object
Well,
of having the
so-
graph to begin with. It's
Well, the one
it's not that hard to explain as a paragraph of text that you don't want player skill to increase too quickly relative to game difficulty increases. You don't want game difficulty to increase too quickly relative to player skill increases.
that's
There's an
definitely the
optimal
point.
range during which there are like pits and troughs in the middle where players can get excited, they can feel on top, and then they can go down. They can think, "Oh shit, I need to catch up," and then you need to sit somewhere in the middle ground.
Problem is, you can
zone.
upend that entire concept as well, though, because again, Mel was stuck on Orphan of Kos for 9 hours. That probably breaks flow according to this, but he was flowing. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yes. How do we measure? Like, if somebody is in flow, but it's really fucking difficult to the point that it's actually stopped them from progressing. And what happens if a game is like piss easy?
Rayman Raving Rabbits. I'm winning like every single matchup. It's like Kids XCOM basically, but it's like cutesy because you're in Mario Land. Just because I'm winning every single battle and upgrading to the point where I'm probably overpowered for each battle I'm coming across because I'm optimizing, I'm still flowing.
Yeah, Kirby in the Forgotten Land is incredibly easy, but I had fun the whole way through, even though like I was at no risk. Because how does this chart account for like the graphics or the art direction or the music accounting for putting you in a state of flow? How does it account for anything beyond pure game difficulty or level variety? Because you can have a variety of different levels, even if like they're still piss easy. Like in Kirby in the Forgotten Land, there's a ton of variety in those levels.
I mean,
environments, music.
I mean, I guess it's just this
obstacles
is
and challenges.
What's particularly funny about this is Flower, which is all about a Zen flow, is incredibly easy.
That's true. Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
But they do introduce things like I forget, it's like the metal things like the toxic.
They sure do, and I'm sure plenty of people really may have had a second of trouble there.
My point there is that it doesn't stay as easy throughout the whole thing. So there is the chart I just posted is another variation of it where you would show more difficult difficulties in games or more difficult games being.
Of course, my point is that
whereas this one is like it very subtly increases difficulty but never gets that difficult.
How you would chart Flower on here, according to what I believe his values are, is player skill starts at probably like a 4 or 5, assuming 5 is the maximum, and then the arrow you would draw goes up like slightly. Game difficulty hits maybe 2 by the end of the graph, and that represents the full game well out of flow. Like you are well above the abilities that Flower requires. However, it is quite the flowing game. Very peaceful, very enjoyable. And I'm sure even Mark Brown would be like, no, yeah, you totally flow in that game, even though your skill outweighs difficulty significantly.
Well, I guess maybe the point is that the bottom left part of the graph is always 0 based on your skill when you first start the game, regardless of the game's overall difficulty.
Potentially, though, I think it's a little bit. I think that most games should probably not actually start in the bottom left corner. They should probably look. I guess they should probably look something like that. That's a white background paint, but whatever. Where it doesn't actually start in the bottom left corner, where there is like actually a minimum skill required, and you don't actually get in on the ground floor truly because this isn't your first
I agree
game.
with that, yeah.
You go in with previous experience, so. The most flow chart should start
Well, as
higher
we've learned,
up than actually the bottom left corner.
No game starts at 0 difficulty because even Cuphead's tutorial was very difficult for Dean to defeat.
Yeah, that's
so.
right. It would, would just start closer to the bottom. But some games might be like, no, hit the ground running. You trial by fire, and so that bar would start higher up on the left hand side, and depending on how fast it progresses, it would be steeper, more gentle of a curve.
So yeah,
and of course the flow zone can curve. It doesn't actually have to be a straight line. It can absolutely curve if it starts off super easy, and then it could be a rainbow technically, where it starts off super ass easy. The middle part is the difficult thing, and then you get really experienced, and it becomes super easy because of the resources and stuff. And it basically makes like a rainbow.
So I guess for ease of presentation, like the individual line demarcating the ends of flow is just the average of the difficulty growth rather than something that's like, if it gets, there's a difficulty spike mid-game, it's still accounted for by the average in the rate of increase in the graph. And then the ability to map those specific mid-game difficulty spikes is accounted for by the fact that it is a bar rather than simply a flat line.
I just, like I said,
within the band.
I don't think this graph is a great way to present the point, and I don't even think the point itself is as structurally sound as he probably believes it is. I think it's a totally valid way to design a game like Resident Evil 4, where it has elastic banding sort of for the difficulty, but there are plenty of people who play shit like I Want to Be the Guy, and Super Meat Boy would count for this as well. Lots of games that are just pretty fucking difficult, and you can lose over and over and over again, but that you get into a state of like engagement with it because that's the kind of challenge you were looking for.
But then there would be variations on the flow graph depending on the specific design requirements for an individual game. Like the one he's got on screen he's generalized with it inadvisably, but for a different game where the goal is something else, you would have a different desired flow level. So you can just move it around depending on what you want your game to be. Like if it is like a farm simulator kind of thing, you're going to put in your design spec basically like a horizontal bar as opposed to like an RPG or an FPS, in which case you're going to want a much steeper sort of vertical.
Well, I mean, not to nitpick, but what if you had like an intense farm game that was, stressful, and you got to supply?
You would tweak the bar accordingly. The individual graph depends on the individual design spec of the individual game, but the concept is just there to decide. It describes your desired flow for your game as opposed to the universally desired flow for all games.
So that's more of a like presentation for, because he's obviously using it to say that all games fall onto this graph.
Well, but he's retarded, so
right. Okay, I got you now.
I find funny that you mentioned Super Meat Boy too. I think that a bigger element to the reason that game's difficulty flows as well as it is something as simple as just there's instantaneous restarts after death.
I think that's a big part of it.
You're into the next attempt.
Like, you leave all your blood behind, which I don't know is satisfying. That when you get past your corpse's blood pile.
Yeah, I got further than I did the last time. Yeah, yeah.
They meet a challenge that isn't so easy as to be boring, but isn't so difficult as to be stressful.
See, that's terrible.
See, already, so yeah, because you can have games that are piss easy, but they're soothing.
Yeah, that's what we went over. This is why I mean, adding the games just fucks the whole thing.
Flower Journey, pretty much that whole studio's catalog.
That's why it's so like this is why you have to like specific examples that could be pointed to as the outliers. Like, but here are some outliers. This game's really difficult, but here's how it's still engaging. Here's a game that's really easy, but here's why it's still engaging despite its lack of difficulty. And then boom, at least you've got examples to work with and you can point to.
Really bad choices, by the way. These aren't even like remotely agreeable on what he's defined them as. Bloodborne, people get addicted to playing Bloodborne even when they're absolute shit. And then Kirby, very much known for a game that everyone's happy to chill out and play with. And you'd be like, yeah, but it's a bit easy though, isn't it? You'd be like, Mark, I'm not looking for fucking Bloodborne when I play Kirby, or vice versa.
Resident Evil uses dynamic difficulty to keep players in that sweet spot, but for most games, a finely tuned and fiercely play-tested difficulty curve is the way to go. Remember though,
why did you then have a game with with adaptive difficulty on your screen?
Well, I mean, he just gave us, you can only do one of the two. Like, as in, you can only have it adapting on the fly through some kind of, like, restrictive director, or it's all set to begin with. I guess there are variations in a specific way, but to say you can do those two, and they're both good, is like, oh.
I mean, and he barely touches on the Resident Evil 4 dynamic difficulty thing either. Like, he just
I guess you're going to have to go watch that video.
It's like, yeah, that's really good.
Modular difficulty. Even though it take a sentence to explain, as you do worse, the game gets a little bit easier. And as you do better, the game starts to get a bit more difficult.
Which is like, so that's the way to go? And he's like, no, setting the difficulty in stone is also good.
Well, what you'd relate this to the chart by saying that sort of system of adaptive difficulty is a way for the game to sort of like almost automatically try and guide the flow around
the thing is
zone,
I'm literally guiding the flow around the player.
I don't think this, but if someone came to you with, I actually wish I could turn that off, like as a function, which I think it is off on the hardest difficulty, right, on Resident Evil 4.
On professional mode, the game is always operating at its most difficult. of that curve. Yes,
I think it's a valid perspective to be frustrated that you died a few times in a game and then it turns the difficulty down sort of subtly. I could see someone being like, "Hey, don't do that."
Well, that's me. That's and if I play a new game of Resident Evil, I have to beat it the first time because a lot of times I want to do the same thing over and over, and I want to try new things, try to get through a certain area. I'll do the water room or all kinds of different rooms and stuff to see how efficient or how good I can get at it. But then the game will be like, the first time through, oh, you're not doing too well there. Well, they're gonna make this easy for you, and it literally will like remove enemies and stuff. And I'm like, no. I'm purposefully doing this over and over and trying crazy stuff, but the game doesn't know that, and it's obviously a bit of an outlier of a scenario, but still. Luckily, professional mode.
People say it's like,
doesn't have that.
How does,
you still have to unlock it.
How does Doom play into this? Like, I'm sure he's gonna do it. We still got time.
That failure isn't a bad
probably
thing.
like a minute of credits.
Okay, we still got 20 seconds or so then.
Some of the most engaging games like Tetris and Spelunky are filled with failure, but people will keep coming back if the runs are relatively short, if they feel a sense of getting better each time, and if they know the next session will be markedly different from the one before.
So what we just talked about.
Why is anything said? What's the point?
Yeah, why? Like,
what about
if there's a caveat for everything? What's the point?
Tetris will not be markedly different from your last run.
What about Slay the Spire then? Most players on the hardest difficulty, playing for like heart kills or whatever, have win rates in the vicinity of about 5%. And that game is like heavily played.
Dark Soulsborne are famous for players getting so stubborn that their chats will be like, maybe you should try and like, no, I'm going to do exactly the same thing I just did. You're like, okay. Like, because you're just like, I will fucking beat this thing the way I want to.
There's this sense that I don't know how to articulate properly, but like, when you get into an encounter in maybe a Souls game or whatever, really, but like it's very difficult, but in your head it is within the realm of beatability that you're comfortable with. So you're like, no, I don't want to change anything. I have like locked into this loadout for this
challenge.
Fight.
As it stands, it's almost the same realm as when the game says you want to turn the difficulty down. You're like, I actually don't. I know I can do this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Often due to random generation of some kind. Also, note that there are different ways to challenge a player, so it's not always about having a constant stream of reflex and skill checks. Consider challenging.
Really?
Wow.
Damn. Strategy games just were born in this moment, I guess.
Inside, apparently, it's a game where there's puzzles, but there's also platforming.
No way.
Players' problem-solving skills, or spatial awareness, or decision-making.
Or decision-making.
Also puzzles.
Bro, you just dropped decision-making on us at the 9th minute. Decision-making.
All right, let's get to the credits. Come on.
Mental stimulation
He's not gonna mention
more
Doom,
physical
man.
challenges.
Wrap it
I
up.
told you he wasn't going to mention
So
Doom.
those are the factors that I found really work on me, and can help
Okay.
explain why I found certain games
everything?
irresistible.
Every single thing possible?
Also,
Every
mutually
single
exclusive in certain
game?
contexts. He found that decision making really worked on him.
Decision-making was good, yeah.
So did explosive cinematics, and also so did making a farm. And also,
Well,
so
remember,
did problem solving.
He also really liked the mystery of what things would be unlocked next, and also knowing what things would be unlocked next.
So what keeps
And
you
he really
engaged with
enjoyed
the
building
game?
a
So fuck if
farm.
I know anything, whatever. Just give me
Everything.
whatever, man.
So just make Hyperlight Drifter, Terraria, Minecraft, Stardew Valley, not
Factorio.
Doom sucks. Factorio, everything,
Just
Uncharted.
make it all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Throw it in.
Just
4
from-
pillars.
Yeah,
from an argument standpoint, from a logical essay standpoint, right? Like every single thing that he said immediately was countermanded by his that's my subjective opinion at the very end, though.
Yeah.
Because throughout
He
the
also
whole thing, he's like,
contradicted
this is
himself
what
multiple
works.
times.
This is what works. This is what works. This is what works. Well, I mean, if you ask me, right?
On
Like, what a
me,
fucking.
yeah.
I
just-
hate these
you know-
videos, Mahler. I hate them.
You
so
know what?
much.
Oh my god! I just realized this video would actually be improved by more text on the screen. That way, he could at least organize his thoughts. If he actually brought up a point and stuck it on the screen.
Yeah, but
I
then
hate to
there
say
might
that,
be
but
a few of those he actually has, which would probably be bad. But what you take away from this video is that the ideal game sits somewhere between Pong and GTA 6.
Ah,
Yeah,
somewhere,
that's
somewhere in,
definitely
that
true.
very narrow flow, we have the perfect game.
The movie equivalent of this is how to maintain the audience's attention in your story. And then it's like, okay, step one, I like Iron Man. It's very good for its action sequences. And you're like, okay, like Star Wars action adventure in a sci-fi world. That's what keeps people. Oh wow, Jurassic Park. It's action but with dinosaurs. And
Somebody
sort of
earlier
like,
said that.
are you just describing like genre at this point?
Yeah. Actually, somebody earlier said that this is basically Chris Streckman saying how to make a game. Like that's Chris Streckman video game edition.
Here are some
Remember,
things you
he
can
said
do
he's
in
going
this
to
game,
deep dive on Stardew Valley, and he told us about
like,
the community
Oh my god,
thing.
yeah, you're right.
I honestly think though the most interesting thing he could have told me in this video is like, why didn't Doom work? Tell me what
Yeah,
the
actually-
problem was with Doom.
Hey, we've still got
Like,
a couple of
that's the-
seconds left. Maybe we'll get it.
For me, nothing gets me going quite like a game filled with novel experiences that are teased through mystery and anticipation. Games like Dark Souls and Metroid and The Witness are impossible for me to put down. But it also helps me understand why I didn't stick with other games.
okay.
As good as
You talked
Doom
about Doom.
is, the pacing is way off, with
Why?
long stretches of high-intensity combat that gets pretty exhausting, and there's just not as much novelty as, say, Titanfall 2.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Really, the pacing's
but
the
Doom-
pacing's bad.
Doom did so much of the things that he said other games do.
You just don't love it then.
But
Yeah, it's
I
just
mean,
pointless.
But it has
Again,
new
like,
areas,
hey,
new enemies, new mechanics.
you got like the skill tree upgrades, like you see secret areas,
Like, I'm
increasing difficulty,
Broad-
different levels.
objectives, small objectives, mid objectives, and then changes in enemy dynamics and all the weapon dynamics.
Collectibles, like
I'm
there's
much more
the
comfortable
little
now
Doom
with the
guy
assessment that he
bobbleheads that you
absolutely
get.
does not love Doom
But
because like
why?
Because it's
because
exhausting.
he found it exhausting.
Why?
Like,
Yeah, I
he-
think it's way simpler. It's just that he didn't vibe with it, but he knows that
Yeah.
he can't be too harsh about it, so he made a video to explain.
yeah, exactly. Like,
Look, I do like Doom, and Doom's really good, but, you know, according to my Game Maker's Toolkit brilliant sort of observations, it's actually not very well paced, even though I made a bunch of arguments for it being well paced that just weren't for Doom. They were just for other games that shared
Yeah.
similarities with Doom.
let's
And
just
he
be
also
serious,
said he
right? Like, you
loved
just
it,
don't
by the way.
particularly
Loved Doom.
you don't particularly care for the shooty bangs in the demon killing game.
Yeah.
Like, you don't care for it enough to like
I,
that's the thing you're here to do in the game. That's fine. I disagree. Whatever.
I get vibes sort of like kind of like you remember Cinema Wins with Puss in Boots. It's like right, so like you just kind of didn't vibe with it,
Yeah.
pretty much. But you're not really, you don't want to admit that. You're not really in a position to admit that. It's kind of like not something that you can get away with in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea. I don't remember if I watched the first one. I remember at some point he talked about how fun and
If
great
you did, you
Doom
wouldn't
was.
remember it.
And,
No,
Our
but yeah,
first
that was.
one's
I can totally
description was
believe-
basically what I would expect from this video. It's like Doom's combat was really good because enemies behave differently.
Yeah.
Is that what we can
Oh.
learn from Doom? Also, Mark Brown.
Yeah, those are both Mark Brown. Yeah, he did
What-
the
So
what we
the
can learn
full-
from Doom. This was
The fuck?
2018, and then he did 2020, probably to apologize to people that were offended that he didn't love Doom, and talked about the 4 Ps of Doom's amazing combat, or maybe that was
Well, I'm
2020 is when
guessing
Eternal
Well, I
came
mean-
out. Yeah,
priority is probably just what you should kill in what order, preference of what weapons you use, preservation, ammo, like when you should use it, and then position is just where you are.
Yeah,
Yep.
the tactics of combat.
Yep, that
yeah.
that is the video. Just so you're aware,
We did it. We've
I mean,
checked out 2
you
videos
just did it.
now.
I'm not
Ammo-
even joking.
Ammo preservation isn't really even too much of a thing in Doom 2016. It's a major part of Doom Eternal, but 2016
like-
you've got tons of ammo.
You've got the ammo you need in 2016.
It's just nuts how dissatisfying to have this, you know, the god of game dev tell you what's wrong with Doom is. I didn't really like the pacing.
I didn't really like the pacing because in Doom, I wasn't interested in doing all that shooting.
Yeah, like
Yep.
how
Yeah,
does
well,
how can you
I
not
mean-
address? It's the perfectly made game for the person who just wants to kill demons relentlessly. Isn't that like the idea?
Noticeably, Doom was capitalizing on a sort of like gap in the market in that capacity.
Well,
That's
and-
part of
and
where
it-
its appeal came from.
How? What can you say to criticize that wouldn't, with his broad language, also apply to shit like Tetris? Like I
think-
can't
I
be
think
doing the
maybe I
same
don't
thing
wanna
for that
just
long.
stack blocks all day.
Yeah, I think what I found really refreshing about Doom 2016 was that it kind of cut the fat of what we were seeing increasingly in shooters.
Yeah.
Like it was like within 6 seconds of you starting the game, you were shooting demons in the face, and I was very happy about that. Like it kind of was refreshing to see a slim, it had some puzzles, it had some exploration, but a slimmed down version of the shooter that we kind of fell in love with, that without all the extra trappings and unnecessary world building and things like that. And I think they kind of learned the wrong lessons with Eternal and even Dark Ages as
They
well.
watched this video.
They watched this video. Added more puzzles and more pacing and everything.
But different things will work for different players.
Exactly.
Wow. Nice.
That's his ending point.
That could have been the whole video.
It's the standard conclusion for every single video I say.
Yeah.
I could be wrong though. Everything could mean anything to everybody though.
But it's just my opinion.
Why?
The moment the video is like about to end, you have to take everything that you were saying and shove it off a fucking cliff.
Yeah, what was
Just
that
my
shit?
opinion, though.
Why didn't you just
my
say,
opinion.
hello, I'm Mark Brown, and everyone likes different things?
I like some things.
Yeah.
You also like some things, presumably. Yeah.
I'm not even
Hello,
kidding.
fellow humans.
You guys remember,
Coward.
right, when he was
Absolute
explaining
coward.
versatile verbs, and he said, if you press the button, you throw the grenade. If you hold the button, you cook the grenade.
Big if true.
It's just, it's the kind of shit that's like, why?
What'll they do with next?
Why? Why do you do this?
Maybe
tap the
you
button,
need
you jump a
competition
little.
with other
If you
real-life
hold it, you jump
gamers,
far.
or rewards you can show off to other people. I don't know. I don't know you. So in the comments below, think about the last game that you found totally
yes,
engrossing,
please,
and tell me
comments,
why.
yeah, tell me what you think in the comments below.
Comments will be
I-
more educational in this video.
Oh god,
I
yeah.
almost
That's
thought
saying
this
a
was a
lot.
toolkit for making games or something, but I guess I was wrong.
No.
I now know how to make my dream video game. Thank you, Mark Brown.
Toolkit for
Yay.
siphoning
I hate
money
this
off of
platform.
rubes.
Someone this empty could be this successful. It's insane. Like he didn't say anything for 10 minutes.
Oh, is this your
Feeding
first
himself.
time watching one of these?
It's
They're
like-
fucking
I mean,
terrible.
I've definitely
This is
experienced
actually
Mr.
my
Brown
first time
before, but
watching one of these.
they're all
They
just
are
a blur,
awful.
man. Like, oh, he's so fucking stupid.
Every one of them are the same thing.
Yeah, he's
you
one of
know,
our mainstays. We've covered him probably once per year, I think, right? Something like that.
and they're always the same.
Why does he
always
have
the same.
so
They're
many
so
patrons?
infuriating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, like you'd.
Why
think-
do these people pay him for this not information?
Because it feels, if you don't
People are
stop and you
feels
don't,
like it's information if you're not
right?
paying
It feels,
attention.
yes. If
Yeah,
you pay
you have it on
zero
in the
attention, you just
background.
watch it.
And the
It's 10
production
minutes.
values.
Calm
Look,
British
text
voice.
pops up on screen with like slight animations. Like that
Yes.
means like it's really good. This is like
That means
production
knowledge.
values. This is like an official proper thing. This isn't just some random person like, you know, turning on the microphone and then just talking with some gameplay in the background. It's somebody doing that, but they're British and it's got slightly higher production values.
Yes.
Very
That was the
authoritative.
worst thing to happen to my channel, apparently.
The reality is like having a British accent can seriously
Yeah,
like change
yeah.
the way that people perceive the things that you're saying. If you said video games can introduce pacing in different ways, such as difficulty, story, cutscenes, you know, it's just like, oh no, I don't want to listen to you. You know, I don't want to hear that. Nah.
For my next video, I'm going to try to sound slightly more Canadian and see if it pushes things in a positive or negative direction, and then go from there.
Just get increasingly more Canadian until you see a drop off. That's what you got to do. Just every...
All right, bud. So here's the next video games we're talking about. Pull up a
Yeah,
chair
you,
and a
could- you could
beer.
actually work out the ideal flow of Canadian by doing that. It's like, how Canadian can I get before it causes people anxiety?
Listen, we've got limited time before we're gonna have to be cut off, but you know, I really left it to the end of part one. I was thinking about this with Chax. They're probably anticipating some things would happen this particular anniversary, and it's like, you know, I know what they're after. I know exactly what they're after.
They want that juicy shack meat?
I will
What?
say, hell yeah, I will say that this is going to work out because this is the shortest of the 3 different sections that are going to come. No, it's going to do my video. That'll
my
be in
goodness,
part
what?
3, okay? Like, you can think about that. I'm talking about
Foreshadowing.
a section, perhaps a return to something that I know all of you want to see, keeping up with our favorite fun character, I mean, we've done Sterling. We even look at Mark Brown, and we had some new faces this time around. Even a woman, a female. We might get in trouble for that.
Even a woman.
But
oh, we will.
No, not Batwoman. That'll be once this stream has come to an end. The first part, of course. But like I said, we've got about 50 minutes. So this is probably going to work out just about perfectly. We're going to check in with Boogie.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Wait, is it all working?
Oh,
No, you're
Boogie.
not.
Video is age restricted.
Age restricted. Oh,
Son of a
God.
bitch.
Seriously?
I thought they were age restricted when I did the first time around. We're not allowed to watch videos that are age restricted on this? You serious?
No,
Apparently
it's
you
always
can
been like
install
that.
a browser extension and it will let you.
I
You just play it through OBS and we could watch it
Well,
on the.
what if
It's
I just re-upload it and then we watch it before it gets rated as age restricted?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
do that,
sure I
yeah.
could do that. My
am
internet's
super
good
quick.
now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
am
Yay.
quite high-key dying,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm gonna go and crawl into my bed and fall asleep now, I think.
Very
Uh,
fair. We shall.
Alright.
Thank you for joining us so long.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it.
me on. It's
Cool.
been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Great talking to you too.
See you
Always,
next
good
time,
man.
dude.
Enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye
See ya.
Bye bye.
All right, give me a moment while I sort this out. Take long.
Yeah.
Way to steal my thunder.
You
Watch
got that-
together.
Oh,
You got
fuckers.
that gigabyte internet. You can upload anything at no time at all.
Oh yes. I just love the idea that we got to watch it before YouTube rate it as 18. It's like go.
Go watch faster.
Yeah, you guys can
Is
talk about
it
anything.
because Boogie is shirtless at some point and
He-
they're not
he
certain
says-
whether or not it's female breasts?
He says cunt a lot. It's like his
Oh,
favorite
okay.
word. I assume that's part of it.
Yeah, that'll do
And
it.
by the way-
That'll do it.
And what's weird is that Boogie lives in the same state as me. He lives in Arkansas. That's not like a word we really say. It's just not really a common word.
You can tell
here.
it doesn't flow from him. Whenever he says it, it always feels like he's trying to be aggressive and edgy.
Well, he's
It's like,
saying it
ugh.
because it's the edgy swear word to Americans. It's like that's the you can't say that one. So like,
It's
look
the
at how
edgiest
tough he
word you
is
can
that he
say
says
and
it.
kind of get away with.
Well, I guess what Fringy's saying is like, depending on where you're from, certainly
It's
in Britain
edgier
and
in America
Australia,
than it
like
is in Britain and
they're
Australia.
way more
Yeah.
casual word. Yeah.
Yeah.
It also
not as
depends
big a
where
deal.
in the United States you're from. Like New Jersey, not a problem. You hear that all the time.
Okay. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah,
It would be regional differences.
Good example would be Shaun of the Dead, right? Where they're talking about Ed, and then he walks up and says, "Can I get any of you cunts a drink?" It's just that simple sort of thing. It just comes up constantly. So but with him, he's usually calling someone that over and over again. You'll see. You'll see. I have to re-upload these moments before covering them for all three because they all got age restricted. He's aggressive. You may not
He's
know
not a
this.
child-friendly guy.
No.
He's saying that
Even
he
though
hasn't
he
hasn't actually improved as a person or tried to grow.
Wow.
Or
Oh yeah, I
reform
guess
or-
we could do so what this is I figured you guys wanted us to check in on him and see how he was doing. And so as
make
part
sure
of
he's okay, yeah.
my prep, I was looking at different sources, be it the subreddit that follows his stuff or different channels that like highlight it, and man, he's been up to all kinds of wacky shenanigans, and I eventually managed to create 3 compilations of different things he's been up to. With different things. Like for example, the last time we covered him, he was doing his community service where he was drinking piss.
Oh god.
So that's the last we saw him. The stream after that, actually, you know what? It's going to come up. It's somewhat of a narrative. It's somewhat chronological. I'm not going to say completely, but it is. So YouTube have begun to process this video, so I got to get this in as soon as possible. It's hilarious, by the way. Like, this is how I'm going to subvert this.
And
It's
also,
only
it's
loaded
good that we got
240p.
delayed when we're at like 11 hours, so there is a limited
Okay,
amount of time
720p,
here.
good enough. Let's just go.
Okay,
All right.
Yep. All right. Let's go.
Before it stops.
That's amazing that you can do that.
We don't
so
need high
fast.
definition, Boogie.
All right, is it working? There we go.
Oh, the music.
Okay.
I was gonna say, it used to be Dawn of Final Day. Now it's Dawn of Clown Monkey because seriously, that is broadly what he has become. He is
Clown
doing all
Monkey,
kinds
yeah.
of crazy shit in order to get money, and that's that. That's the deal. Obviously, you
Oh,
can
yeah,
say
it's
through
left.
lolcow, but just through generally what he's up to. But yeah, I don't think I need any preamble. Let's go. And just get a little bit of a blast from the past, all right? Just to do a contrast, all right? Enjoy.
Oh, nice rhyme.
The Game Award goes to Boogie. 29.
Dude, the fucking CEO of like fucking EA.
Crazy.
So crazy. Satan himself.
There is nobody in this country.
No one on earth deserves it more than him.
Earth. Nobody on earth.
Oh, this is good.
Is it not just brilliant?
Country in this world that is more deserving of this trophy, that has done so much to bring games into life.
Dude, people thought he was a good person.
Yeah, they did. It's tough to remember this. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Was this before or after the hookers?
I've seen you in.
You want to just give them a read? Out loud, I guess.
8 years later, and what a mess you've become. There is no way this is the same guy. No, he is. I simply don't believe it. It doesn't look or sound like the same person, and he acts completely differently, too. Man, Boogie, what happened? How the mighty have fallen. Jesus.
It's because this video is obviously on his channel, and so you could see that previous one that's hearted, and then you see all these. You're like, ooh.
Why didn't you heart these ones?
Yeah, I don't know. Crazy. Come on, Boogie. Let us know what
you
you
know.
think.
He watches this video all the time to reminisce about the before times, the long, long ago, as Brandon would say.
What is
when he was actually respected and liked.
How times have changed, but we've catalogued all of it, and now the chapter continues.
Of a microphone. Congratulations.
This has got to be what like Egypt is like when they think about the time of the pharaohs, when they had this great kingdom and they were on the top of civilization, and now it's like fucking Egypt. You know, it's
millions of fans around the world. Say a few words.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Jeff, for this show, and thank you, everybody, man, that at home and voted for me. Thanks for my wife, who's changed my life and given me something to fight for.
Oh yeah, his old wife. Yeah.
Yeah, you left her.
We sang do it. Up.
Drink the mystery liquid.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so just for anybody who isn't caught up, this is the last we saw him. He's just on the side of the road after picking up trash as punishment for lying about cancer and doing a fucking Bitcoin scam, and he had to drink piss in order to get out of it faster.
Oh, memories.
So I'm just saying,
he'd rather drink piss than help the community. Is basically what we're saying.
Yeah, like I mean, it's oh god.
And then the cop showed up, and you had to like put on
the same guy. It's the wholesome chubby Manu's just trying to get by and inspiring people. He's just sitting here drinking piss.
like these are pictures you can smell. Like I would not want to be. Oh god.
It still amuses me that the guy who made him do this called me a sadist.
Oh yeah, that was a good moment.
The timing
it's funny you say that. I don't have the clip.
You're the fucked up one.
But it's come up a couple of times because I've been trying to watch these clips in context to grab what I need. Keemstar does not know the difference between Satanist and sadist.
What? That makes sense.
He has no
implying
idea.
that Little Platoon worships the devil.
Well, so now it's interesting because I think he may have. I don't know. He was.
I'm a Satanist.
Possibly.
Yeah. That makes even less sense.
God. Someone accuses him of being a sadist in a super chat, and he says, "I don't worship Satan." Even Boogie was like, "What?" I don't have the clip. I just remember being like, "He didn't." Oh man.
I'm tired of being such a lolcow. And that is one of the reasons I did it so much. It was because I was forced by my stupid brain to interact with that shit. Yes, my mother twitted my fucking
just making sure everyone's caught up, making sure you're caught up.
The classic.
I'm worried we'll get through this in time.
That's why the abuse! And she twisted my balls and my dick! And she told me that sex was disgusting and awful! And she told me that only disgusting, awful people had it!
This is how unfazed Wings is like, when he's doing all that shit.
He's used to it.
Wings is probably
Boogie's
just
doing his
like,
thing
man,
again.
this guy really puts my life into a pretty good light, doesn't he?
Everyone's life.
Worst thing I did was cry about Call of Duty once.
Yeah, at least I'm not a Satanist.
Disgusting and awful! And she told me that only disgusting, awful people had it!
You're gonna do punishments, motherfucker! Because when Boogie got the liar tattoo, he fucking liked it. He was loving it. He wasn't even upset. He was the center of attention. He felt like everything was going to be good and gravy by just getting some ink on his face. And a lot of people are saying that the tattoo's not even fucking real. Have you guys seen how much this faded? Apparently he was putting fucking like alcohol or
This was 11 months ago. Can't even fucking see it. This is like, okay.
rubbing alcohol on it to make it fade or something. Complete bullshit. Plus,
At least it
grew
proves
a
he can
goddamn
feel
beard
shame.
over
theory.
the tat. So that didn't work. That wasn't good enough. So we're about to tune in right now to see how this all plays out.
I'm literally in my fucking hometown that I've lived in for 30 fucking years, holding up a sign that says I faked cancer. Hit me. So that's what I'm doing today. And I would never lie about cancer.
Okay.
And it's,
There we go.
Oh my god.
I just love how fucking passionate he
The
is.
passion, yeah, red as a tomato. Like,
and I would never lie about cancer.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah, you would never lie
disgusting.
about
I
it.
think the most impressive thing is that he didn't have a heart attack right then and there.
I know,
That's
right?
Probably
Yeah.
the most impressive
Oh,
thing.
there's several moments of that. Yeah.
Telling you, he should wake up every morning and thank God that he gets another day. He could die at any second.
Or Satan.
You think
depending
I'm
on
gonna
what-
need a fucking tattoo? You think the message is loud and fucking clear?
Oh my god!
it looks 4 feet tall in this clip. What the hell?
Tattoos? I gotta. So
Just a
Boogie,
big
what's
sign.
up, man? How you doing? Are you all ready? You got it.
Oh,
Hit me.
God.
Don't hit the sign. Don't hit the
Hit his
fake.
ass! Oh,
Hit
she
him with-
missed! What? Yeah!
He's enjoying this. Get out of here.
I literally.
He absolutely
It's
enjoys
attention.
all this sort of stuff. Yeah, he loves being on the camera.
And
It's,
the idea of having light tattooed on his forehead is particularly unappealing by comparison because that's, like permanent.
Oh,
Yeah, he has a
salty
shame kink,
about
though.
that. The one
Also-
chance we had to really pin him to the wall, and they pussied out. Pissed off.
I'm so sorry that we have to lose Mark. And no offense to Mark in any way, shape, or form. But who
Yeah,
will
that's okay.
come in instead is probably going to make chat relatively happy. But I really appreciate you joining us for this whole thing, Mark. We will
No worries.
catch you
Take it
around.
easy, guys. Maybe see you a bit later.
Oh, yeah, we
Congrats
will,
on,
Thanks.
7 years, 350 episodes.
Fuck yeah.
Hooray.
Later, guys.
Yeah, we will we'll catch you later.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
He gone.
Who could it be?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Gonna be
Well, you
now.
need him for this.
I mean, it's
Come
not
on
gonna-
now. This is perfect.
Hey, I delayed looking at this as long as I could to get him on. Okay. Got to give the people what they want to some extent, you know?
That's right. We are people pleasers.
God, need him for this.
Well. I was going to say, it's not much of a surprise. You're already in chat. You're right on time. This is section 1. We have 3. It's gonna be a thing.
Once again.
Yes.
This is gonna be a deep night for me. Let's go.
I
Once again.
worked hard to collect these things. You don't know what adventure. I will say they ramp up. All right. The first one's kind of chill by comparison with what he's been up
I
to.
go out of my way not to cover Boogie so I can do it here.
Oh wow, Nicholas has been saving himself for us.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. This is all new to me.
Thank you.
It's like Christmas.
Just keep in mind, this caps out, unfortunately, this stream in like 38 minutes. So we're going to have to end it, and then we can start the next one after it. I'll explain when we get there. We got to set up Batwoman as well. Fuck. Okay, anyway, we'll just keep on going. Just so everyone's got the context, he's agreed to sit, I guess, in the middle of his city, town somewhere, and say that he faked cancer and that they can hit him with water balloons to people.
Said not the fake. Oh God, it hurts.
Could be with a water balloon. In
It
the,
actually
in the
hurts.
giant
It
fucking
hurts.
gut.
Okay.
Okay, John Diaper says 20.
He looks so sad.
I don't know, what would you think seeing this? Going part and someone's like, I faked cancer, hit me.
I would
Well,
run
I
him
mean-
and punch his ass. It says hit him.
Boogie 2988. He's the kind of person that makes you look at like Stephen Hawking and go, "Man, that body."
Well, ugh.
Cheers. Let me tell you,
Hey,
you
that's
are a
better.
strong guy. Everything like that, you know. You too, man.
Yo,
you're the one.
shut
You're
the
the one
fuck up. He's not a strong guy. Get out of here, you fucking Discord mod.
Really weird. Walking up to him with a sign, I fake cancer, and be like, you're a strong man. All right, yeah.
Well, that guy was
Yo,
very
Josh,
illiterate. He thought it said it beat cancer.
Oh,
Discord mod.
Because we
piece
just
of
assume mentally.
Yeah.
you'd hope so.
shit. Beat his ass.
has to
Beat
be.
his ass.
I did die to cancer, not the face. You fucking, how the fuck can you guys miss me? Fucking you fake cancer, you fucking bitch. Well, then you throw.
You covered your face. I can't hit it.
I don't even call that. He said, "How the fuck can you miss me when I'm this big?" And then the guy just said, "You fake cancer, you bitch." You can't really make fun of anybody, Boogie.
How the fuck can you guys miss me? Fucking the face you fake cancer, you fucking bitch. Well, then you throw a
Hit him
fucking
again. Hit him again.
Grandpa has kids. Hey, consent before I throw it at you. Consent that I can throw it at you before I throw it. No, you throw it at me.
Call him daddy.
He consents. He consents.
There's a
Beat his-
sign that says he consents right there. It's- no need for the additional consent.
Boogie's got a protective dick cover.
Yeah, he
made.
he got a shield.
You gotta warn me before you fucking do it. Warn me.
Why?
I
Why?
got told
Why?
I have cancer. I've been treating the cancer, but I don't have my official
Oh,
diagnosis.
shut the fuck
So-
up! Still doing this. Shut up!
So
man.
this-
Shut up!
Stop
Shut up!
it.
Shut up!
This is fucking brilliant. He's admitted that he faked it, and now he's immediately lying again. It's just like, you fucking...
Wait, did he say that they treated him for it without an official
Impulse.
diagnosis? They're just out there giving him radiation treatments for
His
nothing?
story is that he's been treated the way, like, this is the best faith interpretation. He's got treatment for polycythemia vera because he's got like the symptoms of it, but they don't know that's what it is. And even if it is that, he's gonna die well before that would kill him. He's like admitted all this, but he took all of that and made it. I've been diagnosed with cancer.
Dude, it's crazy
Yeah,
that the
but
chemo
well,
is
and then he asked for
emulating male
money.
pattern baldness right now. Like it's only taking the hair off the front of his head.
So he's but he's still fucking pushing this. Like that's it's actually it was totally fair for me to say it.
You gotta
Can't let
warn
it
me
go.
before you fucking do it. Warn me. I got told I have cancer. I've been treating the cancer, but I don't have my official diagnosis. I talked about it on the internet. People felt sorry for me. I should have never talked about it on the internet. So feel free to hit me in the
There's so many
fucking
things
line.
wrong with that statement.
So
But
bullshit.
hit me anyway. Fucking hit me.
Look at it though, yeah.
What?
Anybody
I know
with
Doctor
half a
fucking told me
brain.
that.
No, they did.
Yeah, she just said no, they didn't. I don't even know if she knows who he is.
Told me I had
Yeah, they know
polycythemia.
too.
He's lying. He's lying. Hit him.
How
Hit
fucking
him.
expensive
Yeah,
cancer
he
treatments
is.
are. They're never
Oh,
going to
Man, he lying.
Everybody thinks everything I say
approve
is a lie
that
now.
for
I don't
somebody
blame
who doesn't officially.
Yeah, well,
lie.
why does everybody think that everything he says is a lie now? Like,
Probably
do you
because
think that
everything
has
he
any
said is a
correlation
lie.
With all of the lying that
You're a
you've
liar,
done?
dude. That's kind of how that works.
Yeah. Yeah. Ma'am, he was saying that you're a DEI hire. Are you sure you don't want to hit him with a balloon?
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Like,
I'm sorry, my friends. I'm mentally ill dipshit.
Can they even hear us?
Yeah, they
Yes.
can hear us.
Yes. Would you like to tell the people online how you were personally affected by cancer in your life?
Why does that guy have a little
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Grandmother died of cancer.
little ducky on his head for some reason?
Oh man, did you hear that?
Yeah.
It was
Oh.
her time.
It was her time
Oh,
anyway.
Jesus.
What?
He said my grandmother died of cancer, but it was her time. It's like that's a weird way to put that, but all right.
Face, okay, not the,
Technically, yes. He's
not the face.
the most.
Peg him. Yeah.
I hate this. I hate this.
No, you don't. You love every
I
second.
don't really.
Yeah, he's even smiling.
Because this is like this is just like it doesn't fucking require you to really do anything. It's like, oh well, you just sit there and people throw some water balloons at you.
Well, like,
all is
right.
forgiven, right? Like that's just it. It's like, hey, look, it's over, right? Yeah, I did my punishment.
good person
I didn't have
now.
to I didn't really have to do anything. Like ultimately, I didn't have to
Look,
change.
they're cooling him down on a hot
Well,
Kansas
to be
summer
fair,
day.
people do this
That's
for
right.
fun, like throwing water balloons and
Being
water
hit with
guns.
Yeah, they don't
balloons
care if
is
it's
really
true or
hard.
not.
Like,
They really don't
Like,
care
again,
if it's true. or not.
and at least with the community service thing, I mean, he's at least he's picking up trash. You
Yeah.
know, like he is actually cleaning a place up that makes an area better for everybody.
And he was
So there's
miserable
that.
doing that. Like he
He
couldn't.
was unhappy
he
with
hated,
that.
He
That
hated
one was
every bit of
unhappy
that.
because he had to do work. He had to
Yeah.
walk around in the heat and everything.
Where-
This is
where
like,
this is-
comparatively chill.
This is Tipples the clown, but even lazier. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't even have to put on a fucking uniform and perform. He's just going and it's pathetic.
Which is why he's got to
This
play
guy
up the whole like,
somehow
I
still-
hate this. This is the worst thing ever.
This is
I hate my life. I hate my life.
I told you not to throw it at my face. It's like, yeah, all right, come on, bro.
mhm.
No.
Yeah, that was good. Oh my god.
Look at him acting like he got hit by a rock. Like, calm down.
No.
Some flashbacks to
water
West
balloon.
Virginia.
Oh yeah,
Respectfully,
the
like,
fake crying. Yeah.
The sniffles. He's gonna
everybody
sniff.
deserves a second chance. dude's sorry, he's sorry, bro. Like everybody fucks up, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, man. Second chance.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Everybody fucks up.
Okay, listen. These are my countrymen. These people on
Yeah,
the
right.
street.
You gotta find this
but-
dude. Talk some sense.
So,
to him.
then again, well, actually, no. There's an easy out. This is probably in Fayetteville, which is a college town, meaning it's full of retarded college kids who aren't necessarily from Arkansas. So we're off the hook. These could be
You'd
anybody.
think he doesn't know anything about the story if he's saying he needs a second chance. Like, do you know who Boogie is?
Everyone deserves a 17th chance.
700th chance, maybe.
He also did a crypto scan.
Oh, he's sorry.
He did the crypto scan. He did the documentary. That's true. Like, I'm in this shit. I know all of it.
So why did you say?
Why did you say second chance?
What that change? Oh, I'm so confused now.
Yeah, when Boogie was reading the Bible and Jesus says, "No, forgive your neighbor 77 times," Boogie was like, "Yes."
He's on 73. He's run it out, but he's still
He's
got
being
some left.
individually forgiven for it's different things. It's one time forgiven for each. That's the way that they're looking at it.
Ah, there you go.
What's your friend's name with the afro?
Yeah, let me talk to the afro guy. Hey guys,
I don't know that guy.
Which one?
Oh shit!
Which overweight?
Hey, I have an
I
afro.
love how they panned the camera. And,
Yeah, it's like, there's another one.
They realized in real time.
I had a It's like Lilo when she's like, "They're everywhere."
Oh man. Both these facial expressions are so funny.
both of them. Guys, are you fans of Boogie, and that's why you have those hairstyles?
Are you fans of the Bee Gees?
Yeah, no, not really. It's just funny watching him like destroy his life, I guess, on the internet.
That's fair.
All right. That's the most honest take I've ever seen.
Put your hand down. Put your hand down.
Just fun. You just want to hit a fat guy with a balloon today? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, kind of.
Yep.
Nice.
Right in the dick. Right in the dick.
No, no, where do you want me to hit you? Anywhere else.
We're in the bottom of the ninth, and here comes the first. Oh, right in the face.
That was in the fucking face.
See, that probably did hurt.
Yeah, that probably
pissed
did.
off about that.
I mean, a little bit, yeah. It stopped, you know.
If he broke his glasses, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, I would have not worn my glasses during that.
Don't cover the face. Oh.
start aiming for his balls.
Ooh, that one didn't break.
I love the BBC. I love BBC.
Go!
Oh, is that Mountain Dew?
Of course.
On theme.
So
the national drink of the United
so
States.
fucking cold.
He's really feeling the joy right now.
Nipple. That, how did you make it explode? You're a fucking idiot.
Get his ass hard.
Even an old boy.
Oh. Not the face, not the rolls, not the city of the face. I got you. I got you.
Why does he have any say in it?
What?
Oh, it's
Why
right
does
where I
he have
told
any
him.
say
Ah,
in it?
God
Like-
damn it.
Yeah.
Like, why does he have any say in where he gets hit? It's just like, just shut up and.
He's got to.
I just
and
wish
find a way
we
to
could see real
complain.
punishments for this guy. Yo, he'll find a way to complain no matter what.
Yeah,
it is.
let's not complain like he doesn't have the equivalent of 4 Gambison jackets on him at all angles all the time.
Hey, right at the fucking nipples, you fucking idiots!
It was right in the middle.
No,
Yeah, center mass.
Yeah, and his nipples are basically facing the sides anyway at this
Yeah.
point.
Go kill yourself, you fat prick.
Go kill yourself, you fat prick.
How is that so clear? Like, from the show?
I'm sorry. That moment is from a TV show. It's so perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's so even the audio. Like, how is he so clear?
It's like a Reno 911 clip.
I felt like it was like a South
Megaphone.
Park. It was just like, how did you? That's just the perfect setup.
God damn it!
The timing.
Hey, right at the fucking nipples, you fucking idiots!
Hey, go kill yourself, you fat prick. Go kill yourself, you fat prick.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Love you though.
I'm so sorry.
You fucker.
Love you
Swinging that
though.
on us.
Kind of fucked up. Out there. Fucking bitch. Yep. Yeah.
I can't believe no one's like
but
actually
listen,
smacked
Boogie,
him.
every time you get hit, you have to scream tipples.
Tipples! Tipples! Tipples!
No, you got to do it properly.
Yeah, he's not
They're
doing it
bouncing off of
properly,
him without breaking. He's so
You gotta screw
gelatinous that the water balloons are just boinking off of him.
You missed. Tipples! That was a good one.
There is nobody in this country, in this world, that is more deserving of this trophy, that has done so
Oh.
much. Congratulations. You have millions of fans around the world. Say a few words.
Tipples! Tipples! Tipples!
Oh, how far we come.
You missed. Tipples! That was a good one.
What do we even do to punish you? For the last month, it's been page 5. Like we got to do some new lolcow stuff.
Where's
I'll
your
do my
fucking
full
fake?
cast.
Where's your fucking tattoo?
Did you catch that?
Where's your fucking tattoo?
He almost said something else there.
Page 5. Like we got to do some new lolcow stuff.
Where's
I'll
your
do my
fucking
full
fake?
cast.
Where's your fucking tattoo?
Oh, where's your fucking fake? Oh.
Whoops.
Oh, he just sucks at everything. Wow.
Where's your fake tattoo? So, it became controversial that he'd completely lost the tattoo, and so they were going to some kind
You
of
get the logo tattooed.
get-together thing.
If you believe in the show.
And the idea was they're going to touch it up because they had a guy there who could do tattoos. Now, this is a rare occasion in which Boogie's kind of fucked because he'd agreed originally to do the tattoo. He'd found a way to get out of it. I'm not sure how, if it's to do with the alcohol rubbing or scratching it, or if it was never real to begin with. I don't know. But he's kind of successful. You can't tell he's got a tattoo, and even if you shave the beard off, you can't read it. So it's basically gone. It's like
No one's getting close enough to the face to double check. So he's
So he kind of won on that front. Like he got the benefit of the I have done my penance and I deserve redemption, but he also had no repercussions. So obviously the fans were upset. So they asked Keemstar as well as others touch up the tattoo. Right? He should be on board with that if he wants to be honest about this. And I think at first he entertained it until it was time for it to happen, which you can see he's got the razor ready to you got to get the beard off, and then they're going to get the guy to tattoo. And so this is his reaction.
Whatever the fuck you're gonna do, I ain't participating. I do not consent. Now do whatever the fuck you're gonna do.
Just look at it.
Do whatever the fuck you're gonna do.
Look at it. I feel like that's consenting.
No, do it here, bitch. Now
So this is what's
do
so
it.
confusing. He wants to not be seen as Captain Pussy, and he also wants to take the licks where he believes he's agreed to deserve them, but he doesn't want this to happen. So it's a complete contradiction.
Doesn't want the tattoo, obviously.
Yeah.
Doesn't want the
So-
tattoo because the tattoo has permanent consequences.
So he doesn't. He's flipping out because he doesn't know how to deal with this. He needs to make sure it doesn't happen, but also not be seen to just completely disagree. So he's like, "Yeah, you could fucking shave me where I sit, bitch."
Yeah,
And
he's
it's like,
stalling.
what?
He's stalling completely.
Yeah.
He has no idea what decision to make.
Dude,
yet.
imagine he gets the tattoo finally, and then he gets the call from the doctor. He goes, "Boogie, I've got some horrible news. You need to come in."
Oh my
immediately."
god, please. That's the storybook ending we need. That's fucking
He's like, I have polycythemia vera. He's like, no, just regular cancer, bowel. Like, sorry,
No,
buddy.
it's of the breast. It's of the breast. Yeah.
You're tipple. You have tipple cancer.
Faces. Do it on my fucking dime. Do it on my fucking time. Fuck you. I do not consent. I will not fucking do it. Now get at me.
I will not do it.
What is he saying?
This is absolutely performative, but it's performative in pursuit of something that he really, really wants, which is not to get a tattoo.
Yeah, like he's
this is the
overplaying
fake
it.
Boogie rage.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make this as
It's
prohibitingly,
the fake Boogie rage, but he really doesn't want to get it, right? So it's like the character that he's playing is to pursue a goal, which is I don't want this tattoo. I'm going to try and find a way to do it. But like this isn't like an unhinged rant. This is like deliberate.
This is
Clearly.
tactical, yeah. It's like debate me right now, this moment, instantly. See how look how enthusiastic I am. Actually, you're the coward because you won't do it right now, here, this second.
I'll turn my face the way I want my face to be fucking turned.
It's like, what?
What is he protesting?
Well put,
Yeah,
bro.
this is nonsense.
Again, because I'm pretty sure he agreed to it, but he's now the moment has come. He's like, oh fuck, like I can't actually let them do this.
Yeah.
You gonna cut up my fucking throat next too?
No! But you sure the fuck ain't cutting in mine. I'm just gonna pick it off my face again, you dumb motherfucker! I'm just gonna pick it off my face again, you dumb motherfucker! I'm just gonna pick it off my face
Yeah, when he repeats himself like over and over and over again, that's
Yeah.
like one of the clear tells that this is a performance.
He
It's
thinks he's
kinda
like a great
weird.
actor. He thinks he's a great actor.
He's so
does think
bad.
he's a
He's doing
great actor.
Francis
He's so
without the
fucking
speech
bad.
impediment.
Well, he
I
thought
think
he
the
was
way
a
that I
good
would
liar,
explain it,
too.
it's kind of like an awkward. If you're like, obviously, people get angry in different ways, but when someone repeats themselves over and over and over again, it's a bit like, what's going on? Like, is it like you're
Reversion
trying
to
really hard
childhood.
to figure out like things that you can say, but your brain's just not working fast enough to give you that. So it's just like, I'll just say the same thing, but really, really loud. That'll convince him that I'm angry and like sort of off my, I'm like insane at this point. Like I can't be reasoned with. So then he'll just repeat. It's like I fucking did, like that sort of thing.
It's classic Stalin.
I never
man.
did.
What was the
Yeah,
other one?
right.
Like, what was the one? The one
I
that he
never did.
Yeah, I never did. That's the one. That's like the clearest example.
Yeah, because he couldn't think of any way to get out of it. So like he just does that until he could find a way to either run away or because he can never think of a proper like solution or comeback. But it's just his only tactic, and it's so weird seeing it over and over and over again with this guy.
Yeah,
I
His
just want to know
desire
who
for
made this
elocution
couch, by
far
the way.
outstrips his capability.
I really want to know who manufactured this couch because this has got to be the strongest couch ever
Oh, yeah.
made.
That is
Holy
bigger than
shit.
Boogie. I can't believe no one commented on
That's
that.
not a couch. The ground just comes up at that point.
Yeah, who is this person on the right that's actually bigger
that is
than him?
Billy the Fridge.
Billy the Fridge.
He's a Dark Soul boss. or
Yeah,
something,
he's
man. Holy shit.
yeah, that's an appropriate name, that's for sure.
Yeah, because he's so cool.
Wait, that's actually his name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Billy.
The
Billy
Fridge.
is. It doesn't say Billy the Fridge on his birth certificate.
No, but
I'm in fucking Red Elf again! I'm in Red Elf again! I'm in Red Elf again!
Oh, the table now. I thought you had a bad back,
he's
Boogie.
getting.
Why do you
You can
lift
see
his
how
shirt
no
up?
He
one-
always does that when he's raging. He loves to just get naked.
What the fuck are his pants? He looks like he's going on a quest right now.
And look.
Tonic, ha ha ha, loser, LLLLLLL.
Can't touch it up for real.
The text to speech on the
You
speaker.
can on my fucking corpse, motherfucker! You can on my fucking unconscious body, motherfucker!
You know, I'm not suicide baiting or anything like that. I'm no longer suicidal, and I never will be again in this life.
I will never will be again in this life.
Man, why would you even say something
It's
like
such a-
that? Like, why would you say
Because
that?
he's a piece of shit.
There's a chick just standing there watching him freak out and
There it
drinking a
goes,
beer.
there goes
Like,
the shirt,
she's
yeah,
legit
there it
drinking a
goes.
beer, just watching him have a fucking meltdown. Like this is so funny.
Look at that shirt, there it goes.
You can do it on my goddamn corpse, motherfucker!
Yeah, there's a skeleton in there.
Somewhere.
There is
Somewhere in there. If you dig deep enough, you'll find it.
Is someone sweeping over there?
Yeah, somebody's cleaning up the mess.
Somewhere in there.
Beneath the pale flesh.
Beneath the fat and
Make it
flat.
fade, it's time to face the music.
And I'll do it again! Because I
Is this
did
the
one
part
on
where
my
Boogie
face.
starts floating?
Oh, good reference.
You cocksucker motherfuckers!
Added $10. Guys, let him go. Maybe change
Guys, let him
another
go.
day.
I'll do it again! I'll rip every goddamn piece of fucking flesh off my fucking face right now! I'll fucking claw open right now!
Richard in Crash Out's LLL.
He's a wrinkly boy.
Yeah, like
That's
this
his-
is it's fake. Like this is not an actual mental breakdown that's happening here. This is somebody
Oh,
who
yeah.
No,
is
but
absolutely of a singular mind of I am going to do what I need to do to convince people
yeah, like
not to make
strategically
successes.
speaking, if he can get himself bleeding over this, they'll all be like, "Whoa, we're not going to do that."
So-
Yeah,
and so in a sense, you could be like, well, that's unhinged. Just like kind of, but again, it's all to achieve a very specific objective. This
Yeah.
isn't like mindless, insane,
Yep.
goalless
Yeah.
sort of like
It's not-
insanity.
It's not that he's insane. He's shameless. He's willing to do whatever he needs to do to get them to back down. And that's the biggest thing with this guy. That's so
But his
heroic.
whole acting perspective is literally just Francis without a speech impediment. It's
Yeah,
like
pretty
so
much.
obvious that he has one character.
He
Yeah.
needed to go to Juilliard to learn how to act. He should have like done that before he started doing the YouTube stuff, just in case. He
One
needed to
tour.
learn how to act properly to, get people to leave him alone.
Fine, you don't have to do it. Open right now! Stop your fucking life! Open it right now! Stop! You don't have to do it. Fine, don't do it then. I know.
See, there you go. Mission accomplished.
Well, that's the thing for Keemstar. He loves the theatrics and to make money off it and everything, but he also doesn't want him to break TOS. So he's like, "Hey, you're compromising my ability to make money if you keep doing this shit."
Get that claw on my fucking face every goddamn day because I didn't want it on my fucking face! I don't want it on my fucking face! That's my fucking face, you dumb motherfuckers! It's my fucking face!
Like the whole thing of him being crazy nuts and everything is like it is a performance, but simultaneously what he's saying is true. He does not want that tattoo
He
back.
does not want this on his face. Yeah.
Took fucking ages for him to get it off, so to do it all over again, even though that was the agreement he made. So, you know.
Well, sure, but I mean, not
that factors into anything.
No, yeah, of course.
having layer
Yeah,
on
shit.
tattooed on your face, it's like, that's gonna be just awkward in every situation where you encounter
It's better.
people. Like,
Yeah, it's just it's better to be chewed out about it than to have it on your face.
Thing is, why did nobody go, you should get your mom's face tattooed as a tramp stamp instead? That would have been awesome.
Because he would have wanted that.
Do you think? Is it like an Oedipus complex that I'm missing?
He has every complex.
He's got it all, man. He's got it all.
That's a very complex individual.
That's a new spin on Shake What Your Mama Gave You.
How's Desi doing? Is she ran away from this monster yet?
No, they're getting married.
Oh,
spoiler!
fuck off.
Spoiler!
Well, that's not like a major part of the. There is a part that regards her. It's all very disturbing. Not that I need to explain that. It's the worst is like I don't have a clip of it, but on one of the streams, like a super chat was making fun of the grossness of it all, and his response is like, "Well, I'm gonna put a baby in her." It's like, oh,
Jesus!
I just no, Desi, no.
yeah.
You just know everything.
My fucking face!
Yeah, you've said that like a billion times.
Fuck the N-word all up and down my fucking arms! Fucking put swastika on my fucking chest if you fucking want!
So
you can probably hide it. You can just probably
think he
just
means
put the
that.
fold over it and no one would see
there's a
it.
good chance he does actually mean that. Like
He means all that.
who prefer
Yeah,
the
'cause he'd wear a
N-word
shirt
all
and
over his
cover it.
arms or the swastika on his chest because he can more easily hide it.
Oh yeah, swastika on the
shit up.
chest. You can just wear a shirt all the time and.
Which would
But
be
it takes a
inconvenient for him because he loves
though.
getting naked. So
Yeah.
I'll deal with the fucking misery of that! But not my fucking face! We don't need you screaming. Just get it fucking over with! Just get it over with! Just get your goddamn gun! Get your fucking goons! We're not Get doing your it. fucking razor! No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it anymore. If it's gonna bother you this much, we're just not. No, I'm just gonna rip it off a second time, and she has to sit there and watch me do it for 2 weeks, rip off my fucking flesh. No, let's get her
The
done.
elusive
No, let's get her done. We're literally not doing it, dude. You're not yourself right now. No, I'm not.
Yeah, he is.
You're not you when you're hungry.
Absolutely.
This is
he
the real
He's-
fake version
he's
of him.
Thinking,
Yeah.
He's thinking in his head, mission fucking accomplished.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank God that worked.
Yeah, this is just the theatrical denouement that's happening to help sell what's already been sold.
And they all know what he's doing, and they're just like, they feel sad for
Well,
him.
the thing
It's
is,
not
like, I
something
don't
to
know
do.
how many people. I'm not sure, like, how many.
He's
Know,
not-
like
He's
maybe,
not fooling
it is like a-
anybody, but it's the motions. It's the you go through it.
It's like, damn, dude, you're willing to go this low? All right, fuck it.
it's kind of
Just-
autopiloting it. I feel.
Yeah,
This is
little
what
bit.
he's settled into.
I mean, he doesn't put any effort into this performance other than like the purely physical part. He just keeps repeating himself. It's like, hey, you're not even gonna try and mix it up a little bit instead of just like, oh, motherfucker, just saying that constantly.
He always says cocksucker motherfucker. He says it as though it's some creative insult, but he said it like a million times.
When it's like the most
Amazing
boring one
combo to
ever.
him.
Yeah,
Cocksucker
I mean,
motherfucker.
yeah.
And this frame here is just perfect. It's not even just his expression, which is like 10 out of 10, but the way everyone's just glancing at him, like, oh.
Well, so that's the big thing
Dude,
that you
this-
come to realize. They all just don't. They like phase it out because it's just what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Dude, it's
toddler,
great.
like having a tantrum. You have to just ignore it.
I know it was only 20 minutes ago, but like this guy got like fucking Game Award for like being the best YouTuber or something. Like,
Yeah, Molly,
he
we have to
was-
cut back to that right now at this point. you need to make sure you.
I
flip
did it
that in
twice
again.
already. It just keeps getting
Oh, keep
worse. You
doing
know? Like-
Hey, you need a Snickers.
You want me to go to the store and get you a Snickers for real?
No, I came here to lose weight like a goddamn retard.
What?
I gave you to lose weight like a retard.
It's like fucking Mr. Garrison. What the
I gave you to lose weight like a retard. Such a weird statement, but like, okay.
Protein bar?
Mr. Slave!
Mr. Slave.
You want a Mountain Dew?
No! No, I cannot! Okay. I'm very angry right now, and by raising my voice, I'm communicating that.
That was like Steve Carell in Anchorman. Loud noises.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
An idea, and I said if I could get, I said I'd have to do the end of the 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
But for some reason it's being pitched today. I've not had a lot of practice. I'm not a tattoo.
This, I think, is evidence of him being like, dude, it's not happening. I am not getting that on my face again. It took ages to get it off.
They just look at me with tattoos and think, oh yeah, he knows that. You know,
Keem will do it.
Huh?
Make Keem do it. Give him the gun.
I could make. The problem is, like with the needle, it's so.
And see
thin,
how
it's not-
he thinks he's not on camera. He's a lot more normal, but still trying to explain the problem.
long at all. You can't go.
This is just this is when he proposed to her. I don't believe this is real, Nick. I think this is all they planned this
If this
ages
isn't real,
ago.
that's better CGI than Marvel.
I ain't gonna deny
But
that.
Isn't this a different version of the pool jump where he jumped into the
Well,
pool?
like
just the pool
this
flop
went
thing?
this went viral because it's when he proposes and everyone was like, "That's the most hilarious thing that could have happened while doing." It's like this is obviously the plan.
It's almost
They set it up,
perfect.
yeah.
A fat guy falling in water after propose. Yeah, like, come on. That's obvious.
It's just a variation of the fat guy flop.
How did
That's
that
what I
even
was saying.
happen? Like, that was on purpose. Come on.
That's why I didn't find it
If
as
he
funny.
lost the ring, it would have been real, but he didn't lose the ring.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he's lagging. Like, I don't know, fucking frame drop. Like, what the fuck is that, man? This is
The ring's
bullshit.
probably sugar candy or something.
There goes my life!
Now, each of these boogie sections of this is the first one. That's the end of it. There is a bonus wings section for each one.
Okay.
What's he up to?
Okay. Live on the show, we got Tommy, we got Wings, we're waiting on Boogie, and then of course we're gonna get the expert to go over these Boogie allegations. Have you seen this, Tommy?
Just like I thought Tommy and Keem were like enemies or something.
Yeah,
At
well,
least they had a
So,
past
so
life.
what's kind of hilarious?
he
I'm pretty
left
sure
later.
they were like a year ago, but they're actually working together again.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, as of-
Interesting.
this is an old
Like-
clip, but they're starting.
Yeah.
Like he's on one of his shows on the lolcow thing now, Tommy.
Oh,
I see.
okay. I guess
That's where Nick was explaining the
Alright.
Fallout last time he was on here, and now they're back again. So crazy.
the
Either
whole
they break the hatchet
thing-
or Tommy needs the cash.
It just churns. There's fights constantly with everybody for all kinds of things.
What? Which one? The the allegations. Yeah,
Oh, wait, you
sure.
guys don't know
I
yet, do
think-
you? They have a 24-hour network now.
No,
Like,
yeah,
when
I
this
heard
show
about
ends,
that.
the next show goes on, and then the next show goes on, and
And they all do it
there's a
once per
whole-
day, so that it's a never-ending network. It's like a TV channel of just. I don't really understand why anyone tunes in. But like,
They do. It's crazy.
It's terrible.
is there that much demand for this, really?
Well, so of what I
They're the casual
saw,
thing,
I
I think.
filtered what I thought was just some of the most interesting stuff, and I've not come up with like more than an hour. So you know, this is
yeah, but you want to be able to say that you were there when
That's
Boogie
true,
shot
that's
himself
true.
on live YouTube. So
Girlfriend.
That's
Isn't that awful?
it's
Look, he's a lucky guy to have that girl. Look, he's blowing it.
okay. Well, we got squeaky chair, and where the is Boogie?
I don't have much of a voice tonight.
oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
The reason there's so much context is I just find this so fucking funny. Like
You sound like the guy from the
I-
techno union. What the
I
fuck's going
completely
on?
like Tommy's reaction is mine in my head. It's like what? The,
I don't have much of a voice tonight.
My temperature is 152 degrees.
You are kidding. Also, promethazine.
What?
Fuck, Boogie just. Who was just talking? What was that?
Weeks talk. Got laryngitis.
Got laryngitis.
that level voice.
That's
You're a
funny.
trooper.
Well, he's trying to throw me under the bus.
Threw you
That's
under
the
the
reason
bus
I didn't
and
give
threw
you the
yourself
mouse.
under the bus, you fat fuck. How is
Okay,
this
whatever.
helping you?
I feel bad for that.
I don't
boss.
give a
How's
fuck.
anything, any big
What the fuck is Tommy
idea you
wearing?
have?
He looks like a
Yeah,
rabbi.
I didn't even recognize him.
The weirdest. This
I
is
am-
from all over the timeline, so I have no idea what's going on with any of them.
Yeah, Boogie looks like shit. Like what
He
the
looks
fuck
like
does that look?
Einstein. He got a
Yeah.
rabbi on the screen. Like, what the fuck is happening?
The past 15 years helped you. Nothing's ever worked. And we're gonna put you in charge? Are you nuts?
Okay, I'll just leave again, bud.
The reason that was it, I just thought it was like he doesn't do very well with criticism, and he was suggesting that he get put in charge of like the whole operate Wiggs, who notably isn't exactly the. You know what? I'll let this clip play and say this is what Wings is good at.
All right. Coca-Cola.
Oh my lord.
I bet you haven't had one of those in minutes.
Yeah, he's much more built for that.
You gotta hear
Looks
it.
like your little mauler in the corner is wearing a hat, by the way.
Woo! It's like a fresh piece of pussy.
Wait,
Good lord.
What?
They don't taste like that.
Yeah.
It's such a fat guy thing to say. Like,
Yeah.
Without Coca-Cola was like a fresh piece of pussy. You're like, I wouldn't draw.
Why would you say that?
I
Different
disagree.
experiences.
That was actually the formula for New Coke.
Yeah,
That's why-
because Coca-Cola tastes delicious. Pussy's fine.
I feel like the podcast is going to break up one day because they can't agree on which beverage to be sponsored by, Mountain Dew or Coca-Cola.
They'll take whichever one's first. Whichever one's first in the door, they're taking. It does not matter.
Oh yeah, I think by the way, between the last time we covered them and now, they actually did break up the podcast and come back together again. Like,
Yeah.
for a significant amount of time too. It goes to show you how time is a flat circle or something. Anyway, that is chapter 1 of 3, like I said, and that's the chill one. They get a little crazy with some of the stuff that was.
Oh my gosh, it's ramping up to real chaos.
Discovered.
I'm legitimately excited. Give me a reason to stay up for 24 hours.
Wow, I thought you had enough reason with everything we were up to anyway, but all right, fine.
Nope, gotta be only Boogie. Only Boogie.
Jeez. Wow.
So
Boogie's special.
I think I did this correctly. There should be a Batwoman. There is. Okay, let me just find a way to.
Hurrah!
I gotta get all this correct, otherwise. Imagine people didn't have a stream to watch for even a second.
That'd be ridiculous.
Madness.
Yeah.
So do you guys
What are we
like
gonna do?
save Batwoman exclusively for
Yes.
these shows?
Sure.
This one you don't want to miss. I'm not even kidding. Okay, there's some happenings in this.
I saw some of the
episode.
first season because I was like an avid CW watcher at the time.
God.
Avid
That was not
CW
good,
watcher.
Oh, damn.
I have watched way too many of these shows.
That woman is just season 1. God, that's such good television.
It is.
tier.
Dude, I saw
Amazing.
season 5 of Arrow and I'm like, okay, all right, this might get better
What?
from here. And then nothing ever did. It wasn't, yeah. Didn't work.
Do you like the Flash? People like the Flash show, right?
Oh, the
I think
iconic
they like the
lightsaber
Flash
battle at the
actor,
end.
don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they like the actor, not the show, right?
Wait, with
Yeah.
Batwoman, they replaced Batwoman, right?
Yes.
They did. Yeah.
You got a different character as Batwoman,
Which one
and you got a
ever recovered?
recast of the main character as well.
Transition was
Yeah.
smooth as silk. You barely noticed. It was just done so well.
100%. But yeah, for anybody, because it's about to begin. It's just the way it works is they're going to lock off part 1 of the anniversary stream, and we'll have ourselves a little walk around for a bit. And as soon as Batwoman has ended, you'll find we're streaming part 2, which I think is probably going to be less of the sort of very straightforward analytical breakdowns, and probably a little bit of what you might call drama. Just a piece of some catching up to do with some old friends,
Oh.
of maybe some amusements. But, probably some movies as well, since we did a lot of gaming. But we like gaming.
Did that was
here.
a whole bunch of video games. Good man.
good to
Nothing
talk
wrong
about
with
games, though.
games.
I've never played a video game with a good story.
I
have played it for 30 years.
Damn it.
Oh, poor Doomer.
There he is, man.
What do he's
It's
doing?
not even Fallout New Vegas.
Nope.
Yeah.
Since we have like 2 minutes, how are things in your world, Nick? You're really calm, right? Not much going on
Yeah,
in the
what's going
drama
on?
world, right? Not many people doing
Oh
much.
yeah, it's
Well,
so slow
Boogie,
right now.
Boogie is his own Sonichu medallion. There was a huge Mutahar controversy where he like faked being an engineer for a decade, which is, I mean, kind of funny with the whole cancer thing. Yeah. And Destiny was on that stream, and well, I don't know if you want me to say exactly what happened with Destiny yesterday, but apparently he reached out to somebody and let them know that he had some evidence.
Yeah, I've heard
that he was
about
saving
this.
for a court case. That was the thing that happened.
From bad to worse, huh? But are you about to say that like Boogie is outdoing all of his enemies?
Well, Mr. Medicare, they thought he was dead until yesterday. So it seems like everyone on that podcast, with the exception of me, has like either died or done something outrageous. So I expect my day.
You're saying you're next.
Yeah, everybody who stepped foot on that stream. Yeah, literally.
Coming soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say because not much keeping you busy on that front because it's just everyone's just behaving so well on the internet. Yeah.
Hey, all your favorite streamers. I haven't heard from Hassan Piker in a while. Have you been checking in with?
We do have a section about him coming up, actually.
Oh God!
Very nice.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be at all about everything he's in trouble for. It's more so our end of things.
What were your thoughts on Denim's getting sued? Because obviously you have a different connection.
Well,
with
so
that person.
it's so weird because we went after Denims, are relevant, and Hassan all for stealing content, and then you find out it's like they're getting sued. And you're like, oh shit! Like, what is this over? All of the crazy, like, is it slander? Is it this? Is it that? It's like. It's React content. They're getting sued for stealing Ethan Klein's video. And you're like, what? Yeah, that's what's happening. I guess, obviously, we have concerns over what may happen as like a ripple effect, a chilling effect, as they call it. But I don't know that it's going to get any better until someone has consequences for stealing shit.
Well, do you know what happened 3 days ago? Hassan Piker just started watching South Park and didn't say shit for like 5 straight minutes as it played in the background while his friends are being sued.
What an idiot.
Well, it's Twitch. So...
What an actual moron.
Yeah.
Just poke that there.
He's one of the dumbest people online.
You have no idea. We'll be finding out in part 2.
The kind of infrastructure YouTube had to put in place to prevent that shit is staggering with Content ID and all that stuff. They have people who are on Twitch, they live in a different world than the YouTubers do.
Different universe. Different universe, man. It's just they don't understand how much
you mean,
positioned by YouTube for this shit.
Well, I know what you mean, though, because everyone kept saying, like, oh, they're going to get sued. Some big company is going to come in here. They're going to destroy fair use. Then all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, it's Ethan Klein. It's the guy who had the Matt Haas fair use case. Is the guy who's going to potentially put these people down.
That's what sucks, man.
I'm watching like lawyer stuff too. Like the lawyers are like blasting her responses and stuff.
There are several YouTubers here right now who've had nightmares dealing with the copyright system when all they've done is create what are absolutely fair use, like criticism videos. And
super fair use.
The idea that someone like a Denims or Hassan will ruin it further for us because they were like, I can just steal everything. It's like, holy shit.
What if my villain arc wasn't
thing
complete?
Specifically was that they literally announced this is supposed to be a market replacement. That's why he targeted
Don't
them.
watch his videos. Don't click on his videos.
Yeah, and they just kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. I think that's going to be significant.
So stupid.
I will say, because
so
it's all started up. We're going to sign off here. Thank you all very much for joining us. We're actually over the limit by a minute. Whoops. But anyway,
this is for the real fans.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be back after Batwoman. And, you just check it out. Link in the chat right now. Go check it out. And, yeah, we'll see you soon enough. Cool,
See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.